goes George, that's a confirmation, instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. Seeing scored out. Oh, big shot.
It's time to get the show on the road, ladies and gentlemen, as we are here for the PUBG Mobile World League East. Welcome. My name is Kyle Laris. I am going to be your host throughout this month and all the festivities that are going to go down here, as every team in the eastern regions is looking to vie to become a champion. I am going to be joining by a few people across the board here as I now head over to my commentators for the first couple of games. I have Blank and John, infinitely taller than me, but that's how the world is for a short man like me. How are you doing, Blank?
I'm doing absolutely fantastically. We're here today for the PMWL, and look, it's all right to be a short king. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah, I'll do it. How are yourself, John?
Doing well, obviously sitting a couple of inches above you, but as you say, we've got a lot of time for you. You know, we're glad to have you.
Thanks. Well, at least we've got something for me, I suppose. I'm going to head over to the analysis guys as well here to bring all the action in terms of the breakdowns as well, because of course I have two gentlemen over here in Froz and Avenger, two guys that I'm very familiar with from quite a few shows across the board. Guys, we're ready. We're here for the PMWL Froz, and it's going to be a good time when it comes to it, because the East for me is where things really pack a punch.
Yeah, I mean, some would say that we have the best teams in the East. I would say we have the best team in the world here.
Hey.
And it's going to be amazing to see, because it's almost about to start here now.
I'm extremely excited to get this started. Honestly, as Frost said, we have some of the best team. I would say I think we have the best team here, and we probably have a few that will end up in the top 3 once we get into a complete global stage. But these teams, I'm excited to see these guys get started. I've seen them a few times before, obviously both in shows, but also watched them. Yeah. There are some guys that are absolutely amazing, and I cannot fathom how good they are at this game.
They're damn good, for sure. Well, before we actually get into all the festivities, of course, let's hear from one of the CAOs of Krafton, Mr. CH Kim.
안녕하세요. 크래프톤 PUBG 주식회사의 CEO 김창환입니다. 먼저 PUBG 모바일 월드 리그 시즌 제로 PMWL의 개막을 진심으로 축하합니다. 올해 코로나 바이러스로 인해 어려움이 많았음에도 불구하고 PMWL의 최종 무대에 오르기까지 최선을 다해준 팀 선수분들, 그리고 지속적인 사랑과 지원을 보내준 팬 여러분이 있었기에 대회를 성공적으로 개최할 수 있었다고 생각합니다. 선수 여러분 모두 본인이 가진 실력을 마음껏 발휘할 수 있기를 바라며 전 세계 곳곳에서 대회를 보고 계실 팬 여러분과 함께 응원하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
That's right, it's a weird time in the world, but we are continuing. The show must go on here for the PMWL East, and we're going to take a look at how actually everything breaks down, gentlemen, here when it comes to the format and what you're excited for coming up, because we have a lot of game days coming up here, gentlemen. Excuse me. And it's a little bit different compared to what we've had from our PMPL regions. We have play-ins now. We're going to have that opening matches, which is across these first 2 days, which eventually becomes that best of 10. And then things are split up into 3 weeks for us, with those play-in days then going into each super weekend.
Yes, and I mean, the super weekend is super important, because that's where you're going to accumulate points and make sure that you get into the league finals. Only the top 16 teams from all 3 of the super weekends together will be in the finals.
Definitely, and then once all of those 3 super weekends are broken down there, Avenger, teams are accruing points there, and then they will be then eventually qualifying into that grand finals, which actually, because we want to make the gravity of the situation all that more important, we've added an extra day as well to that finals, and that's where all the big money is won.
Yeah, that's where $100,000 first place and a lot more money for the top 5 and so on. Honestly, obviously so much money coming into this as a prize pool overall, but I'm excited to get this road on this game started here, and the game started because this format is super interesting.
Yes.
How we're coming in the opening week with a snake seeding into the 2 weekdays we're playing into the super weekends. It's going to be so excited to follow.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a really cool format to how it actually breaks down. Let's take a look at how the points break down as well, and how all these teams are going to be accumulating points here throughout the days. 20 points for first place for a game. You're very familiar with it from the past PMPL tournaments that have been going on so far. And then what I've called the participation points for a while now, Froz, the 11th through 16th. Even if you're in the game, you're still getting that 1 point, but kills is where it can really matter.
Kills will matter a lot, because around 40% of the points itself from every game will be from kills. Now, at the same time, of course, if you get yourself that chicken dinner, that's a lot of bonus on top of it.
Definitely. And let's take a look at how the prize pool breaks down as well here, because that's what's important too. So, regular league play is on your left-hand side. All of this is 4-4, basically throughout those 3 super weekends that are going to be going on. So, after that, if you've placed first across all of those super weekends in total, you're going to be bagging yourself 50,000 up towards the top. And everybody does get rewarded. Even if you don't qualify for those super weekends, you'll still be down towards some of that kind of $1,000 margin, that point prize. And then the grand finals Avenger, as you previously mentioned, $100,000 for first place. It's no small chunk of change.
Oh, and 50,000 for second, so on. Honestly, these guys coming in here, they're going to be setting themselves up for life with this. This is life-changing money. You can buy all of your friends and family a new mobile phone, and you can get started playing them as well if you want to. No, jokes aside, this is life-changing money, of course.
Yeah, it's definitely life-changing indeed. So big stuff here for the PMWL East and for West, of course, as that's going to be going down a little bit later. But before we get to all of that, before we get to any of the games, let's take a look at a special treat here that PUBG Mobile Esports has set up for you.
Okay. I set this camera guide like that. Okay. Yeah, we are here. There is virus. We can go anywhere.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Global Final.
Best of the best in the world here with us today, John. We'll see how these teams can work under the pressure that it will push down on them.
Luxy comes in, he's got Roy, takes the kill, and now he's in a 1 versus 2. Luxy for Biggie-tron, he could go all the way. That was amazing. And so is this from Klotzgon as he wipes them out. Okay, so Jonathan is, Neo goes down, Jonathan's in the open, he's going for the spray, and he's taking blue damage. Needs to figure it out, but 2 of them are down. He's snaking it around, goes for the spray, takes it down.
That's when I saw a team that really led the world in terms of their skill level, and then, you know, they feel like they're untouchable. But in PUBG Mobile, everybody is constantly reminded of their mortality.
Now we're coming into a new year. There are pro leagues happening all over the world.
Clean kill!
Thousands upon thousands of teams will battle it out to go to the end of the year for the World Championships and meet and clash on that final stage.
Are you kidding me? 21 years old!
Get 2 knocks, looking for more runners!
Dropping out of the plane, you need to know that the 3 guys next to you have your back, and they are willing to go with you in any situation.
There's a team that can breach well, it's Loops. Beowulf just shuts them down. Pittsburgh Knight cutting through B4. Down they descend into the valley.
Kita siap.
That's right, as if there wasn't enough to already look forward to here. Between the Battlegrounds is an 8-part documentary series that is going to be released throughout the year. And the first episode will be released throughout the first Super Weekend coming up here for the PUBG Mobile World League across East and West. It's a great time. And just even looking at that, if you look at from Malaysia all the way through to all the things that these teams have had to kind of go through, it's a long story, a long road that we're all going to get to check in at. But before we actually do any of that, let's talk about some of the teams that are going to be playing here today and throughout the next couple of weeks. We're starting off things with Group A. Do bear in mind our first 2 days is purely for seeding going into the next 3 weeks of gameplay to start things off. So, Group A, we're going to start things off with a very familiar name to a lot of people. It is Biggie-tron.
Yeah, I mean, they are the reigning champ, winning the PMCO Fall Split. And since then, they've basically been dominating. They won the Indonesian PMPL, both the league and the finals. But in the SEA finals of PMPL, they only got themselves a 2nd place.
Yeah. That's, you know, unfortunate, boo-hoo, but, you know, they're still an amazing roster. They are pushing for those first places. Avenger, why don't you talk to me about Reject Scarlet?
Reject Scarlet, a team coming out from Japan, the only team actually coming out from Japan, and they actually won 4 out of the 12 games from the Japan Championship. Very, very impressive. So I'm happy to see these guys. They're going to have a lot of support, being the only team coming out of their country. So yeah, full country behind them in terms of support from the community. I'm excited to see these guys getting started.
Megastars and Team Sequel will round out that group. I spoke to BU myself in an interview prior. He seems very confident about their chances. Let's move on to Group B and see how that shapes up. You do Gek.
Yeah, they're actually one of the teams that showed us that Bigatron actually bleeds. They are mortal because they were the one who actually won the Southeast Asia finals of PMPL. And not only that, but a big marginal. They had 284 points, while second place were on merely 187 points.
Morph team going to be in there as well as No Chance team, but T1 is a bit of an anomaly. Our only South Korean team representing.
Yeah, and obviously formerly known as Xenon, and they're coming in with the 2 roster changes as well, Satan and CCP. The only team, as you said, from South Korea. Honestly, these guys are going to have a massive support as well, being the only team from there. I'm excited to see these guys getting started. It's a new pickup, but it's a massive organization behind them. They're going to have a good amount of support from those guys as well.
Let's move on to Group C and look how things shape up over there. Now, unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, the Pakistan team Freestyle will not be participating today. However, we've got some other teams to be talking about here. Let's start things off with the GXR Celts. I always get that name wrong for some reason.
I mean, they come from the South Asia region, and they got themselves the first place in the PMPL there.
Yeah.
But they also managed to have 3 of the players in the top 10 fraggers. So that means pretty frag-heavy team, and that's going to be exciting to see what they can do here.
Kills mean points, mean prizes. I like it. And let's talk about another team then. We've got OR Esports in there as well. But let's talk about Nova Godlike.
Formerly known as Godlike, they have made a joint venture, you could say, with Nova Esports. It's really interesting for them to see. They're coming in, qualifying in the 3rd place in their qualifying region. One of the better teams, I would say. I'm excited to see these guys, to see what they can perform. I definitely expect them to end up in the finals, the grand finals of this. So I'm excited to see how these guys are going to fare throughout the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. Got a chance to speak to Aster as well. Seemed very confident too. So great to see kind of the gusto in a lot of these players. Moving on to Group D, of course, we got Team IND, we got Valdus in there, we got RRQ Athena, and TSM Entity. Why don't we start actually with TSM Entity?
TSM Entity, they played in 3 tournaments where they could potentially qualify for this.
Yeah.
They qualified in one of the first ones, and then they still qualified in the other tournaments. So the spots were given to the teams that were below them. Pretty surprising and amazing. Jonathan, one of the big fraggers, also Clutchcut and Seagull. These guys, this is one of the rosters I have my eye on. If I was going to be putting money onto who's going to have a potential to win this was going to be one of the teams.
That's a big statement. How about yourself, Froz, when we look towards Valdus?
Yeah, I mean, Valdus, the Murder, is actually also a new joint venture there, formerly known as Illuminate the Murder. They're coming in here, they're pretty hungry, coming from the Thailand region.
Yep.
They won the Thai series, the finals there for PMPL, only getting themselves an 8th place in the South Asia finals. This is their time to prove that they're better than that.
Let's take a look at final group here. Group E, we have 4 more teams representing in Box Gaming, King of Gamers, U Level Up, and Synergy. So why don't we start with U Level Up?
U Level Up coming in, qualifying from Chinese Taipei. I think it's an amazing name, honestly.
Yep.
I think these guys have a lot to prove coming out of Taiwan. I think with these obviously not starting to play, they're going to be looking at the games today, seeing where everybody else is dropping, making notes. That could be a little edge to see where there might be some open drop spots. We're going to get further into that once we get the first game started, though.
Nothing says a box like 2 triangles. I guess it makes a B. But Froz, what do you think about Box Gaming?
I mean, they were voted one of the most popular teams in the Southeast Asia finals in the PMPL. A very dominant team from the Vietnam region.
Yeah.
And they have a new player on the roster as well. Break is on loan from Matrix United. So I'm excited to see what that will mean for the team itself.
Definitely. I think when you look across the entirety of the rosters here, there's so much quality from all the regions that we have representing here for East. So let's take a look at the schedule, of course, as we have 5 games coming at you today, and we will be bookending it with Erangel. I'm keeping that from PMPL Americas, much to the chagrin of John, as we have in between Vikendi, Miramar, and Sanhok. So Miramar is back, which is cool to see. And then also what's important to note as well, this is not the same format as we had in, say, PMPL Americas, for example, where one team will be sitting out throughout an entire day, because we only have the 10 games across the 2 days. We will have one group sitting out per per map. So E sitting out first, as you can see, and then we go D, C, B, A throughout the day here. So everyone's playing today, Froz.
Yeah.
Lots on the line to try and get yourself a decent seeding.
Well, not only getting a decent seeding, but you got to adapt to the teams all the time because you're going to have one group not playing all the time.
Yeah.
That means the teams will be different from each map. Not only is the map different, but the teams as well.
And, of course, whilst the PMWL is going on as well, do you want the opportunity to frag Froz and Avenger? Well, you can sign up for the PUBG Mobile Club Open, which is going to be happening very, very soon. And the actual registration process for it is closing very soon.
On Sunday.
So get signed up. And Avenger, from what I can see already, there is a mind-boggling amount of teams that have already signed up.
I think we're going to break through the 50,000 mark teams. Teams, not players, teams. We're talking 200,000 players without subs, without all of this. Yeah. It's an amazing amount of players and people that are coming along and trying to vie into, get into the PMCO. It's going to be crazy to see. Maybe we're sure to make a team, you and I.
There you go.
Maybe
we need a fourth. Who would you pick out of the casters as a fourth? Quick, pick one.
I don't know. Probably
I don't
John.
know about
Probably
it.
John.
They're putting their hands up and stuff like that. You pick John?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, there you go, John. Well done. Congratulations. Let's take a look at our first game here. Oh, and by the way, I don't envy the admin's job for dealing with 50,000 teams. We have Erangel as our first game of the day here for us. It's the true tried and tested battleground. Everyone loves it.
It's also the map that we're going to be seeing most during the tournament itself. It's going to be amazing because everyone knows it best. It is the home of every team.
Yep, definitely. Avenger?
I think it's going to be very important to see these teams starting here because you have to get your drop shot sorted. You have to fight for it now because that means you could potentially keep it for the rest of the tournament, which is extremely important.
Especially since the teams officially only had 1 day of like organized scrims, right? Which can be a little bit chaotic. How are you going to try and position yourself? Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Oh, there's a lot of energy in the air. There's a lot of energy in there. But we're now heading over to the commentator team to bring us Erangel to start off the PMWL East.
Oh, we're so ready to be getting into the action. It's great to be here at the World League. We're finally at these final closing stages of the season. Everybody's been waiting for it. It's time for the Big Kahuna Burger.
It absolutely is. I mean, who doesn't want the Big Kahuna Burger, right? I mean, everybody knows it's the best. But what we do have is some of the best teams available to us. I mean, I'm so excited because there's a lot of pedigree and all that teams. We're very familiar with the South Asia teams, aren't we, John? We were doing a lot of that last year.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is, for me, is there's one team in particular, one player, in fact, which I think changes things up a little bit, and that's Oase. He's now on a team where I think that the stakes are less high, right? He used to be on Soul, then he was on Fnatic. I think the pressure was pushing down on a lot, but the guy is a very good player. Now he's on a new team. Potentially this is where he can actually prove himself alongside players that he's more comfortable playing with. And that's what I really want to see, because I like the guy and he's definitely got some grit to continue here today.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen him time and time again be able to have some impact, but maybe, you know, he just needed the rest of those ingredients come through to really step up his game and bring himself to the level of the World League. Because obviously there's no easy competition in this lobby.
There really isn't. I mean, you're coming to this lobby here and everyone is frightening as hell. And I mean, Bigatron, even the desk was saying, I mean, I know they only came second, right? Yeah. And they were leapfrogged by, I think it was Yudu, right? Yeah. And I mean, this is the thing. We've got so much improvement coming through. And Bigatron, yes, they still are the big dogs at the top of the lobby. They've got some very sharp teeth. You've got to be wary of them. But Yudu gang, let's talk about improvement, John, because you remember at the global finals now, they had a lot of support from the fans. We love that. We love to see the fans supporting, but they didn't have the best of runs that tournament. No. Fast forward to now, this team is towards the top, and they've not had any, I don't even think they've had any roster changes at all.
Revitalized, reinvigorated, certainly at the right time as well.
This is the correct time to revitalize.
Exactly. If you're going to choose a time, the time is now.
They've had the Mountain Dew game fuel. They're ready to go, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah. They've been able to pick it up. So we'll see if they're able to keep that going. And the question mark there is, did Bigatron sort of lay off a little bit, right? Did they rein back in? Because obviously they'd already qualified. Were they sort of playing to their full potential?
Yeah, and that's a really good point to make, because let's rewind a little bit to the prelims for the fall split. Bigatron, they were quite far behind Mega Conquerors, if we remember then, and like they very much secured their position, right? They secured their position in that lobby. They went to the global finals, and then suddenly the global finals, they were about 100, 200 points ahead of everyone else. So it could be them just laying off the gas a little bit, but here at the PMWL, that is not the time to do it.
Day number 1, match 1. It all starts now. It's time for the Battle Royale with cheese. Let's get into it.
I mean, we don't have Queso in here, but we've got some of the best teams from the East, so let's get it on. I mean, we've got this this playing path coming off the top side, so it's very, very comfortable now. We were talking about what Avenger said on the desk over there, that all the teams, they're looking for their spot to control. This particular playing path pretty much allows everyone to go wherever they want right now. So you want a drop spot, you take it. Here is your chance to lay claim, and we'll see what does happen. You see Megastars already making their way up towards Kameshki, which is a bit of an unorthodox spot to go for, but very safe to begin with. But we'll see where a lot of these teams end up.
Absolutely, and with 15 teams in the lobby, obviously, we're going to be a little bit less crowded than potentially we would be with the full 16. So that might play to the advantage of some of these teams. Is there a particular area where that might play into it more? I mean, maybe around the center, or do you think it's going to focus more towards the edge areas of those circles?
I mean, let's go back to PMPL North Americas, for instance. I mean, Tempo Storm there, they were playing Pachinki right now. Pachinki really affords you a lot of rotational paths, but it really depends how the teams play and how the lobby shapes up, because if we...
What a way to kick it off.
Oh dear. Anyway, if we get a case where the lobby likes to play edge, then Pachinki's great. If everyone likes to play very much crunched up, it's not so great. But already, I got Missile here from T1, throwing in the nades towards Velmoth.
Oh, nicely found there. Goddard trying to have that oversight, but can't really stop the encroaching players from T1. They are going to capitalize and get the flush on out. Velmuth does fall, and T1, you know, we were looking at this team, a newly picked up roster for the large org that really sort of dominates a lot of South Korean esports. They're started off well. I mean, we've got a military circle. We've got them starting off strong over in Rosok. What more could go well?
Do you know what I love the most about it is that we literally get into PMWL. The first nade that's thrown is perfect. That's how you know the kind of caliber of teams we've got ahead of us. But yeah, this circle is rough, man. There's about, I'd say 40% of the circle is water at the moment, so teams going to have to make some quick decisions. Most teams probably will decide to stay towards the northern island, try and take a position there before committing fully to Sosnovka military base. But if you want to take a risk early on, you can maybe try and take towards Tower, you know, the satellite, and hold that area down. But there's a lot of risks involved here. Most teams, they're going to chill out. They know they've got a lot of time to move, but they do know that right now, John, landmass is limited.
It's not the easiest thing to find that real estate, but we do have 1 or 2 clashes coming through. I mean, over in Rosok, we've got this one that's currently going on our screens. Hang on a minute, we've got another one going off. That's in North George. Nova are taking a little bit of a fight.
Yeah, that's Nova Godlike there. Morph actually taking some shots onto them. But Valdus now, what they have currently is this nice little freeway split. Sure, they're down a member, but right now T1, they're kind of like the flies in the spider's trap. Valdus currently have the web set up for them, so when they do leave here, they should take a little bit of damage. And look, they're not very looted up. Only level 1 vest, level 1 helmet. If Valdus, Goddard, Martin, or Joan over here can find a decent shot onto them, they might get a free little knock and then move things out from there. Luckily for T1, they have a little bit of an overwatch coming in from the other side of the road from Rozok, but you'll imagine people are going to be flooding down from Severny, Orange Rock, Udo to try and make this happen. Here is the dash from T1 though.
They're pushing in, they want to displace Johnny, take control of the building, but 2 of them go down. Excellent side swipes, excellent crossfire set up against the push from T1. They're going for the fight. They will be able to get 1 down, but 2 players left standing. Go for the flush. That's the second player of Valdus the Murder to fall, so it is now a 2 versus 2 with 2 of T1 down.
That's very, very smart. Saden knew that I just need to push this right now. If I take the kill, they'll only have 2 players, and they cannot be too close by. We know what kind of setup they wanted to go for there. But well played by Valdus. They knew exactly what kind of situation they had to set up to even try and guarantee some semblance of survival for them. I don't think they did get the flush there, so it's slightly unfortunate. But T1 are in a bit of a rough spot at the moment.
They're going to have a lot of damage done to the armor, to the meds, to the equipment, like you were saying, Blank. But they managed to get all of their players up. Goddard is down, and Martin's the last standing member for Valdus the Murder. CCP playing close range warrior. He's got the pump action and the micro Uzi. He's if you get into range, then you're going to know about it.
I mean, he's dodging and ducking around these fences, so you don't want to come into close contact with him. I like how T1, they're all wearing pretty much the horse outfits. You got one of the players with the horse head on this guy's got the horse tail coming through right now, and they're making a good dash for it as well. So this is a very nice start for T1. And we talk about T1 as an esports team. They're pretty well known for being this team that is able to select the best players. Now, the desk was saying that they made a couple of roster changes coming into this one. I trust in T1 to make the right decision, and so far it seems to be paying off.
But on the other side of this fight, you got Valdez the Murder, previously obviously known as Illuminate the Murder. These guys have a legacy, right, behind them in PUBG Mobile. So starting off the first game down to one player, not ideal.
No, but they did lose that big star player in Mattoy to Team Secret. He left shortly after they had that devastating loss from dropping from 2nd to 5th place in the global finals, which really did affect them in terms of cash prize as well as prestige. Didn't even get to stand on that podium at the end. Now, this is the team that everyone wants to talk about, right? It's BTR. They're taking shots towards Mega. Vexy just moving his way through, just weaving across the bridge right now. And there's a couple of teams that have moved their way down into Sosnovka military base. Team IND, this is a team very, very comfortable with Sosnovka. They usually play around Ferry Pier, try and hold down that crossing, but they're immediately moving into C block nice and early.
They've got control of the base, but we'll see where the circle goes, because if they have to leave, it might not be ideal for them. Oh, okay, hang on a minute. We've got a little bit of a sneaky play coming in from GXR Celts. One player hiding around the wall. Megastars don't seem to know about this, and to be fair, why would they?
I mean, the difficulty here is that Megastars, they've currently got him on lockdown. This guy may as well be in handcuffs right now. There's not real much chance of him escaping. Maybe he gets one knock and then immediately calls for reinforcements, but you're expecting Megastars to respond very quickly, but Encore definitely saw that. Does he know it's a solo? Does he want to push it?
They've got the backup now over the top of the hill. They've spotted it out, but down come the reinforcements. They push in, and Megastars do find rocks. Will get the flush, pick up the loot. A little bit of damage done, so if GXR Celts can capitalize now, they might be able to get something in response. A lot of the Megastars players actually cornered here.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happened. They all descended on this one building, and now they're kind of crunched. GXR can potentially take advantage of that, but you wonder how much they can get done. Megastars, though, starting off well. I think this is a team filled with very heavy fraggers. In fact, Paradox, I remember last year, was just absolutely criminal on that fragging leaderboard. But every team now making their way down. Nova Godlike, got Smokey OP, a man with a massive, massive history, quite legendary in fact, also making his way down through hospital with the rest of his team. Unfortunately, it looks like they don't have many vehicles to their advantage. And here we see Celts just leaving that fight. They don't want to take it any longer. They know that right now what they'll have to do is crash a compound. Not ideal situation for them, especially when they're down a member.
Absolutely. We talked about how, well, they talked on the desk about how GXR Celts were really this heavy fragging team, but now they're down to 3. Will they have that same sort of bulldozer strength?
Yeah, and especially on Erangel, you want to be able to lay claim and make a name for yourself here on the first Erangel. Like, this is our spot. It's been made a little bit more difficult by basically the erraticness of the circle, but there's a big chance here. Let's quickly talk about the circles, because we're about to see the next one. There's a big chance here that it could go north again, and that would be a perfect start to the PMWL, but it does center here down onto military base, and this is pretty much a confirmed military base right now because it hard shifts so massively to the south, so anyone on the north side, they want to make their way across now. Luckily, Sosnovka has a lot of areas to hold you. There's a lot of high ground, a lot of low ground that you can kind of sneak by in. Some teams will have a better pick of the lot, especially teams that already made their way in. I'm looking at Team IND, for instance. RCS also in a decent position.
Yeah, Reject Scarlet making their way on the boat rotation. The boatation.
Boatation.
As we coined over in the PMPL. Yes. Oh, I do miss that. Hopefully on Sanhok we're going to see some pirate action, but we'll have to get there first. And
Mega 360, yeah.
Exactly. We'll see just what they're able to bring to it. Bigatron making the cross now over the eastern bridge towards That military island Ryzen in the sights of TSM Entity. Oh, they're going to be able to plink away actually on the other side of the bridge. Ryzen takes some damage, but Paradox, he's come into conflict to TMIND on the southeast corner of military base.
Yeah, and I mean, this Snacks actually taking down Paradox is kind of sad because, you know, Snacks used to be on Megastars in the first place before he left to go to Team IND, and now Snacks is one of the heavy hitters from that team. He was very scary. It took him a little while to rev up the engines, but then as soon as he got going, wow, he was one hell of a force to deal with. It looks like the engines are pre-revved here for PMWL.
Oh, they're into the red right now. They're straight on towards on-course position. Knocked out, no problem. The rest of IND rally around, and that's an easy flush out away. So you can see him in the background there. He does not want any of that.
It just leaves. But this is one of the more important things of the PMWL and playing in PUBG Mobile is the decision making. If you need to make those decisions quick and on the fly. You see a teammate of yours go down and you can think, maybe I can help him. You don't want to do that. You're looking for placement points here. You want to get the best seating you can get here on the first 2 opening days, but this also gives you a lot of practice. It feels like to me, though, it will be Nova Godlike actually making the botation itself all the way from the western side of Quarry. This is a long one, though, and they're coming into... It's only Circle 2, so it doesn't hit too hard, but they will have to use a fair bit of meds to make this one happen. And with RCS already on the side of Sosnovka, you're going to be coming into pretty heavy fire.
And let's not forget as well that the plane path was very northern here, Blank, which means that all of these teams have had to travel quite a long way. That's going to reduce the amount of meds available at the end of these fights, right? Because you're normally hoping that, you know, you fight through, you gain some more meds. But if there's less picked up, there's less in the lobby, and that might not play too well for Nova Godlike.
Maybe not. There are a couple of players down there. Look at that. The play zone already takes down Vampire. Very, very unfortunate. That's Gil going down too. That's on that side of the map. So they're having a pretty good time. Team Secret. Neo just jumps down. He's taking a fair bit of shots, and it's Bigatron actually holding down the cross here. And why wouldn't they? They're such an aggressive team. Luxy with a long range.
He's going to be able to spray down under the bridge. Nade's being cooked, but the rest of them having their goose found just the same. And another spray down. Easy pickups coming through.
Luxy.
TSM Entity getting dismantled here. This is why Bigatron, they're the current reigning world champions. They roll straight on up, go for the fight with Clutch Gods. And he shuts it down. Zuxi brings it in.
I love that. I love that so much. That Luxy's like, I'm going to get the triple. And then Zuxi's like, look, man, I can't let my brother do all the work. I got to jump in here and help out my twin. And now it's Jumper coming in from U2. Bigatron looking for a little bit of revenge here.
Blood for the Blood Gods themselves. Bigatron, Red Aliens, standing strong. Looks like they're going to have more offerings sent their way. U2 trying to cross as well. This is the team as well, remember, that beat them significantly in their region, in the SEA PMPL. So they're going to be pretty chuffed to be able to bridge guard them on this one.
There's so many teams trying to make their way across as well. You've got Valdis up here. You've got Udo as well. Bigatron is kind of like a meat grinder at the end of the bridge. It is so difficult to get past them. But Morph, they're coming up behind BTR. And this is the issue for them. And there's good positions for Morph behind them just to gatekeep themselves. So BTR, they've got to make a quick decision now. Do we leave the bridge or do we continue this fight? Orange Rock on our screens. Marvy try and take some shots onto Team Secret. iShot so low. He just has to hold this position.
He needs to get the healing on. They are in the blue zone currently, and these crosses are becoming really, really treacherous. The early positions paying off very, very well, but Megastars into another fight. They're trying to rack up a couple more kills. They're down to 2 players, remember, from their earlier engagements. And it looks like they might be down to 1 less now as Heineken starting to push in. Vexy as well up top, trying to just pop the first aid, get any sort of advantage he can, but the nade's being cooked, going to be thrown up the stairs, will force him down around the corner, but it's not going to be far enough. Easy flush coming out.
Vexy is dead. Awace desperately trying to provide support. In the meantime, BTR has given up the position, and that will be Awace actually going down too. No Chance seems to have absolutely the chance here as they take the opportunity and run with it. Yudu Gang also make their way through with 3 players. Just T1 though, however, who had to bide their time on the northern side of the eastern bridge. They'll be finally making their way through at BTR, looking for an aggressive position as the circle heads towards the southwest side.
3 teams now eliminated in the lobby. That's the Megastars, Valdus, the Murder, and TSM Entity. 3 casualties to the hard shifters. Nova Godlike bring them up close as well. That's the 4th to fall.
Down to 11 teams. A little bit of flying vehicle action there. You love to see it. Morph now on the eastern side. BTR currently right behind them. But Morph are looking to gatekeep, and BTR, they're in a struggling spot right now. They're rushing away from the blue zone. They know they don't want to show their face directly into Morph, and this is a beautiful rotation on the side of the cliffs. Reduce the amount of sight lines that's coming through. Just perfect read from BTR, and now they can rock up on the side of this cliff and actually have a decent position to push through. Morph knows they have to move out right now. Moving down the hill. Frenzy, what are you doing?
He's going to get shot straight out. You can't be in that sort of a situation. 4 players from Biggitron looking straight at you. Luxy, though, does get downed himself. They're going to go for the heal up and maybe go for the fight. They don't have too long. 45 seconds before the next blue zone closes blank, and you've got T1 over the north side as well, potentially to play spoiler.
It's a beautiful read from BTR, and they move down. You imagine in that moment, it's Morph to actually kind of panic a little bit. Out come the smokes. It provides a little bit more cover for BTR. T1, like I said, now joining the fight also, but they've sent Saden off to the northern side. He wants to try and insert himself into the circle itself. And Celts, they're moving down from the south as well, trying to move all the way up. And it's BUBU just on the Fury Road against RCS.
Biggitron still trying to take that fight. Team Secret crash.
Oh my
quarter compound, 180 slide, and he's out in the open. Gets out of the buggy at just the wrong time, but for some reason he's able to dodge around it. Hits the deck, gets back up, does the do-si-do, and gets himself to safety.
Yeah, I'm going to start asking production to bring us some cards with 10s on them, because that was a 10 out of 10 performance right there. And if I was judging, yeah, that'd be absolutely a 10 from me. No chance though. They're in a little bit of open ground. Surprisingly, we did see Team Secret able to pull that one off. I love the 180 spin out. That's beautiful. Morph, though, they're still feeling the brunt of even trying to step to BTR. They will not leave them alone.
No mercy, just so pinned in that watchtower. He's got really nowhere to go. See if he's able to escape that pressure. RCS, Reject Scarlet, have their building on the northwestern side of the circle, but a couple of shots can come through. Snipers popping off for Team Secret. You've got GRX Celts as well on that western side, so potential for a little bit of a clash there.
This is ridiculous as well, by the way. BTR have come into this game and they are not pulling any punches. Nice grenade comes through. Counter one over the top. Zuxi has to move back. He's desperately trying to help his teammate Ryzen. Now there's a knock on either side, but currently Zuxi and BTR have the better shot of it. Right now, Morph are very exposed to a lot of other teams, whereas, you know, BTR, they can hold strong. Nice nade comes to the top, but it's not enough.
T1 coming in and playing savior there. Biggitron, they see that not come up in the kill feed. They know that they're going to be safe to res. 2 players down for Morph, as they are really suffering at this stage, eliminated as well. And the rest of Biggitron can come to bring up the rear. You can see them all recoalescing.
Yeah, vehicle's a little bit low. Zuxi just drops that one down. Will provide a little bit more cover. T1, like I say, actually adding to that fight. 10 teams, 32 alive, so around about 3 per team on average. There's not a lot of players here. RQ, though, they're playing this very safe with a 2-2 split. Here is Team Secret trying to take down Celts, who are currently pinned inside a house at the moment.
Yuhai able to get a lot of damage done. Cooks a nade as well, tries to send it in. We'll see if he's able to do it. Sliver of H-plate keeps GXR Celts up to 3 players for now, but they will not let up just yet.
Now most teams, they've found their spot within, and they're just waiting this one out at the moment. Just trying to find as many little locations as possible. Next circle comes through on top of Team I&D. Remember, these guys got into the circle very early, so they've had the pick of the litter in terms of compounds that they want to hold. Currently, they're in the destroy plane zone, so they've got a lot of cheeky positions they can hold in. Here's Team Secret, though, moving through on the buggy, trying to see where they can land. I think they have an inkling that Team I&D will be holding over on this side. iShot's just looking to scout out. Surely they might have heard that vehicle now moving.
There's so many vehicles razzing around, though. Maybe it could get lost in the noise. We'll have to see if they've got their wits about them. Control tower occupied by the 2 remaining players from T1. Obviously, escaping early from that fight over in Rostock. They've got 7 kills currently, Blank. They're doing incredibly well.
I mean, T1 was, it's not a team that I expected so much from already. For the majority of the other tournaments, the Korean teams that have been put forward don't have the most amazing performance, but T1, like we're saying, they select some hella good players, and Korea is really making a statement in the first game here.
Absolutely. We'll see if they're able to keep it up. Of course, it's a marathon, not a sprint here. But the sprint comes through. The crash on towards Team IND. 2 players down. They've got 2 still standing. Kratos trying to rattle them down. Will be able to put some pressure back over towards RRQ. They have 1 knock. Ernie will be able to heal it up as well, but they are slowed down for now.
You got Senior, Ernie, as well as D2E. Pretty classic amalgamation of a team there. They've been together for a very long time, but despite taking shots from almost everywhere, D2E comes out with a shot onto U-High. Nice headshot coming through, and this might give them the opening to push in. They have to get out of the line of sight of BTR because they will continue to shoot down bullets their way, and one will find them. Eventually, Senior does fall to that.
GXR Celts are able to get the off angle as well onto that fight. RRQ desperately trying to put the pieces back together. We'll see if they're able to get into this airstrip for now. On the northwestern side, you've got Reject Scarlet as well, trying to make that push across those compounds. RRQ really suffering at this stage.
BTR, though, as well as T1, they control pretty much the entirety of the eastern split of this circle. If we slap a line down the middle of this, you've got 2 teams on the right-hand side. The other 7, they're off left on the west. So it's a massive brawl here. Right now, BTR, they can just hold out, as can T1. But this will be defined by the next circle, John. Depending on where it goes, T1 and BTR could have a rough job ahead of them.
No chance team eliminated on the northwestern side. Reject Scarlet now can push in a little bit closer. IND had control of the airfield for such a long time, but it seems to be slipping away. Nades getting thrown on over.
He has to get him.
GXR Celts eliminated. That's going to be the kill as well as the bleed out comes through. RRQ, you lose yet another.
Now just down to Ernie left. This guy is a heavy flexer in terms of the frag potential. Next circle comes through, heads towards just the southeast side of the circle. T1, they know they have to get into the circle very, very quickly. They should be able to find a decent position. And you do, despite all the tragedy that they faced against on that bridge, they've managed to make their way across and actually remain in this circle. T1, though, with the duo, are making it happen.
They have 8 kills now, Blank. These guys are popping off. Okay, ready to see what else they've got for us. Team Secret as well, holding their own on the western side, but they have quite a long push as the circle out to the east, and all of these teams are going to be heavy duking it out. They will not come out of this one unscathed, but it's Bigitron with 3 players on the wall. They have a lot of control over this ground, Blank.
Yeah, they haven't had to move either. I mean, they don't have to worry about anything to the north. As long as they can take off everyone to the west side, they're absolutely fine to just hold this one out for the time being. They know that there's really not a lot of good cover on the ground ahead of them, so they could just let other teams pick each other apart. They've already got a decent amount of kills. They're looking for that chicken dinner.
You do. They want to push straight on in. They're challenging Team IND's position right now. They're going for the fight. 7 teams remain, and they're looking to bring it down to 6. 1 player, and it's now just Kratos for IND to hold under the wing, but you do are right around the corner. Oh, Fredo just has to hide himself over underneath in the engine there to heal on up after taking a little bit of damage from the sidelines.
Yeah, there's a potential that Team IND can go for risky resurrection here. I mean, they're surrounding all sides, but currently it's the other team who is pinned down. Yudu taking so much fire. This smoke's paid off massively for Team IND, and now they can heal. They are about a breath's width away from Yudu, and now Drax just trying to crawl his way around the snake in the grass.
Smokes are up. If they can hold this down for just a minute longer, they might be able to get something as they strike out, but you do eliminate Reject Scarlet, bringing us down to 6 teams remaining in the first game, Blank.
You do all the bullets. They fly everywhere, and finally Fredo goes down. They have the UAS, but if that explodes, Drax goes down too, and no one's really focusing at the moment. BTR, they found out Ernie. RRQ goes down in 5th.
Team Secret eliminated now. 4 teams remain. On the south side, you've got Bigitron, really the dominant force here, but when it comes to kills, they have some competition. There's 9 kills on the scoreboard, 4 for T1, sorry, the South Korean representatives. They've had a real good shout, but it looks like their road might just be coming to an end here.
I mean, there is absolutely no road ahead of him in the first place. That's IND. Kratos moves around the side. Goes to fight with the gods themselves. Fredo looking for another one. That's 420 down. Kratos still alive, but it's Fredo with 0 HP whatsoever, and he's taken down. Kratos will survive this one.
It's it from the buggy explosion, able to get that frag, but they do get eliminated in the meantime from the off angles. Still in it, T1. They're looking to try and push across, maybe get some ground. Bigatron though, 3 players alive, all nice and healthy. They're finally going to have to move now, Blank.
And did we expect anything other than this? Here's T1, 9 kills, a lot of damage on the board. Sadin, you pretty much know that he's got no HP, no meds on board either. And now it's just time for BTR to pick up the pieces.
Smoke's being dropped out, getting their positions. Sadin low HP, no armor to speak of left, no meds as well. They've suffered, but they've gotten this far, and they're going to have at least a guaranteed 19 points on the game, Blank.
Sadin, he's looking at that second place, but Kratos currently going undetected. Sadin just wants to hold here as long as possible, but does mean that BTR will have to move all the way across. You can see that he's blown out all the tires. It's going to be very difficult to shoot him from underneath, but he's outside of the zone itself. BTR controlling all of it. Suxy making the mad spray. Actually, Sadin's firing backwards. That is a massively ballsy move.
Okay, he does pay the price for it. Unfortunately, Bigatron do eliminate them. Still, a very strong game from T1. They had to rotate all the way from Rozok, remember, and they were in a fight right from the start. So, fantastic stuff coming out from them. But IND, Team IND, they've managed to make it to second place as well. A really good start. And to be honest, though, did we expect anything else? Bigatron Red Aliens, they're doing really strong. Strong play right now.
Massively. I mean, I'm surprised Kratos was actually able to get out. That was cheeky. And now Zuxi, Luxley, and Microbyte all looking to just shoot shots over towards Kratos' side. If I'm Kratos, though, I think that maybe I'm just better off going out here in second and not giving the kill points across. Though it is just for seeding, so it doesn't matter too much here. The IND Kratos can go for this win. It would just look cool if he could do it.
They're sending the nades out. One shot goes through. Kratos finds one, but they spot him out. It's Bigatron Red Aliens, the current reigning champions, to bring it home in the first match of the World League East. Fantastic stuff. Brilliant to see them back on form.
That's insanity, to be fair. I mean, like you said, what do we expect otherwise? Bigatron Red Aliens have been significantly like one of the best teams in the history of PUBG Mobile just to come out. But yeah, wonderful play, and I'm sure the desk will have more to say about it.
Absolutely. We're going to send it back on over. Kalaris, over to you.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, Bigatron Red Aliens, great stuff from them, and even seeing the first circle play out, their position kind of northwest even, I should say, Froz, of Milta, and then taking the bridge, everything kind of fell into place. It looked like their plan was very well executed.
It looked like it was well executed, but sometimes some stuff that just doesn't go the way you want it to go. And that happened this time. But at the same time, there is more games. You can still do this one more time, for example.
And also, this is why the Southern Farm split is such a strong start. The farm has easy access to basically everywhere. You don't have any kind of enemies somewhere close. And they were taking control somewhat early. They decided to stay on the south side of the bridge and make sure they got a lot of kills as well.
Yes, indeed. And 4 of those came from that bridge camp, maybe even more. But in total, 10 kills with 30 points on the board here for Bigatron Red Aliens. T1 and Team IND get themselves 19 points on the board as well. Plenty of kills coming in for them as we take a look through our 9th through 15th as well here. And we see GXR Celts actually getting themselves 3 kills on the board as well as some placement points too. So pretty kind of top heavy for a little bit, but a slightly nice distribution throughout the middle of this.
I mean, it was a rough circle as well, starting off with a military circle straight away. We saw a lot of teams actually getting stuck on both the east and the west bridge because both of the bridges were actually camped by teams, and it kind of became chokeholds for a lot of them where they lost players, they got delayed, they had to play a lot in the blue.
And of course, I was asking for a long time to get myself the runway circle when it came to PMPL Americas, and sure as enough, we get our first game here for the PMWL East, and we get it. I'm so happy Avenger.
It's like it's fixed. It's like it's rigged for you, no, of course not. But I love to see these endings because this is kind of the curveballs where you see some of the the hardest circles. And this is where the best teams, they usually perform the best. Yes, TSM Entity didn't do that as well, but it's a rough circle for them as well. But I didn't expect the choke points on the bridges to be that many. I didn't expect that many teams to be fighting at the same time. We saw a lot of third parties as well, and I was kind of surprised. While we had 3 to 5 teams early on taking really good positions on the runways, on the southern positions, on the military island, and getting a lot of kills from that as well.
Let's take a look at the head-to-head, gentlemen, and see how these two teams up towards the top have fared against one another. Bigitron on the right-hand side, T1 on the left. 2,000 damage already coming in from Bigitron, and I think, was it Luxy that did quite a lot of that?
Luxy did actually about 850 of those, and he got 7 kills himself. So 7 out of 10 kills is from Luxy. But at the same time, T1, we saw them early on fighting in Razok actually, and managed to get out of there alive. They were one of the last teams to actually rotate to the military island, but they managed to get themselves such a good position, so many kills, so many points for the first game.
Let's take a look at the overall total damage as well here throughout this game and see how that has stacked up against one another, because we see Bigitron, Red Aliens up there very heavily. IND though, also putting in a big shift, as well as Team Secret, but Team Secret, as Froz previously mentioned, did have control of that west bridge for a while, so you'd expect a bit of numbers coming in there, Avenger.
Yeah, you expect, honestly, yes, of course, when you're bridge camming, you expect to get a lot of kills from it, but 1,400 damage compared to 5 kills, it didn't get out of it what we kind of expected from it.
Sure.
1,400 damage, that's effectively 14 kind of kills as well in terms of damage, but 5 coming out of that, it's fair enough. I would like to see a bit more. It's respectable. Nice to see 2,000 damage though on Bigitron here from the beginning. That's insane.
It's a great start. It's a great statement for them, I suppose, as well as the casters previously alluded to, and as you guys previously alluded to, previous kind of world champions as they do stand. But let's take a look at the Mountain Dew do the do moments. Oof, that's a mouthful, but I like saying it. I really like saying it. And of course, we started off with this fight in Razok with Valdez the Murder going up against T1, and T1 was down for a little bit. They actually lost some people in terms of knocks, but then they got everyone back up. A great recovery.
Yeah, they recovered greatly, and they actually killed 3 of the Valdez, the Murder team players. And basically, they won that fight of Razok for now, at least. Who knows what will happen next time. But not only that, they're getting themselves those 3 points early on, securing a lot of points, no matter how the game would have gone.
I feel like these 2 first days, when you have those kind of drop conflicts as well, Avenger, these first 2 days for seeding are a good opportunity for each of these teams to figure out where they're dropping in those fights.
It is literally the best, and honestly, fighting for Razok, I don't think it's worth it when you have a lot of other opportunities. Mansion was open, the Popka was open, even with a plane coming in from the eastern side, flying over to the west. I was surprised to see that we didn't have any, teams drumming into the Lipovka in the Mansion area. Very nice pull up here. They were actually being, Bigitron here, they were being gate kept on the eastern side of the circle, but they managed to get in, managed to survive, staying the 3 guys alive with that. So that was extremely well played by Bigitron, coming late into the circle.
They also had a good 2-2 split there, actually. I had 2 up on the hill on the south side, while 2 of them actually crashed the fence towards the military compound. So they made sure that the ones up on the south there actually could hold out and make sure that no one else would come in from behind.
Quite a fortunate circle towards the end, I suppose, guys, when you consider the lack of cover that actually exists in this area. That's why I want to see it, because it makes all the teams suffer. I like seeing the teams suffer, but Bigitron made the most of their position for us.
Yeah, it comes down to actually making sure that you still have vehicles, you still have those smoke grenades, because you're going to need to utilize a lot of that with an open field ending like this.
Yeah, definitely Avenger, and you can see here, Kratos tries for it, but once you reveal yourself by getting 1 knock, there's plenty of other people to shoot.
But you can see how much it paid off being the first team inside the military and the military base as well. They managed to stay there throughout the whole time when everybody else was fighting on the bridges. They took so much space. They managed to stay inside the middle of the first and the second circle, and even the third as well. They took such a strong position. They managed to get them the 2nd place and the 14 points.
Good to see Luxy get highlighted as well, because they're 2 Luxy, Zuxi, even Microboy as well on the team, names that really do stand stand out here for Bigatron Red Aliens, and they're names that I feel no doubt we're going to highlight a lot throughout this tournament. So, of course, they pop off in the first game. Of course they do, Froz. It's ridiculous.
I mean, they had to show everybody what they're made of and why they're here.
I guess so, yeah. If you could just calm down a moment, boys, that'd be great. Let's move on then, of course, here and see how things actually do shape up across the rankings, I do believe. Was that the rankings? It might have been the rankings. Promo. Okay, so I'm not sure what that alludes to. That means a whole lot. But there we go. Okay, so let's watch and earn all the prizes that you guys can get. If you're watching in-game, and if you end up being one of the top 100 viewers of watching, you know, the total amount of PUBG Mobile World League going on, you can earn these exclusive skins. And that is ridiculous because these are going to be extremely exclusive for us.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get your hands on those exclusive skins and just show people, hey, I got something you don't. I mean, don't we all love the skins?
I mean, I know you're a big fan of skins. I think you spent maybe $100 yesterday. I'm not sure how much you actually spent, but
let's not talk about that.
Oh, but 100 players. Oh, it's only 100 players.
Yeah.
Take this into consideration. It's going to be probably some of the most unique skins in this game here. You really want to get your hands on those.
All right, let's take a look then at one of the moments that you guys actually chose and kind of break that down as well here, because obviously there is a particular moment here where we're looking at the drops to open up our first game here, and it's important to note where people are dropping and how people are adapting to those drops for us.
Right, so if you look at the whole map, you see that everyone's pretty much spread out. Everyone knows kind of where all the other teams are going to be dropping, except for Rasa, where we have Valdus and we had T1 fighting out. But one of the things is to look at the first circle here as well. We see that the whole military base is already in there. A lot of teams start knowing we're going to need to start rotating early. Galaxy, Racer Celts, for example, they are already Novo. We see Bigatron towards Milton on the East Bridge there. They're going to try to camp that out. But Reject Scarlet on the west side, almost towards Prim, they actually took 3 of the boats.
They did.
Which also forced more of the teams to go for the bridges because less boats for the other teams.
I like those knock-on effects. So as you can see, down to the bottom left-hand corner, Reject Scarlet, as you said, they went to Primos, they got 3 boats. Nova Godlike, who unfortunately kind of fell out early in this game, they anticipated Avenger a lot of those boats and mobility towards the island going away, so they opted for a different choice.
And I love that because first circle priority is not as important as being able to get a few frags and kills here and there. If you're already on the military island at this point, you already have a decent position to kind of rotate in. So vying to, you know, camp bridges, hold on the southern sides for botations, as the guys call it over from the casters. It's really nice to see that you're thinking of that because you're already certain that you have these positions here. Although I want to say though, I was surprised to see that much of the Milta Power area open, the mansion, and all these areas open from the first game. Usually you would see some of these really high priority positions being taken, but I'm sure that the coaches and all the managers and the bench players that are not playing, they're looking into this and saying, you know what, guys, this is open. We're going to take this in the next Erangel game.
Yeah, make some adaptations. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to go to a short break, and then when we return, we have more PMWL East action. We'll see you in a few. I told you we'd be back soon. It was very, very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the analysis desk as we have Frozen Avenger alongside me, the host, who, you know, kind of just rambles, talks, and does what he can. So, gentlemen, let's take a look at the schedule as well and see what is going to be coming up. Of course, we had our first team getting themselves the win here, and Bigatron, obviously, with that first one. Big stuff from them coming in. And now we're moving on to Vikendi. Actually, I'm not used to this in my brain. It's a little bit scrambled because normally Vikendi is towards the later end of the day. Now we've got it at the start. But it's great to see Vikendi here in competitive action once again. A lot of the teams, very heavy commitment to some of the center compounds on those first circles. And then generally not a lot of movement for them. They like to stick to their guns here.
I mean, it comes down to it being so open on the whole map. You don't have too much cover when you're going to need to rotate from one compound to another. So if you're in a circle, you still want to just stay there. You might be able to caught other people that is rotating and get yourself some free kills on the way as well.
And also, I think it's a bit of an advantage being able to play here on the first time we're playing Vikendi. Again, being able to take that spot. We are going to be playing it a lot. We're going to be playing throughout the whole tournament. So, so to be able to go in and say, this is our spot. We want to drop Cosmodrome. We want to take the cemetery. We want to. There's all these spots that are really, really high priority. Castle, maybe even a castle. Nice castles, but could be sick as well. So I want to see how these guys are adapting to here the first map.
You're wrong. There's only one spot, and it's Garoka. That's
not true.
That's I love Garoka so much. I love the multi-tiered layers.
But you have so many houses to loot. There's so many doors. You have to zigzag all the way. You want to take something open where you can just see everything's on the ground. You just run over it. You already have it.
Mate, I'm a loot goblin. All right, I'm running around. I got my little sack. I'm picking up all the things. It's great fun. I love Garoka.
I don't know who's the biggest loot goblin, him or him.
You think he is? You think
yes.
he is?
Maybe.
All right, okay. Well, of course, let's hear from one of the winners here from this previous game. It is, of course, Luxy from Biggie-tron.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PMWL, and we're talking to some of the teams here to get things going. First off, we've got Biggie-tron, Red Alien, and we've got Luxy here with us. Luxy, introduce yourself to start off with and your role within the team.
Hello, my name is Luxy, and you can call me Bagus, my real name. And I'm from Biggie-tron Red Aliens from Indonesia, and my role in PUBG as a support and sniper.
Which map is your favorite when it comes to competitive play, and why?
My favorite map is Miramar because it's very easy to rotating with a car, with a vehicle, and not much compound on that map, so we can easily shoot the enemy open field.
Which teams or teams would you consider as your biggest rival throughout the PMWL?
Oh, there's many teams that very dangerous in PMW right now. Like Team Secret is #1, and TSM Entity, and the third one, KOG. They're very dangerous.
Overall, what is your preferred weapon loadout?
Oh, my favorite weapon, Karate and M24.
Oh, okay.
You know, I'm the best sniper.
Best sniper.
No, I'm kidding.
Bolt actions in the West have fallen off a bit more. It's more about DMRs now. So are you still happy with Kar 98, or do you think that DMRs are just very strong?
I have ever tried training or scrim with DMR, but it's way useless to the team. I cannot help my team with the DMR. But so I decided to back using bolt action sniper, and it backs. We won all the scrim like 2 weeks ago until now.
All right, well, that was the interview with Luxy. Thank you very much, and best of luck in the PMWL.
Thank you.
That's right. Thank you very much, Kyle Laris. What a great interview. I was busy like looking around everywhere. I'm like, I was looking at so much information whilst it was going on. But Luxy, a great guy to actually talk to here. And very interesting to hear that he's much rather prefer going for the sniper over the DMR. Some of the teams would dispute that, but who can argue with someone like Luxy, right? He's a god.
I mean, yeah, we saw that in the last game already. And also, I like the little low-key brag in the end there, like we won all the scrim games.
Yeah, no,
and then they just showed up here, first game, won it straight away.
And if you actually want to win some games of PUBG Mobile as well, you can actually register for the fall split. Or you might not win them, who knows? You're gonna have to sign up and find out yourself. So that actual registration ends tomorrow. So make sure you get registered and good to go, Avenger, because Avenger's going to be there, and you need to frag Avenger, please.
Yeah, it would be lovely to see some of you guys out there, and I definitely will not qualify for the finals. That is for sure. I am not good enough yet. I'm still training a little bit. No, but I think it's super interesting to see the amount of teams signing up. I think again we're going to probably break the 50,000 mark, which is absolutely insane. But I'm excited to play myself, and I'm also excited to see some of how it's going to go throughout the qualifiers.
All right, a deeper dive onto our next battleground. It's going to be Vikendi as we start things off with Castle. Somebody was talking about Castle before. Who liked it?
I like Castle because it's a super center. You have a lot of control, and it's a lot of open loot. Again, I don't like running through the small houses. I like to have the loot on the open ground in big buildings, warehouses. That is the fastest way to get looted up. But Vikendi, let's talk about real quick. We're going to come here. It's the first time playing. I want to see how these guys are starting off with. Having a center compound rotating super early might be something that is going to be more important compared to some of the other maps. I think we're going to see that more so on Vikendi, because again, if you get one of those compounds that are center heavy in third and fourth circle, you're going to be looking at a lot of kills and guaranteed placement as well.
I mean, considering that it's going to be very center heavy, people want to play the compound, I want to see more of the teams actually drop towards the center of the map already from the start. You can just split up in the start. There's plenty of compounds. Just make sure also, if you're splitting up, you might have different vehicles. You might be able to grab a lot of map control already from the start, because you can just look around as well, see who is dropping next to you.
We've seen a tendency as well of some of these circles heading towards one of the coastlines. We've seen first circles with like 40% water, which can make the game more accelerated, I suppose, Avenger.
Yeah, and also it eliminates the playable space, right? So where we actually heard Luxy say this, he likes Miramar because they're able to rotate in vehicles and so. And this is when you have, a lot of water around and you often see, 20-30%. You have to take that into consideration when you're doing a rotation, because you cannot just sweep around and come in from the back. There's water. You're not going to take a boat and try to get in from that. You're going to have to take an early position, make sure you get into a somewhat comfortable position from first circle on, because you need to be into a good position in third and fourth circle onwards. Otherwise, you're going to have way too many fights in the edges instead.
Froz, you a fan of the G36C?
I mean, it's a pretty decent gun. No, but the thing is, even if you're not like too early, you might need to fight your way. It's not really a bad thing if you're good at fighting and good at getting those kills, because that just means you're going to get a lot of points.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Avenger?
Obviously, also, I'm expecting to see a lot of breaches. I'm expecting these center compounds in fourth, fifth circle on. We're going to see some of the guys sending a Hail Mary with, with 1 or 2 cars trying to get into these compounds. Potentially, what I really want to see, once we see these breaches, I want to see the teams that are outside as well capitalize on that, because you're going to hear the fight. You're going to hear, okay, there's a team fighting into the center circle here. We know it's going to be inside in the next circle as well. That's third part of that fight. There's already knocks on the ground. We might be able to come in and sweep that out, get some of those kill points, taken away from the other guys.
I want to see some bolt action coming into this game as well, because we're talking about Vikendi, a lot of compounds. People might be sitting in the compounds. You can get those initial knocks with the bolt action, and that might lead to a breach, and from there on, it's in your hands where it's going to happen.
Classic Frost, the bolt action.
He likes it. He likes it.
It's fantastic. I love it as well. Being able to open up a compound with an instant knock like that, and you can just run into that, because it takes time to run to your teammates, start reviving. It's literally 15 to 20 seconds you take away from 2 players in that compound. Yeah, and you send it with 3 to 4 guys. It's amazing. It's literally an amazing way to play.
Buys you a window of time for you to make moves happen. And something else that when we look at Vikendi in general is we see a lot of endings that are sort of pseudo-urban endings, because there's so many compounds. You see some heal-offs from time to time, which can be very important. You need to make sure you got those first aid kits, and everybody's giving you those first aid kits. So there's different ways people are able to kind of win out Vikendi sometimes here for us.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to utilize and make sure that you have the upper hand against all the other teams, no matter where you are or what situation you are. And it comes down to use your utilities, vehicles, I mean, everything.
Yeah, definitely. Avenger?
I think here as well we're going to see the smoke usage in play, obviously, because if you have a compound, if you're in the center compound, you have a few rocks and trees. If you're able to have, 10, 15 smokes across the team, you might be able to outlive 2, 3 other teams, put pressure onto the compound, maybe even breach the compound with those smokes. So I'm really looking forward to see how these smoke plays are going to be used, if they're used for personal use, or make a smoke wall off the walls that are in the compounds, just to make sure you can kind of create a window of opportunity for yourself. So I'm expecting to see a lot of very high level gameplay that we are not used to play when we play ourselves, because these players are able to think of that meanwhile fighting and shooting, and there's so much going on as well.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head over to the commentary team here now to bring us our second game of the day. It will be Vikendi, it will be Xander, it will be John.
Absolutely, it is indeed going to be me
us.
and Mystic Meg over here with his cracking shirt. He's obviously always got those fantastic shirt choices, but I'm pretty excited to be getting into Vikendi, right? Because it's something that, quite frankly, we didn't do during the PMWL Americas. It was always in the second half of the day. We were always on the first slot. So, you know, getting to commentate this now at the top level is going to be real exciting.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm on board with Avenger right here. I want to see some Castle. I want to see some teams actually get pretty ruined by Castle as well, where they get inside and they're like, yes, I'm in the zone. No one can touch me. And then the circle moves away and they're like, I have to leave now. What do I do?
I mean, to be fair though, normally castling is to get the king out of the center. With Castle over on Vikendi, you want to get those kings in the center of that map.
As soon as possible.
He's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, King of Gamers, they're not here though today, so we can't get them inside the castle as of yet. We heard Luxy saying that that's a scary team. So when they start playing, I'm excited for that. I'm excited to see these guys crack it out because they're pretty worrying. But we do have a lot of worrying teams in this lobby in terms of being frightening indeed. Because they're just bringing in the best of what we've seen from the entirety of the Eastern region. And the last game, you know, that's one thing I massively saw is the caliber of players just hugely improved, and you can tell that these guys have been practicing. You can tell why they're top of their game. But we are getting into Vikendi right now. It's a pretty easterly playing path here, so we'll mostly see people go over towards Cement Factory, maybe some people over on Winery. We know that Seoul last year loved that position. Perhaps Oasis might want to go up there once again. Dobromesto over towards the western side, western side, sorry, going to be a little bit difficult to get towards, and Mount Kresnik going to be that large obstacle in the middle of the map.
Game 1, not so kind with the hard shift south. We'll see if game number 2 is going to be any kinder. But if there's one thing we know about Vikendi circles is that they can be cruel. They can be pretty disastrous for a lot of teams. And in that last game, it was disastrous, particularly, I'd say, for a lot of the South Asian teams. You saw Orange Rock, you saw TSM Entity go down.
Yeah, very quietly as well.
Yeah, you saw a lot of teams going down there. We do actually have King of Gamers in this one. We'll see if they are going to drop into Castle. Obviously, changing up the groups every game.
South side, once again, so all the way down to Winery. So it's pretty much an uphill battle wherever you go, depending on who controls Winery first. You can see there's a lot of teams down here. There's already a knock coming through. I believe that's from Team Secret onto No Chance. It could be the other way around, though. But Bigatron Gaming, of course, they're going to try and take Winery. They're going to be kings of the hill. Maybe not kings of the castle, but certainly at the top of this mountain.
They'll have the control that they asked for. A player already going down from Team Secret. That was ice shots falling. A little bit of a conflict there. Team Secret losing a player. You can see them trying to vie for this ground around No Chance Team. 7 points on last game for No Chance Team. They had a pretty decent showing.
It's not so bad.
We'll see if they're able to pick up a few more points this time around.
We do see Box Gaming towards the northern side of the map here. I believe we do have King of Gamers in the lobby now. Look, they're down in Hot Springs. Yes, please. We also have one of my favorite teams of all time, Synergy. I do love this team so much, just purely because last year in the fall split, I think they just barely made it into semi-finals. Getting a nice tasty little replay here. Unfortunate for you, Team Secret, but they just about made it to the semi-finals. Then they really picked it up in the finals themselves. Obviously, getting a coach on board. And you know, Synergy just strikes me as a team that just wants to always improve, and we can see that here because they've made it to the World League. They're not letting up anytime soon. Austin is an absolutely insane player. So is Sevi. I'm surprised not to see Schreider in the mix, though. He was one of the players that, you know, we really love to see. He's doing very well. But again, pretty much the northwestern side of the map completely clear for the time being. What we can see on a screen, though, is that stalemate between Team Secret and No Chance Gaming for the time being.
Your favourite squad has Castle as well. So
of course. Good lads.
They're going to be taking up that mantle. We'll be seeing if they can guard against the rotations from that northern side as well, because, you know, it's like Avenger was saying on the desk, like you were saying as well, that you're very central and you control a lot of the sight lines. Controlling that river crossing, it's not a swim, but it is very, very open ground. It's like crossing an open field, like crossing a road. It's very, very difficult. And if you've got someone in those ramparts just plinking away at you, it's pretty much guaranteed that you're going down.
Choco Nuts is pretty much Choco Nutty here because he's got no top on. It's very cold here in Vikendi, mate. I mean, I know you're trying to make a statement that you're one of the hardest, and we get it, but come on, you can wear a top, get a vest at least. Come on. Anyway, BTR, they're currently on the western side of Winery. Not quite made it to the top as of yet because Megastars are up there, but Mad Toy slipping around the corner with the micro. This thing is very, very strong.
He's going to be trying to hold down the staircase, and we know the range of these things can be strong, but the nade is cooking. He has dropped a smoke down. Oh, a bad bounce on the nade. That's really unfortunate. Heineken gets a taste of his own medicine, quite literally.
Yeah, he's gonna have to move back a little bit. We'll give Team Secret a little bit time to recuperate here. They are holding down the high side, but you know, Avenger said that he wants to have things on the floor. He wants to be able to loot them very nicely, but right now Team Secret, they're not getting that chance. They're stuck on the top floor here. You know, I can see Avenger over there. He's slamming things in his sack. He's just imitating that for me, but Team Secret, they can't do that. This is most unfortunate, and this will just create pandemonium for them later when they don't have the resources, even if they can get out this fight with no chance, and no chance of putting themselves in a bad spot as well, to be honest. You can see this guy on the screen. You've got Heineken. He's only got a vest on board. He's got a helmet. He doesn't even have a helmet, so they're also strapped for loot here.
Madsoy was one of the pickups that Team Secret actually got. They took him away from Illuminate the Murder.
Took them away. Yeah.
He took it. He changed teams. Whoever initiated it, he ended up with them. And to be fair, when you can take fights like that, you know why. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to last out for the second. Round number 2 proves fatal.
Yeah, Yuhai drops down, but it's Godless who immediately slams him with the AKM. Beautiful shot there. He saw his prey drop the floor, and he was quick to finish him up. Yuhai is crawling, though. Godless makes the smart decision, and Chocon drops off the top of the house here. Will drop down. He is currently pinned. Biu takes some nasty shots. Godless here showing himself to be a pretty damn strong player, and that was with the Uzi as well, remember. Beautiful couple of headshots, and Biu, he's making a beeline out of here. Don't blame him.
Fair enough. UI does get flushed out a long range. Well, not long range, but a spray down.
Control though.
Yeah, with the micro Uzi. He's got the suppressor on it, you know, and the hollow sight's going to serve him well.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful play coming out from No Chance. And this is a team that I've not heard too much of. And you know, the people are talking very frequently about Team Secret and how they're a scary team, but No Chance just putting them to shame here. And I think a lot of that comes off the back of not knowing people's drop spots and also getting an early drop at the beginning here, so they're pretty happy with that. Orange Rock, this is a team that I think we have to talk about really quickly, because although we've seen this on screen, we've been talking about the Team Secret and the No Chance fight for a while now. I want to talk about Orange Rock, purely because there's a lot of pedigree in this team. You've got Viru, Marvi, but you also have Scout. Now, I believe it was in the PMIS that they didn't do very well after they subbed Scout in. Now, I don't think that is particularly a Scout problem. I think there's a lot of pressure pushing down, and sometimes you do have bad games, sometimes you do have bad tournaments, and that's part of PUBG Mobile.
I would disagree with you, given who's on screen. Bigitron.
Yeah, that's true, but I think they're the exception, not the rule.
That's fair enough. Absolutely. They are really very much proving themselves time and time
again.
They're
an anomaly, John.
Absolutely. It is spectacular. And this is the roster as well that won in the PMCO fall split last year over back in Malaysia. And they've managed to stick together with all the changes that are happening within those top orgs over in the Southeast Asian regions. You know, surprising that they were able to stay together, but if you've got the formula and it works, why change it?
It's continuing to work as well. I mean, it's like a recipe you pull out every weekend, and people are like, you know, it still tastes good. Yeah. It's still good. Let's just have this every Saturday.
It's like the potato smiley faces that you put in the oven. Well, why would you change that?
You never go wrong with those.
Exactly.
You can't ever go wrong. Although, you know, maybe some a little bit better sometimes. I think I would get pretty bored. Yes, better.
Do you hear yourself?
Turkey dinosaurs, mate.
Oh, okay. We're bringing out the big guns now.
We're going one step further, aren't we? But yeah, for the time being, most teams are just congregating around Volnova as well as Winery. We said about the beginning that this would be the main place of contestation. Most teams want to hold this down as much as possible. Orange Rock now making their way down. Tovar, Dino Pack, as well as Villa, all unoccupied. I saw a lot of these endings in South Asia very, very frequently, and it's a beautiful ending, to say the least. I think for Vikendi, a lot of times you'll see teams like rocking up to houses, and that's where they'll stay. They'll stay in those houses. They'll go anywhere else. But here on Vikendi, when we get a winery circle, it's all about that uphill battle. Who can you dismount from the top?
Speaking of the top, there's two teams all the way out to the north. You've got Box, you've got, I believe that's Reject Scarlet as well, who need to make their way through. Unfortunate tumble there for Oace.
Yeah.
It's near enough to Synergy to maybe prove to be a problem, but they get him inside and they'll get him up.
Oh, Austin, this is a cute little outfit, isn't it? I think actually Frost has that exact helmet. He was showing me the other day.
In real life, actually.
In real life as well. This guy paid some big bucks for that one, but you know, he's got it now. They requested the special order from PUBG Mobile themselves, and they're like, well, if you're paying this much, okay.
It's for when he goes ice skating.
Well,
on the rivers of Vikendi.
Frost ice skating? Can you even see that? To be fair, his name would imply that he's one with the ice.
Well, the snow glows white on his mountain.
Yeah, it's true. Tonight. Sorry, that's knocked over. Morph now making their way down from Factory. But yeah, what we will see here, guys, and I'm not going to lie to you, until we get to Circle 2 and Circle 3, things are going to be a little bit quiet. That's just the way Vikendi tends to be. Box also making their way through. They do have a player lagging behind now in Lewis. RCS all around him. So he's basically playing the fifth member here, you know. His cosplay skills will have to come into effect here. Promise I'm part of Reject, guys, so please believe me.
Yeah, absolutely. They're playing a game of chicken. You know, I'm going to be the last out in the circle. I'm going to be the last. I'm going to play Edge in this game of Vikendi. Pretty central shift here. No one really going to be displaced too much. Looking northeastern side, you've got No Chance Team and Team Secret, who are going to have to leave that early battleground of Podvosto. Obviously, only one player left for Team Secret, so he'll have to try and snake his way down alongside the river shore. But No Chance Team, they're going to send over to the western side. And we're going to be probably seeing a western side finish.
Let's talk about last game really quick. I know we've only had one game in the PMWL. I'm already referencing it, but T1, for instance, they lost a player early, right? And they were in a long fight with Valdis.
In Rozhok.
In Rozhok, right? They were there for a long time, and it prevented them from actually having too many resources. So when they got to the end, you saw Seidan actually with no resources to heal. This time, T1's in a really good spot towards the southern side of the map, and they will have all the resources they need. So I'm excited to see what they can do when they have those things in hand to make it happen.
Ultron just moving the car behind cover. Doesn't want to lose a tyre, but Morph are going to lose a player. Easy flush coming out for GRX Celts.
He will go down. Celts here looking to bring it back from last game where they did go unfortunately out. They were slightly split, lost a player early, and it was pretty much bad news for them from there onwards. Team IND making that third spot though. Most people will be happy about that one. I'm pretty happy indeed seeing that team still here. I think they had a little bit rough of it last year, trying to maintain it, playing down towards Ferry Pier, not always working out for them. But here they made it all the way to the end of Sosnovka, and that was not an easy ending to finish whatsoever. But it is lovely to still see them trucking and also maintaining a lot of the old names within PUBG Mobile, especially in India. So I'm loving that.
Fantastic stuff. You've got to have a little bit, you've got to have a little bit of respect for the history, Where do these guys come from?
Indonesian history, it's good, it's good.
Absolutely. You do, historically, very well supported in their home region in Malaysia.
Oh yeah, that was crazy whilst we were out there, man. It almost drowned us out, and we're pretty loud.
Yeah, sometimes when it's called for, we do get a little bit rowdy, but still. These teams yet to come really too much into conflict. The only fight we saw, obviously, in Podvosto so far. But it's interesting that we've had 2 hot drops so far, even in just these first 2 games.
Yeah, no, I think Frost and Avenger were talking about this that there's a lot of big zones that were available to these teams. Now, I don't think we won't be casting this game next, but Erangel, what my prediction is at least, is that we're going to have a very hectic Erangel because people will be like, okay, these places are open, but
sure,
more than one team will be thinking that. So you might even have 3 teams in Milta, lo and behold, and it'll be a really crazy game. So I can't wait to see that one on the screens. But next circle should be coming in soon, and this is when things will start to crunch up a little bit, and teams will be forced to fight for their position.
There was a little bit of argy-bargy, as I like to say, Blank, over in the northwestern rotation between Reject Scarlet and Box. Yeah, just a little bit. But they did manage to all make it through. Not all of the players managed to stay alive for Reject Scarlet. You can see there one of them.
Yeah, you're
fall, so they're down to 3. And they will be having to push not too much further. Again, this circle not going to shift people too far.
No. Again, this is very, very kind in terms of circle shifts. So we're going to see some replays on our screen because things are so quiet.
Kalara's just making hand signals at me. I'm not too sure what he means, but he's making circles.
Okay, so Avenger actually just gave me a very, very significant tip here. He just made this like little monocle on his face, but what I know that means is that the circle is very round at the moment and very, very central, so we're quite happy about it. Oh my lord, Froz is really going for a new one there.
Absolutely, but there's a couple of shots being popped off towards No Chance team. The Megastars holding down the compounds. They managed to get a knockout in the open. Oh, maybe not quite, actually. He's crawling around.
Yeah, he's just about... Oh, never mind.
And he's going to go down.
He is very dead.
Zigsaw.
Yeah, I mean, the Synergy's had a few little changes here and there, but the main rosters stayed the same. Sirvi been here for a very, very long time. Very, very seasoned player. When I met him last, he was a little bit quiet when I met him, but he also had like this quiet determination from him as well when I saw him in the prelims. So, you know, I'm really excited for him to be here because they seem to be continuing to like just push it one step further. And I know I've talked about Synergy a lot here, but they will be going to another team that we've just talked about. It's Orange Rock. They're coming down from the northern side. Marvi, one of the best, if not the best scout, in my opinion, in India at the moment.
He's certainly had a long history of being able to just relay all the information necessary back to his squad and
as a solo too.
Marshal them through. It is very, very impressive, you're right, Blank. So we'll see if he's able to step up on the world stage. Obviously, Orange Rock not having the greatest start. They only got 1 point in the last game, so they'll be looking for a better showing this time around. In general, a lot of the South Asian teams, Blank, didn't really have the greatest of time. It was only GRX Celts who were able to get really anywhere, and they only got 7 points in the end.
I mean, only 7 points is still a decent-ish score as long as you can keep it going as long as possible and try and get towards those 13 pointers to kind of make up the difference. And we talk about a lot.
Sorry, Team IND. I completely forgot about that.
Team IND, yeah, they had a fantastic. We were talking about the beginning, John. I don't know what you're on about. But another godlike here. They're on the western side. But right now we're looking at a fight finally between Box as well as Orange Rock. But it's only 2 players from Box here. If Orange Rock do take this fight, they will have the lead.
It's not fully reinforced, though, for Orange Rock as well. They have got a player closer, but the backup can come from both of these squads. And I think Orange Rock like their position too much to try and push out of it. They don't want someone to come in from over towards Castle, maybe even from the north side of Volnova if they're getting shoved out. So taking the fight on their home turf is where they're going to opt to set their tent.
Bigatron not had to move very much at all. They have moved their way over to the loot drop that dropped towards the center of the current circle. So they'll
want to get Luxy those orms.
I mean, yeah, get Luxy and AWM on board. He'll be absolutely fantastically fine. I do love that they even have a unique playstyle. I mean, most teams like Kalara said, do prefer that DMR, but Luxy's like, look, I like to be able to immediately take someone out of the fight, and I'm confident enough to do it. We touted Luxy in the global finals being this long-range specialist, but here we've got King of Gamers taking shots towards Box. Break does go down, but it's Marvi just to move over the top of Gil to find that kill.
They're not going to push out again, and this is what Orange Rock were doing previously. They're just holding down the ground that they currently own. They don't need to leave. They're not under that too much pressure. Break, however, he is not so lucky. Has already gone down, and more bullets being sent his way. King of Gamers now. It's the first game today for them into the World League, and Box are giving them a pretty hard time of it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be a difficult push, though, for Box all in all, because Orange Rock currently hold that. It's like a bit of spike of land out the floor. That's Team Secret actually going down. BUBU was there solo. They'll be going down to 16th. They will not be happy about that one. But currently, like I was saying, Orange Rock control a really strong position where they can deny sightlines using this big feature of the environment to their advantage. Here is no chance. They took a fight with Team Secret early, and now they're actually crashing into Megastars, who are holding towards Winery. This team has a lot of confidence. Orange Rock also finding one more player from Box. Can he find the shot onto him? No, just about misses.
Yeah, able to tuck in behind. Heineken goes down for the no chance team, and King of Gamers find one of their players flushed out as Orange Rock starts to rain down hell over towards Box. PMA out in the blue. They are going to get pushed in, so they do have to leave their ground, but the damage is done and the pressure is there. Oh, okay.
Synergy taking heavy fire onto King of Gamers. See if he gets the flush onto Puffer, but damn, this was a compound control by King of Gamers. Let's remember that Synergy have absolutely crashed in here. Nice aggressive play. I believe it is just Soup now alive for King of Gamers, and it's a heavy shift over to the western side. Luckily, BTR, they're still feeling pretty happy about this one, still within the circle. Yudu gank towards the southern side, and they're looking to keep this one happening. Box will lose another player now. And all these teams on the eastern side, they'll have to make their way in. That includes T1, but they have looted up nice and heavy. And Celt's now taking some fights. Let's see where they are. Currently, they're stuck in a slightly awkward position, running alongside UQ here. It's slightly difficult.
Bolshan going to be into the fight, close range, turns the corner with the micros. He finds one with his teammates. Going down, Ultron is going to fall. And has to hit the deck, goes to the reload. G36 in hand, the deck again, tries for the drop shot, but he's not going to be able to finish it out. GRX Celts able to take down the imminent threat, but where are the wing players? Where are these off angles? They should be worried, but they're going to go for the res.
You level up, just got taken down by the big boss, Celts here. There's still a couple more players. You've got Mao over here with the Overwatch, and he'll be able to see the players coming at the top. You've got the G36. That finger's nasty. Beautiful headshot, but immediately drops wide a tanky. That's some evasive maneuvers on the board.
Is able to slip past the fearsome fire. Humao will not be able to find that frag, but he knows the location. And Tanky will have to leave it, obviously not in the current blue zone. Applying some bandages, getting some healing done. You can see he doesn't have any first aids available, Blank.
No, he's struggling. Mao here, you level up, sending all their hopes and wishes forward with him. Tanky does get taken down. Beautiful shots coming out from Mao immediately into the actual vehicle here. This is really smart. He knows he's got a pick now, and they will have to either rush out or go for the res. But it's Orange Rock versus Synergy. This is a big clash between the South Asian teams.
They're pushing forwards. It's Orange Rock going really aggressive here. Seervi and Austin trying to hold down the corner. King of Gamers get eliminated, but the fight still rages on between Orange Rock. One full scout able to land the shot. Coming in and really picking up the pieces here as Austin tries to turn the corner, but there's an off angle from Gil as he swings out wide. Ted tries for a little bit more, but he is going to be able to find 2 knocks with the rest of his squad as well. Orange Rock down to 2, but
God,
the jump shot from Gil. Able to shut it out. Beautiful stuff as Orange Rock wipe Synergy.
Oh my God, Gil just played the most dangerous game of peekaboo I've ever seen, and he comes out on top because of it. And BTR, they're again within the middle. Imagine if we start PMWL with 2 chicken dinners on the trot from BTR. Wow. Now that would be a start to go down in history. Megastars, though, they're on the southern side. T1, they made a slip down to the southern side as well, but they're further south than anybody else, and they're going to have to fight through Yudu. Megastars, the remaining member of U level up, and BTR is the final boss in the middle.
Orange Rock now taking a little bit of punishment on the back of that fight from Box, who were waiting in the wings. And they'll have to try and either save him or get on out of there. They do have 4 with one of them down, so we'll have to decide, do they want to invest that time or no? T1, no kills yet, nothing really found, but they're safe and sound on the south side. Will have to move up north, however, through plenty of squads.
Yeah, they've been biding their time. Now, this is where it gets a little bit more open, especially towards Winery. And it seems to be that they're going to go into the blue and try and move up on the eastern side. They'll only come into contact with U level up, and this might be a really smart rotation for them that no one else has figured out to do. U level up, Mao is the only one who can really put a stop to this, and they'll be heavily damaged from the blue, so they're going to have to make something happen very quickly. Mao is within the building. I think they know that someone's in here. Missile drops around the side, but they're both incredibly damaged.
This is crunch time, Blank. This is the Thanos circle, as I like to call it. You level up, go for the drop shot. This time it's going to work out. He finds a second, and T1 eliminated.
Mao on his own. Sure, they were damaged, but to make that one happen under the pressure there, Mao was so incredibly calm, and he will get a ghillie suit for his troubles, which will blend in perfectly with this environment. Gil, though, they're still going in terms of Orange Rock. Box did pretend to leave them alone a little bit, but they're still just waiting on the wings.
Orange Rock, you say, they are ready and waiting, but Nova Godlike playing spoiler, potentially. Cooking the nade, wants to try and send it into the shack. If it does land, that would be devastating for Orange Rock. I don't think they'd survive, so they'll have to figure it out how they're going to escape, how they're going to evacuate. They're sending out nades the other way. The nades
what? It bounces out the building!
No way.
Are you kidding?
It was a missed nade, but they actually managed to get it out there. But there's the nade in response. Beautifully threaded there for Nova Godlike. 2 down, and they might just try and push this one out, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense. Avenger was saying on the desk that takes you about 20 seconds to get that res, and there's 2 down here. So there's plenty of time for Nova Godlike to actually move in. Beautiful Molotovs comes through the top, and Orange Rock will feel the heat, but just about make it out in time. Gil goes down, but now it's his teammates returning the favor. Beautiful smokes though over the top, and now the Molotovs come through just to prevent the push.
But the crucial thing here, Blank, is that Orange Rock have managed to get out of the shack. They are no longer pinned to that hard cover. They can start to spread out, maybe take control behind the tree. They know that Nova Godlike should be down to 2 if they've been keeping track of the kill feed, and they still have the numbers advantage.
Only issue here is now BTR, they're trapped. Well, not trapped, I'd say, but they're right on the edge of the circle. They still have a compound, so they might choose not to push out here. That's Hasta actually going down from Nova Godlike. Orange Rock continue to make this happen. Gil pops out the smoke for just a second, tries to get a little bit of info, burns the image ahead of him into his mind, and then tries to relay that one back.
It was Box, actually, I think, with a little bit of a third party coming in. Orange Rock, again, losing a player, but this is going to force Vampire to make that crossing. Orange Rock stopped just for now, but they know they're both behind it. That's another nade being sent forwards. Not too sure if it's going to have the same impact. We'll have to wait and see. Yudu moving in towards the circle, trying to fight it out with pretty much everyone else on this southeastern side. They are going to have to, sorry, the northwestern side, as they are going to take the fight to them. Megastars eliminated as the fight rages on.
That is a beautiful play from Orange Rock to withstand all that for so long. Also, while setting up smokes in the meantime to make sure they got the crossover on top of it. That is a lot of forward thinking from this team, and you're really, really happy to see it. That Orange Rock is looking one step ahead. Nice little spray. Does not outfind Box, though, and they'll live to tell the tale another day. They're taking a lot of fire from a lot of different teams.
Oh, goodness me. Bigatron now starting to chime in. They're up to 4 kills as Orange Rock take another fight, and with it eliminate Box Gaming. 4 teams now remaining, as it was a massive gauntlet push for everybody except for Bigatron.
Yeah, Orange Rock 10 kills, 1,800 damage already, and now it's Bigatron starting to chime in. 4 members alive. That is not easy to do, especially on Vikendi with a circle like this. Nice shots coming out from Orange Rock. That is rang down. Now just Fredo alive. That could have been an accurate spray, but Gil decides not to follow through with it. And they're all just crawling over towards where Fredo is. Orange Rock could quite easily make the push, but you see Marvy so incredibly low. He's currently walking whilst healing, and Zuxi is in a position to start taking shots.
He's got the off angle from the rest of his squad, has control of some of this zone. He's been sent out as that close range fragger that we know him to be, but it's Scout to try and take the challenge. Smoke's being popped through, the spray from Zuxi. Not quite able to land those shots, and Bigatron looking to try and challenge out, has to send out wide into the smoke. Takes minimal damage from that. That could have been a lot worse, Blank.
If they can take Zuxi, they might even the odds a little bit here. Sure, BTR still control a decent compound. Scout, though, proving himself now in the PMWL to definitely not be one to look over. Yudugank in the distance. Ryzen will pick up that kill. Bigatron very happy to look for placement points here. That's Parang now down, and that's Yudugank out. 2 teams left. It's Orange Rock versus BTR. 2 Titans on the field.
With an armistice agreed, they take out Yudugank, but now it's back to loggerheads. Blank, Orange Rock. They fought their way through valiantly. 11 kills so far on the round, but Bigatron might just be able to put a stop to it with 6 kills themselves, looking to get that second chicken dinner. These guys, they're unstoppable right now.
And this is the uphill battle I was talking about. And Orange Rock, they've had to use so many resources just to get here. Smokes, grenades, everything. Sure, they've got a couple of resupplies. That Scout now down. Gil out in the blue. He's just moving his way across. Can he stay alive for a little bit longer? But Microboy, Scout down.
Last player now standing, it's Gil out in the blue, and Bigatron take home yet a second. We were talking about how everyone is reminded constantly of mortality blank, but right now, Bigatron, they're ascending, they are becoming gods.
That is incredible. That is just ridiculous. 2 on the trot. You know, I'm even inclined to say next to Erangel could even definitely be BTRs. Just from the way they're playing, it feels like no one can touch them right now.
They are seemingly unstoppable. All 4 of them stayed alive all towards the end. They did have a little bit of circle lock though, so there is a little bit of an asterisk.
For sure.
However, they're really good, okay? They are amazing, okay? We're going to send it over to the desk and they're going to tell you just how good Bigatron were that game.
Guys, really good, all right? Just like bow down to your new Red Alien Overlords, because 2 wins back to back. Jeez, look, they're gonna keep doing this, aren't they?
I mean, they're just playing it with style.
Honestly, they're putting themselves in an undisputed position, right?
Sure,
it's kind of crazy. I think it's hard to win games back to back at this level.
Yeah,
we have some of the best teams here from East. It's I'm curious if the only game they're not going to win today is going to be the game that they're not playing. Maybe the last game of the day, or what's going to happen here. I'm curious to see what's going to happen.
It's the foreboding tale of best of luck to everybody else here from Bigatron. Let's take a look at the overall ranking coming in from this game, of course, as we have up towards the top. As if 30 points wasn't enough in the previous game, 28 points for them in game number 2. Orange Rock, though, getting themselves 25 points. A very big game for them here off the back of this. One thing that I do want to point out is you level up as well as Box coming in for this game. This is their first game, and they get themselves a 4th and 5th. Good stuff here, Avenger.
I want to touch upon Orange Rock, though, here. Being able to get the 11 kill points from this, they were starting outside the circle. They were up north of Goroka, and they were able to get into a good position into the circle. The guys that were outside inside the circle from the beginning, they were obviously Bigatron, some of the other teams that had a good position. But these guys had to rotate. They had to get into a good position. They had to fight their way in, and they managed to get a lot of kills as well. Scout, I believe, finished in 6 kills.
Nice, nicely done. And Synergy, you could see there as well, had themselves 4 kills. This is their first game as well, as they were sitting out for that first game of the day. So to get even what is effectively a squad's worth of kills to start off things is not that bad as we take a look at the damage done here for us.
No, definitely not. But look at Orange Rock. They're getting 2.2k damage. We see a lot of them getting around 1k there, a lot of the teams. Bigatron, they only had 1,500, but hey, 1,500 is well more than enough if you're going to win the game as well.
There was that moment of where I think we thought that Bigatron had a great spot to be able to gatekeep a lot of teams, but not many teams came their way, Avenger. So they were chilling in the in the field location that they had, and able to win out from there.
They were holding from the very beginning. They were also holding a really strong split and a strong hold onto a position that is very, very strong. They were able to stay there for a long time, and they didn't have to move too much, but still they were putting pressure on everybody else. They're shooting at the teams that are getting too close with them and fighting with them if necessary, because they wanted to make sure that they're holding down these 2 specific spots here for a long time. So very good to see.
Not only that, but we also see them actually making the game-winning move all the time. They don't wait for the other teams to do something. They create the moments themselves, using those smokes to get into a better position to hold the other teams out. It's kind of the same thing now as we saw on Erangel when they did the 2-2 split. This time it was kind of 2 guys in the back, 2 guys pushing up a little bit more 1-1 there, and make sure that they have control over Scout, making sure that he doesn't have the upper hand against them.
Nicely done. Let's take a look at the numbers coming in from Orange Rock, as well as I assume Bigatron up towards the top. No, just Orange Rock to get things going here. So 2,200 damage coming in. Look at that healing. Couldn't be more a perfect number.
Look,
I like it.
2,200 damage down, but 900 alone came from Scout, and Scout just joined the team.
Yeah.
Coming in from Fnatic, so having a good impact on the team from the start here.
From the get-go, yeah. I mean, when you have that as a player freshly coming into a team Avenger, that's gonna, give you a bit of a boost. Even if you've not won out the game, you've put in such a good effort for your team that you're like, we can do this, guys. We can do this.
The moral boost you get from that is insane. Yeah. I gotta say, from playing myself as well, also playing normal games and stuff, I gotta say it's crazy how much moral it gives you when one of your teammates clutches. It's just boosting immediately. immediately.
Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew do moments as we have here. This fight that went down between Team Secret and No Chance team here for us.
Yeah, earlier on in pod, we saw these two teams battling out. Team Secret did lose 3 people, while No Chance team actually got out of there with 3 kills, all 4 alive. But what's key for that is that No Chance team actually had good trades coming in. Every time someone got knocked on the team, someone was there to trade it off straight away, getting the revive up, and then just go for the next fight.
G36C coming in hot as well, Avenger, throughout some of these moments.
It's one of my favorite guns in across games. I really like it here as well, and I think it's a very well balanced game. Not too much recoil, and it's good to see that so many of these guys are deciding to. This play though from Mao, absolutely amazing. Knocking one, knocking another, finishing off an amazing clutch here as a solo player. It's not often you see that.
This is also a great moment. We see that Nova Godlike actually got a lot of knocks on Orange Rock here, and Orange Rock is pinned on the other side of the road there, but they actually managed to turn this around in towards the end there, not only getting the spot but also getting those kills.
Scout having to reposition himself, some of those shots clipping that Zima there. As you see, Yudu picking up a few kills here and there, but towards the end, it really kind of was all Biggitron with the position they had, Avenger, to be able to greet any other kind of oppressors that came their way.
The confidence in playing on top of the roof there and just shooting everybody in the field is just insane. Like, you're just mastering everybody. Again, undisputed, I think, is a word we're going to hear more times from myself at least. I think these guys are here to show that it might be opening weekend, but we're here to show we're the best.
Yeah, and they made that look pretty darn easy across these first 2 games for them. A little bit more tricky on that Erangel game, of course. Runway ending, it can be tricky, but Biggitron looking strong here to get things going. Also, what I love the Uzi, the micro Uzi. I want to be able to dual wield them so I can go brrr, brrr. It'd be so sick. No recall, easy peasy.
No.
No, you don't want the dual Uzi?
No.
I just realized something.
What's that?
Are we gonna get a Chicken Dinner World Tour on day 1?
Oh, well, you know,
it's good.
that's ambitious.
They're playing every map except the last game. We're talking
the last
about
game is
Erangel,
Erangel, so
yeah, exactly.
Happen.
And that's the one they're sitting out on today.
Win on every single map, that would be impressive. Let's take a look at one of the moments you chose over there. I think it's you, Avenger, this time.
Yes, I want to talk a bit about how important it is to, you know, the first time you're playing these maps here and such. We see the circle, or we see the plane path coming in very early on here. It's around from Peshkova down to the south. Biggitron is already in a really good position. But look how many of these priority spots are not taken. Villa is not taken. Dino Park is not taken. Cement Factory is not taken. All these spots, if you're able to lock that down from one of the first games on, you're going to be able to maybe keep it for the rest of the tournament. So I'm curious to see some of the teams that are playing here, even the teams that are not playing, are they looking at that? Are they noting this down? And are we going to see teams drop in here? Because Villa is probably one of the best spots to have on. It's so center. You can literally come from everywhere. Cement Factory has amazing loot as well. So I'm curious to see how they're going to pick up and how they're going to be able to adapt throughout the next games and the next times we're going to be playing Vikendi.
Dino Park, not too bad either. Especially if you're a fan of paleontology. I am a big fan of paleontology myself.
Yeah.
Great times.
Calarasaurus.
There you go. Calarasaurus. That'd be weird. Let's take a look at the overall rankings. 1 through 10, and Biggitron is almost double the points of number 2 right now after 2 games. It's just Biggitron things. Probably should make that a hashtag. We have Yudu Gank here as well in second place with that 31 points, but just Biggitron. Are they going to let anybody have chicken dinners?
Yes, the last game.
Oh yes, they're not playing.
They're chilling. They're waiting out. They're not playing in that one.
Let's take a look at our bottom teams as well here for the moment, 11th through 20th, as we have an interesting thing that actually occurred throughout these games. TSM Entity went out very early. I think it was in our first game, and Team Secret, despite getting a few points here and there, went out pretty early in the second game for us.
Yeah, and we heard from Luxy earlier, before the last game there, that he was saying their biggest opponents are TSM Entity and Team Secret.
Right.
Now, this Biggitron is sitting on first place, of course, while TSM, Entity, and Team Secret going out in last place in the 2 first games. That means that they might be seeded into the same group, and you don't want to be in the same group as your biggest opponents.
If the trend continues like this, that could definitely occur. So let's see how that actually pans out throughout these 2 days. But also at home, you can be involved as well, not only by watching, but also getting involved as well. All the time, we're going to have the PMWL Lucky Draw as well. So if you're watching along with it, we're going to be picking people, lucky people like you,
skins,
Froz. Maybe like you, Froz. I know you're a big fan of skins. games.
Yes.
So you can potentially get yourself some as well. So make sure to be watching everywhere and tune in because it's a good time here at the PMWL.
You know what we never thought about?
What's that?
So the unique skins, the 100 unique skins for the viewers that are watching the most, right? We're also watching this. We should be in the top 100. You know, we're watching all of the games.
No, it
doesn't count.
That's cheating.
You don't think?
No. You are watching, but no. You're not allowed any. Right? Frost can have some, but you
What? No.
Yes.
That's not okay.
Just give it to me.
All right. We'll go into a short break, and when we return, we're going to have game number 3 on the way for you here for the PMWL East day number 1. That's right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I've brought my reenactment of Lord of the Rings over to my left-hand side here. I'm going to be Gollum. You know, I'll diss myself for all of this.
Okay.
You can be, all right, gentlemen. Maxman, I've got Imperium here as well. How are you doing, guys? A great way to start things off, I'm sure.
I don't think you could ask for a bigger message of BTR to send a message to the rest of the teams.
Definitely. It was huge, Maxman.
That was absolutely insane. Like, kicking off the entire tournament was a back-to-back chicken dinner. I think nobody really expected it. Maybe the casters there, they were both expecting it, but definitely can't wait to jump to game number 3.
Do you think they're going to get more wins?
I mean, of course, no doubt, but at the end of the day, now it's going to be up to every single other team to catch up.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm going to have you guys come and commentate later on, as I'm now going to head over back to Froz and Avenger. I've already now denied Avenger skin, so he's not going to be getting any throughout this.
We don't want you anymore. If you're denying my skin.
Froz, though, he can have all the skins. He already has all the golden.
I accept them.
You don't have the bag, though, no?
No, I don't have the backpacks yet.
Well. Let's take a look at the schedule. We've got 3 more games coming at you here for today for the PMWL, and we are going to be going to Miramar.
Which is also Lux's favorite map.
Oh my God.
You're not wrong. Oh no. Can we have the alien invasion just stop for just a moment? That would be great. So Miramar is next on up. Then we'll have Sanhok and rounding things out with Erangel later on. This game, Group C is not going to be participating, so they're sitting out for the moment here, Avenger, whilst everybody else kind of jostles for points, jostles for position.
And again, important, I know I'm saying this a lot, but it's super important here in the opening weekend. We are just playing for seeding, which means that you can take a lot of kind of freedom in terms of trying to make sure that you get your drops with. And the reason I want to say, the reason why it's important to get your drops with is because if you're able to get that as the only team in a good position, you're going to have a big advantage going into the rest of the games. And we're here for a long time. We're playing a lot of games. If you're able to be in a spot where you can safely get your own cars, you can loot in peace, and you can, go full loot goblin, make sure you get all the scopes, all the magazines, everything that you need, it's going to give you a huge advantage going into the rest of the stages, the rest of the games, and potentially getting you more kills, getting into a better position into the circles as well.
I mean, it might be for seeding, but at the same time, you're also leaving a statement to the other teams. Hey, we are here, we are the best ones. You should worry about us. So you don't want to be in our group, and you don't want to drop near us in the league itself.
100%.
And there's a lot of people that really like Hacienda as well. So
But Miramar, though, a fantastic map. Personally, my favorite as well. We have the macro rotations, your big vertical rotations that Lux set as well. And if some of the teams that are mastering it at a level where, competing kind of to Bigatron, they might be able to get themselves into fantastic locations, getting even more kills, setting up, gatekeepings and road kills and such like this. I'm excited to see the.
You know what the answer is?
Yes.
Golden Morado.
Yes.
All right, let's take a look at the PMCO fall split as well that you guys can register for at home. We're going to keep reminding you because it ends tomorrow. The registration ends tomorrow. So make sure that you are registered. Make sure you can come and frag on out. And maybe you'll meet even some of these pros along the road as well, because the PMCO concludes, obviously, with the very best teams going to that final. And oftentimes, it's some of those very big names, maybe even some of the teams that are here, actually playing things out. Let's do a cross comparison, of course, so far of Luxy and Godless. Can we, again, Luxy, can you calm down? But also Godless, impressive performance so far.
Very impressive. But look at the damage done to damage received ratio from both of these guys. Yes, you always want to have a higher ratio. Obviously, that puts you more on your knees. You're down on that. You also always want to have the better ratio, right? Being able to have this ratio here from Luxy is insane. But Godless being able to have that many kills, very impressive considering that obviously they haven't won any games yet. He's putting a lot of damage out and affecting that.
All right, gentlemen, it's time. Shush, Ross. It's time. We're going to the game, all right? I'll get you later on. We're heading over to Imperium and Maxman here from all the action from Miramar. Let's get it going to the desert.
2 games, as we said, 2 wins from Big E-Tron. What can the rest of the teams do in this game 3? New map, new opportunities.
Definitely new map and new opportunities. So far, I mean, Bigatron, they already made history, like kicking it off with 2 chicken dinners already right off the bat with 2 games. Can I make it even more history? Like, even more history? Is that even sayable? I don't even think so, but really, like, making it a back-to-back-to-back chicken dinner, that would be a huge statement going into this PMWL event on the Eastern region, but definitely going to be having now Miramar, going to have some action coming straight up. We're going to have some desert action coming up, baby! And also, the most important thing, Imperium, who's going to get the Golden Mirado?
That's going to be something we can definitely look at. Now, of course, with it being a new game, a new map, we do have a group that is, of course, not playing in this game, right? We do not have Celt, we do not have Erangel, and we do not have Nova. So, of course, Erangel off the back of what was an impressive Game 2 in Vikendi. What can the teams who are bringing in Valdus, IND, RQ, and TSM show us in Miramar?
Well, let's see what they can indeed bring to the table, Imperium. Going to be having Yuri, currently our team in, you know, 2nd position, right behind BTR. You know, BTR, they already got double their amount of points, so boy, that's insane. But Yuri, they're going to go for Cobriera up north. Hopefully, they get a decent circle for them on phase 1, because their circle shifts mid to late game, not really good in their favor. They've been pretty unlucky, most of the time actually stopping them from getting those chicken dinners.
Of course, Namaste, duos to all our viewers out there and everybody supporting the stream for day 1 of the PMWL East. We are seeing these teams, of course, playing their way down south because the playing trajectory is towards the west of the map. You gotta hope, the teams have got to hope that the phase 1 circle complements it. It does, Max, but it is quite heavily down south.
Poor you guys. Like, come on. They're like, oh, come on. We went for the northern side. But we're going to have a little bit of action already early on. Potentially was Team Secret, if I'm not mistaken. You've got a few players of you level up all around them. But we're going to go straight over to San Martin, where T1 going to be joining up with some early game action. Still got 4 players alive, and boy, they are clearing up this area. And they're going to be picking up their very first kill of this game. Still looking for Valdus Esports. They're just like staying on top of that building. They are scared to go down, baby. But how will Valdus respond to this one?
Valdus had a break in game 2, but maybe they've just been caught napping a little bit too long coming into this game 3, being caught out in the early parts of this game in the San Martin area by T1. In the last game in Vikendi, T1 did drop with King of Gamers, but they disengaged earlier on. They do not want to do it this time. They want to take the fight to Valdus.
So we're seeing on our kill feed RQ, and also No Chance taking a little bit of fight to a little Podzo. We'll see how that's going to be coming out eventually over the board. But right now, unfortunately, having that high ground position from Armjo, not going to give them too much really information away, because T1, they already cracked this one open. They're already in the building. But at least if they did pick up some utility, because the fight was so quick, right? I hope they were able to pick up some smokes, some mollies and grenades, because if they didn't, to stop that push off T1 is going to be really a hard task to achieve.
Oh, Martin is able to at least clap back and get a knockdown onto ZP to at least stop T1 in their tracks in the early parts of this Miramar game. This is the PMW East. This is day 1. This is what we want to see.
Exactly. Also, TSM Entity and Team Secret going to be popping up a lot of potential fights happening over here on Miramar, which is not supposed to happen all that often. It is the biggest map in the game. So this is definitely very intriguing. But nice, actually, explosion coming out from Valdus Esports. Going to shut down a player of T1, but that's fine. He is safe for the time being, as here it is. Going to go over to Hacienda del Patron. You have to say it with the accent, otherwise it doesn't work, Imperium. And now we're going to have Team Secret slowly going to get breached up. TSM Entity actually having only 2 players remaining as Z-God and Clutch God. They're going to go for the push. Z-God's down. Clutch God going to be left alone. We have 2 gods. 1 is down. Will he be the one true god of them all? That's the question. But Clutch God trying his best to reposition, trying to really capitalize on the fact that 2 members are knocked away for Team Secret. Goes for the push. Gets potentially 1. U-High put extremely low, and he takes absolutely no damage. Switches over to the shotgun. And that's not the best weapon to pull off Clutch's Imperium. Here it is. They're going for the push. Need a few more bullets. What is happening right now? What is this standoff? He's taking almost no damage. Clutch God, what is going through? Team Secret now, they might have to rethink this one. Like, how did they not catch him out, Imperium?
So many bullets flying in the direction of Clutch God, but none of them connecting. We saw he had to switch from the M4 to the shotgun because he had to try to reload the gun, but at the end of the day, he's gonna survive as Clutch God gets a knockdown on the shot onto Matt Doy. He shuts down Team Secret, and TSM fight back in Miramar.
And the res, normally on Z-God, should be coming out. They're going to remain as a 2-man army. That's a way better performance than what we saw earlier on Erangel. But now back on over to the fight of San Martin. Going to be having Velmarth going onto the... Oh man, some more shotguns. So many shotgun action coming out on top there. And there you have it. T1 will indeed be the one to come out on top as they pick up 4 kills on ABCE Esports. Lose, unfortunately, Saden and ZZP along the way. But at least they remain alive, which is still a good thing.
4.5 minutes into this game and we are down to 14 teams already. We've barely had a chance to talk about the circle and talk about the rotations that these teams will have to look to make on the sweeping Miramar map. We saw phase 1 in the down southern area part of the game. When you're looking at Reject Scarlet, they're on the far east by Impala. They're going to have a nice easy entryway, probably down on the southwest coast past IND and get onto the high ground down the south of Chumasera.
As we're currently also looking at No Chance, they left really down south the area of El Pozo to take in a fight with RRQ Athena. You know what? They lost one member, unfortunately. But now they can easily go through the road that's on the western side. It's very clean, it's very safe. No teams are really going to be around there at this early stage, and it just allows you to easily get yourself in the western section of the circle. So I think it's pretty safe. No Chance should get there pretty safely.
Synergy, they're in Valdemar, they're on their own for now. They are inside the circle, but Valdemar, because it's very low down, Max, they'll have to definitely be aware of the fact that the longer they leave it to rotate onto the high ground, the harder it is to get that strong position where they're going to be able to push teams back.
Now, if you guys know me, my favorite area is Picado. BTR, they took that area under control, so you know what? I like Picado. Reason why? It offers you so many rotations on phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 circle. They're pretty central right now. They don't even have to really leave the area if they really don't want to, and the car spawns are pretty decent. You know, you need cars to pull off those rotations. So Bigatron going into this, they already got the tools early stage to make a back-to-back win.
Let's see, as we do see mega stars on our screens. They have the star of the show, Sexy Vexy, along with the on-loan player from Fnatic always. Let's see if they can turn the Monte Nuevo drop spot into the high ground to the south of Ledrolera and get that prominent position to get that strong result.
Every time I hear Sexy Vexy, is like, you know, Experiment comes to my mind, and like a daydream.
Well, he is your dad, after all.
He is. He's the PUBG Mobile Esports dad. That is his name. That's what Experiment is. There you go. TSM Entity, they picked up 4 kills. Once again, very good clutch coming out from Clutch God. You know what? I just realized that. There, you know what? It deserves his name.
Let's be a little bit kind of serious about this, right? Oh. If you're really thinking about it, TSM needed that squad, right? They actually need it. I know it's only day 1. I know there's a long way to go. I've already talked to Sid. I've gotten answers from him. They are 100% confident. But when it's all said and done, every single game you have to try and bounce back. And on the back of a poor game 1 in Erangel, where they got taken out by BTR, you had to come in strong on this game 3.
And they didn't even play last game on Vikendi. So, You know what? That's actually, so far this is going to be their second game. You can have one bad game, but this is also your seeding time. So if you want to get some decent seedings, you only got 2 days coming up into this, so you got to try and put the better performance ASAP into your games. As really, T1 still taking their time, finishing to loot. They got all the area for themselves really in San Martin, so why not just get the entirety of the loot and look if you can maybe find a few medkits.
Of course, T1, they got 9 kills in game 1 in Erangel. It's incredible how strong they can pull out the kills when it's needed, and we've seen this in Miramar. Rotation
coming out from a few squads so far. Going to be checking out a nice replay move, and here it is. That's the clutch moment. Zigot, I do want to say, enabled all of that entire interaction to actually happen. Got 2 nice knockdowns for himself, and then it switched over to shotguns. You know, normally the meta on Miramar is more like, DMRs, big boy snipers, ARs for long range and mid range. Shotguns, you don't see it too often coming in through. It did have somewhat of a 50-50 impact rate, but at the end it was still won by TSM Entity.
And looking over on that replay, the hype moment, we just couldn't believe it. So it was kind of hard to break down what really happened. And when you really look at it, Team Secret played poorly because they knew there was only 1 player left of TSM Entity. So those footsteps that they would have heard, it should have been so clear that he was coming in from behind. But let's see where this phase 2 goes up. It centers up quite nicely. You have a lot of the south high ground still in play, but you also have the high ground to the south of Picado and to the east of Picado, which is very easily playable.
It's not going to really have a huge impact on this lobby. Reason why no really teams focus, well, actually 0 teams focus down on the island in this southwestern section. So really just shifted back over to the mainland. You always like to see it. And really not going to have too much of a big change up in this phase 2 circle. So really we're going to have to wait. And normally when you have some fights happen after the hot drops is mainly going to be towards phase 3, phase 4. That's when the action is going to be unfolding.
And we see Synergy, they did what I expect them to, which is they rotated away from Valdemar relatively early enough. They're on the high ground by Minas del Val. Now they're going to be able to go a little bit up north, overlooking the Chumacera area, where they'll hopefully be able to get a lot of information on more forward to the north of them. Even BTR, who disengage away from Mikado, and Team IND, who are to the east of Synergy.
Gonna be also on Megastars, trying to rotate their way through. You know what? They're going to be a little bit cornered up between No Chance. There's also going to be Box Gaming. There's going to be Level Up north of them. They are a little bit clustered. Hopefully they won't get caught out of position. But so far, there are a lot of dips in that area where they're playing. So if they do get pressured, they'll have a few dips to play around.
Yeah, but when you really look at it, depending on where this next phase goes, there's a lot of teams on the west, not just the ones that are close towards the edge of the circle where we saw in Megastars, but even outside the circle where RQ and Udu Gank are coming.
Synergy, these Captain out sees Kratos. Oh boy, that's some damage instantly coming out of Austin bot. And they'll get the knockdown. But now they still have another player. Slayer that's going to be down below for Team IND. Only having 2 players to currently just put opposition versus Synergy. But you can't really easily push that. And Austin Box, he learned that the hard way. Just like, okay, I'm not going to go out there. They got some DMRs. They got some bolt action coming straight up. Team IND are keeping the pressure down to pull off that res back up. But Kratos gets confirmed Imperial. Yep. Team IND down to 3 players.
Yeah, take that vision away, take that awareness, take the eyes, and of course, confirm the kill, confirm the point. It's going to help them in their confidence as Synergy look to take control of this area of the map. It's a little bit to the east. They moved from the Minas del Val area. They want to take control of this high ground, and I love the fact that they are not spreading themselves too thinly. They have those vehicles they can disengage from depending on the circle shift.
Winter, that car streaming gets away just before impact, just before explosion, so Winter will, luckily enough, make it away of the grasp of Megastars. Yeah, you talked about it, right? High ground. In those locations, important. That's why Megastars has such an upper hand location on You Level Up.
And you're telling me, because when we looked a few minutes ago, Megastars had No Chance and You Level Up close by. They've basically created a huge space simply because of their ability to push back on those shots of You Level Up.
Exactly. If you're a One Piece fan, you know, room, not getting in my circle, otherwise you're dead. But that's fine. Megastars still keeping the pressure down. They got them DMRs, there's bot action that you need to try and keep that distance with the other teams. Oh, see the head peeking out distance. PMI10 of Box Gaming. Brace going to be joining the party. Trying to get 2 points of pressure. But once again, they got building, they got a little bit of a dip. They're safe. And I think that their position is currently safe for quite a few minutes. So we could potentially shift over to another fight where currently RQ and also No Chance going to be taking a pretty big engagement for themselves.
Off to Els was confirmed earlier on. So now it's going to be up to the rest of the No Chance team to push on to RRQ. RQ took out, or stood out game 2, should I say. So they're back for game 3 in Miramar. As D2E wrapping around inside the building. Godless coming in for inside. He's been pretty impressive so far. Let's see if he can continue to be impressive. Behind it and gets knocked. So does Godless. Choco Nut is on his own.
Yeah, Choco Nuts, you're having a little bit of a break over there. You got to join the party, my friend. But unfortunately, it might be too long. It might be too late. RRQ Athena could easily just get those flashes, confirm 2 extra points, and be up to 3 points total. And Choco Nuts like, okay, I'm going to be leaving. See you later, guys.
Well, it's going to be hard for him to get away because as those kills are being confirmed on the other side, as we saw this fight break through the phase 3 circle, shifted to the east. So all those teams along the likes of Megastars, You Level Up, Box Gaming, and Udu Gank are now outside of the circle.
Yep, big boy rotation is going to have to come on through. There's not a really good amount of high ground down south on the western side, so there's going to be a big fight for those current positions. As Megastars, now they know that they're not in circle, they have to move away. And lucky enough, because they had that circle, that room I talked about earlier, they could easily just slip out of that fight where there was 3 teams around them. And, you know, they set up themselves not only for that current position, but also for the mid to late game stage.
I'll give that jump from always a good 7 out of 10. It was nice height. It was really well executed, but let's see as we go on. As You Level Up are going right into the palm of the hands of RQ, who just had a fight against No Chance. Now they're ready to take up a few more kills. That leaves Qmao on his own now. Now, Qmao game 2, he took out T1, took out the so many other players. 6 kills for that team in the last game on him alone.
Qmao, more like Lamau, you're dead. There you go.
There you go.
We'll call him like that now, Lamau. I think that's a better name that is very fitting. Megastars gonna have one car, unfortunately, a little bit of a bad spot. No, we keep on looking at Megastars every single time on the camera, but I think it's worth it because their rotation is just so by the book, so simple yet so effective, and it just gets them in a good position every time.
And unlike some teams that would be hard shifted away, Max, they're not going in all at once. They're taking it step by step. They're stopping, scouting, moving, stopping, scouting, moving. It's such a well-placed rotation from Megastars.
Stopping, scouting, moving. SSM, SM, the SM of PUBG, SM.
Well, okay, fair enough.
I don't know.
Okay.
Trying to find a few names there, but yeah, TSM Entity, Seagull, Clutch Guard, slowly going to be on a little bit of a low ground. Not a great position. They got across the road. They're scouted out by King of Gamers Club. At least they do have 2 cars, right? So that's going to make things a little bit easier and relieve some of the pressure. And they got that dip next to the road too, which gives them a really good amount of coverage versus King of Gamers Club. Really well executed from TSM Entity.
Yeah, but they're definitely not out of the woods. They're just on the northeastern tip of the circle. They do have T1 to the western on the far northern tip as the blue zone is closing in on phase 3. Phase 4 is about to be showing up on our screens. You do gank one of the teams on the edge of the circle. Megastars coming in behind them. The circle centers up right into the palm of the hands of Synergy. Now it's going to be up to them to hold on to the center part of the circle.
On last game on Vikendi, BTR had a very similar circle to this, and they took the chicken dinner. Synergy, this might be your opportunity to end that win streak of BTR and take this chicken dinner of Miramar for yourselves. Now, a lot of teams going to have to come out from many angles. A few rows going to have to play around. A lot of rows actually in this game, but Vexy Sexy, unfortunately, will be taken out swiftly by Fredol of Yudu, actually coming in a little bit of an engagement on the side of this circle.
Honestly, considering how long Megastars have been rotating, the fact that they've only lost 1 player off that, in my eyes, is a huge sign of a huge level of was it Stonks? There you go, there you go. But now, as you do, are going to have to find their way on the southern tip of the circle. We do have 14 teams, 41 players as we hit the 16.5-minute mark of this game, Max.
Ah, man, so much action is going to be happening right now. We talked about it, right? The later phases, especially phase 3, phase 4. Now we're going to be kicking off phase 4 right now. The circle's going to be closing up. That's where the big boy fight's about to come up and break through. Now you do still have to make it through. They make it into the circle, but they're not going to go any further because that high ground, hey, that's a property of Synergy.
And there is a little bit of a compound where Megastars could actually play their way into on the southern tip of the circle, but they don't necessarily have that information because they've been playing on the edge for most of the game. But as Box Gaming rotate their way through on the far western edge, they break scouting himself forward, giving information to the rest of the team. But you do, they are very close by.
Break of Box Gaming in a box. Very fitting. There you go. Even though the logo is not a box, which I'm still a little bit surprised, but that is fine. Going to get himself in a circle, but oh, here it is. Bigatron Red Alien's going to come around versus TSM Entity. Clutch God got shut down. And Seagod will be left alone. But you know what? We talked about it, right? That road was separating the circle and BTR. They were going to struggle eventually, and they have 1 member taken down. And great grenade response from Seagod. And they're going to go for another one, trying to potentially confirm those kills. They've got 4 kills so far on Team Secret. Can they claim the lives? Yes, they claim 1. That's the 5th kill of TSM for the other side of BTR on TSM Entity. And now BTR, they still got a little bit of high ground. Keep the pressure down. Zegod was not able to pull off the res.
This is the revenge fight for TSM. In game 1, they got taken out by BTR on the bridge, but can they come back fighting in Miramar? Zegod left on his own as BTR crashed their way through down the hill. The shots are coming through from Zegod as he peeks and shoots his way through and puts so much pressure onto BTR. BTR off the back of a 2 chicken dinners in a row, and TSM are making them look weak.
I mean, Micro Boy, just a few HP, was able to barely get res back up, but here it is. Zuxi, great angle, I do have to mention there, onto the boys of King of Gamers Club. Unfortunately, not going to get any ending shots just yet, and maybe you got to try and finish his focus onto Zegod first before committing to another fight. They're taking 2 fights at the same time. Could put them in a little bit of a bad spot later on down the line.
Definitely great awareness coming out from BTR. They were able to take multiple fights at the same time while being put under pressure of TSM. But now as we look on towards Yudu Gank, I said this fight between them and Box Gaming was about to kick off. As you see the blue zone is closing in on this next phase. Is it going to shift up north? Is it going to shift down south? It could go in any direction. It goes up north right. Again, once again in the hands of BTR.
I'm seeing Jumper. He's got his Mini 14. He's got his DMR locked and loaded, looking for the fight. Unfortunately, we've just seen a kill feed. Zegon unfortunately gets taken out. There you go. TSM Entity eliminated in 12th position. 11 teams still remaining over here on Miramar, the dessert map. Now, Box going to be popping off a little bit of smoke, a bit above utility. I think that Yudu, they have to refocus on Synergy right now because they're going to get gatekeeped by their team very, very soon. Imperium getting into this, so they got to try and keep their focus on those two teams at the same time. And as I say that, Yudu are going to be leaving the scene. They just don't have time to take Box Gaming just yet.
I like the fact, though, that you are thinking about the late game, right? I'm always aware of trying to take down what's going on behind you. But now as this fight goes on between Morph and RQ get eliminated and Morph continue on. They're still a full squad. They're able to shut down RQ. They're going to move their way up. And Morph are morphing themselves into this game, into the latter part on the northwestern tip of the circle.
Kemal moving down. Frenzy of Morph, new addition to the team. Is going to slowly try and cruise his way by because they are actually one of the furthest team away from the next circle on phase 5. So hopefully things will be okay for them. But here it is. The fight that you mentioned earlier, Imperium, is going to be Yudu versus Synergy. Yudu having one member knocked away. Synergy still full squad. 4v3 so far in their advantage. But here it is. They're peeking over the top of the mountain. And Yudu, before committing fully, they're going to go for the res, which I'm not too sure if that's a good idea, my friend. But still, the nice spray comes out from Zigsaw. A grenade could be huge to shut them down, but Zigsaw will be the first character of Synergy. And oh my god, that was instantly shut down with that car explosion.
Great rotation coming out from Yudu gang as a two-man team pushing forward, knocking out Survey. Smokes get thrown out by Jax to create that little bit of space, and that gives more awareness, more positional play for Yudu gang to close out the members of Synergy, leaving just Awesome Bot X and Ted left standing.
Issue we have right here, Synergy way too thinly spread, not able to hold the edge of the circle. Unfortunately, a 2-2 split would have been on point, but then unfortunately that a 2-1-1 made things definitely a little bit harder for them. But now, Yudi's still able to make it out alive. Megastars, you talked about it right there, to rotate down south. They made it across the road because all the teams were so focalized on each another. That made a great opening for Megastars, but there's now 3-4 teams around them. Can they make it out to the next stage?
We just lost King of Gamers Club as well, yet to really kick off their PMWL East with two overall realistically poor performances, but of course we'll see if they can make up for it as Yudu gang are trying to make up. They take down Megastars. They're on 5 kills already. They're pushing the way through on the southern tip of the circle, taking down the majority of Synergy, taking down Megastars. We see Reject eliminated. 5 teams left.
5 teams left, and BTR still in the lobby. Can they make the unthinkable thinkable, Imperium, and get 3 chicken dinners right off the bat, kicking off this entire PMWL East tournament? As Synergy, unfortunately, going to be taking a big fat L in that one. Ted is going to be left alone in his own little compound, just crying in his corner, hopefully able to make his way back in circle. He's only got 30 seconds to take action here. We make it to phase 6. I'm a little bit doubtful.
It's definitely not going to be easy, but maybe he can play off the distraction that Yudu and Team IND might be able to create against each other. It is going to be 4v2 between Yudu and Team IND. You also have Morph. Morph are still a full squad on the eastern side of this circle.
420 OP of Team IND is going to go for the push. He sees the information. He gets the... Oh my god, gets job done. I thought he's got Jumper there for a second, but unfortunately not quite able to get that knockdown. But they are definitely going to have to potentially give up on this fight. You know that Yudu, they are struggling. Not too sure how to fully commit to this one. Team IND, here it is. They're keeping the pressure high, keeping the pressure at an all-time high. As here it is, they're making their way down the mountain top, and Yudu make their way into the circle, but the high ground is still to the advantage of Team IND. Things are not looking great on the other side, but Yudu still got one player, and that's going to be Drax.
That was really poor by Yudu. You knew they were there. Why did you anyway get anywhere near the vehicles and look to disengage away? This is the time of the game where you have to fight, kill, and frag your way through to the latter parts of this game, because it's put them down to 2 players. Team IND still have 2. Yes, they are further away from the circle, but they're on 8 kills max.
One team we haven't talked about too much, that's Morph going into this. Just sneaky snakes. I mean, no, rattlesnakes over here. Miramar, but able to make their way in the circle. BTR slowly waking up. And now they're going to be looking for the Team IND to get one. Can he get Slayer off Team IND? Oh my god, Slayer gets it done. Team IND shut down. And there you go, Yudu eliminated in 5th position. That's insane.
Revenge is a dish best served Sandy, as Team IND get revenge onto BTR from the game 1 where they couldn't survive against BTR. So now it's going to leave Slayer on his Oh, and as you also still have Ted from Synergy has been able to quietly move his way in, snake his way through into the circle as the blue zone of phase 6 is closing in. 4 teams, 8 players left standing, and 4 of them are Morph.
Ted gonna be just sticking around down south with Slay of Team IND. Hopefully they'll be having a significantly good phase 7 circle in their favor, but yeah, definitely this is going to be going really well for Morph. They still want some utility, allowing really BTR to not take those easy shots just yet. But I think that here Morph, they need to try and take control of the high ground on the plateau. Playing on a slope can get risky because team can easily push on their location. I think that they did try and scout a little bit more and open their wings to try and take control of this circle. They got them an advantage to do so.
And now as phase 7 shifts to the east, right in the hands of BTR, they've been praying to the PUBG Mobile Circle gods, and they've been gifted the circle right now in the latter parts of this game, but they've got to contend with 4 other players across 3 teams as Slayer prones his way down. The smokes get thrown out by Morph Gaming, looking for Microboy, potentially looking to throw up a grenade. The bombs are going out. Let's see if Microboy can survive.
I'll have to wait and see. The circle actually shifting over to one of the players of BTR. Morph actually going to have to give their position away. The same, unfortunately, for Synergy and Team IND. But here it is, Synergy. Oh my god, he missed so many shots at the start. That was actually really scary. But Team IND out in 4th position. An extra kill for Synergy. But here it is, Morph knocking on BTR's door. But can they get it opened up and pried open? That's the question to be answered right now. Oh, that grenade. Run away, Ted. Oh my god, that was so close. I did not like that.
Now Ted pulling out some absolute stock moves. They're only on 3 kills, right? So they do need more placement points compared to the 2 other teams left in this game as the blue zone of phase 7 is closing in. Ted's going to be put under pressure. We see all the smoke path being thrown out by the side of Morph. They haven't had to contend with too much action, so they must have all the utility, all the meds coming into the latter parts of this game, Max.
I'm a little bit scared over here for BTR. Reason why? They're in a dip. You know, the main counter of dips, grenades. If they still got some utility over here, mollies, grenades, that could be huge to try and get that control on this phase 7 circle. But now, Synergy, Ted, he does not want to get involved. It's like a Mexican standoff. You just let things happen, and when the fight breaks out, that's when you go in and try and steal the win.
Reba. Let's see if Morph can do the beautiful dance of victory and claim the chicken dinner and stop BTR from getting 3 in a row. But this is the reigning world champions. This is BTR. This is the team that won the first 2 games. Do not ever count this team out, Max.
And as slowly Ted is going to be pushed towards him. Oh, Ryzen's going to go and say hello. Gets the information. I believe that was a nice headshot coming on through. Ryzen gets the shutdown. Synergy out in 3rd position. But now they go for it. They knew the fight was breaking out. They're going to absolutely overwhelm BTR. Bigatron now still with Ryzen left alone. He's got the high ground. He got 1 knockdown for himself. Going to go for the flash. He wants to take every opportunity to every single point he might get.
1v3, 1v3, Ryzen, let's even close out. Shots are coming out. He gets 1 knockdown. He's playing around the dip. He's going to go for the knockdown, but it doesn't count. Morph claimed the chicken dinner. They stop our BTR dead in their tracks, and they send another message.
That was so close. I was about to say that's a back-to-back-to-back chicken dinner for their side. That was still mental performance for BTR by the end. Morph, they just sneaked their way through the circle, avoided detection most of the game, and they took it for themselves.
Well, let's see what the desk think of this. Over to you guys.
That was way too close for comfort towards the end. That was somehow Bigatron with 2 people almost was able to make it happen against Morph. However, Morph, a great victory from them here, Froz, to be able to stop the Red Aliens marching on here for a moment.
I mean, we saw them also doing this in the South Asia finals of the PMP.
Final,
yeah, exactly. So once again, they're showing that Bigatron is actually mortal and someone can actually do something about it.
Yeah, at that time it was Luxy and Zuxi that were the 2 that were surviving. This time Ryzen and Microboy trying to make it happen. Not going to happen though. Morph with a great performance here. 28 points coming in for them up towards the top. Bigatron, Red Aliens, 22 points. I feel like they're going to be about 50 points ahead of 2nd place.
It's unfair, and at this point you should just leave them alone, right? They're already seated in 1st, and now you just want to try to avoid being in their group so you don't have to play against them all the time, just maybe dodge some of the maps against them. So we'll see how that ends up. But very nice game from Morph. I liked how they played, and also liked how they capitalized on they knew that they were split up. They knew that they were already fighting another team, so they pushed on it. They effectively third-party the fight that was already going up. That was very well played by them.
Yeah, and there we see a few more points coming in for the people finishing a little bit lower as things did stand. But to start off that game, we do want to talk about the slight fight that went down. I said Hacienda might be a little bit of a hot spot at the beginning, and then TSM Entity and Team Secret give us just that.
Yeah, I mean, two teams that we saw going out early in game 1 and 2, and once again, Team Secret is going out early as well. That means 2 games now for Team Secret going out early. That is not the start they want to have.
It's not a good start considering how well they were able to play to the qualifying tournaments going into this. I was quite surprised, honestly, but again, the opening weekend, that's where you want to contest. That's where you kind of want to lose out the points. So when we get started and get into the opening, the plays and the play days and the super weeks, that you're kind of shown what you're capable of and so forth.
Let's take a look at the stats here from Morph as well. I mean, they were dropping down towards that kind of Chumacera area, so it was not too difficult for them to be able to eventually move on to where these winning locations actually occurred. Only 1,000 damage coming in for the win here for them. Not the flashiest of wins by any means, but a win on the board nonetheless.
Yeah, nonetheless, but we also saw some great play from them early in the game. I think it was around Circle 5 when they had 3 guys down inside the circle. Then they sent one up towards Chumacera Hills there, making sure they have one guy that is scouting around, but also gathering all the information, being able to have another angle in case someone would crash them and so on.
And that's also like, it's so important to get those early positions because you want to be able to scout, you want to be able to see where in the circle that you're going to be able to move, what compounds can you take, what positions can you take. That's exactly what Morph did.
Yeah, definitely. And when we take a look at how everything played out for them, it was a little bit down to wire towards the end. Let's take a look at the damage coming in as well as IND, man, putting up the numbers here, along with TSM Entity, which at the beginning of all of this game, a lot of that damage came from that, and then they got felled by Bigitron towards the later stages.
I love this overview, I gotta say. It's so telling who was, impactful in this game here. You see, even though Team IND, they only got 9 kills, they doubled the damage. That has been so impactful for everybody else. They're losing, their helmets, their vests. It's so impactful for everybody else. Managing to also get 9 points from that's very great to see from Team IND.
Also, the early fight we had between TSM Entity and Team Secret was kind of hurtful for both of them. Even though Team Secret went out first, they did get 2 kills on TSM Entity, so both of the teams got hurt from that.
Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew the Dew moments here as we have these fights going down to start things. And here you can see Team Secret trying to push in against TSM Entity, and they did. It was Pyrrhic damage that actually happened here, Avenger, but even though these first 2 days, they're only for seeding going into the actual 3 weeks themselves of play, it's very important to win out these battles so you can take the drop spot that you want.
Yeah, and I gotta say though, Team Secret here, being able to push and pushing as 4, pushing as a unit is so important in these fights where you want to take control of a compound, where you want to take control of this. So I really like to see that they're able to get the, yes, they did get 2 guys knocked, but they ended up winning that fight because of that. Ross?
I mean, also some of the teams you don't play against as much in your normal leagues. We have the South Asian League, but also the South Asian one, which split up a lot of the teams. Now, this weekend is where you get to chance to actually feel on the other team, see how they're actually playing the game, how they like to rotate, where do they like to drop, and all of that together will give you a lot of information.
And these nades by TSM Entity actually were very important and very impactful on the game, Avenger, because they traded 2 for 2. TSM Entity only had 2 in that moment, but they actually killed off 2 of Bigitron. So that could have been a change in the... Bigitron could have won if they had them.
Exactly. You could have said that if that didn't happen, Bigitron might have been able to be in a position where they were able to win this fight in the end here, where we see Ryzen actually do a valiant effort. I gotta say, I think he also did a lot of damage as well from this, getting 5 kills himself. It was close, but I gotta say, an effort like this, you have to pay respect for that. But they did end up winning Morph, of course.
Morph did a good play there, going up against Microboy just before that. Make sure that everyone was pushing out at the same time. So even if some would go down, they would get that trade straight away.
It makes we're in an interesting spot because people could quite easily be onlooking right now and saying, they're just talking about Biggitron, they're just talking about Biggitron. It's difficult to not when they just went first, second, and could have potentially got another first off the back of that. So other teams will have their spotlight. It's great that Morph won this. But it's another second place by this monster team.
Yeah, and when we were looking at the game earlier, you were saying this is going to be hard for Biggitron when they were down to 2 after fighting TSM.
I did.
But the fact was that straight away when they lost 2 guys, they lost Suxy and Luxy, straight away they started to go into a position to actually get map control and looking out, scouting out a lot. And that just shows what kind of players they are.
Let's take a look at the top players here from this game in particular and see who was able to take those top spots. Ryzen will be sitting at the top, 1,000 damage. Wow. Oh. And as if 420p as a resolution wasn't enough, don't worry, because 4,200p gets himself that second place, but almost 1,000 damage done as well here, Martin.
I'm sad he didn't get that.
Yeah.
That's 3 kills, 2 knockouts, very impactful as well, also able to survive for a long time, or actually less time considering how much damage you're able to do. Slayer as well from Team IND, 5 kills, very impactful himself as well.
That's over 4K of high definition right there from IND. Fantastic stuff. Over. Let's take a look at one of the moments that you guys wanted to highlight as well. What have you got for me, Froz?
It's actually going to be the moment when we saw TSM and Biggitron fight each other, and we're going to take a look at some smart use of utility actually. So if we jump in here and see this one right here.
Let's get it going.
There we go. So as you can see right now, Microboy is down there. You have Ryzen here on the transition towards Microboy to help him out, and you have Luxy up here. Now if we play this and look at it, you can see that, of course, we have TSM Z-God in there. Luxy does end up get killed up there, but the thing is that before that, we see that Suxy is actually smoking out Z-God. So instead of just smoking a big wall for Ryzen, they're using one smoke to block all of the vision from Z-God.
Yeah. Yeah, these are kind of smaller things that obviously you're very keen to smoke yourself so people can't see you. But blocking people's vision is very important.
Yeah, because if this is the only team you're fighting, and this is something you can take to your own game as well when you're playing yourself. Think of, oh no, I'm in a bad situation. I know if you know exactly where the team that is shooting you are, think of throwing a smoke as far as you can, because that's going to block a lot more vision rather than kind of blocking yourself off, because you don't get all that information when you're running yourself. So it's very clever, and that actually ended up giving them being able to rest off Microbro, and that's why they were ending up being 2 guys alive.
Let's take a look at the overall rankings and see how that fares. Is my prediction of 50 points ahead correct?
Oh,
not quite, but quite far ahead indeed, with the 36 points that they currently sit above Udo in second place. Morph team with that chicken dinner will move themselves up to 4th place. That's quite the leap for them. It's only a small sample size of games so far here, Froz, but great stuff from Morph team here.
Well, big enough to give Biggitron a average placement of 1.
Yeah, crazy. But also nice to see Team IND with on 3rd place with only 2 games played. Very impressive for them, able to step up like that, and that's going to secure them throughout this weekend, of course. A very good seeding already, being that far ahead. Looking at the bottom here, 11 to 20. No chance team on 17, and it's kind of getting close there. I'm still surprised to see, obviously, TSM Entity in there still in that, but I'm sure they will climb. Do not worry about that.
Yeah, not only them, but we also see Team Secret down there, and again, the biggest opponents of Biggitron. If they are down there, well, who's going to step up against them?
Yeah, it is a good question. But for now, let's head over to an interview here to hear from Slayer, as we have him ready to go from IND. Slayer, how are you doing, my friend?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad.
Thank you for asking.
We're excited for the World League to begin. How about yourself? Are you excited to get everything underway?
Yeah, definitely. We've been grinding since months, actually. So for this moment, so that's why we are giving our 100%, and we're going to come up with a better performance, I'm sure.
Okay, so looking at today, as well as kind of these seeding days, how do you expect your team to fare here? It's a very strong lobby across the board. What do you think for IND?
Like, we've actually, the best part about us is we have had international experience. We've played tournaments against these players, so we kind of know, you know, like, it's the tournament level is different against playing against Indian teams, and it's a little different playing against these Southeastern, like, Asian teams. So yeah, we've done our study, so we're prepared.
Okay, and I didn't get to speak to you throughout the last couple of days when I was talking to some of the teams, but I want to ask you one of the questions that I asked everybody. Who do you guys kind of see as some of your biggest rivals? I know BiggyTron has done really well in these first couple of games, but who else are you looking at here?
For us, our good, like the toughest competition would be BTR, of course, like they are the champions, and other than that, TSM Entity, Udo Gang, and the Team Secret.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Leia.
Three, I think they're the deadliest. Yeah.
Enjoy the next games. Good luck, friend.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's head back on over then here. Plenty of good stuff to come. We're going to be checking in with a lot of the players throughout the World League here as well. I get to talk to everybody. It's great fun. So, looking forwards into the next games, of course, here. Interesting to hear from IND and see kind of their thoughts moving forwards from all of this. They are one of the teams that I'm particularly looking out for. I think they've got a good pedigree behind them. I think they can make moves.
I think they can make moves. They've shown us so far 2 games already in the top 3, and what he said as well, I took a bit away. They've been grinding for months, but also they've been doing their studies. They're trying to think of what are we up against here? Where are the other teams dropping? How can we prepare as best, and how can we set ourselves up for the best kind of competition here?
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? Micro Uzi, spraying and praying, very, very fast gun, shooting rapid fire. Why don't we rapid fire some questions at some of the players here for the World League and see what they have to think about things.
What is your preferred style of playing the game?
Passive.
Holding and being aggressive when required.
Passive aggressive. Depends upon the situation, either aggressive or passive.
Strategically.
What is your favorite in-game skin?
The Fool. M4.
I'm not fond of skins. I don't have much skins and all.
In-game skin, Glacier M416. Glacier M416.
M4 full.
How many hours per day are you spending playing PUBG Mobile?
5 hours.
More than 14 hours.
8 to 9. Around 8 to 10 hours.
10 to 12 hours.
Who do you think will win PMWL East?
We will win.
Any of the Indian team.
Megastars. No idea. The made the best team win.
Synergy.
Who is the best player in the world at the moment?
Hike from Team Secret.
Nothing as such.
Jonathan. Paraboy.
Synergy Ted.
What is your favorite food?
Martabak from Indonesia.
My favorite food is rajma rice, which is an Indian spicy dish made of rice.
Momos.
Dal bata.
What's the most annoying thing to happen in-game?
Flashbang.
My mate MJ keeps on fighting with me.
Car glitches. Parachute glitches.
Teammates crying.
Which weapon should receive a balance update or change, and why?
Groza. It's way too overpower damage.
I don't think any weapon is such. I'm happy with whatever we are equipped with.
I don't think so there is any weapon like that. Most probably QBZ in channel. Maybe recoil might be little low.
DP28 because it's too much overpowered.
What is your favorite movie?
World War Z.
I don't watch much movies.
Avengers Endgame. There is a Tamil movie named Vanakkam Chennai.
Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara. It's a Bollywood movie.
What is your favorite activity outside of gaming?
Playing football.
Listening music or coding on various apps.
Playing football. Other than gaming, I used to play cricket.
Reading.
What a fantastic interviewer. Just kudos to that man. Kudos to that man. Great to hear from the players as well, though, of course. Really cool to kind of get to chat with them as the days have gone on. Froz, Avenger, we are going to take a look at the schedule as well here. You were in one of their favorite movies as well. Good job, Avenger.
Yeah, I like that.
We have BiggyTron getting themselves 2 wins with the back-to-back there, and Morph actually denying BiggyTron from getting a triple, and will be able to pick themselves up 1 on Miramar. Next up, we've got Sanhok and then Erangel to get things going. One interesting interesting thing that I found when I was talking to a lot of these teams is that a big portion of them find Sanhok to be one of the most fantastic competitive maps. They like the running and gunning style. They like being able to get into a lot of this action very quickly, Froz. And that's what Sanhok can provide. It's different compared to an Erangel or a Miramar.
I mean, we heard from the players just now that one of their preferred playstyle is being passive-aggressive, needing to be aggressive. That's when they go aggressive.
Sure.
This is the time they're going to need to be aggressive because we're going to be on Sanhok. You want to be super aggressive, keep it to short fights, and just move on to the next one as soon as possible, or you're going to get third party.
Let's take a look at a team head-to-head as well here, as we have Orange Rock and RRQ Athena going against one another, and they've done particularly well for themselves when it comes to the past couple of games here, Avenger. What do you take away from it?
Obviously, a high damage count here on both of them. Nearly 2,000 on both of them. Obviously, Orange Rock with nearly 2,300. But also, damage received is very close to each other. They want to try to be able to lower that. Obviously, when you're fighting, if you're receiving more damage than you're giving out, then you're losing the fight. Maybe you don't lose the kills. Maybe you don't get knocked. Maybe you don't get flushed or killed or anything like that. But you lose the fight. You're using your utilities. You're using your heals. You're using your vest, your helmet. All this is something that you really want to be able to keep once you go into the later stages of the game, because if you're going into the late stage of the game without a vest, without a helmet, you're going to be having the underhand served.
Let's move on for a Sanhok here. We saw Barn before, one of the worst places in the entire game.
Yes,
not true.
Froz agrees, Martin doesn't agree because Martin's weird. But what else we got about Sanhok, Froz, when we look down on this?
I mean, we got a few hotspots, of course. Barn, if you ask Avenger, you do have boot camp, as we can see here, with lobster or crab, depending on what you want to call it.
07, no.
You have Paradise. There's a lot of good places, but at the same time, there's also a lot of spread out compounds that you can just go for loot. And remember, you don't need to go straight away for a big compound. If you go for a big place, it's a high chance you're going to get contested. If you go for compounds, less chance.
Circles are very varied as well here on Sanhok.
It's always fun circles, I gotta say. Yeah. It's always something that we not can laugh evenly off. We have some crazy ones, but my favorite ones are obviously to see who wins Paradise, who wins Bootcamp, who wins Painang.
Yeah. Painang can be an interesting place for sure. We're seeing ruins as we do fly on over it. It's very rare we get Painang circles. We actually saw it in PMPL Americas, where I think Tribe Gaming was able to win that out. And they took a position in Painang, right? To then have the circles come towards them, and then everybody had to come towards that. It can be very, very difficult to do.
Well, even if you don't get the circle and you drop in Painang, what's so strong about it is that you have the river crossing there, so you basically have control over both going to east and the west island without any problem.
And of course, not only is the World League going on, but also PMCO is about to begin as well for the fall split. And you can get registered and you can play the game as well along with us. So make sure to register on the link provided below before tomorrow, most importantly, and you can be playing in the PMCO too. You could find glory, riches, legendary status, Avenger, everything I don't have.
And skins.
And skins, Froz, everything Froz has. Perfect. I like that. I like that. So, moving forward swiftly here into Sanhok. Of course, I feel like the circles that we've seen so far, I've seen a lot of circles towards that quarry area. I think most people would like, or players would like to not suffer, and it to be on kind of that main land, which is the bigger island. But the small islands provide some interesting moves too.
I mean, every time a player is suffering from the circle, that's when it's most fun to watch the game.
It's glorious.
That's also usually where we see the best team wins, right? Because they are most prepared. They have played these before. They have tried these hard circles.
Definitely.
And then they're sitting there laughing a little bit.
All right, well, time to find out if the players will suffer here on Sanhok or if they'll run and gun. We're going over to the commentary team here for our fourth game of the day.
Thank you very much, Kaleris. Sanhok coming straight up. We had some Painang discussions over there and also some quarry discussions. I want a mountaintop finish. Those are fun.
Mountaintop finishes are just such a pain in the but look, Sanhok is third-party central, right? You've got to be able to know how to play around the Northwest Island and Southwest Island. When it comes to circles, you know, Kyler's hit a really good point. Primarily what the teams would love to see is a core mainland circle, whether it's phase 1, whether it's phase 2. The second you know it's in an absolute designated area, then you can at least react to that.
But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Sanhok, as you like to say, Imperium, welcome to the jungle.
we've got fun and games.
Let's go. We're going to be having a very Eastern-focused playing path. But you know what? It's a 4x4 map, so the playing path really doesn't have that much of an impact onto this one. Box Gaming, ABCE Esports, BTR, and also a few other squads going to be jumping out pretty early on the first 50% part of this playing path. And yeah, we'll see how things are going to be coming out on this fourth game of the day.
Again, what I love about these fully competitive, as in the best of the best teams, they're not afraid to utilize the whole Sanhok map. So we see Box Gaming. Now, normally I wouldn't advise on spreading yourself as a team on those drop spots, but because it's the northeast around Mong Nai, there's a lot more safety around that. So really great job by them. But the phase 1 circle shifts up north. You do have the mainland, you do have the northwest island in play, and a tiny tip of the southwest island.
You know what? They talked about Painan earlier. Well, seemed like we're going to have some early action happening over there. And also on Paradise Resort. Megastars and ABCE Esports going to be clashing in the early stage. Got a Panda over here. Got to try and save them a little bit. Trying to keep them in game as long as possible, because Pandas are rare now.
Take me down to a Paradise City where the grass is green and the teams are pretty. And the teams in this case are Valdis Esports and Megastars. Of course, in this game, we don't have Udu Gank, Morph, No Chance, and T1, and we have brought back Celts, Orange Rock, and Nova.
Gonna have here RQ Athena pushing up. They are very, very close together, which you can't really say, unfortunately, for Synergy. They are going to be having a little bit of trouble to hold up to this one. But, you know what? They have the building in their advantage. So that means that they can try and flush it through the doors, through the staircases when they try and go for that respective push. As D2E, here it is. No, actually, Teddy's going to get pushed up. He's going to try and stay and hold that position on the balcony with the Uzi. Was able to get one knockdown on the member of RQ Athena. And now, because he got those hit markers, will he push this one out? I can see here it is, a Thompson coming out, and Ted will get shut down. A great grenade also coming out from G9, and there you have it. That's going to be Zigsaw shut down, and now RQ Athena with still 3 players up. They're going to try and shut down the last remaining member.
Awesome bot X Survey, where are you guys? You're able to get one knockdown onto a member of RRQ, but if you've allowed, realistically, RRQ to take control of that Painan team fight, Ted was doing such a good job of staving off that double trouble pressure from RRQ a few seconds ago. That should have been the clutch play for the rest of the team to follow suit, but instead they missed the mark.
So 5 Paradise is also breaking out. Hey, look at that, perfect timing. We're going to be moving over there right away. ABCE Esports getting absolutely roasted to a crisp. They're trying to fight back. They get one knockdown, but unfortunately, Arm Joan was the last remaining member. And ABCE Esports, they get swiftly taken out in 15th position. You know what? It's Sanhok. It's bound to happen eventually.
Doesn't matter if they fell into a burning ring of fire. Megastars come out on that fight on top. It is a central part of Phase 1 circle. They've conquered Paradise Resort. Nice to see this Megastars team shine through finally in day 1 of the PMWL East.
Looking for Survey, looking for Austin Bot. But Austin actually left, going down south of Painan, not quite willing to get involved here. Maybe trying to allow Austin to get another position, another point of pressure to try and stop RQ Athena from going for any extra push. Interesting strategy that I was not really expecting. You would expect them to try and keep those 2 players together to try and make the most out of those 2 players. But here it is, RQ's got the nice rooftop play. But unfortunately, he doesn't turn that into anything. He's going to drop straight down and he's going to try and run away.
Especially if you had Survey in the building beside it, would have been a bone of contention on a potential double angle coming through. But Survey gets knocked by Ernie. Now it's just going to be left to Austin Bodex to try and hold on for dear life. Now Synergy, they had a solid game too, but that was off the back of what was some fantastic rotations leading up to that point, but this is a whole different scenario in Sanhok.
Yeah, they did really good in the late game. The early game, they just stayed really passive, so that's something that onto this PMWL East tournament, they haven't had a lot of experience into that one. And Austin's just like, okay, at least you know what, that reposition they had earlier is going to actually help them out because they lost one member. He sees Austin over there in the distance, they know exactly where he is. They're going to push that. They are not going to let Synergy make it out alive. They're potentially going to get eliminated in 14th position, but will the 1v3 clutch happen? We'll have to wait and see.
Like a bird looking for their prey. They sniffed out their victim. Now they're ready to close out the fight. Now Austin Bodex has a little bit of a nice position on the edge of of the stairs, using that third-person perspective, but at the end of the day, I can't help but feel that this is a matter of when rather than if for AwesomeBotX to survive.
Yeah, he's still got a few minutes, but we won't have time to use it. Oh, man, here, Jesus Christ. Hello, knock, how's it going? 3 players coming around, and that's the end. Synergy. I mean, RQ Athena 4 kills.
That was the definition of hello, darkness, my old friend. Just going right in front of 3 RRQ players.
Just like, you know, doing the conga into the building, like, eh, and just shutting down the last member. Good stuff.
Now, what I found interesting with regards to Orange Rock when it came to the free fire questions, when they asked who did they think was going to win PMWL East, they were the only team, and they was the only player to basically say, we don't know, may the best team win. Which on one hand kind of makes me think, do they actually have the confidence? Because every other team said it's going to be them, it's going to be respectively them, you know, or at least kind of, you know, was it any of the Indian teams? Whereas Orange Rock were a little bit maybe, are they as confident?
I mean, I think there's also a little bit of being humble, you know, like humble is very important. No, I'm way more humble than you, for example, Imperium, which is like a little bit of a paradox right there.
How dare you? But you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
I know. There you go, Transcend. No, it's not the case.
Okay, so as the blue zone is closing, we have seen teams shifting their way up forward. We have Team Seeker down on the southern edge. They're going basically by Quarry. Most of the teams are generally towards the center of the circle. It is a strong position by Orange Rock that they hold on to, even though they are spread out. You have 3 players on that compound, basically on top of the hill, overlooking the likes of Reject. So that could really create a lot of space coming into the next circle for Orange Rock.
Definitely the case. Megastars, they like their little rotations, just being like, you know, small rotation one after another. You do take a few risks of potentially losing a few players along the way, which did happen. They lost one of their own players very early on, and they're going to be picking a fight versus Scarlet. Reject Scarlet coming around here. Hopefully the fight will not go any further. Megastars, they do definitely show an intention of wanting to go back over to the compound of Vexy because they just got caught out in the open, and you would never want to do that, especially when a potential third party could come around the corner.
I was literally just going to say, I think Encore could be okay, but that confirmation comes in from Reject. First kill of this Sanhok game. We're down to 13 teams, 49 players as we head into the 7.5 minute mark. Webb with another knockdown on the Paradox. That play by Reject off the back of what is basically a 2-2, getting that information, putting that pressure onto Megastars. I love to see it.
Love to see indeed, but yeah, definitely so far, Megastars, they went right back. I mean, the player that remains made it over to the compound, so that's completely okay. But also Central Circle, gonna have a few squads trying to fight for that position so far, so interested to see. But as Paradox unfortunately bleeds to his death, leaving him only in the hands of Vexy.
One of the most important things about Sanhok when it comes to engagements, in my eyes, is you've got to be really cohesive and concise with your engagements. You can't dance around that fight too long, because as the circle closes in, the shots are going to be heard by multiple teams around. Next thing you know, like a fly to lights, you're gonna see that third party come through. So I do like the fact that RQ were being aggressive enough, but they are now shifting their way into getting information as the blue zone's closing in on phase 1.
You want the fights to be like
pretty much, yes.
Very snappy, you know. Even if the fight does not go in your favor, if you know that this didn't work out, just leave. It's really not worth it, because the third party can come around the corner at literally any time of the game. You like to call this area the black hole of Sanhok. Is good high ground position, and I think we saw like many chicken dinners being won in this current position. BTR's got that under control. Will that allow them to take the win?
And if the circle does shift to the west, they can actually go into the compound to the west of the black hole, which is a great area to hold on to. Of course, where we will see where shines its way through. It goes to the east. There is still Kyle Harris's favorite place of Sanhok in play. That's Ban. Gotta love to see it. But at the end of the day, with it shifting to the east, the mainland is primarily in play, which is a little bit of a sigh of relief.
Actually, Racer, Celt, and also King of Gamers Club. Currently, you know, very delayed. There was like a little bit of a standoff down towards docks, and now they're sort of going to try and shift their way back up. Kampong is going to be the main location that this team of GX are going to try and rotate to. But now, Team IND, they went for my speculation of potentially having a mountaintop finish, but you know what? That unfortunately will not go their way. But back over to BTRs, they're still keeping the pressure down. Only 1 kill, a little bit of a slower game compared to what we've seen so far for BTR.
And now they look to try and shift away. Getting that kill onto the member of Reject will push Reject back a little bit, make them kind of a tiny bit mentally passive and force them into a bit of their own self-isolating corner and give more space for BTR to shift around. They have plenty of space. They can make their way to the edge of Tap Mock. They could even go to Paradise Resort because Paradise Resort is in the golden center part of Phase 2.
As we pan over to Team Secret, a team that we got to try and focus on a little bit, right? They have not had the best start of the day. We do have to say that. But the team was one of the biggest potentials going into this. Like, we keep hyping them up like Team Secret. They're this team. You want to keep an eye out for them. Have a little bit of a weak start, but that happens, you know, and that's fine. So hopefully this Sanhok game will be the one to try and be their redeeming factor, their redeeming game to try and climb back up a little bit higher in the overall standings.
2-game play for Team Secret. They've only got a total of 2 kills over those 2 games, a 15th and a 16th respectively. Now is going to be their time to really push back up and send that message. And the reason why I'm kind of repeating sending a message, because I genuinely think that's a huge part of these. Basically, these seeding games, it is about sending that message. It is about making your mark in the PMWL East and kind of, you know, knowing that when you show up on the kill feed, teams will fear you even more.
Yeah. Or just also they'll see that you got less players and they'll be overconfident. You know, can have a little bit of a different position right here. But yeah, Team Secret still holding to their compound, not giving it over. They do have like a really good compound under control, you have to say, down south. But unfortunately, not in circle. They're going to have to move, and they're actually getting gatekeeped by RRQ Athena right now. So some fight could be happening down south really soon.
I'm also curious about Team IND. They stuck on the northwestern island on the high ground. It's going to be a matter of how they are going to make their way into the mainland. If they go to down the southwest, they're going to get closer towards RQ and Team Secret. But right now, they do have the space of boot camp that they can shine their way up.
Also on a Orange Rock here, they got Marvi that's going to be holding on to the bridge alone, but you see that by the fact of his position, he's not willing to take a fight. He's just there to purely just give information. If a team comes over, might go for a few sprays, but be careful, guys. We're holding the bridge here. You do not want to cross over here. So Team IND going to have to think about how they want to pull this one off.
Now, the team that benefited most from that Phase 1 circle into Phase 2 was definitely King of Gamers Club. Remember, they split loot drop around Mong Nai and Camp Bravo. They were on their own. They were unoccupied, untouched, and now there's so much space on that southeastern part of Phase 2 that even if it shifts up northwest, they will have plenty of space to make their way up. So really nice position from King of Gamers.
Now, this is where things are about to get a little bit more spicy. The next circle, hey, talked about Box Gaming, but there you go. Straight on top of them, Box Gaming, they have a good position. Now, I would say go for a little bit of a 2-2 split. Take 2 compounds under control. If a team tries to breach it, just reposition in that specific compound. But I think it would be good to also have a little bit of scope and information on teams around you.
True, but where Box Gaming are currently located is a little bit tricky because there's a lot of area to kind of play around, you know, where they could get caught off. But that seems like that is exactly what they are going for. Nice call out from yourself. But now you level up onto TSM Entity. Knockdown coming through as RRQ and Team Secret will start to engage on each other outside the circle, no less.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that was going to happen eventually, but I like it. Team Secret like, okay, we saw them. We're just going to, well, if you've got a big obstacle in front of you, you don't have to go through it. You can just go around it. That's a nice way to make it out to the next circle. But iShot's doing exactly what his name says, taking shots, and going to try and take a few nice engagements. But you know what? They're just going to move back. They know they're trying to go around, so like, this is not worth it. We're going to have to reposition. We'll lose time out of the circle. It's not worth it.
Talking about out of the circle, I'm also curious about Galaxy Racer Cells. They are outside the circle. They're actually half the team is inside the blue zone. And if they do decide to kind of go more linear into the circle, they could go against King of Gamers. But because they can make their way up on the east, that rotation could definitely prove to be very valuable for them.
No, RRQ, you know, they know now. They got their cars, so I think that here, no, cars aren't really all that great to use, and Sanhok brings a lot of attention to you, and you're not really wanting attention in a map where third parties are extremely, extremely dominant. But I think there would be a valid option just to go for a very short but swift rotation. I was going to be having Megastars, popping up in a feed, but not really the way they would expect to, as they get eliminated in 13th position here.
You level up. They are outside of the circle. You have Team IND and TSM Entity very close to them. But this fight between TSM and Team IND could get very, very aggressive in the next minute or so as BTR, they're going to be pushed upon by Box Gaming.
Yeah, Box Gaming, they got the high ground. You know what they say, high ground is going to give you the advantage right away. Box Gaming, they are a little bit split. No, we talked about it earlier, and I thought they should try and do that, go for a little bit of a 2-2 split. Even now, it's a 2-1-1 split, keeping a lot of control here. But rotating back to yourself is not like Vikendi, where you can easily rotate with cars. Cars are not great to use here, so we'll make things a little bit of a slow response for Box Gaming to fight versus BTR. But Bigatron trying to potentially get a bit of utility. You saw those nades, but they just like, nah, the distance way too big. We're not going to commit to that.
Down to 12 teams, 45 players. The first 3 teams we have lost in this game is Valdez, the Murder, Synergy, and Megastars. They are the teams that have respectively been eliminated so far in this Sanhok game as we are about to hit phase 4. All of the teams, bar Team IND, are pretty much inside the circle, but the majority of them are close to the edge, and that's really interesting. Nobody has occupied Paradise Resort, which I don't mind, but I'm also a little bit surprised.
I'm going to explain you why. Main reason, Jesus Christ, well, you talk about Paradise Resort Circle, well, we just got it right there. But the reason why they're all on the edge, right, is because Paradise Resort a little bit high ground, and you've got a lot of peeking spots from Paradise Resort itself. So like, okay, we're just going to play on the edge, and if we have to focus down and commit to Paradise Resort, we'll do it when we're actually forced to do so.
But now as the circle shifts on towards Paradise Resort to the west, a lot of teams outside the circle are going to be clashing together as they make their way in. Box Gaming being one of them, still up as a full squad looking to push down the current leaders of the PMWL East Day 1. That is the one and only BTR.
Yeah, Orange Rock going to be pretty close to Bigatron, so they've got to keep that in mind because Box Gaming could also deny them during that rotation just to make sure they're not going to get put under pressure. Luxy pops off a few smokes with the rest of his allies. They'll make it through, and they will slowly make their way towards Orange Rocks as they're going to be going straight for the compound of Reject Scarlet. They still got Sarah, they still got Web, and I believe those are the 2 only players remaining. Yes, it is. And here it is again for the breach. Utility, grenade, smokes, mollies. I don't know what they just threw, but they damn sure threw something over. And that was a grenade. Web going to try and respond with his own utility. Unfortunately, Reject Scarlet definitely having the short end of the straw, and they'll get absolutely battered by Orange Rock as they take them out in. That's going to be.
I know Orange Rock were impressive in the PMPL, and I was worried about the addition of Scout, but I gotta say they're definitely looking very strong. But TSM Entity once again coming under fire as Team IND. They've yet to get a kill so far in this game. You still have Jonathan, but he's facing damage from the blue zone. We know he is the man, the myth from his side. Let's see if he can make something work. But no, he can't. 420 OP finds him. That's the end of TSM Entity once again going out early in these games.
Well, I don't think that I've ever seen, like, you know, TSM Entity being very consistent on a map such as Sanhok. The other map's absolutely awesome. Sanhok, there's a little bit up and down overall, so definitely not too much of an issue there. We'll see them come back eventually.
Of course.
Now, it's going to be GXR Celts slowly making their way down. And it's interesting because they're actually down south of the circle. They've rotated all on the eastern side to make it up north to avoid detection, but now they're going to be one of the best team of the lobby. Very unlucky for them.
But they've still done a great job of rotating now because Orange Rock took down Reject. That created a tiny bit more space for BTR. BTR disengaged away from Box Gaming. Box Gaming has now sent 2 of their members up to the full squad into Paradise Resort. This is great from Galaxy Racers. They are being aware of it, although I don't think that's a good idea. You're only making so much noise, and that vehicle isn't going very fast, my friend.
Yeah, just give that one up. You're not going to use it. Could be a good defensive position to use, but it's going to be interesting. We're now going to be going over to Team Secret, currently getting gatekeeped by King of Gamers Club. Team Secret, they have to redeem themselves, okay? They had not the best of starts here. They need to get a good, impactful Sanhok game. But now going to be going back up north, going up north, down south. No, trying to keep an information on every single fight happening right now, Imperium.
Ice shots going down to the blue zone. South Rocks knocking down Ryzen, sending a message of rotation on South. They still have a full squad moving their way through on the northern tip of this circle as they want to push in onto BTR and make them pay the price.
Straight up north of Paradise Resort, that's the position the Celts are currently going to be aiming for, and they will get that under control. But now Bigatron getting pressured down by the teams over there, and that's why they were all hesitant to really push into Paradise Resort. Around Paradise Resort, it's such a weird area to fight around. You're never sure which team will come out on top.
We've now lost Team Streaker. King of Gamers took them out, but now King of Gamers have got to make their own way into the circle because it did shift into Paradise Resort. It is Paradise City. The grass is going to be green and the blood is going to be pretty as the bodies are bound to hit the floor as the teams make their way in. Viru onto Slayer, onto Snacks. We see it in the kill feed. Let's see if they get even more work done as they confirm the kills.
South still just slowly making it behind the area of Paradise Resort, trying to avoid detection. They're able to do so, just like King of Gamers Club. But now Orange Rock, they're the team that currently, they are going to struggle a little bit to make it through because they got to go down a hill, down that little bit of a cliff. And that's going to be them just potentially falling straight into the open arms of Bigatron very soon. But actually, we're going to be shifting over to the western side of Paradise Resort, where it's a little bit more open-ended.
It is a little bit more open area, but there's a lot of rocks to play around as Galaxy race ourselves. Tanky is knocked down, but MZ and Ultron trying to hold on. Box Gaming is boxing them into a corner, but King of Gamers, we see in the kill feed, is third-partying them.
Third parties, especially what's going to be happening over here. But here it is. GXR Cells, they are pushing on Box Gaming. Team IND eliminated after still a great game last time around on Miramar. They got 4th position, but now things are going to get more and more sweaty as we go by. 8 teams still remaining in this Sanhok lobby. The fight is going to be happening. Not many teams actually in Paradise Resort itself, which, you know, we talked about it already earlier. The edge is just so weird to play around. It was really expected.
Exactly. But now as it's on towards the west, let's see what the teams on the east, most notably King of Gamers, Galaxy Racer, Celts and Box Gaming. Also down in the south, we have lost U Level Up, so RRQ are being very, very victorious on their push into the circles.
And yeah, RRQ Athena so far, they got 8 kills and it's still going up every single second. So we'll have to wait and see if they can try and potentially get their very first chicken dinner of the day. So now, here it is, Celts, they made their way already in. They shifted actually from the north of Paradise Resort over to the eastern side, and that's where most teams are going to try and actually avoid that location because they want to try and get themselves in center circle in Paradise, but nice few shots coming out, and that's going to be also a great grenade from RRQ Athena onto Nova Godlike, trying to shut them down completely. But here it is, RRQ Athena doing such a good impact, but Celts, they're going for the re-engage from behind, they're going for the third party of the century.
MJ just comes in, looks to shut them down as the members of RQ pushing through. It just becomes too much, and Ernie shuts them down. That's the end of Celts, but what an incredible run through for them as we're down to the last 6 teams. 14 players up. Phase 7 shifts to the west once again.
Gotta give a lot of props to Celts for them rotations. Very tricky, very hard to pull off, and very long to pull off, but it definitely did work out as King of Gamers Club unfortunately will bite the dust also. 6th position, 5 teams still remaining as Orange Rock now, they got one of the most predominant locations. They got the high ground for themselves. They're going to leave all the teams fight. They just don't have to, they can just chill right now and wait for the teams to rotate in circle and just pick them up one by one.
You talked about RQ. They're on 11 kills, double digits from a kill point of view, as they want to add a lot more to their count as a game is pushing through. Orange Rock, they're on 7 kills. They're looking strong. They're getting the revives, but can Box Gaming break the spirit of Orange Rock?
I mean, Orange Rock right now, they just don't have to get involved. They're going to be seeing the last member there of Bigatron. There you go. 5th position still. Extremely consistent performances from this team, Bigatron Red Aliens. But now 4 teams still in play. We'll have Nova Godlike, we'll have Box Gaming, Orange Rock, and also RRQ Athena. And now RRQ actually, they're going to have to move a little bit forward, but we talked about it. It's the open-ended area of Paradise Resort. Rotating is going to be extremely harsh.
And the high ground held onto by Orange Rock, that could give them an advantage, but there's a lot of little like statues and rocks that the teams on the low ground can play around, so it's definitely not an easy task for Orange Rock. But Bear was knocked down. He's gonna get confirmed with the burning Molotov as Ernie is gonna be prone down by the side of the wall. Gil throwing out his smoke. They want to take control of this phase 8 circle. There is still a full Box Gaming team up along with the 2 players of Nova Godlike.
The smokes, all the smokes coming out from Box Gaming and Nova Godlike. They want to avoid detection, but Jill has the angle. Does get 1 member down of Nova Godlike, all down to now 1 player. That's going to be Smexy OP, but there you go, gets shut down by the play zone, denies an extra point. That's pretty good. They'll be taken out in 4th position. 3 teams still remaining. Box Gaming, they're going for the push through the smokes, but they have no information because they're just going absolutely in the dark.
Yeah, and then Ernie gets a knockdown on the scout. Confirmed on the scout. Orange Rock down 2, 3 players, but Gil, the player traded over from Nova Godlike, is able to get the job done. Mavi, along with Vru, gonna look to take down Box Gaming. They take the chicken dinner, and Orange Rock claim the win.
I mean, high ground will always give you an advantage in this one. And they had the high ground also behind a wall. I mean, all the teams, they were fighting each other. And then when they wanted to, just, hey, gonna be picking up all the kills. And they take that chicken dinner on Sanhok. Well deserved. GG well played. We knew it was going to happen eventually, a chicken dinner for them. This was the one.
12 kills. What a performance. And I'm super curious of what the desk have to say about this one.
May Orange Rock took command of that, and it was difficult circles to play, let's be honest, because circles 4, 5, focusing on Paradise Resort. It's not your most common thing that you're seeing here, Froz, but you know, the teams that actually made it work, very impressive.
It's quite funny. It was almost like you had a control over the circle there. You were like, I wonder if we're gonna get a Paradise Circle, and then
I
boom,
did say this.
Straight on top of Paradise.
I gotta say, I love these circles though. This is a curveball that is 360 curving all the way around. Like honestly, this is some of the hardest circles to play, and they managed to play it so well. Extremely well played, honestly.
Let's take a look at the map ranking then, coming in and see where Orange Rock ends up. They were already doing well before this game, and they get 12 kills as well as the chicken dinner. And fully enough, of all the teams that we actually highlighted to go in head-to-head before this game, we picked Orange Rock and RRQ Athena. So both of those teams getting a boatload of kills, a boatload of placement points.
Yeah, this was their third game for both of the teams. And before this game, Orange Rock was sitting on a 5th place overall, and RRQ Athena was sitting on 7th place. But with these points, they're going to boost them up towards the main top there.
Yeah, definitely so. And you can see a few points coming in here and there for teams like Megastars, 4 kills to their name. They were able to take out some big players throughout this game. TSM Entity, once again, not having the easiest time there with only the 2 kills and being eliminated early. Again, it's across the 2 days, it's kind of early days, I suppose, as we take a look at the overall damage done. And Orange Rock and RRQ Athena just decided, you know what? This lobby's ours for this Sanhok.
Yeah. More than 2,000 damage in both of them, 12 kills in both of the teams. Amazing to see. I was surprised though to see Nova Godlike have a very center position in Paradise and not ending up with more kills. I feel like they didn't really capitalize on what they potentially could have, maybe try to hold some of the teams out rather than losing out on a fight so early.
But sometimes it's also hard if you go to the center way too early. You're gonna have teams crashing in from every angle, so it's gonna be hard for you to actually hold that out.
Yeah.
What's quite funny is though that we saw RQ Athena and Orange Rock with a lot of damage here in this game. They started on different areas though. We saw Orange Rock in the top of the map towards Hatin there, and we saw RQ Athena actually fighting out against Synergy in Painan from the start.
Yeah, we definitely did. And we saw nobody in boot camp. That was weird. Let's take a look at Orange Rock's stats. We'll talk about that in a few moments' time here as they got themselves that 2,000 damage on the board. We've had opportunities to already highlight them, but they're setting themselves apart from some of the players and some of the teams so far here, Avenger. Great stuff.
And also a low amount of heals. You know, they're putting out more than triple, nearly more than triple damage compared to what they're healing themselves. They're really impacting this and getting a lot of damage done.
Yeah.
Vice versa, the kills as well. So overall, a fantastic game for them.
Cool stuff indeed. Box Gaming also got themselves that 2nd place off the back of it. It wasn't that much damage and kills by any means, but an extra 14 placement points is very big.
Yeah, I mean, as we talked about, the placement points are super important.
Yeah.
If you can't get the kills, at least you're gonna grab those placement points.
It's Mountain Dew do the moments. Do the moments. I can't even do it. Do the do moments time. You know what? I'm gonna wrestle with that for a long time. But it is do the do moments. Everybody, this was an interesting breach by RRQ.
This is important as well because they're fighting for Painang here, a top 3 spot on Sanhok.
Hard push.
And they're making sure that this is there. So they basically won this fight and won probably Painang for the rest of the games and for the rest of the tournament. So super important here for RRQ Athena.
Yeah, you've got to be careful about how long you would contest a point. I mean, it's a long format eventually, but that format across this month is broken down into smaller individual weeks. So if you do start competing for a drop spot throughout that first week, for example, you could just lose that whole week's worth of points.
Well, yeah, of course, but at the same time, also if you're gonna contest someone on a map, you want to make sure that you're doing really good on the other maps, so making sure that you're securing the points on those games. And when you're going for the one where you're actually contesting, it doesn't matter if you get 3 guys killed on your team, as long as you wipe out the other team and take control over the drop pod.
You can see Orange Rock here taking nice positions with some of the terrain that they have available to them, Avenger, using just those small little elevations here and there for the lie down to avoid some damage.
Yeah, and taking a high ground position as well mid-game, they were able to put a pressure on the teams that are coming out of these confined areas. They're coming out of the houses, they're coming out of spots where they have places to hide behind. So very nice to see how they're able to play around that.
Let's take a look at RRQ Athena and how they shaped up as well in this game, because a lot of damage came from them, and they didn't even do as much healing as what we saw from Orange Rock before. So they were very frag heavy, very, very easy to be able to get out what is effectively 4 times the damage than they received.
Yeah, you can also see the teamwork coming down in the start there with RQ up against Synergy. How do we Freeman pushing the last guy from Synergy, making sure that, okay, no matter what, we're going to move as a unit.
It makes me happy to see the name RRQ Athena in lights, because if I'm thinking back to 2018 in Dubai and I'm thinking, they were the gods as well. It was such a good time. I like RRQ Athena a lot. Good to see. Let's take a look at some player stats as well then, as we do have those available to us, as we have the 2 RRQ members as well as 2 Orange Rocks, but another 1,000 damage coming out from Ernie. And it's actually rare we see so many 1,000 damage or almost 1,000 damage games this in quick succession of one another, Avenger.
What is also very impressive from these guys is it's 6 kills, and 5 kills, and they got 12 each, remember? So these guys they have 11 of the 12 kills, these 2 teams here. So Ernie 1,068 and 6 kills. Impressive stuff here. Very nice to see Jill as well up there. He also had a very good game before.
What's also good to see from Orange Rock, for example, we have Mavi and Gil up here. But in game number 2, when Orange Rock got themselves that second place, it was all about Scout doing all the damage, getting all the kills. But we see here that the others are stepping up as well.
Yeah, very cool to see. I like it a lot. You can see a lot of skill across the lobby, which is nice to see, and a kind of a setup here for the PMWL East. Avenger, let's open up your highlight box and see what you've got. That was weird. And see what you've got for me. I don't know why I did that for.
Opening it up. Yeah, let's take a look at it. I want to point out some of the stuff I was talking about here before. So Orange Rock, they obviously have a high ground position. Let's pause it real quick here. So they know that there's a lot of the players that are still inside the buildings that have some of these spots where they're hiding, and they know that they have to come out. So Orange Rock sitting up here in a high ground position, laying down, making sure that they're waiting for these guys to get pushed up, right? So the other teams are sitting inside the buildings, and they know that they have to get out. So they're waiting for them, and they're basically positioning themselves to make sure that they can get as many kills as possible and make sure that they get this win here. So these guys that are inside the houses, they have to move out. They already know that RRQ Athena is out here, so they're taking this into consideration as well. And the teams coming in here, they're just fragging them out easily, and this is so well considered as well because they know that they have their upper hand here. So they played this perfectly executed.
They had a lot of information for us. I mean, even we saw a failed spray down towards RRQ Athena as they were taking that little cut around the wall, so they knew where they were, where everybody was.
But something that was very smart as well from Orange Rock was actually they kept Gil up there, and he was basically just smoking himself and looking through on his right side of the smoke there all the time. Not only being able to gather information related to his teammates down there on the ground, but also being able to take some shots here and there.
All right, let's put Avengers highlight box over here, and let's take the overall rankings box and put that over here and open that. Let's see how that is shaping up. It's all about the boxes for now. Because Box Gaming got second place. That's fair. That's fair. We have Biggitron, Red Alien still at the top here. Do bear in mind that all of the placement points coming in from, or all of the points in general coming in from the next 2 days is just for seeding going into our first week's day and then into the Super Weekend, of course, but obviously they'll be fighting for that. It's just to find out who's going to be in which groups, basically. As we see, still Biggitron very far ahead. Orange Rock, though, getting themselves into that second spot with a pretty decent advantage over third place. Udugank was obviously not playing in this game, so they're going to have their opportunity in the next game for us to try and make up some of that room.
Yeah, but now it's also a good chance for you to actually look at if the seeding is going to be somewhat like what the leaderboard is right now. Who do you got against you? Who are you going to be playing against? Do you want their drop spots? time to make a difference on that.
Yeah, make a little push on it. And the cool thing is as well, if we'll look through 11th through 19th, you see, Megastars, they made a little bit of moves there, not too much. Middle pack is going to put you in kind of a meh, whatever group, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, you can get lucky, you can get unlucky. I'm excited to see how the seeding is going to happen, because we can have some of these groups that's going to be extremely unlucky, getting in a group there that might be contesting one of your drop spots and so forth. But what I'm excited about, guys, BigTron is not playing the next game.
That's true.
So who's going to put themselves out there and really show that they're going to be dominating? Even though RQ Athena, they did, and Orange Rock, they did a really good job in this last one here. I'm excited to see how we're going to round the day off.
And of course, you can be involved in so many ways at home here. And we on our YouTube here for the PUBG Mobile Esports are approaching that 2 million mark, or we might even have hit it whilst this has been going on. I'm not quite sure, but make sure to go and give a subscription over there, and you get an opportunity to get this set permanently. It's an amalgamation of a lot of things. Looks kind of like my nose, Proz likes wearing traffic cones on his head sometimes. He's a weird guy. He's a weird guy. That's fine. What do you think of it, Avenger?
I think it depends on the amount of cognac that you have drinking the night before.
I suppose.
The amount of the cones that you take on your head. No, I like this outfit. I think I might try to get this added to my...
I think you like the shorts, right?
Yeah.
The rolled up shorts.
Mainly the shoes, actually, that puts, extra 8 centimeters so I look like a monster like I do here in camera.
You don't need that. No.
I'll be out of the shot, basically. You can only see my lower head.
Yeah.
Be fun. Yeah,
I need the shoes. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah. All right, we're going to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. And when we return, we have our final game of Erangel here for the day. We'll see you soon. Oh, we're back. Oh, that was a long time, clearly. We are going to take a look at the schedule here, and a big thank you again to Ashley Mountain Dew for joining us along this journey. Here are the winners so far. If your logo's red or orange, look at that, you're doing well. We have Biggitron Red Aliens getting themselves the back-to-back into Morph, and then Orange Rock get themselves the chicken dinner on Sanhok. We have one more Erangel on the way, Avenger.
So what I'm looking for in this Erangel here, in the last one, I'm looking to see if, are we going to see any teams adapting from what they saw in the first game? Because obviously you're going to have friends, coaches, managers. You're going to have these guys watching the game while you're playing, while you're focusing yourself. They might give you some of this information, because I saw a lot of spots that were open to take. Very good spots, Multipower, the Povka, mentioned some of these places. Yeah. Will we see some of the teams take this? I'm curious to see.
Yeah, there were some good spots. And you could be in a good spot as well at home if you register for the PMCO. And you've only got one more day to do it, so make sure to follow that link down below, and you can join us for the PMCO. And I've done a lot of esports, guys. I'm assuming we're almost at a point where this is like a record-breaking turnout. It's like almost 50,000 teams have signed up for the PMCO. That's nuts.
Insane. More than 200,000 players. Absolutely crazy. I'm looking forward to make sure that we guys sign up. We need a fourth still. Is John going to play with us? Who's going to play with us?
We said we'd pick him.
Yeah.
Imperium's putting his hand up. Yeah. Who's better? Should we make them duel for it?
Yeah.
I think
one-on-one, maybe?
A 1v1 for it, maybe, I think.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, maybe. What do you think, Frost?
Maybe we'll pick up someone who's watching from home.
Oh, like a random, if they tweet at us and say,
tweet at us.
Yeah.
Make an audition
if you
to play
be
with us.
Yeah, if you want to be our fourth player, tweet at us and show us some of your games. That's a good idea.
That'd be sick. And then we get someone to carry us. Perfect. All right, let's take a look at a player comparison here as well as we're going into our last game. It's Gil, and of course, 4,200p. The resolution is just mind-boggling from IND here. There's pretty decent damage coming out from both of these guys, to be honest. IND hasn't quite had the highest of heights that we've seen from Orange Rock so far across 4 games. Again, a small sample size, but Gil certainly performed well for us.
I mean, yeah, he performed well, but in the end, it is a team game. So if everyone's stepping up on the team, it's going to be hard for you to try to get super, super high stats.
Orange Rock as well. Gil, half of the kills came from the last game. Really talks to how good of a performance it was here in the last game. Amazing. Out of the 12 kills, you're 4 players, right? It's good to see that they're able to step up. Obviously 6 kills as well in his teammate, but yeah. To see.
Very good indeed. We are moving on to Erangel to get things rolling here for our final game of the day. And this gives an opportunity for these teams to make those adaptations. Like Avenger was mentioning, of course, there were some spots that were open, that were good when you kind of look down onto it. But at the same time, you've got to know that one group that was not playing the previous Erangel is now there. So you've got to accommodate for those teams as well.
Yeah, we started with a good plane as well in the first game there.
Yeah.
It was basically from east to west, straight through the middle of the map. So you could basically go anywhere, and you know that if you're looting far up in, like, let's say North Georgia, you can just grab some vehicles and drive up there, cruise up there slowly, take your time. We saw Yudo do that, I think.
You do that. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
We saw you do that.
You do gank?
You do.
You do gank?
Yeah. There's so many do's.
Yeah.
So many do's.
Too many.
And actually, to this point, though, when you look for our first Erangel moving into our second one here, we had a military circle for the first game. I mean, that creates a little bit more of a problem for some of these teams.
And both bridges was camped. We saw 3 to 4 teams.
Let's get another one.
No.
Balls, calm down.
No, we're not getting another. Stop. Let's get a, nice, calm and easy.
Zarki?
Straight Oyas
Knew he was going to say Zarki.
No, straight Oyas Naya. Good urban ending. Everybody fighting each other with Molotovs.
I like that.
Flashbangs all over the place. I love urban endings. Yes, Naya is my favorite city.
Are you trying to remove the guns? You just want utility only? You want mollies, smokes? Okay. Calm down, I suppose. But you can see again here the bridges, and they really did present a problem when it came to that military ending. There was, I think, 1 or 2 teams up towards that North George area. It was Nova Godlike that was up there, and they got punished hard when it came to coming in late, Froz, down towards the south of Military Island. It's difficult.
Well, they took a boat from the west coast, so that's the problem. And they basically had everyone in one boat. So once they got a little bit closer, they were just gone down.
Yeah, unfortunate. Sad times. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Not the easiest time for Nova Godlike, but I do have high aspirations, I feel, for Nova Godlike. I think this is a roster that can put up numbers.
Nova Godlike, TSM Entity, I think many the whole community has a lot of big hopes for both of them.
Yeah.
And again, it's opening weekend. It's seeding. It matters to your locations where you're able to play, but also to show the others that you have to be respected. Because if you're able to just be moved around, then you're in a situation where you might be hot dropped. Teams might third party you because you're a weak team or you're playing weak compared to what you usually do. So you gotta step up. You can't just say, guys, it's just an open weekend. You have to make sure that you're showing that you're not to be just moved around the map.
Let's quickly, briefly talk about the 4 teams that missed out on our first Erangel and are now coming into this one. Box Gaming, King of Gamers, You Level Up, as well as Synergy coming in. Box Gaming is the one that I'm kind of looking out for here, Froz, to maybe make some waves happen. They've done pretty well on the previous other games that we've seen so far.
I mean, decent, I'd say. Not the best of a start, but at the same time, as we've been saying, it's just seeding for now. Yeah. It is the start. So just take it easy and let's see how the game goes.
Take it easy. I like taking it easy. All right, we're done. We're going to head over to the commentator team for the last game of the day. It's going to be Erangel. Take it away, boys.
Last game of the day, Max. Now, before we get into just one thing that I noticed I have to point out, because they're not playing on this last game. BTR, 31-point gap between them and second place Orange Rock. That is more than the gap between third place and 16th place. So that shows how dominant they've been, but they are not playing. This game isn't about them. This is all about the 15 teams that are playing on this last game.
As Caleris would like to say, going over to the green pastures. Erangel, we're going to be getting on this one. A pretty similar playing path. Going to be coming around on this one. It's going to be going from Severny up north all down to a military base. We had a military base on the first game of Erangel. We'll have the back-to-back military base. I mean, I definitely would like to see a little bit of a switch up on that, but it might be happening.
I would like to see a southwest Phase 1 circle, because I think that's one of the most common circles for the teams. One where like Gaka and Quarry is in the middle of the Phase 1, because I think that's kind of going to be very familiar for a lot of these teams, and it's going to allow them to maybe play a little bit more confidently on the rotation, on the position, and of course the late game team fights.
I'm waiting to see, are we going to have another early game Rozhog action that's been happening? I mean, earlier we had T1 on the first game that was doing a little bit of action over there, and they're going to be back over here, so we're going to have to see if they're going to be clashing with Valdus, as we are seeing those teams slowly making their way towards Rozhog. So hopefully you're not going to have too much early hot drop, because I'm actually surprised they're committing to that once again, knowing another team was there on game 1.
Well, they say players can be really stubborn when it comes to drop spots that you don't want to give it over. That's a sign of weakness. But Phase 1 is on the west of the map, but it's more central/northwest with George Paul right in the center. Now, of course, the teams that we aren't seeing in this last game today is Team Secret, Megastars, Reject, and Big E-Tron, but we will see back on our screens Yudu, Morph, No Chance team, and T1.
Yeah, T1 and Valdez. No, once again, going to be clashing, but hopefully they'll be able to respond to it in a more according fashion, not getting intertwined, not getting too close to each other, because that's what happened on the very first game. And unfortunately, some teams, especially around Esports, they taken down a few of their members very early. So hopefully here, they'll be able to take this fight a little bit more responsibly. But as I say that, I see a member of Valdez actually on the other side, over to the east of the area, so hopefully not get too bad. But Synergy, they're going to be in their rotation, just chilling in the open, but another team's going to be right in front of them, and that's going to be You Level Up as a nice shot from Servi comes on through on a moving buggy like that. That's a very hard shot to nail down, really.
Yeah, and he says, you ain't leveling up this time, my friend. You're going to have an early bath on the last game. Go watch the rest of your team play. As you level up, you lose a player right off the bat. So we did see you do gank on the side. Now they dropped in Severity. They're going to have a nice easy rotation into the circle. I'm going to say not that easy because you've got a numerous amount of teams in Judge Pro, which is in the center of phase 1. You've got Morph, you've got Nova Godlike, you've got, I believe also, no, I think it's just Morph and Nova Godlike.
I think that's also the case. We'll have to see as we try and pan over the camera over there, but right now we're going to be back on over as T1 still trying to apply some pressure. The Korean team playing very aggressive because they know they're going to be happening exactly the same way. But as I said, look at that. The member of Valdez Esports is over to the eastern side, taking a few shots, especially on Saden. So they're going to have to try and act accordingly and take out both the east and the west at the same time.
Yeah, it's a great flank position for Martin. Gets a lot of information. Of course, it could stop the roof play from the likes of Missile in T1's tracks and allow Valdez to take control, but Valdez, they are biding their time. Compared to game 1, both these teams are currently in the circle. It might be the edge of it on the east, but it's still inside the circle compared to game 1.
And also you've got some water up north and also on the west, so you can expect it to go a little bit more inland later on in the game. There it is, back on over to these two teams of Synergy and also You Level Up. So far in a little bit of a standoff in this building. Not quite ready to move, they're waiting as much as they can, you know, just chilling in the early game phases. Phase 1, trying to hope it's not going to go too bad, but Kumao is going to be slowly joining the party, making it 1v2, and now they want to use that man advantage to take down Servi of Synergy. As here it is, Yuexian going to be taking a fight of his own also in that compound. A member of Synergy's going to be coming around, and that's Ted. And now then we're going to make it an actual 2v2 engagement here. Kumao going to get shut down. Suvi doing some work despite being in a 1v2, and he will get shut down also. One-on-one trade-off so far in this game. Ted, you need to join the party right here, right now.
Come on, Synergy, get back into this game. As Ted has an Uzi in his hands, the rest of You Level Up are also coming in as well. This is going to be a little bit of a risky play. He gets backstabbed by Chazin, and that's going to be Synergy put down to just one player, I believe, as he's going to go in. Actually, no, make that 2, my apologies. AwesomeBot X and Zigzaw. Can they Zigzaw away around this team fight against You Level Up as the door opens up, looking for the pixel. A grenade gets thrown out. It's going to get the knockdown on the Zigzaw. AwesomeBot, last player standing, but You Level Up shut them down.
Unfortunately, the mistake from Synergy, they didn't make any decision. They wanted to engage, but at the same time, they weren't sure really how to do it. They didn't really have a game plan. The great grenade coming out from You Level Up did shut down that push, and at the end, they'll be taken out at the 15th slot. Now, back on over to Valdez, taking a fight versus T1. Molly's utility will be chucked, while still Martin just taking his time on the east and trying to get every single shot he might get, just to make him really T1 aware and giving them a little bit less scope to play around to take this fight versus Valdez. As here it is, Joe going to be pushing forward. He's going to be the leading man, going for the AK shots on Saden, but not quite able to get the knockdown just yet. But at least that's going to be putting pressure down onto T1. That allows him to get closer and closer to try and fully commit to this engagement.
You do still have Martin that has that angle, but the one thing for T1 is that they do have that player on the southern part of Rozhok across the road, providing a lot of information. Can ZZP make that count?
But one thing I'm seeing some Valdez so far is like they sent Martin back into Rozhok. They're trying to put a net all around the players. They're slowly trying to get from building to building so they can breach up on top of Saden or Missile. And also, I want to say, do you say Missile or Missile? Like,
Missile.
Missile. I'm a French boy, so I like to say it like that sometimes.
Ooh la la.
Oui.
What's French for missile?
Missile.
Missile,
oui.
But as you see, Martin has a VSS. It's a silent but deadly weapon in the right hands. Can he make that count? I do think Valdez are trying to create that blanket, and they know that ZZP are there, so they are also looking to play around that Poseidon. With the Scar gets a knockdown on the arm, Honey.
That's the issue around these areas of Rozhok. Every single building has some pretty big cross sections between those, and it makes it pretty hard to cross from building to building. Some utility is the best way to do so, or take taking suppressing fire, which there Valdez did not do, and that's going to cost him one player to get knocked. Not flush, but Erangel will still be safe for the time being. As here it is, Missile is going to be shut down. T1 down to Tier 2 players. That's going to be Seda and ZZP. And ZZP knows that the fight's going to break out. He knows he's not going to have any impact down south of Rossog, so he needs to get nice and intertwined in this fight with Valdez. As here it is, they're going for the push. Erangel, will they go for the rest before they will? Martin's going to go up there. He might need to calm down a little bit, Valdez, but they're going to send 2 members over to Satan first.
This is great 2-2 play by Valdez Esports as well. So they're controlling what was initially a knockdown onto Harmony. They've been able to basically stay composed, stay together, and of course, keep the pressure onto T1. They both got their respective revives up. Martin throws out a smoke grenade. He's on the side of the building. His other 2 teammates are going to be engaging upon, but that's going to be JCZ knocked down.
That was a shotgun headshot right there. You do not survive that. And Satan absolutely destroyed him in a 1v2. T1 making out on top as Satan is left alone in a nice 1v2 versus Valdez. Just going to come around and he didn't have time to res that. Martin, can he crack this one open? Going for the left side, still got the shotgun. Satan, do you have an AR? That would be the better way to clutch this one through. But he knows he has to just run away back on the balcony. Will he jump down and get the surprise shot onto Martin? That's the question. But yeah, definitely with a clutch move on top of that with also a shotgun is not going to be easy for Satan.
I know Harmony is low on health, but at the end of the day, when you look at it, this is a 1v2. This should be Valdez's to take and keep control of as a pre-fire shots are raging through from Martin. He has an Uzi, it's a fast fire, close range weapon, but the shotgun from Satan has done insane work for T1 so far. Can it close out this fight against Valdez?
Satan is so proactive. Oh, be careful, goes around the corner, but is able to hide almost instantaneously, taking absolutely no damage. Gonna go for the spray. Hits one on top of JCZ, and now it's gonna go 2 more members. He does it, Satan, once again. Can he get the 1v4 clutch versus Valdez? He switches over to the AR, but no, it's way too short. And there you have it. Valdez will remain alive. That was the closest fight we had today.
Oh, with the shotgun!
He got 2 with 1 shot!
With the shotgun!
2 knockdowns with 1 shot. You don't see that often.
Okay, so what craziness. But we've seen phase 2 shift to the west, and this is harsh because it does occupy a good 40% of that phase in water, which means there's less land mass available. You got the craziness of North George, South George, the crates that are pretty much in the center of this phase 2. This is going to be a little bit harder for the teams to deal with.
Wait a minute. When did TSM Entity join the pack? When did they get there? They heard the shot like, okay, you know what, we're just going to get a little bit involved. Maybe Valdez lost a few members, but we know that that's not the case. And they're going to be still as a 4-man team. And TSM Entity thinking about pushing down. Clutch God's going to be using that buggy. That means they give some noise. They do give the information away that Valdez, there's going to be a team up there. So now Valdez, they're definitely going to be very, very focalized on that northern section.
You see the replay right here, Satan just getting a double, triple knockdown, and it was so close, he nearly got it done. But the reload managed to come through, and Martin was able to keep his team alive. But now, the party isn't over yet for Valdez because they have TSM Entity who need a really strong performance to basically kickstart their PMWL East run. I know it's only the day of essential practice of seeding, but you still mentally want to end on a high note if you're TSM Entity.
Now going to go over to another team. That's going to be actually Morph. They got himself game number 3. That was on Miramar. And now they're going to be taking a fight versus RQ Athena. That's going to be in Southern Georgepol, where the main Hantable buildings are going to be into. G9 taking a few long-distance shots, potentially looking for information. They got No Mercy knocked away. They need to try and look for that flush. I mean, I don't think they even have to look for it. It might just bleed out to his death because he's in such a bad, sticky position. He can't make it out away from that position. And also the rest of his team can't pour assistance.
RQ have 24 kills in 3 games that they've played. That's an average of 8 kills per game. And as they look to add more against Morph team, they are taking control of South George, rotating and flanking and positioning themselves to a spot where they can just push back Morph team.
I can't believe they're able to get No Mercy back up there. Ransky, that was such a risky position. He was like going through the crossroads section. You don't usually do that without losing 1, 2, 3 members. He did that solo and pulled it off successfully. And now they've got 2 players actually involved with RRQ. Now they have to be careful of not only the teams ahead down south, but also the teams right next to them.
Now we have seen on the kill feed, TSM, they actually basically disengage away from Valdez because it is in Rozhok outside the circle. They've now rotated up towards the northeast, engaging onto Yudu. They got an initial knockdown onto Man Prang. Can they close this fight out?
Yudu so far getting pushed by TSM Entity. Ooh, Drax makes it barely out of range, but Clutch God will not get the knock onto that one. TSM Entity looking the strongest we've seen him today so far, but Jumper is going to be jumping on the opportunity to shut down Jonathan, and that's the man you want to get rid of on TSM Entity. Now Neo, Clutch God, Z God all going to push down, and oh man, they just don't want to commit. You want to get the hell out of this fight. They're like, okay, that's Jonathan, that's TSM Entity. See you later, man.
They're basically saying, you do you, boo, and we'll disengage away. As Don knocked down nearly.
That was cool.
Oh my lord! Hey, look, I love that about Yudu, right? They're committing towards the late game. They're saying we don't want to fight now. We'll fight you later. The phase 3 shifts up north. You have North George in play. You have the fields of North George, which could be a bone of contention.
Man. Almost no teams are going to be in that circle. You're going to have to cross, like, this is one of the only times maybe where we actually will see the bridge of George Paul being used, because that's an area that like teams are like, well, why would he use it? He can just go around, you're pretty safe, but this time it might be a valid option. RRQ might actually go for that rotation, but Morph, they're still pinning them down south in George Paul.
You have like 4 to 5 teams coming in from the south side. You have Box Gaming, RRQ, Morph, Team IND, you level up. Even No Chance team coming down from Everest can make a play. We're seeing team fight after team fight in the 13.5-minute mark of this game.
Don't see this happen very often, but George Paul suffering of overpopulation, as now we have 12 teams still remaining. Morph team will bite the dust, eliminated in 13th position. Now, here it is, the fight also. Team IND, the first time we're going to see them pop over here in the feed. They're going to be fighting versus You Level Up. But You Level Up just very split from each another, which in this rotation in the open areas, that's going to be really bad because Team IND, they're remaining as a squad, and they're going to push this as a squad. I mean, trying to push as a squad. Kratos going solo. That's a little bit ballsy, in my opinion. But he's going to be there to try and gather information, try and make it up on the coastal line of Southern George Paul.
I'm a little bit surprised that RRQ didn't take the chance to actually go across the bridge into North Georgia. They are sticking to the south side. They must feel confident that they can catch teams out rotating in from the south. But if it's okay, now they're making the push, now they're making a play across the bridge. They did send D2E over to scout, and now the rest of the team is coming across.
And You Level Up, they're going for the water play. Like, you know what, the bridge is already occupied. We got our team on our tail, that's Team IND. Don't want to mess with them too much, so we're just going to be swimming our way and just go splash into the water.
In the Magikarp.
Use a splash, not very effective. Yeah.
Hey, look, could be very effective for them in this game, but the teams up and towards the north, like No Chance team, wore down on the southeast by Everest, have now shifted all the way up and towards the northeast, coming in through the fields. And honestly, I absolutely love that rotation for No Chance team. Incredible stuff. They're avoiding all the action.
I'm really scared for Team IND right now. They have that little bit of a terrain and this little bit of a slope that's actually working out for them. The pressure of Box Gaming is still staying at all-time high. And Phase 4, that's going to be the big deciding factor. We'll have to see. It's potentially going to go up north because you know that it likes to go and shift away from the water at this stage of the game in competitive settings. So really all the teams down south, they know that the future's not very bright for them.
There's a slogan for a phone company in England called "The Future's Bright, the Future's Orange." It could be a bright future for Orange Rock as they are in North George. But as Box Gaming hold on to the south, the next circle shifts up and it goes northeast with the buildings of North George in play. Honestly, I feel like this is a worse circle compared to Game 1 in Erangel. This is crazy.
I mean, are we going to have like a back-to-back city finish? Like, we have Paradise Resort. Now we're going over to a Northern George Paul finish here. Potentially, I mean, you could still go elsewhere, but that is absolutely insane. Celts getting pressured down by Box Gaming. Box Gaming got the nice high ground, but you know what, Celts, they're like, you know what, we're going to try and rotate from the eastern side, but that's still going to be risky. You've got no bridges. You're going to have to go through the water. And a few teams, especially Yudu, they're going to be on the receiving end of this engagement.
Now, we have seen up on towards the north part of the circle, TSM did lose one player at the hands of King of Gamers. Now they lost another player at the hands of No Chance Team. As Neo is forward on the edge of the circle. No Chance Team are making the push. They can hold on to the edge of North George, but as Box Gaming making their way across the bridge, this is risky. They might have to stop halfway, do a little bit of scouting, get a bit of information and see where they can go from there as Choco Nodex gets knocked, gets confirmed at the hands of TSM.
Well, staying on the bridge here might be actually the better option right now. Just play passive. Team's still going to be behind you, but you know what? I think it's okay because there's no one behind them anymore. They're just got to focus on RRQ Athena, and they also focus on the teams currently in Northern George Pole, so there's a lot of action. People are not really going to be caring too much about Box Gaming, in my opinion at least, so we'll have to see. But Orange Rock, the team you were talking about Imperium, they're pretty central. They got a pretty decent building under control for themselves, but now, you know, City Finishes is very in the open as to who might take that game.
Because of these harsh circle shifts, we are in a situation where we're at the 17-minute mark, and we are down to 12 teams and 38 players. So in theory, even though it's a little bit of a crazy situation, because there's less bodies in the lobby, there's in theory more land available for the remaining players and teams. Just something to think about. Either way, it's not going to be easy as a tanky gets a knockdown onto Concept and Break knocks down 420 OP.
Yeah, I remember casting a few months ago, a circle ended exactly in Northern George Pole, and I can say that it gets absolutely insane. The fights just keep on going left, right, and center. If you guys know a little bit more things about casting, play-by-play casting is going to be coming out every single time in the next few minutes.
We saw it in the script in game, either Games with Borders or the scrims.
Finals of the that was Middle East, MENA region. Okay. That was the one we checked it out. But Team IND, you know what? They were trying to be on the tail of U Level Up, but U Level Up already made it over to the high ground up north of George Pole. Team IND now, if he gets scouted, oh, he saw his head there peeking out for some oxygen, but now breathing is illegal for Team IND, as if you go up, you might just get shut down by Loki. And that's what I liked on the bridge too. You're shutting down all the potential teams in the water.
But now Box Gaming have to contend with RRQ. They were able to trade a knock. Nice by G9 to be at the forefront of that bridge because RRQ still have players up as Heister confirms and steals that kill away from Box Gaming. So they're definitely looking over at another angle on the southeast edge of the circle as the blue zone is closing in. We have still 12 teams up, Max.
And RRQ Athena still trying to get some knockdowns to Box. They're really going to struggle. And Team IND, I like what they're doing there. They're trying to get himself under the bridge so they can't get really shut down by Box Gaming currently on the bridge. So it's definitely a way to try and relieve some pressure. But here it is. Circle shift back up north. I mean, we knew it was going to happen. It doesn't want to try and shift away from the circle in the later stage. But now it's going to be 100% City Finish in Northern George Pole.
And the team that I was going to mention as well, and it's favored even more, is King of Gamers on the north edge of North George. But as RRQ, D2E with the mini sprays on the Box Gaming, who did stay on the bridge, are going to be so heavily compromised. The only thing they have in their favor is in some way, shape or form, RQ and Nova Godlike clash together.
I mean, the thing is right with Box is that they were fine in the early stage, but now that we know 100% that they're not going to be in the next circle, they have to jump out. And they're going to be in the same kind of level as now Team IND. So let's see which team will make it first to the coastline, and the first team to make it there will deny the other team in the water.
It's going to be the end of Kratos at the hands of Team IND.
Oh no.
As D2E indeed gets knocked by Nova God. Like, this is the kind of situation that could favor Box Gaming as Orange Rock joins in on the fun as well.
Orange Rock coming into this game is also 3 players in the lobby. They lost Jill, but still, they have got a great position under control and did not quite on the edge there. I think that the teams a little bit high up north on the edge have a better potentially taking that game. That's going to be No Chance Team, King of Gamers Club, also Valdez, and also TSM Entity that are currently up north, just chilling.
So 2 members of Box have been able to just about get themselves on the beachside area of North George, but they are far from in a safe position if they can just crawl their way up, stick by the edge of the road, peek and get a tiny bit of information as Pinay is trying to hold on. But you can see Haster looking for the peeking head and Panay in the water.
Comes back to what I said earlier, breathing is illegal when you're in water, otherwise it's going to give your position away pretty damn quickly. But now, unfortunately, there's not a few areas actually you can make it back into the city from there, so hopefully they can find that little sweet spot where not too many teams are paying attention and make it actually over onto the mainland. But Nova Godlike, they're still keeping the pressure high, and they do not want to allow any teams to make it through the water section.
So pretty much every single team in the game has gotten some kind of position inside the circle. So this is a little bit of a calm before the storm. And the teams that are looking strongest in my eyes is No Chance Team, King of Gamers and Valdez. So let's see where the next phase goes.
I don't think Box can actually find a way up. I think that, like, I'll have to see, actually. They might have an easy way up there on the rock, but it's definitely going to be intriguing, because if that's not the case, they're going to be in the blue zone very soon. They'll have to tank it, and it's a very late game stage circle, so they will not be able to hold it. I think that maybe where Breakers localized is like a sweet spot where you might be able to just crawl your way up there. But even if they do, they got to cross a road too, and they got a building with good high ground position available for both Nova Godlike and RRQ Athena. I don't think that's going to go well, but Team IND get eliminated in 12th position.
Yeah, Snacks was the last player standing. Now he's just going to be eaten and taken out of the lobby. Nice little sweet snack for Box Gaming as a play zone does knockdown break. That's going to be pretty much the end of Box Gaming. Down they go. 10 teams, 29 players in the circle. Centers up into North George. This is going to be building craziness. This is going to be third, fourth, fifth party. Incredible play. I don't even know who's going to come out on top.
Release the hounds. All the teams are now going to try and get themselves center circle. You've got a few smokes. The teams that kept onto that utility, they're going to have a huge advantage into this one. But you've got a big, thick road. Going to be dead center right there. Crossing over that section up north or down south is going to be a big issue, but it is now. Seltz knocking on the door of Nova Godlike. Nova Godlike be like, okay, we're going to give that building away. We're going to try and move a little bit closer to the center of the circle. But they're actually getting shut down pretty heavily. Smaxy going to also get knocked down. And so, well, Vampire shut down actually by Seltz from the back end.
They were already in the circle. I don't get why they rotated to a different position, because you are going to get third party. We've seen two members get locked down by Nova from Nova Godlike. They have been able to get one revived up, I believe. They will be able to keep going. Yes, they are closer towards the center circle, but at what cost? As Rox is going to get the knockdown on the D2E. He's now on a sliver of health. Reloads a gun. He's going to prone himself down. Going to look for the drop shot. Maybe be able to actually get the med kit off. What the hell? As the rest of his team bounces around, takes down RRQ and Seltz. Galaxy Racer Seltz, show them how it's done.
RRQ Athena trying to give back a little bit of their own medicine over to Seltz of what they dashed over to Nova Godlike, but unfortunately with not too much of an amount of success, and they'll be taken out in 10th position. Now we're finally down to 1-digit team count, and it's going to be Nova Godlike still holding their position, but now they know for a fact that there's going to be one team knocking on their back door, and they're going to try and avoid getting any really extra knockdowns on their side. But now Yudu, they're coming from the right side. Valdez, they're still also on the eastern side, and the circle is going straight on top of that road.
All I'm going to say is mini red zone, Max. Mini red zone with the amount of grenades that are going to start flying if they haven't already started flying. King and Gamers are inside the circle on basically the northeast center tip. But, of course, if that road is still in play, it's going to be so hard for these teams to move around. TSM Entity holding on to the north part outside of Nova, I might say as well. But they are on top of the hill overlooking the other teams.
I mean, now, yeah, TSM Entity, they've been the vultures. They're just like looking, gathering information. If they can get a few kills along the way, they'll go for it, of course. But right now, what they're going for is mainly gathering information. Kills is not their main priority. And now Grenade from Fredo. Will that connect? I mean, City's on a pretty good path. But I don't think it will get much done, unfortunately. Yeah, not going to be detonating in time, and that will not be a knockdown. But still now, we're going to be seeing Phase 7 about to knock up and come up in 3, 2, 1. Up north, TSM Entity! Them lads, they have like the perfect circle for them right now.
Oh boy, that's why I say always stay on the edge of a city, because it is unlikely that it stays in that direction as Rox dancing around, dodging everything, hearing everything that's going on, leading the rest of his team as Yudu Gang, trying to get the revives off. Friedel is prone down, hoping he doesn't get spotted, but the Tanky are just driving his way through from Seltz.
Just shutting down absolutely everyone. Galaxy Racer Seltz. Absolutely shredding the competition down south on the eastern side. They got Nova Godlike in a little bit of a bad spot. Same also for Yudu. And now they're going to be trying to crack this one open more and more. They're going for the high ground push a little bit. That's going to be Valdez trying to get that position away from potentially TSM Entity. But TSM Entity, they say a big no, but still they have one member knocked away. They were a two-man team earlier. And as I say that, unfortunately, going to be losing two teams. Nova Godlike goes out in 8th position. And unfortunately, TSM Entity will be following suit and get eliminated in 8th position.
Valdez Esports moving on to the hill on the eastern side, but they are outside the circle. No chance, team. Lost Choco Nut X earlier on. Off Dells is knocked down. They do still have Heineken and the other player of their team up as you level up. Q-Mao and Huzan. You do dang go down.
Oh, them grenades, Godless. That was absolutely on point from no chance. Now they've got to keep on going. Heineken try to install that utility, you know, on the edge of George Pole, which is what we were talking about earlier. That is definitely the position you want to try and play around because you can keep pressure and information on teams out of the circle, and currently also teams are currently in the building. But it is now Valdez. They took the position of TSM Entity. They didn't have the advantage for them. That's go uphill. That was a huge win for them, and that might actually just score them the win.
Exactly. It's just going to give them so much freedom as they knock down member after member of Galaxy Racer South. Rox is inside the smoke, trying to hold on, but MJ is also doing his best to save off the pressure, and King of Gamers are also still in the mix.
At least they have time. Martin, despite being knocked away, they got a nice spot to go for. They can easily pull off that res. Orange Rock will get taken out now. Down to finally top 5 on this game. Imperium, the circle is still going to be closing up. Phase 8 is going to be on our radars pretty damn soon. The smokes are buying a lot of time for Sales to pull off the res, but unfortunately, as I say that res is actually going to be shut down and leaving Rox as a one-man army. They're keeping the pressure down. Here in 1, looking for 2nd. The spray of Goddard will confirm 2 kills. They see the last one, and there you go. Celts going to bite the dust, eliminated in 5th position.
But they did end the game with 11 kills, so it's a worthwhile game for them, perking the points up as we get into the final 4. No chance. King of Gamers, you level up, and Valdez as Phase 8 has gone up north. King of Gamers are just on the southern tip of the circle inside that building.
I actually like this circle quite a bit. It's going to be taking the high ground away. It's going to be taking the buildings away. It's going to make things a little bit more even. Stevens, anybody can really take this game if they do try and take it under control, which I like to see. But Heineken, going to be now the last remaining member, still up on his feet. As here it is. Valdez, they just know that they got to go down. Valdez, the murder, going to try their best to take control on this one. King of Gamers Club, they got to hold on to it. But unfortunately, that building, you can't look uphill from that segment. They can't do anything against that push of Valdez.
But it was a great play by Valdez, along with the help of You Level Up, was able to take down No Chance Team, creating a tiny bit more space as they go on the edge of the building. We're down to the last 3 teams, 7 players up, 3v1 of the 3 remaining teams. Can King of Gamers rise to become the kings of the last game in Erangel?
I don't want to shut out, Yugzan for You Level Up just yet, because he could still just go for third party. It comes back to what we had earlier a little bit on Miramar. It comes down to a Mexican standoff, and the team that fights last could take the win. And if it's Yugzan that goes for the fight last, he could take the win. But seems like he's going to go for Battlefields just yet, trying to really secure that 2nd position. But dies to the blue zone, unfortunately. Yeah. And there you have it now. It's going to be down to 2 teams. It's going to be all Valdez the Murder, or it's going to be King of Gamers Club Imperium.
3v3. Can Valdez close out the day with the chicken dinner, or will King of Gamers shut them down? The King of Gamers inside the building. Valdez circling the side of the building. Martin and Goddard flanks their way through on the side. Goddard starts things off by getting a knockdown. Oops goes down to Braga with the M249. Gets a knockdown, but now as Martin goes on the side of the building, very little help from Braga. Can he close it out? Can he continue on? No, it's not. And Valdez, the murderer, get their chicken dinner.
Do have the M249, tried to spray it down and get all the kills, but unfortunately when you're solo like that, one bullet will make the difference. And Valdez the Murder, they take the game. And Valdez, I think their speciality, we saw it during the scrims, right? They just play really well around compound edges, and that was their speciality. That circle was perfect for them to take the win.
Such an incredible game. I'm super excited what the desk has to say. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, Valdez the Murder get themselves the victory on the board amidst a day of big wins for some of the teams here. So great to see Valdez doing that. Nice collar Avenger. I like that a lot. He's got it. He's got it. And of course, I think one of the things, not only Valdez the Murder getting themselves the win was important during this game, but what was also very impactful were those circles. That was great.
Yeah, I thought you were going somewhere else. I thought you were going to say in the start of the game when they had to fight T1 again in Rostock, but this time they came out alive with 4 4 of them.
And actually, they will get the most points of a win throughout the entirety of the day, with 34 points going their way here. GXR Celts get themselves 18 points, and King of Gamers get themselves 17. You level up 16-2. So big stuff coming from our top 4 there. Very nicely done. And you do make a good point, Froz, when you look at Valdus going up against TSM. Sorry, TSM? Did I say
T1?
T1. Jeez Louise. A lot of T's in this. Looking at how they went up against them, obviously T1 getting themselves a 15th place here in this game. That fight, I feel, is going to continue to boil throughout tomorrow as well.
We're definitely going to see it because they won 1 each, right? So it's 1-1 right now. We have 2 more tomorrow. So we'll see who's going to win, because it's going to be like Roshak is a very central, very good place to loot, especially have some of the control over the garden compound over to the east, or maybe some of the control over the Watertown area. And again, very central. If they manage to get that to themselves rather than fight for it, fantastic for them.
But also how close the fight actually ended. It was down to a 1 versus 1 towards the end there.
Yeah. So overall, great recovery in end here by Valdus, the murder. Let's take a look at some of the players that were standouts here as well throughout this game and see how those numbers were able to rack up in turn. Martin, well done, Martin.
Thanks so much.
Up towards the top here, 750 damage coming on in. And we have a few members elsewhere. JCZ also doing very well for himself. 609 damage. Ultron, another member of the Marvel Universe here. I know you're a big fan of Avenger. Damn, this is all about you. What's going on? This is weird.
I don't know. It's this is basically the top 4 for myself, Martin and Avenger. Participant Ultron, of course. Nice to see 700 damage. Very, very lovely to see, you know, when you start fighting for a city, usually it drags out. But because of that circle, shifted that far away, that enabled them to actually get into a good spot in the middle game.
Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew do the Dew moments here, as we had quite the game. Here's the Rozhok fights as they do go down, Froz, and as you mentioned, down to a 1v1 towards the end.
I mean, this fight also lasted for a long time, and the thing is, it broke out straight away from the drop. You saw a lot of the players didn't even have helmets, armors, backpacks. They were basically using whatever they just grabbed in the first house and then went for the fight straight away.
Yeah, very cool. And actually, T1, even implementing the S12K, I do like this shotgun from time to time in these close range fights.
You were able to very close to take this home. Getting those 2 knocks with 3 shots, absolutely amazing. 2 more shots there. If he closed that one out for that would have been probably the top play for today for me.
If he'd have had a few extra seconds to reload, it could have been all the difference, I feel, for us.
But Martin saves the day there in the end.
Of course. Thank you, guys.
No problem. No, good job, Martin. We have... But again, as the game develops, you can see over towards there that this little altercation was just kind of east of Georgia Paul. This was a decent spot for them to be able to rotate, considering the circles that came up. But the circles created a really difficult time for a lot of these teams here for us.
Definitely. A lot of the teams were betting on the circle to actually go towards South Georgia, south side of the river itself.
Yeah.
But when it actually shifted up towards the north, that's when panic started to break out and nobody actually knew what to do.
Yeah, and then it became an urban ending, and then you're all scarpered, really, trying to find yourself a decent spot. And going towards, I think it was the 7th circle, Martin, I think we had, what, 29 people alive or something?
It was an insane amount, honestly. It's so rare you see that many live, and I was asking for an urban ending in Josnaya. I'm as happy to get it in North Georgia Pole, honestly, because this was insane. Although, unfortunate for everybody that was sticking to the city, as Imperius said, because it so often ends up just going a little bit outside of the circle, then maybe ending on the tips of and the edges of the circle. So, but nice to see how they're able to play, because Cells, for example, they're able to go through all the way to the city, getting 11 kills for that whole game, just fragging out.
I'm actually going to stick with you for a moment, Avenger, whilst we look at these final moments in this fight, because you were saying to me, in some of these circles, maybe like 5 or 6, being north of the road is likely going to be very important for your a successful campaign here.
Yeah, because you have to consider the road is such an open, flat space that if you have to cross it late game, then you're like, everybody's going to be shooting at you. So you can consider it basically a river or water that you have to cross because it's so open. So you want to make sure that you always stay on what you can say statistically the higher chance of the roads. So you have to think about that. Once you see the circle pops, you have to say, okay, do we want to fight for a better position now rather than being forced to run across the road late game? And this is something you can take into your own games as well when you're playing games at home.
Interesting to see how Valdus, with their 14 kills, Valdus the Murderer, are able to get points and damage done on the board. 2,400 damage. That might be the record for today, I believe, here. Despite some big wins throughout the day, Froz.
Yeah, we also saw him take a lot of damage, hence the 1,200 heal, total heal there.
Yeah.
But it comes down to their positioning, how they were playing on the high ground towards the end, for example. Everyone can basically shoot at them as soon as they start peeking something.
You've got to expect some fights.
Yeah, but also the fights in the beginning, they healed a lot in the very beginning as well. Like it's usual to see if you're looting alone, you're not going to have that much heal. But if you're fighting in the beginning, in the early, in the mid game, then you're obviously going to have a lot more healing done. But them being able to get out 4 guys alive and get such a good campaign through this map was absolutely amazing to see.
Yeah, very good to see. I'm taking a look at how the overall standings have shaped up here throughout. Well, we won't look at that just yet, though, of course, as we have a moment to break down. Frozzy McWozzy, is it you?
Yeah, we're just going to take a little bit of a look on the map when the circle actually went towards the north
yes.
and see a little bit of the chaotic things that actually happened. So let's go straight into it here. As we saw, the first circle that went up towards north.
Glorious.
And as you can see,
fantastic.
This was the second circle actually after that. So for the first circle, we saw that almost all the teams were down below in this area. I think we had... Udo was kind of the only team that was in North George, while RRQ and Orange Rock, they were actually playing here towards north side of South Georgia Pole.
Yeah.
They basically just took the bridge, got up to north, and started holding out people. What's interesting again is, though, that we saw a team like TSM, they actually went up here, took the fight, and then went back down, of course, because we saw the next circle basically going... I think it went down, towards here.
Yeah, it centered up very nicely, and I was taking my hands and clapping together very nicely there.
But it was also interesting because we had teams like Team IND and You Level Up that actually went for the swim.
Do you still have that drawing on there? Can we go back to this Picasso he's just made? Is that possible? Can we go back to that? I was like, yes!
Ta-da!
You know, if you just showed that somebody at the beginning, you'd be like, what is this? Brilliant. It's like a smiley face. Warped, but a smiley face.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Thank you very much for entertaining my silly requests. I appreciate that. Let's take a look at the overall rankings and see how today has fared. Because, of course, Biggitron will be sitting up towards the top here with the 89 points they accrued across 4 games. That's nuts. That is a 20-point sum average.
22.3 in average.
22.3 average across 4 games. That's crazy. We have Orange Rock as well, 64 points. Those two teams, considering the amount of points that they got Avenger here throughout the day, are head and shoulders above the rest.
Yeah, and again, it might be seeding, but this is super important because you're proving yourself. You're gaining respect from everybody else. Yeah. Obviously, I think when you look at the top 5 here, all these teams are already respect. They're already, you know, we're probably not going to third party this team. We're not going to put ourselves in a rough spot against them, but
yes.
Yeah.
Now, do bear in mind, again, as you previously mentioned, this is just for seeding across these 2 days. But, Frost, the one thing you alluded to at the beginning of the day, Biggitron is currently in the same group as Team Secret, yes.
Yeah.
But Biggitron is first place, and Team Secret and TSM Entity are 18th and 19th place.
Yeah, and the reason that we're talking about it is that Luxy actually alerted to that in the interview you had with him, that TSM Entity and Team Secret is his biggest opponents in this tournament right now. And you don't want to be in the same group as them for the rest of the league.
Of course, it's early days. It's only our first day, and these 2 teams are teams that we expect to be doing well later on here, Avenger. But that's by the by. Let's take a look at some of our head-to-heads here from day number 1 of the PMWL East. It's Biggitron and Orange Rock. Biggitron, across 4 games, did 5,500 damage. What is going on?
That is crazy. Obviously, a lot of this damage is coming from their 2 first games where they won, but I want to say, though, I'm impressed with Orange Rock. Honestly, they were able to do so well. They had some really good rotations. They were able to frag out 23 kills versus 28, considering the Biggitron won 2 games with a lot of kills in those as well. So they really stepped up today, Orange Rock, and I'm curious to see that continue.
Yes, absolutely. Cool stuff by Orange Rock. I really like how they were able to play things out.
Yeah.
So very nice. How about yourself?
I really like with Orange Rock how it's not just one player who's like stepping it up against all the others on the team, but it's actually everyone is capable of fragging out it when it's needed.
Yeah, definitely so. Definitely so. So great stuff by them to be able to position themselves how they have so far. Again, this is just half of our seeding games because tomorrow we will have another round of those seeding games here to be able to add on to some extra points as things do go down. The thing that has stood out to me most, aside from Bigitron blowing up things up top with first, second, and then I think it was a fifth or something like that, is just how the circles have actually panned out. Because we've had some crazy circles in PUBG Mobile, but across 5 games, especially our last 2 games of Avenger, those were nuts and so much fun to watch.
As we were talked about earlier, honestly, I love this. I love these rough circles because you get the best out of them. You see how well the teams are able to play. You see the very good teams make some fantastic decisions, and you see some super interesting fights and super entertaining fights as well. Yes, entertainment value is fantastic here, but I don't want to be the players that have to play first game military, Paradise ending, Georgia Pole urban ending. Like I don't want to be the one playing it, but they're able. The teams that most of the teams that we're expecting to play very well here, they are performing well, so they're ready for this.
It shows that all of these teams are willing to adapt very heavily on the fly, because the endings that we've had today, Froz, have been highly varied, from the flatness of the runway ending towards that military zone to those urban endings, which are so chaotic if you don't control them correctly.
Well, so basically we had all the hardest endings already here in this early on in the stage, which basically means that the games is going to be easier for all of the teams from here on, and we'll just have to see what happens. Maybe we'll have even harder endings tomorrow.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you very much, and thank you to everybody in the world tuning in everywhere as we are done for day number 1 here of the PMWL East. We shall see you tomorrow, same time, same place, where we have our second day of seeding. Will Bigitron stay towards the top here as they fight for seeding placements, or will some of our other teams here jostle for position? We shall see you tomorrow, same time. We'll see you soon.
Okay. I set this camera guy like that. Okay. Yeah, we are here. There is virus. We can go anywhere.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Global Final.
Best of the best in the world here with us today, John. We'll see how these teams can work under the pressure that it will push down on them.
Luxy comes in, he's got War, he takes the kill, and now he's in a 1 versus 2. Luxy for Bigitron, he could go all the way. That was amazing, and so is this from Klotzgon as he wipes them out. Okay, so Jonathan is, Neo goes down, Jonathan's in the open, he's going for the spray, he's taking blue damage, needs to figure it out, but 2 of them are down, he's snaking it around, goes for the spray, takes it down.
That's when I saw a team that really led the world in terms of their skill level, and then, you know, they feel like they're untouchable. But in PUBG Mobile, everybody is constantly reminded of their mortality.
Now we're coming into a new year. There are pro leagues happening all over the world.
Clean kill!
Thousands upon thousands of teams will battle it out to go to the end of the year for the World Championships and meet and clash on that final stage.
Are you kidding me? 21 years old!
Look at you now, looking for more runners!
Dropping out of the plane, you need to know that the 3 guys next to you have your back, and they are willing to go with you in any situation.
There's a team that can breach well its loops. Beowulf just shuts them down. Pittsburgh Knight cutting through B4. Down they descend into the valley.
Kita siap.
Down goes George, that's a confirmation, instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be, let's see if they go to the engagement, seeing scored out, oh, big shot.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. I'm Jason Kapp and I'll be your host over the next month until we can crown our champion from West. Now you're probably sitting there at home wondering, well Jason, where are you? What are you doing? Are you in the middle of space? Technically, yes, just not the space you're thinking about. I'm in virtual space, and I know Kalaris, he did the snappy thing when it came to bringing it in. I'm gonna do the clap, the nice and easy, to show you what stage will be coming up behind me. We're doing this obviously from Poland, and because of due to the global health crisis going on right now with the global pandemic, we had to change some things up, but I'm not gonna explain it for you. Luckily, Tencent has the ability to do that for us, and we'll come back with you right after this.
안녕하세요. 크래프톤 PUBG 주식회사의 CEO 김창환입니다. 먼저 PUBG 모바일 월드 리그 시즌 제로 PMWL의 개막을 진심으로 축하합니다. 올해 코로나 바이러스로 인해 어려움이 많았음에도 불구하고 PMWL의 최종 무대에 오르기까지 최선을 다해준 팀 선수분들, 그리고 지속적인 사랑과 지원을 보내준 팬 여러분이 있었기에 대회를 성공적으로 개최할 수 있었다고 생각합니다. 선수 여러분 모두 본인이 가진 실력을 마음껏 발휘할 수 있기를 바라며 전 세계 곳곳에서 대회를 보고 계실 팬 여러분과 함께 응원하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
And I'm so happy to see the love of the game come out of Tencent there. They could have canceled the entire thing, but they want to support the PUBG mobile community, bringing this tournament to life here. But the thing is, I can't do this whole thing myself. I sure as hell have tried. It's not possible. So I have 2 lovely people to be joining me. You're going to recognize both of them from PMPL Americas. We've got 7 Worlds Gaming, and we got Glitter Explosion 7. Long time no see, man.
Hi, how's it going, Jason? Good to see you, man. Good to be working with you again.
Yeah, it's good to be here and good to see you another time, even though it's through the great technology of virtual reality. And Glitter, I've been hearing some amazing things. I've been seeing you do a fantastic job during PMPL Americas. How does it feel now to be on the global stage?
Oh, well, you are far too kind, but it feels great. I'm so excited to be brought back after working on PMPL with everybody, so I expect this to be even better.
I'm expecting good things, no pressure. So let's take a look at the entire format of this event. It'll get a little bit confusing, but luckily for you, we have a handy dandy graphic to explain it for you. So we're starting things off with our group opening matches. There'll be 2 days of those, and over the course of these next 2 days, we'll be determining the top teams to seed them later on. Obviously, since these teams can't play against each other, since it's cross-region, they're coming from Americas, coming from PMCOs, this is our way to figure out who the top dogs will be, and then we'll seed them appropriately. And now, Seven, going into the league play, into week 1, we also need to kind of talk about how this proves into the Super Weekend.
Oh, definitely, because only 16 teams are going to qualify out of 20. So for those teams that are used to kind of starting off slow, you cannot afford to go ahead and start off slow here. Either week 1, week 2, or week 3, you need to be able to make sure you maintain yourself on those top 16. That way you can go into the Super Weekend.
And Glitter, I know you want to explain a little bit further on for everyone what exactly the Super Weekend means.
Sure, and then the Super Weekend is going to be all of the teams' opportunities to start accumulating those points that will potentially put them into our finals at the end of World League West. So, if you are, like Seven said, one of those 4 bottom teams from week 1 that does not make it into Super Weekend, you have a lot of catch-up to do going into week 2 to kind of ensure that you are in Super Weekend for week 2 and can start getting your points on the board.
See, what's curious to me is when we get into that second week of league play, right? The teams who didn't make the top 16 in the first week, they have to go all out, Seven. We're going to see some crazy things, I'm sure.
Listen, there's going to be so much drama. Whoever came up with this on PUBG Mobile Esports side, thank you. I am looking forward to this. Every match, it's going to go ahead and count.
It is. Let's take a look at the point system, the whole point system, how it's actually going to work, how you accumulate those points we've been just talking about within the league play, and of course within the Super Week. You can see here, kills still going to be 1 point, very heavily weighted towards that. And we look through the rest of the positioning, placement points will come into life here, Glitter.
100%. So not only are the placement points incredibly important, especially if you're in a situation where you maybe lose a few players on your team early on and you really want to acquire some of those points through your placement, but the kills are so important. We've seen so many teams that are very aggressive and are able to pull down a really high number of kills, and those are going to add up over time.
I remember, Seven, when we were doing the PMCO Global Finals, just like the qualifiers into the Global Finals, there was a team who made it through based off of 1 point. So everything's going to matter. And do you expect to see some snaking today?
Oh, definitely. I'm more than likely we're going to see people camping. And listen, it's absolutely fine, right? They're trying to seed, and more than likely they're also going to be filling each other up. We'll talk about that in a little bit more. But as they were mentioning, 1 point per kill, that is actually huge for anybody that's new to watching PUBG Mobile Esports. That comes into big hand. You can actually have people passing other teams, even if they ended up in first place, if they're able to go ahead and get more kills. So keep a close eye on that.
I remember seeing Zuxi and Luxy from Bigatron. They had more kills combined in the global finals than some teams had points total. That is ridiculous. But let's see what they're playing for. A lot of money on the line, 425,000 buckaroos for all the teams to play and get their lion's share portion of it. And as you can see here, it's going to be split up in 2 different ways. Now, the 50,000, 25,000, etc., that all comes through the Super Weeks. So basically, once you play out those 3 Super Weeks, you'll get money, your prize money, based off of your results, and not to mention getting through into the finals, where you can win $100,000 for first place. But there's also a participation bonus. You get $1,000 just for showing up and playing, Glitter. How awesome is that?
That's fantastic. Not only do you have the participation bonus, but you have the weekly bonus as well for the top 3 teams each week that you can see they're on the prize pool as well. There is a ton of money up for grabs here for World League West, and these players really need to take this opportunity, do their best, and see what they can come out with.
And Seven, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, why are we working on the show? Why are we not playing? Why didn't we make our own team and try to get this money? I'm like, oh, come on, I'm doing the wrong job. I chose the wrong thing to go into.
Listen, I'm the #1 pro noober. I always go for that serial kill challenge. Everybody that's watching knows. So I'm gonna leave it to you, Jason. You go do your thing over there.
I mean, I'm sure I can get a team together. I mean, we got Blank, we got John Allen here, we get Mustache Dave, Hot Juice, Glitter. We're gonna bring you in as well. You're gonna be our coach to kick us in the rear hind.
Yes.
To get things.
I'll be a great coach.
Well, let's take a look at the teams now. Obviously, we have 20 teams playing, separated into 5 different groups, and we need to see how things are going to lay out here. Starting off with Group A, and we can already see one team that's going to stand out to me. If you were watching the Global Finals last year, you probably have this ringing in your nightmares. Futbolist, Cloud9, SWAT 69, and Tempo Storm 7. Who are you looking at from Group A off the bat?
There's so many good teams. Footballers, as you mentioned, a team that already has experience being here. And yeah, I miss their chant. I miss them going and screaming footballers on the LAN event. But one of the teams I'm actually going to be looking forward here is going to be Cloud9. Cloud9 was a team that actually started slow in PMPL Americas, and they didn't pick it up until the later weeks. You cannot afford to do that here, as I was mentioning earlier. You need to go ahead and start off hot and stay hot if you want to be one of those teams going to the Super Weekend and ultimately going to the Global Finals. So I think for me, it's definitely going to go ahead and be Cloud9.
Okay, well, we'll see with their new pickup, obviously from Team Unique, if they can perform well. Let's take a look at Group B now. 4 more teams to add to the fray, to add to the battlegrounds. So we'll be kicking things off shortly. And Group B is something to behold. We got Wildcarder in there. We got KHK Esports, Dream Eaters, and of course, probably someone's going to be backing quite a bit, or the team everyone's going to be backing, Loop Esports here, Glitter.
Absolutely. I mean, we have to talk about Loop's Esports. Not only were they able to take home first place in the PMPL, but they were able to do so with an almost 100-point lead over second place. They're an incredibly aggressive team. They do a very good job of getting a ton of kill points while also being very, very consistent placement point-wise. And to top it all off, the MVP for the PMPL was also Carrillo. So they're a very strong team across the board. Definitely someone that we're going to be looking out for here.
I know it's a little off topic, but I'm so jealous you can roll your R's. I've been trying to do that for years, and I just sound like a complete idiot. But also, you know, 7, with them being the #1 team from PMPL Americas, don't laugh at me. Come on, man. I try.
I'll give you some tips after.
Okay, I appreciate it. But this is a team that everyone's going to be gunning out for now, right? It has to be.
Oh, definitely. I'm pretty sure some of the other teams from the European League, teams like Nino Power, they're probably going to try to go after them and establish some kind of dominance. Or more than likely, we could see the complete opposite. We could see Loop's Esports coming out and establish dominance. Anything can happen here in PUBG Mobile Esports. That's why I'm so excited. This is the first day, man.
Well, that was only the first 8 teams. Let's look at another 4 as we get into Group C. 4 more to add into the mix here. And I'm going to be just as excited as ever. Yala Esports, Frag Machines, Nova Esports, and Pittsburgh Knights 7.
Oh, definitely. And if you're seeing Nova Esports there, they actually used to be XQ Gaming. So for the new people that are watching who might have not been aware of that, now you are. And out of this year, Pittsburgh Knights, we had some scrims, and Pittsburgh Knights actually ended up being first on those scrims for the West League. Sixless being a new addition to that team, I think that's actually going to be huge for them. Sixless was one of those players that ended up picking it up at the end of PMPL Americas. At one point, he almost won the game going up against Loop's Esports by himself. He wasn't able to clutch it there. He kind of choked a little bit, as he mentioned it to me. But it'll be interesting to see how that performance is going to come out, what kind of team chemistry they're going to go ahead and do. So I'm looking forward to see what they do, especially on day 1.
Yeah, definitely putting their best foot forward. Let's now look at Group D. Again, 4 more teams. We still have 4 more to come after this as we get so close to kicking off our first game of the day. Team Unique, B4 Esports, Team Umbra, and of course, Headquarters, Glitter.
So one of the teams that I really want to take a look at in this group is Team Unique. They are one of the more aggressive and confident teams that are coming out of the CIS region. So, I mean, this is a team that I really want to be paying attention to. All of their players are very, very dangerous. And one thing to point out, it's not the same roster as the Team Unique that we saw in the PMCO Global Finals. However, they are a very, very strong team, and they're definitely one to look out for.
Yeah, this isn't a team who I think won the PUBG Mobile Global Stars actually over in Riyadh at the end of 2019 with Old Boy on the team. Everyone talked him up for me going into the Global Finals last year, and then he underperformed so badly. I felt so bad for the guy, but you know what? Moving on, it's new Team Unique taking the reins, and let's see if they can perform today. We're gonna be moving now into Group E, our last 4 teams, last but not least in any way. And we'll get those up on your screen to talk about Alpha Legends, Team Queso, Uter Killers, and Konina Power 7. I can already tell which one of those teams you're looking for.
Oh, there's definitely 2 here. Team Queso, a team that has not changed a single player since going back to, I believe, Berlin of last year for the spring split of the PMCO. And then you have Konina Power. Konina Power being the first team to qualify through the European finals. So I think that's another team, kind of like Loop's Esports, that are going to go ahead and try to establish some dominance. They're going to test a lot of the other teams out too from America. So they're going to be mostly seeing what's going on. So for all the viewers watching at home right now, don't be afraid if you maybe don't see that much engagement at the start of the match. You're probably going to go ahead and see a lot of people just just kind of trying to see where the rotations are going to be, how teams are going to be reacting if somebody shoots at them. It's going to be a great just mind play today.
See, that's what interests me the most, is the fact that these regions haven't been able to clash against each other until now. We've obviously had some scrims, we let them get the opportunity to play against each other, but what teams will clash against each other, what teams will hot drop each other is still yet to be seen. Let's now take a look at the schedule for today. We're gonna have 5 matches coming your way. We're kicking off the first game over on Erangel to follow up with right after Vikendi, Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel once again. And it's so important to be a team who's strong on Erangel, considering how many times we're gonna see it throughout this entire tournament. But Glitter, there's something here you noticed, and you actually pointed out to me earlier on today. You see these letters next to every map. What do those mean?
Yeah, and this is probably one of my favorite parts about this graphic as far as information goes for you viewers. You guys will notice that there is a grayed out letter on every single map, and that is actually the group that will not be participating on that map. Every other group that is not grayed out will be playing.
And see, that's a good or a bad thing for some of these teams, the fact they don't play every game, right? You can either be on a hot streak right off the bat and you want to get into that second match, right? You want to get underway and continue to build up those points. Or you could have, I guess for the upside, had a bad first game. You get to sit out, talk some things over at 7. I think it's going to come really into an important factor for these teams to have those breaks at, appropriate times.
Not only that, and some teams might get a chance to actually play more Erangels in a certain day, so something to definitely keep an eye on. And I think just to kind of give the viewers a heads up of which teams are going to be sitting out, even though we just saw them, Alpha Legends, Team Queso, UDR Killers, and then Kinona Power. So those are the teams that are going to be sitting out on the first Erangel. And as you mentioned, if you do end up having for the teams that are playing, if you do end up having a bad game and maybe you're sitting out on the next match, you get to go back and just kind of regroup it, see what's going on. But if you are one of those teams that started off hot and you might have to go in and sit out, that might hurt your momentum, and I'm a huge person in momentum. I believe in that, and I think I've seen it over and over again. So just something to also keep an eye on.
Oh yeah, Bigatron last year, momentum was definitely huge for them. But again, if you guys are sitting at home watching this, I have to ask you, well, why aren't you here playing? Well, maybe you didn't qualify. However, if you haven't even played together with a team just yet, get some friends together, because we have registrations now open for PMCO coming up later on this year. It ends in a few days' time, so make sure to get your friends in there. And one thing I can tell you is that we have over 60,000 teams signed up right now, the most ever in the history of PMCO. This is going to be an insane year, not only with just the World Finals right now, but with stuff coming up later on, Glitter.
That number is blowing my mind right now. I am so stuck on that, and the fact that people still have a few more days, 2 more days here to get themselves registered into it. Take that opportunity. Get in here. People want to see some fresh faces. Maybe you can take on some big names. You never know what could happen, but definitely take the opportunity.
It's crazy to me to imagine 240,000 plus people signed up, right? Like, that's the population of a lot of big cities around the world.
We do have a lot of people playing the game on a daily basis, so I'm intrigued, man. I love seeing new talent, as Glitter was saying there. If you are new, if you think you got what it takes, if you've been watching the live stream saying, I can probably take on that team with my team, well, guess what? Put your money where your mouth is. Go ahead and sign up for the PMCO and see if we can maybe get up to 70,000 teams. And shout out to the PUBG Mobile Esports team. Every single time we do an event, it seems like that number just keeps going up and up and up. And as we're seeing Erangel here, we're going to be playing Erangel for the first match. One of the things that I'm actually going to be looking for right off the bat is seeing how teams are going to be landing, if teams are going to be challenging other teams. One that comes to mind was from PMPL America's Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm always landed Pochinki or always went Pochinki. Are any of the other teams from other regions going to go ahead and try to challenge them? That's something that I'm going to be keeping a really close eye on.
I'm honestly a little bit scared for some teams. You kind of mentioned it before, is the fact that if you do go into that first game, you hot drop on someone, you try to contest an area, if you lose that battle, albeit it doesn't really matter that much right now because this is just seeding, but going into league play, you kind of get a downward spiral mentally. That could be a horrible way to start things off, Glitter.
Yeah, and like you said, this is seeding, but you also need to take the opportunity to use these seeding games as a way to kind of feel out those other squads and figure out the gameplay of those other teams. If you do happen to hot drop and get knocked out early, you don't even get the opportunity to play through the rest of the map. You don't get to see how teams are rotating, and you don't get to potentially take some engagements and kind of see what the decisions are on behalf of everybody else. So there's definitely going to be probably a little bit of contention here and there depending on where some teams drop that haven't really had enough time to see each other. Like you said, there were a few scrims, but nothing too crazy. I'm excited to see how it goes and the choices that some of these teams make, because a lot of them in West right now are very aggressive.
I mean, I love to see aggressive teams. I think that makes for peak PUBG Mobile experience for viewing. But also, you see these little names under our names, these little @ signs. You got the 7 Worlds Gaming, you got a little tag under that, the 7WG. You got Glitter Explosion as well. You got, well, you don't have mine on there because mine doesn't matter, I guess. But also make sure to follow us over on Twitter, Esports PUBG Mobile. Get all the action of what's going down in the West League, over in the East League as well. And of course, any updates. And also, if you checked out the beginning of the stream, that little feature we saw about Bigatron, about Microboy, talking about this year, talking about last year and what all happened. 8-part documentary coming out, and that's going to be definitely posted there for you guys all to tune in. But as we set our eyes now to our first game, Erangel, this is going to be a tough one. I mean, Loops Esports are going to have a massive target on their back. I almost want to see, you know, them go head-to-head against some big dogs, because for them, I think if you're one of like the best teams, seeding's really not going to matter as much to you as a team that feels maybe a little bit weaker, Seven.
Oh, definitely. And it comes out on how they start off, right? This is seeding. This is, in a way, just being able to go in and test out each other, seeing how teams are going to be reacting to certain plays, how they're going to adjust as well with the seeding. So we might not see all of the cards in play here during this seeding. But in the later matches, when you're trying to qualify for that super weekend, and then ultimately that final where you're able to get a good chunk of the money, we're going to see some complex tactical plays that I hope. Listen, I love being an analyst because I get to actually learn the game even more. I get to break it down, and I get to try to adjust that to my own gameplay. So just looking forward overall to seeing how teams are going to be reacting here.
Hey, I will say from personal experience, watching it and trying to implement it are completely different things, as I've learned across multiple titles in esports. I might know what to do. It doesn't mean I have the mechanical skill to actually pull it off. And Glitter, like, this is going to be some tough games, obviously. Not a lot of games under the belt for a lot of these teams. I'm actually really curious about how the roles are going to play within the team, because you saw in the groups overview, there were 5-player rosters. Now the 5th player can either be an actual player, it could be a coach, it could be someone they need to sub in last second. I think coaches are going to be such a massive factor to learn those drop spots and to obviously provide the info to the team.
Absolutely, because the coach's main job is to just make sure that they are paying attention to that backside, like, analytical thought process that sometimes maybe, obviously the players are going to recognize it in the moment because they are the pros and that's kind of what they need to do, but it might not be something that they're necessarily then carrying through thought process-wise through the rest of the game. So coaches are able to really kind of hone in on a lot of small details, tweak them as they go, and be a very beneficial resource for those squads. Also, I mean, talking about rosters just in general, we've seen a ton of teams that either have one person roster changes or multiple people changed from when the last time they played. So how is that going to affect their gameplay moving forward in this weekend as well?
Yeah, you have like Team Queso has been together since Berlin, as you mentioned, Seven. I talked to some teams and they said they've only been playing for like a month because they've really had recent roster changes, some just like a couple weeks because they had to bring in a new player. And the thing is, some teams have that financial support to do like a boot camp. A couple of them out there have been sitting there playing in the same house together for such a long time, really trying to grind things out. This is the pretty much time for them to put up or shut up. And again, luckily it's just gonna be sitting off the bat. But maybe maps, maybe we should kind of look into this a little bit. It's been very consistent from just last year alone for PMCO. Erangel is a heavy favorite, but we did see some teams out there. I'm trying to think of the team in India off the top of my head when we're doing the South Asia regionals, but there was like one team that whenever you went to Vikendi, they had like a 90% chance to win the map. But I feel like you can't be a team like that to focus solely on just one thing.
Oh yeah, and you'll have teams that just kind of take over a certain map and they become, in a way, masters at that map. We kind of saw that in PMWL Americas. I have seen it at previous events as well. I believe at one point, I think it was Bigatron actually, that one of the Luxy or Suxy, I don't remember quite well who it was, but they said Vikendi is our map. And sure enough, every single time we went to Vikendi, even if they didn't get the win, they would always back it up with kills. So I wouldn't be surprised with that, but with that, you don't want to get too comfortable with just one map because you might end up sitting it out, right? So you want to be paying close attention to every single map here. And going off of what you were saying in regards to players, new additions to teams, it worked out for some teams. Just going off the top of my head on PMWL Americas, for Grunto Esports, adding Sixless, it might have not worked out, but guess what? For Pittsburgh Knights adding Carnage, it ended up working out, and now they're adding Sixless as well. So as I mentioned, when we're breaking down the groups, that's one team that I'm just going to be looking forward to seeing how the team chemistry is going to go ahead and react. Because Sixless is a young player. He might not be able to see certain things. The maturity might not be there, but he has the skill. So I'm looking forward to see how they're going to go ahead and adjust.
I mean, same with Cloud9. Like, they've been generally the same kind of core for a long time now, but bringing in like a heavy hitter to the roster from the old Team Unique, it's interesting to see how they're going to perform here as well on more of a global stage. But we are still waiting for all the teams to get into the lobby. For now, we're going to head over to something we like to call a speed session.
What is your preferred style of playing the game? We're very passive-aggressive.
My preferred style is aggressive.
We like to be passive and play safe until the end of the zones, and then we are not afraid to push anyone.
So if we were far from the zone, we start playing from the edge, and at the end of the second zone or third zone, we find a place in the center of the zone.
We like to play passive and then aggressive when we need to.
What is your favorite in-game skin?
Probably the Glacier M4 is really good.
The Glacier?
Well, of course, everyone will say the Glacier.
Dinosaur M4.
My favorite in-game skin would be the Alan Walker set that came out last year.
How many hours per day are you spending playing PUBG Mobile?
At least 4 hours, depending on the practice day. It can range from 4 to 6 hours.
Whenever we have scrims. So, I don't know, like 5.
From 4 to 6 hours.
I'm spending between 3 and 5.
Usually spending about 4 hours on PUBG Mobile a day.
Who do you think will win PMWL West?
That's an easy question. We're going to win.
I don't know.
Footballist, maybe?
I think the favorite team is going to be Footballist because they are very aggressive and they take a lot of fights against every team.
Cloud9's going to win, of course.
Who is the best player in the world at the moment?
Definitely Paraboy from China. He's always performed in every major event, and he's performing in China as well.
That would be Paraboy. That's everyone's answer, obviously.
In my opinion, it's XQF Paraboy.
I think it's Paraboy.
My whole team would probably agree the best player in the world, XQF Paraboy, of course.
What is your favorite food?
Probably pizza.
I really like ceviche.
Like something called in our country chicken mushroom.
Fries and eggs.
I just love a good bowl of cereal.
What's the most annoying thing to happen in-game?
Miscommunication, bad crashes.
You loot up, and then you die. Because you just wasted all your time.
While we're rotating and we lose one of our teammates, unfortunately.
When you disconnect because of Wi-Fi problems, and you are in the middle of a match or in the middle of a fight.
The most annoying thing is when you're dropping and you need to find cars to drive to your spot and there's just nothing but trakes.
Which weapon should receive a balance update or change, and why?
Probably the M4 just so everyone can stop using it.
I think the M4, they should add more recoil, because you can just spray.
M7 they should make it more easier to recoil.
I think all of the weapons are balanced.
The M4, definitely recoil needs to be increased a little bit.
What is your favorite movie?
The Dark Knight.
I haven't really watched too many movies.
Fast and Furious, like all the series.
My favorite movie is Avatar.
My favorite movie of all time is The Martian.
What is your favorite activity outside of gaming?
Definitely playing football with friends or just hanging out.
I just play with my console if I'm not playing PUBG.
Swimming, playing football.
I like to do sports.
I definitely just love a good Netflix binge.
See, what really stands out to me in that speed session was J7 and Beowulf. When asked who's going to win the whole thing, they said, we are. The other guys, what's going on? They're like, footballists. Like, come on, guys, you got to have some confidence in yourself. What is that about?
And what threw me off, too, is they said they needed to go ahead and buff the M4. Listen, guys, you guys are pro players. Relax, okay? You got them casual players. You got that potato aim. Don't buff don't mess up the recoil for my M4. That's the only one I can actually hit some shots with. Leave it alone.
Yeah, Seven's panicking that they're going to take away the only gun he can shoot with right now.
Don't worry, Seven. You have a direct line to Tencent. You can make that be all right for you. And then also talk about like the movies, like HH24 from Temple Storm. What's going on, man? You need to watch some movies. There's some classics out there. Come on. Okay, so Seven, what's your favorite movie?
Oh, you're really gonna do this to me.
I'm really gonna do it to you.
Really gonna do this.
I'll do me first if you want.
I'll switch it to you. I'll switch it to you. Interstellar or Inception? We asked Kalaris this.
All right.
Our friendship depends on it, Jason.
Oh, you're asking me which one I like better? Interstellar,
yes,
100%.
Which one do you like better?
So the idea of space amazes me. Like the whole movie, it gave me chills. The water world, I'm definitely afraid of water, so it scared me out. Glitter, your favorite movie?
Can I pick a series?
Yep, sure.
Because I may or may not
Please don't
choose
say Twilight.
Harry Potter.
Okay, all right, that's understandable. For me, no, Harry Potter's good. Harry Potter was great. I remember going to the midnight releases. For me, Power Ranger, or the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Now, I might be showing my age a little bit here.
Old school ones?
Old school one, of course, with the Ooze, Mr. Ooze. Come on, guys. You got to step up on this one. So we, exactly. I was the, I think it was the Black Power Ranger when I was younger. I don't know why. I wanted to be the red one or the white one, but my brother took that one. But anyways, looking towards the game now, obviously try to focus back into this. We are still waiting for a couple players to get some things sorted out. I really want to know how much teams are going to keep things in reserve. Because this is just seeding. We said it many times. We have the league play coming up. And again, top 16 teams move into Super Week. And that's the only chance you can accumulate points that will get you into the actual finals. I think right now is a perfect time to hold some things back. But I also wonder, will teams do that considering having a good start in the tournament could be the motivation, the morale boost you need going into the actual league play 7?
I think for this, a lot of teams might take it as seeding doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, they're just going to be placed in a group and they're going to have to play all the groups at one point either way. So they're probably just going to take it as in a way as just find out what some of the teams are doing. That's why, as you mentioned, some of this stuff, some of the main tactics that some of the teams do might just be put in reserve. They're not going to go in and showcase all their cards there, especially for seeding. We might start seeing that more whenever they are trying to qualify for that Super Weekend.
And the thing is, I also want to look towards maybe, because we're gonna have a lot of players who don't necessarily play, professionally or don't play like scrims and stuff like that. What's some like general strategies you can give out to people, Seven, that can use in their own gameplay?
Listen, if you are brand new to PUBG Mobile, do what I do. Lay down and crawl the whole map. Nah, just kidding. Don't actually do that. Don't actually do that.
I thought you were going to say play with someone to carry you. That's what I would do.
Survive, all right? Survive. Play the outer circle. Play that outer circle. If you're not comfortable with it, don't take on fights yet. But if you want to actually getting better at the game, I would say hot drop every single time. Get comfortable to that. Get comfortable to get into fights and getting comfortable from hearing just gunshots all around you.
All right, well, Seven and Glitter, thank you very much for your input at the start of the show. We'll check in with you guys after the first game is done and dusted. But it's also time, I want to see if I see in rehearsals, he was like, backing away, he was doing the Egyptian walk. Let's bring in our commentators though, Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. And I can tell you right now, I know you're both in the US right now. I think we got Florida, we got Texas, I'm over here in Poland, but I can feel the energy from you two. Hot Jukes, how does it feel to be here, man?
Man, I'm just honestly just so humbled and honored to be here. Just not too long ago, I feel like I just downloaded PUBG Mobile for the first time. Since then, I've been able to travel all over the world, and now I'm in a virtual world with you and my man Mustache Dave, about to find out who's gonna be the best in the West. I'm hyped up, I'm ready. Let's get into it.
I can't wait to see it when you guys get in the game. But Dave, I haven't seen you in like 7 months, man. How you been? You're looking fantastic. I love the shirt.
Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, you're the one who picked it out. You already forgot, man, that one day we went on our shopping spree. You got it for me. I'm trying to impress you here. But I'm looking forward to it, just like Hot Juke said. I mean, game number 1, it is about to go down.
All right, well, gentlemen, why don't you take us away, take us into our first game of the day of the opening weekend. Let's kick things off for the PMWL.
All right.
Let's go.
Match 1, we got about 10 games all together for the seeding. You got 5 today, 5 tomorrow. As they mentioned on the desk, one group will sit out every game for today, Hot Jukes. And starting out the day, our flight plan looking pretty decent.
Look at this, really good old-fashioned playing path right here. All these teams are going to know it from back to front. And just to kind of state for everybody that's just watching and tuning in for the first time right here, this is the map that every single one of these teams are going to know like the back of their hands. And I think that it's really important to find out, to kind of state your dominance, right here, right now. Say, hey, this is the spots where we want to be. And yeah, I think that's going to be huge going forward. But it looks like, we may have a remake going on right here. My apologies for that, as I just hear that in my ear. But we should be getting started here soon.
Remakes. It happens. It happens. It happens. So yeah, we're going to send it back, get it going. And I guess, we can get back to some movie discussions, cooking discussion. Maybe get the exact date on when you downloaded PUBG Mobile. I mean, you said the other day. Was it really the other day? I mean, I don't think so. You've been a day one. You've been downloading it since day one. So
it's kind of funny. I thought I heard the the remix, but it's the remake, unfortunately. But yeah, I've been playing this game from day one, and I'm telling you guys right now, for anybody that's actually watching, if you haven't downloaded it already, download it, get started, because anybody can play, and registration closes this Sunday for the PMCO. Just get a team together, you got some friends, you never know what could happen. And not to mention, even if you don't qualify, just the experience to be able to play against this different level of players, it's like playing a totally different game. So get into it, get on it, because man, it's just too much fun to even talk about.
What are you trying to say? You're finally going to accept my invite to join the squad, or what?
Well, you see, the thing is about that, I clicked the accept button multiple times, but for some reason, it just didn't throw you in the team. I don't know why, man. I'm going to have to go ahead and talk to the back end and figure out what's going on with that right there.
Put me on the bench, coach. Put me on the bench. I mean, I could be the mustache mascot, Let's just be real over here. I can give you guys the power. So, yeah, that is going to close in a couple days, and on the desk, they were saying something like 60,000 teams. I mean, my goodness, that is a large number of players, trying to get their hands on this cash money.
And I say, why not? Why not? It's a free app that you can download, a game you can play. And I mean, it'd so be interesting, because like I said, when you get to play at this kind of high level, it's just like I said, a totally different game. And you're going to be able to kind of see here, as well as go check out some of these different players, Twitch streams, all these other places, because you're going to be able to kind of learn and be able to elevate your play style overall. But that's what I'm talking about.
And talking about checking out the players, we got a ton of players here coming into the matches, and the desk, talking about the seeding process just a little bit. Honestly, today I think it's going to be a kerfuffle of just, all out mayhem on, who's dropping where, the early to mid game rotations. But I do believe so tomorrow. All right, this is my opinion. Tomorrow, teams could really, strategize on which groups they might want to be in, when it comes to the seeding, because it's the snake seeding process. It's clear cut. You know what it is. I mean, it's in the rule book. So, I mean, for example, what I'm trying to get at, say, for example, Loops, they're, in first place. And when it comes to the seeding process, say you want to be in their group, you know exactly where you need to place at the end of tomorrow in order to be in the group, or for some teams to avoid being in that group. So there's definitely a lot of things that could happen with this whole seeding opening weekend, at least in my opinion, Hot Jukes. I don't know about you.
No, I think that is something to definitely mention. And more importantly, at least in my opinion, I think the biggest thing that people and all these teams right now are worried about is kind of just stating their dominance. Because right now, this is pretty much the first time that these teams get to play each other at this level. We have only seen them play a handful of games in the scrims in the past. So right here, for those of you guys that are just kind of like tuning into like professional PUBG Mobile, a lot of these different squads have certain places that they love to drop to and loot right at the beginning. Well, now that they're facing the best of the best from different regions, there's going to be some people, some other teams kind of fighting for that location. So I think right now it's really huge for these squads to just state their dominance, say, this is where we go. Leave us alone. You go somewhere else right now. So being able to kind of get those huge kills and entry bags right off the bat, right here at the start, I think is going to set a huge pace and tone for the rest of the PMWL West.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So just an update. We're waiting on one more player to join the lobby, and we'll get this show on the road. I know the chat is just spamming right now. Start the game. Trust me.
You know what? I pressed the start the game button. Trust me, if there's a button that was right there and it started, I would be slapping on it right now. But you know what? No big deal. It'll get started as soon as it possibly can, guys. I mean, the back end team here at PUBG Mobile, they do everything they can possible to make sure that this is completely fair. Everything is as good as it possibly can be, because there's so much money on the line right here. So guys, this is just be a little patient. Be a little patient right here. Just let the hype sit up. Get the popcorn ready. Make sure you got your drinks all set to go, because I anticipate some major action coming up here soon.
Easy, son. So you brought it up, talking about the scrims. As far as my knowledge, that's the only games, at least in recent history, where all these teams got to play in the same lobby. And, you and me, we had the opportunity to, check it out, cast it the other week. It was the Knights. I believe they had 2 chicken dinners. Football is super aggressive. They were just taking every single fight. And then Cloud9, able to get that 3rd place spot. And what, kind of stuck out to me, at least, had to have been the Knights, because that was the first time that we got to see Sixless kind of, shine with Carnage, with Raven on the team. So I don't know. I mean, it's been a week since then. Will that squad in particular be able to continue their reign of dominance, or was it just like a one-off and it was just scrims?
I think you make a great point right there, because a lot of people who haven't really heard about this kind of change, Pittsburgh Knights is a team that just kind of had 2 huge substitutions just recently, so this is a squad that's kind of playing brand new, and I think that synergy is just so huge going into a tournament like this. So for them to kind of start this off and be able to do well in the scrims, I think that's a huge statement maker. But now we're in the big leagues, baby. We're this money time right here, and honestly, I think this is one factor that a lot of teams and players don't really consider. It's that clutch factor. When you start playing on the line with the nerves of so many people watching, them hands start to shake a little bit, baby. So I'm interested to see, which teams got that ice water in their veins and able to put out some big chicken dinners here in day number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you when it comes to the clutch factor. All right, the team, all the teams in general, they gotta have it. But on the flip end, you gotta have the communication factor. All right, I'm gonna let that one, sit in for just a moment. That's my fear. A lot of these teams making these last-minute changes. You mentioned synergy. Is that synergy going to be there? I mean, this is the West League. This is the top of the top. Like all that pressure is coming down to right now, to today, to tomorrow, and for the rest of the month. Is the communication going to be there? Because at the end of the day, it's a team game. You have to be able to talk to one another, in a civilized way. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping that a lot of these teams are prepared. They had the time, the tools, and hey, it's coming down to it here soon, baby.
Let's get into it. It's so interesting that you say that, because, when you kind of step back and really look at it from an outside kind of like looking in, you got to see these squads. The one factor that's most important, I think, of all is it's the clout factor. You gotta have that big clout. And we've seen some substitutions. We've seen some changes made here quick, and I think that's only gonna allow that clout to rise from all of these squads right here. So when you have that much clout on the line, I think that kind of like, it's almost like a rush of energy into these players right here. So I think that they're going to be able to transcend their performances of all just due to that alone.
The truth is out. The truth is out. You just pretty much told me without telling me why I didn't get the invite to the squad.
You're the entry fragger. I don't know what you're talking about. All right?
I don't have enough clout.
You're the first one in, dude. That's what that's how you do. You got the most clout out of all of us. Dave, come on now.
So a little update, start the game. It seems like we had about 100 people spam it, and that was the number. That is what we were waiting for. It looks like the lobby is getting set back up. All the players are in it, just currently waiting to board that plane here, Hot Jukes.
Let's go. The start the game button has been pressed. Hopefully this is going to be the one that we go ahead and get started right here. I'm excited. Game number 1, baby. And I wonder, Dave, which teams are you going to be looking at going in here, starting off?
Well, it depends. I didn't really catch which group is going to be sitting out, but as a whole, for today, Group B is sitting out. So as a whole, I got a lot of feedback, at least from the scrims. A lot of people DMing me from Europe and talking about the European regionals. Konina Power, they said to keep an eye out for that team in particular. My fear is, though, looking back at the numbers, looking back at the stats, something that really stands out to me is a lot of these teams, they qualified to get here in only 8 to 12 games. So that has me really concerned, right? I mean, not anyone, but obviously if you're skilled enough, you can have a great couple games within those 8 games, get a chicken dinner or 2. How will that play a factor here? Because now it's the long game. We have so many more games than just those 8 games, and you really got to be there at the top at the end of the day.
And speaking of at the top, these are the best teams in the West. We're talking about from the Americas, North America, South America, Middle East, North Africa, CIS, EU, all over the place right here. And I think that the main factor is at this stage, there's no easy teams. These are all the best of the best. You can't just push up on one random team thinking that, oh, okay, this is a squad that we can handle. Every single one of these squads are going to be playing at the top of their game. So I'm really interested to see how that factors in and how it's going to kind of disrupt all these different squads going into game number 1. But it looks like we're on the plane. The squads, the players are ready. Let's get into it. Game number 1 of the PMWL West Season 0. Let's go.
Let's go. You're talking about it. You want to see it. Well, this is game number 1. We're finally going to be able to get to see it. The plane path starting down there in the south, going to be ending all the way up there in the west in Zarki.
Well, it's kind of like the same playing path that we saw, that before the remake was done, just kind of like from the opposite end right here. So it's going to be really interesting to see which squads decide to go military base. Do we know before something that we've seen them do in the past right here? And it looks like they're sticking to the plan right here. I wonder which team's going to drop Zarki. Why not? It's at the end. You gotta assume that it's free for sure.
It's open. So B4, they're going to be heading towards their tried and true location. The thing that, really catches me, at least the fear factor, and hopefully they got the clutch factor, Footballists. They are in that general area. And we mentioned very lightly, scrims, Footballists were extremely aggressive. I mean, they got the loot, they saw a team, and they insta-push that squad. So hopefully in the sake of B4 being so close to them, they'll be able to defend themselves here.
You know what? I mean, it's crazy. For those of you guys that didn't get a chance to really catch that, during the scrims, Footballists' first game got 25 kills, the most we've seen in any match from the America scrims to the Pro League. So, I mean, this is a team that I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on, and we already have the first circle, and it is in Footballists' favor right here. So that's going to be really interesting to see. But, oh, look at this, Dave. Tempo Storm, SWAT 69 going at it here in Pachinki. First knock already down. Rain being able to catch one player right off the bat.
Rain with that AKM, going to be going for that spray, the iron sight. SWAT 69 trying to stake their claim right now. BRT already going to be bleeding on out. Meanwhile, the squad mates kind of all just within their own little compounds, camping it out, waiting for the push from Tempo. But it looks like Rain and both Tensa working together as a unit. Going to be clearing out each and every single room in this area.
This is huge for Tempo Storm, getting 2 knocks like that right off the bat. And remember, Pachinki is the place that they love to be at right here. So for them to be able to kind of shut down SWAT 69 really quickly off the bat is going to be big for the squad.
Yeah, and this will definitely have not only SWAT 69, but any other team possibly thinking about dropping in Pachinki. If they can get the dub here and wipe them out, other teams, you got to bet they are not going to want to do the same exact thing. I mean, they can learn from the mistakes of others. And looking right on over here, looks like one of the members from SWAT 69 will be spotting out one from Tempo, taking a couple shots, going to be missing it. But Tensa on top of this roof right now. Talk about information right now, Jukes. I mean, oh my goodness.
Trying to find some angles right now. We saw BRT get knocked by that pump shotgun, but it looks like they were able to get him up. But Tensa from that roof, like you mentioned earlier, finds Buff and is able to get the thirst as well. So now here comes the 4v2. Tempo versus SWAT 69.
King looking to do a little pre-firing over there. The last remaining member, Rain with that Uzi, lock and loaded. King already going to be taking some shots, trying to get upstairs, trying to get that revive. Rain might be waiting a little bit for some backup, and here comes that backup. You got 3 members of Tempo walking up the stairs, and kaboom, right there. Tensa with the pump to the face. SWAT 69, the first team, done and dusted, sent back to lobby to think about Pachinki.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about right there. Pachinki, it's just one of those central areas. For those of you guys that have just kind of like started watching professional PUBG mobile player, PUBG in general, those teams that land central, Pachinki being one of the most central locations in the map, it's really, really huge. Rotationally, it's a big advantage. So that's why you're going to see Tempo land there most often, but be able to kind of shut them down and say, hey, this is our spot right off the bat. It's going to be huge for that squad.
Talk about huge. Pro Lord right now from Team Umbra. Going to be tossing out a grenade over there, going fishing. We'll be connecting it onto AZ. AZ looking to do the same exact thing, but their angles are going to be exposed. And this
not anymore.
Nova.
Not after those shots.
Signed over here, or picked up X-Quest from the Americas region. So they're looking to make some statements here in game number 1.
Oh, yeah, this they are. They are now on a new squad. You saw Pro Lord right there from Team Umbra using that door to get on the roof. That's going to be a really good angle for him right here. If he's able to catch one of their squad mates, I don't think they're going to really expect that. But I think Sheepman saw it.
Okay, going to be taking some damage out of Pro Lord, and that damage will allow HZL to get the wraparound, but HZL getting a little tunnel vision right now, will be connected on themselves. But Vindex trying to get the thirst on the easy. Talking about easy, AZ will be getting an easy flush right there, and hopefully the reset onto HZL, but Vindex trying to make the push up. One thing to note, Team Umbra, I have not noticed any armor or any helmets.
Big nades.
Players. So, I mean, extremely low with the utility. Huge grenade from AZ right there on the Vindex, and man, things are falling apart right now for Umbra.
Looks like Vindex and had the same idea as AZ, but AZ able to kind of pull that nade just that quarter of a second faster. Gets a huge knock right here, and that's it.
You're done.
Done. Wow, big wipe for Nova Esports right here to start off day number 1 of the PMWL West.
Yeah. And you know, kind of the same story. You know, a lot of these teams are going to be dropping near one another, trying to stake their claim and make sure people know not to push up on them. And this was the fight. You know, we saw it. We mentioned it right from the drop over here. B4 versus Footballless. It's starting to square off.
Here they go. I think Footballless is a kind of a really good position here in this space. B4, they're kind of stuck right now in that one particular kind of garage building, and it's not really good as far as to be able to catch angles. Oh, but Levi does have a buggy. It looks like they're going to try to just take off from this one.
Uh-oh, you got Levi driving on away. Looks like Maxon is connected on. Mixer trying to get the revive, but Solke, definitely one of the players to highlight over here from Footballless. A lot of people, a lot of fans in the chat right now are getting extremely excited. Solke gonna be pushing on up the hill with the DP. We'll be getting the flush onto Maxon, hitting that prone. Mixera was able to get revived, but extremely low. Solke looking to get another one in the books for Footballless. Gonna be tossing out a molly right there. This could be good for Mixera to allow the heals to come on off. And Levi all the way back there playing that anchor position. It's gonna be connected on to Solke. Oh, that was a nice trade right there, Hot Jukes.
Wow, Mixera and Levi are really working well together right now. Just kind of utilizing that kind of backup position. Lutz is going to try to get this pickup, but I wonder if Mixera is going to push this or decide to kind of get back with his team.
He's pushing.
He's holding it down.
He's thinking about it, but look at Loveson all the way back there on the high ground. Definitely going to be overlooking all this.
Dangerous.
And I do believe that's why Mixera can't push on over this little hill right here, but definitely thinking about it. Levi all the way back in the tail end, trying to take some shots on the Loveson all the way out there in the distance. Gonna be popping up on top of their perch in this rock, exchanging some gunshots. But Mixera, extremely challenging position right now for them.
Gotta give it to Levi right there. I mean, look at that. With the M4 holographic sight and able to hit some huge shots. That just goes to show you how well these players, how good they really are when it comes to like just frag ability and gun skill. These guys can hit some major shots from downtown.
Yeah, so just a reminder, B4, they have a couple kills. They did run into a team early on. I believe it was KHK. So I saw Pedro with at least 3 kills to their name. But it does look like B4 only have 2 up. So it is going to be a 2v3 right now. Looks like Lutz going to be tossing out some smoke, trying to block the sight lines. But this could actually help out Mixera to get the push. And as I say that, Lutz saying, no, you are not getting away. You're going to be tagging not 1, but 2 with the Scar. And B4, they have been wiped on out from their Novo drop. I mean, they're gonna have some tough decisions moving forward when it comes to Erangel.
Without a doubt, kind of a really tough one right there. Footballless is a team that we know for a fact can frag out for sure, and that's exactly what they did. It was a tough fight. B4 is a major squad. I believe they ended up in the top 3 in the PMPL right here. So yeah, for Footballless to get that kill right off the bat, it's going to be big. But look at this. We see a zone rotation. Footballless were able to get the kill onto B4, but now they going to have a big task on their hand trying to rotate into this next circle.
They got a big task, but they are going to be right there on the tip in the south. So they have a couple moments to kind of, you know, catch their breath, you know, recalculate exactly what the game plan might be. And, you know, while that fight was happening, I saw on the kill feed, Yala, they actually lost 2 members to the side of Pittsburgh Knights over here. And it looks like Pittsburgh Knights, satisfied with their 2 points on the Yala, are going to be going for a rotate into a more centralized position.
Yeah, already 3 teams out here starting off game number 1, right? So, I mean, we're seeing people get into the action right off the bat. And, you know, knocking out a squad this early is going to be really huge for you for the rest of the game, because not only is it going to add 4 points to your total score, but it's also going to give you a ton of loot as well. So that's going to be really, really huge. We start to see these different teams start to rotate into this next circle. You can see the round kill leaders, Tensa already holding 3 kills, Pedro Dog as well, Carnage with 2 as well. So I mean, man, these squads are getting into it.
Yeah, if you're HH24 on the squad of Tensa, you're already kind of like, oh, slow down, my man, because they have a little rivalry going back and forth on who exactly can frag out the most. But that's going to be Tempo Storm. That was from that early Pachinki fight that we got to witness onto SWAT 69. Talking about witnessing some things, looks like Loop's going to be parking all their vehicles here at the Wizard Tower, you know, taking inventory, making sure these tires are going to be good to go on into this next zone. And they're going to be fairly centralized. There is going to be a team, yeah, wild card, just east of prison, possibly overlooking that Wizzy T.
Oh yeah, they got that prison hill right there. It's going to be tough to see that Wizard Tower from their spot right now. But one thing you really notice that these high-level squads do is look at the way they park their vehicles. They always try to protect it, especially this early on right here, because if that zone rotates, they're going to need those cars to be able to get into the next zone.
I mean, one vehicle could be, you know, saving grace. That could be the 100%. Difference between a second or first place. That hard cover, it comes into such the clutch factor, they like to put it, especially in that late game. So Loops, they're going to have a decent position. They're happy for the time being, just doing a little bit of scouting and making sure nobody gets the one up on them and pushes. Now, we do have footballists. They're going to be pushing on across that bridge. Looks like it's going to be free and clear. So we had a lot of early fights. But look at this. Looks like Nova and both Tempo clashing right now.
Yes, they are. EZ right now is kind of holding it down. Tensa as well, getting in the buggy, decided to go, you know what? All right, I got the information. I know where you guys at. I'm going to get back to my team right here and get ready for the next circle.
Yala losing 2 early on, not deciding to move a muscle. I don't know. I mean, having 2 up, you're going to definitely have to think about taking your fights here. You can't just shoot at anything, especially if it is going to be a squad of 4, squad of 3. Football is going to be currently pulling on up into this gas station area.
Big break for them.
They might be playing the edge here. I mean, they already got 4 kills. You know, they're already feeling good about themselves. Now they're looking for that chicken dinner.
Oh, yeah, this they are. But for them to be able to kind of cross that bridge and get into zone pretty much scot-free is going to be huge for them. But we could see Anasis just kind of waiting on that squad. And look at this. Great play from Footballists as they have one of their members scouting out right now just to make sure to see if it's clear. The next zone has already popped, and all of these squads have to head north right now.
Heading north, that seems to be the game plan over here. Talk about teams heading north. You got frag machines all the way near Mansion, free and clear. They have a nice little buffer on around them. 0 from Yala, you know, contemplating on whether or not they should take some shots. Gonna be doing some scouting, getting a lot of information. They might opt to just kind of, you know, slowly creep on in behind Footballists. Kind of use Footballists as, say, a bodyguard. And talking about bodyguards, Raven out there in the fields, going to be getting dropped by one of the members from Unique. Wow,
that's going to be big... 2 out. That's going to be 2 out already. Yeah, we saw the kill feed right there. Carnage was taken out by Team Unique as well, so that's going to be really unfortunate for Pittsburgh Knights, losing 2 major players early on. And we can see in the kill feed as well, Nova getting into it with good old-fashioned. It looks like they were able to get a knock. That's going to be pretty huge for them going into this next fight right here. Man, it's pretty much anyone's game right now.
Yeah, I mean, all points matter. All points matter for sure. Frag machines up here in the north, like we mentioned. It was on Tempo. Oh, it
Tempo. Was on Tempo. Yeah, Tempo already lost 3 members. It's just Tensa up by himself already.
Wow. Okay. Hey, hopefully Tensa has those snaking skills, those surviving skills in their pocket, because it is going to be needed. We still have 13 teams remaining, a total of 39 players in circle number 3. Frag machines out here on the edge, just playing passive, which is, you know, totally fine. No kills so far, but they have the gear. They got the loot, and now they're looking for some information. They're probably hoping for this next circle to favor them as well. Let's be real.
Oh, I mean, honestly, I mean, survival is what it's all about. That's what this game is about in general. You know, first place gets you 20 points on the board. Third place gives you 10. So just the difference alone, you have to get 10 kills just to catch up to those amount of points. And that's not easy to do in this kind of lobby right here. Not to mention, try to get that MVP award. You know, to get that MVP award, it's your total survival time, as well as how much damage you've done and kills. They multiply that across the board. They got a little formula going for there, and that's some big money on the line as well. So you know all these different players are trying to perform their absolute best right now.
You're the formula guy. You're the guy who tallies that number, actually. You're the one who came up with the formula, if you didn't know. Hot Jukes, the mathematician out here. Talking about this real quick, let me get your take, Hot Jukes. AZ, extremely pushed from their squad, who isn't in that hard cover back there. Interesting position.
Definitely. I think he's just trying to get intel for his team right now. But anytime you hold the off angle, you got to be really, really careful. It looks like we do have a new zone, and it's going to be a prison zone. These guys are going to fight it in the jail cells right now. Loops and Wildcard are set up really pretty for this one, especially, I think, Loops and actually both these teams, I think, are going to have really good position since they're on top of the hill. They're going to see all the rest of these teams rotating in right now, so they're going to have a huge advantage going into this next zone.
Tell us the truth. If you were the IGL in this game, do you send it on into prison?
Oh, I mean, that's going to be tough. That's going to be a tough one right there. I mean, it just depends on how good I'm feeling. If I just want to full send it right here, but speaking of full send, Tensa's in a lot of trouble right now.
Yeah, the solo player right now for Tempo on that second story, tossing these grenades back and forth. Easy, actually going to be connected on Tensa, going to be popping out, bolting out that window. Unloading a magazine, trying to connect.
Oh my goodness!
There's AZ, and there's the triple from Tensa. 5 kills so far. Make sure to get those flushes. And this is what we were talking about just moments ago. Nova with their interesting positions when it comes to being somewhat separated. Now it's just Shifan out there.
Oh my goodness, this is what I'm talking about. This is the highest level of PUBG Mobile. You can't even push up on one single player and make a mistake. Otherwise, just like that, 3 members are gone from your team. Huge play for Tempo Storm Tensa.
Yeah, talking about their clips, talking about the clout, and talking about their clutch. That's it. That's it right there.
Oh man, I can only wish I could hear the comms.
Oh no!
The US!
Extremely risky push right there from Shifan, knowing that Tensa is going to be up here in the Wizard Tower. I guess all the odds are stacked against him.
He's sending it into prison.
About who's sending it on into prison. Looks like Shifan, the solo member, landing that bike right there. Perfect. And now just going to camp it out. I mean, look at this. This is huge. Right in the middle.
What a play right there from Shifan, and I think he kind of lucked out with, you know, Tensa that UAS parked, blocking all those bullets for him right there. Man, these guys can really, really shoot, but Shifan sent it dead center, and just so happens that nobody is in there, so he's going to be a really good position to kind of snake it out and get as much points as he can for his squad.
Not only that, you kind of got Wildcard on the high ground overlooking prison, so kind of, you know, keeping you safe for the time being. And talking about teams trying to remain safe. Yala, they are having such a challenging game. Number 1. Looks like they're going to be right there on the edge in Lumbermill, trying to survive. And hey, Frag Machines, Team Unique. I mean, everybody's trying to get a piece of them.
Oh yeah, they're trying to make as many plays as they can while staying into zone. Frag Machine, we're able to get a good couple knocks with a good little rotate right here. Team Unique's in trouble.
Looks like Frag Machine looking to get ultra aggressive over here, getting one of the knocks onto Team Unique, trying to get the triple. Going to be tossing a mini red zone right now. Only one more player alive in between the burning vehicles for Team Unique, and here comes the wraparound. Frag Machines making sure to get as many points as possible. Going to be going for that pre-fire spray through the smokes over here. I would like to see another member from Frag Machines kind of help and assist with this. I mean, look at the loot goblin right now.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they're doing right now. Hamidi has the intel. He's just to kind of sit and wait for the rest of his squad. Really smart. Doesn't want to take the risk of getting knocked early. And it looks like they are going to full send this. But man, Frag Machine living true to their name, taking out Team Unique on early.
In the smokes right now. Outplay just trying to go for the spray. I cannot believe this is a 3v1.
Oh, the nade!
The nade. Taking out themselves. Oh, hey, talk about denying points. Respect.
That's it. They say, if anyone's going to take myself out, it's going to be me right there. So, yeah, denying the 1 point. Really, really interesting play right there. But man, Frag Machines really aggressive, able to get a couple of knocks, quick rotation right there, and that just shows the level of synergy and communication that this team has. Really, really big play for them, especially to start off game number 1.
Love to see it. You love to see teams being confident in themselves. And Talking about teams, showing their confidence, this is one team that did extremely well when it comes to the scrims that we had just before us last week. Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters going to be out here. They got 4 vehicles. They got 4 alive. We saw them trying to third-party that fight between C9 and Loops just moments ago. Looks like Loops are still going to be alive, but very hurt. And our team, Frag Machines, I mean, they are just in the heat of the action right now. We see the Knights out there in the distance, but Acer from Wildcard has something to say for the Dream Eaters, and you know what that is? See you later, kid.
That's it. Dream Eaters tried to make the rotation on right there, but Wildcard, they've been sitting there all game long waiting for someone to come up on them. Really tough break for Dream Eaters in that situation, but Wildcard, man, with a quick wipe, really, really huge for them.
Quick wipe. That's the name of the game. That's the name of the game. Nice and moist. Look at this. Loops Becker. I believe this is the last remaining member from Loops. Yes. So Cloud9, we saw in the kill feed maybe 2 minutes ago. Just ripped them apart. And these two teams really familiar with one another. Talking about teams being familiar, not so familiar. You got Sixers from the Knights in the kill feed connecting onto one of the members from Frag Machines.
But they did get the comeback knock and finish right now. So it's only J7 left for Pittsburgh Knights. Frag Machine, a team from Iraq right here, doing really well right off the start.
At this game, big nade. Acer. Okay,
so
chunking them down just a little bit. That's going to force Wildcard, kind of pump the brakes just a little bit, reset, and heal on up.
Oh, yeah, gonna have to slow it down big time right now. We got Cloud9 on top of the hill with Becker just laying down, trying to snake as much points for his team as possible. But right now, it's all Frag Machine versus Wildcard. Some big nades getting thrown out right here. This first knock's gonna be huge.
Got big grenades. Not only that, you got to kind of take into consideration J7 from the Knights back there might be able to play spoiler onto Frag Machines. They need to be aware of that, but the next zone did just pop.
Oh, yeah, and it is in the favor of both Cloud9, Tempo, and Footballist right here. So tough break for J7, and he does get finished right there. So that's Pittsburgh Knights eliminated in the 12th position.
Yep, and our team going strong still. Footballist down there in the south. But
Frag Machine.
4 kills, 4 kills on the Frag Machines. I mean, they saw the zone pop. They immediately got into their vehicles, repositioned, trying to get the upper hand over here. Looks like Wildcard going to be pushing on up to Private Rock. It looks like it's going to be in this zone. Extremely good cover, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, great rotation for Wildcard. Zone over everything. That's definitely a position that I believe in right here. So they're going to have a whole bunch of cover going into this next zone.
Becker just surprised Bayo. Oh, that could be huge. That could be huge. Becker is going to be connected on it. Wildcard, they do have 4 up. This could be their moment to push. They might be just, taking their time. They have a good position, like you said. We see them popping out, taking them shots on the Footballist. This is crazy. We got 6 teams remaining here in game number 1.
We're getting into it right now. That surprise from Becker kind of stifled Cloud9 there for a good quick second, but uneven, able to get that finish right there, taking out Loops in the process. So right now, Cloud9 need to get this res, need to kind of get all healed up because there's going to be some pandemonium coming up here the next few seconds.
Yeah, one thing to note, She-Fan from Nova, still alive. The solo player right there, just enjoying life, hearing these grenades, hearing these gunshots just shoot on off everywhere. So Frag Machines on the edge right now. They are also going to be looking at this engage right now between C9 and Wildcard.
Anyone's game right now. Sam trying to throw a big nade real close to put some big damage onto Adder right there. It looks like they are going to get the heal right back up, but it's just kind of a waiting game right now to see where this next zone's going to go.
Exactly, and waiting game it is for She-Fan. They're probably going to be stuck down there in prison. Hopefully they have meds. They are going to be right there on the edge of this next zone, so it all comes down to that med game for Nova. Over here, though, Frag Machines, talking about the edge, they're going to be getting lit up right now by both, not just one, but both Wildcard and Cloud9.
I think both Wildcard, Cloud9, and Frag Machine right now. So Footballists, they are in a tough spot. It seems it's all for 1 point. Oh, there he is.
This is a huge fight. Tensa, 5 kills so far this game. Solke, one of the top gunners from the Europe region that a lot of people told me about, so we'll have to pay attention. That's pretty much 3 Footballists versus Tensa. We see right there, we'll be spotting out Tensa, taking them down and out. The next zone does pop just a little further south than Beowulf with that DP.
Oh yeah, you know, Tensa going out right there. He ended up securing 6 whole kills for his squad. Really big. Acer gets the knock on the uneven right now. But man, it's going to be tough to push this one, especially considering where the zone is and all the other teams are.
Exactly, and with that knock, it looks like Wildcard, they're trying to, push up, trying to get a little more aggressive, but as they were doing that, they were getting third party, so they need to hurry up and get on over this rock. And Slicky, the trade's going back and forth at her. Beowulf both going to be bleeding on out. It's up to Pyra. Pyra trying to slip back on into the cover, but Acer, 6 kills so far. Cloud9 eliminated. 4 teams remaining. Now Spring needs to hurry up. Acer needs to hurry up, reset, and get these revives because you got frag machines hot on the case.
What a fantastic nade coming from Acer right there to be able to open up that fight. Gets a knock and finish. And then they just full sent it onto Cloud9 and took them out. But here we go. Football is, able to get a good old-fashioned crate drop right here. That's going to be some big level 3 armor going into the end of this fight.
I'm getting a little worried. Wildcard, they have a little dip, but they look to me to be just pinned down by both Frag Machines and Footballists. Best case scenario, Frag Machines and Footballists, they get into an engagement themselves, and then maybe Wildcard make the push, but there's not a lot of cover here in this next zone. There's a bunch of little tiny skinny trees. I mean, talking about snaking it to make it, that's what Spring's doing right now.
Oh yeah, and speaking of snake it to make it, we saw a good old-fashioned Shifan able to secure 4th place for his team right there, and some big nades from Wildcard. That's Frag Machines out of this one. So right now it's Footballist versus Wildcard to see who's gonna take game number 1.
9 kills onto Footballist, 10 kills onto Wildcard. 4v3. Spring are already crawling their way. The army crawl, trying to get that off angle, trying to surprise attack pretty much. And here we go. We'll be connecting onto Lutz. There goes one. That is going to open this up to a 4v3. Get the confirmed Acer. 7 kills so far. Soulcade in the back line, just anticipating the push from Wildcard.
Oh yeah, right now, Footballist is in a world of hurt right now. Wildcard are just dominating right now.
Another one.
That's it. One more left.
One more. Soulcade versus the world. Soulcade, okay, getting one, but not the flush. And Wildcard, I mean, talking about getting the chicken dinner points, talking about getting the kill points, hot jukes. I mean, Acer, 8 kills alone. Actually insane.
Are you kidding me? Look at that performance coming from the squad. 13 kills in total coming from Wildcard. What a statement to make here, especially for game number 1 of the PMW West right here. This is what I'm talking about. The best in the West going at it right here. It was down to the wire, and Wildcard was able to get it done.
What I have to say on this one was ridiculous, by the way, guys, because no one of you, and I know I didn't get to get predictions in before we started things off, but none of you were going to say Wildcard, and they pulled through big. We have to talk about that off the bat, Jukes.
Oh man, I mean, what a game to be able to see them get into it right here. We saw so many squads. I think that the zone position that they had, I think they got some good circles towards them. At the end of the day, though, especially at this level, you got to hit some big shots. And Wildcard proved right now in game number 1 that they could hit those. So what a good, solid performance for Wildcard.
I mean, Dave, we saw so many people pulling off big frags, big numbers as well. Like Tensa was a player we were eyeing for the majority of the time after his initial battle. Were you expecting these kill leaders to come off the bat? I mean, he was a beast.
Yeah, I mean, Tensa, the 1v3, I think like 5 kills in game number 1 alone, that is going to be a confidence booster. But Jason, I just want you to know, I said Wildcard's taking game 1, man. I said it, man.
Okay, well,
I tweeted it out.
You might have said it. I have to go back and look at the VOD to check that out. I'll back you up for now. We're going to lose you, though. We're going to get you out of here so you guys can take a quick break before we get into game number 2. And I want to bring in some lovely people once again. Let's bring them back on the screen, Seven and Glitter, to talk about that last game. And that was honestly some ridiculous stuff. I will say for those two, I know for a fact both of them had Loops Esports to win this one, and that did not work out well, Seven.
What do you mean?
Whoa.
Footballist.
Whoa.
What are you talking about?
Hold on.
I mean, I think we're recording rehearsal. I think we can bring that back up. I'm just saying, you know, I had wildcard the entire time, and that's the lovely thing I get to say when I'm the host and I don't get my own predictions. But let's talk about that game a little bit. Wildcard, phenomenal job by them. We're going to take a look at the results actually from that game to see how many points overall were given to wildcard towards the end of this. And it's got to be pretty ridiculous. There's a couple names in there we got to mention. Football is getting second place. Wildcard, of course, getting the chicken dinner and 13 kills to boot. But Nova Esports, that's someone I want to talk about. Jifan, Glitter, he carried the team.
He was actually doing an amazing job snaking after, you know, that wild 1v3 on Tensa's behalf. Jifan was able to then snake his way all the way into 4th place for Nova Esports, which was going to get them so many more placement points. That's why they ended up in 4th place overall. Like that's just, look, that was great. Because if you look at how many kills they had a decent amount, but Frag Machines was above them with 4. Those placement points really put them in a great position.
Yeah, and 7, I mean, looking across the board, Tempo Storm as well having a pretty decent game. Cloud9, I mean, that's someone that you talked about when we had Group A as a team you look to stand out for. A solid performance considering all things, I'd say.
Definitely. Being in the top 10, that's something you want to go ahead and be part of. And then right now we're seeing B4 here, over here in the 9th spot. They had an insane play that we're actually going to go ahead and break down with Footballers in Novo. And going based on that, I know we're currently seeing some of the other players right there, is the start of the match. We had Tempo Storm going up against SWAT 69. I feel like that was just such a huge engagement, even if this is for seeding, because now SWAT 69, they did end up getting wiped by Tempo Storm, and that was huge for Tempo Storm too, because now they're able to go ahead and reclaim, in a way, still their Pochinki spot. So I'm pretty sure everybody at Tempo Storm, Monica currently watching, everybody's gonna be happy. It's great for them to go ahead and do that. And then going back to Footballers and B4, that was one of those engagements that I was honestly not expecting, and I was surprised when I saw it. I like seeing the aggressiveness that Footballers was able to go ahead and bring to the table. I didn't like seeing some of the way they were able to kind of handle the aggressiveness. It seemed like it was mostly blind aggressiveness. So we'll be able to break that down a little bit more here in a bit.
Yeah, wildcard as well. Let's actually look at them a little bit further on. 1,900 damage done, 896 healing, 10 knockouts, and 13 kills. I mean, we talk about third partying a lot. This team, as you guys already mentioned, I think it was Euclid talking about this while we were watching the match. They had center zone pretty much since zone 4.
Exactly, they did. It was them and Loops that was actually in the center of the zone from Circle 4 on. Wildcard was really able to hold a very strong position from there on out to the rest of the game, and you can see that reflected in the fact that this is the very first game, the very first map that we're on, and they're already at almost 2k damage. So it's a very, very strong showing.
I will say this, there's a person I want to point out, Tenza, because he got them into 6th place overall. He had a ridiculous game as well, because he had about 1,000 damage himself. So almost basically half of what Wildcard had just from one round. That's a player that you're going to look forward to. Him and Sixless as well actually had quite a bit of damage. And I know you mentioned Sixless before, 7. A pretty damn good start for him. Let's take a look at some do moments, some highlights from that first game. And there's sure as hell going to be a lot of them that we're going to want to look at and really kind of break down, maybe in the background or maybe just off the bat.
You know what, for everybody watching right now, go ahead and tag PUBG Mobile Esports on Twitter and do the dude. Send us your best play, your favorite moment of match 1, as we're seeing that engagement that I was talking about, and we'll actually be able to talk about this a little bit more. That Tempo Storm versus SWAT 69, as I was mentioning, it was huge. And then you had the push here from Footballers into B4, trying to go ahead and finish those spots. This one I will be breaking down later, because there was a couple things there that I feel like Footballers can go ahead and adjust in regards to just the execution of their push. But overall, they were able to go ahead and come out on top, just lose one player, and it was a great play by them, especially taking out B4. B4 was a top 3 team from PMPL America, so that is huge for them.
You know, I think one of the things that I was actually super surprised by was we had talked about the potential for a lot of these teams to maybe reserve a little bit of, kind of like keep some in the tank to not show all their cards right away. But a lot of the teams that we jumped on board with were all being very aggressive. This is actually the 1v3 that comes in from Tensa that we were talking about earlier in the game, which was just, the man was alone, and all 3 players on Nova pushed him, and he's able to take them all out, and this is what gave Jifan the opportunity to try and snake all the way into 4th place for Nova.
I think just talking about that a little bit more, sorry Jason, talking
good.
about that G-Fan versus that fight. It's something that we've seen happen to Nova Esports a lot, even in scrims. I've seen them get 1v4 before, I see them get 1v3 before, so I wonder what's going on with that team. Are they going to have to adjust maybe their calls out, because this can't continue to happen. I know if it happens on scrim, okay, you can kind of rub it off. But here, now on the PMWL West, you can't allow that to happen. So hopefully they make some changes. And Azer got 8 kills. That is just impressive. And their IGL on top of that. My boy Spring, shout out to him because he was able to go in and secure 3 kills as well. So it's always good to see IGLs being able to back up their gameplay with some kills as well.
And what I'm loving to see, you know, in this first game, we talked a lot in the beginning of the show about will teams play extra passive, right? It's the first game, you don't want to give away too much. But, you know, seeing, you know, Tempo just pretty much drop straight in onto SWAT 69, seeing these teams just be all out aggressive, I think that kind of shows they're trying to make a statement, right? They're trying to already push people out of the spots they want to go to and just show that they're going to be one of the top teams to contend with. I wonder how that's going to change over the next few days, though, Glitter.
I mean, and like you're saying, I think that's exactly the type of situation that we saw at the very beginning of the game with Tempo and SWAT 69. You know, they were instantly on top of each other from the beginning of the game, and Tempo was just not going to allow that to happen. That potentially can set a lot of these teams up well moving forward, because if they're able to claim their drops and kind of push people off of them and force teams into potentially irregular drops for them, or maybe areas that they're not as comfortable with, it could completely shake up everybody's gameplay.
Oh yeah, 100%. Let's take a look though at the total damage from that game as well, because this is going to be slightly interesting. I'm expecting to see Tempo Storm, well, quite far up there to be fair, and you can already see there off the bat. Wildcard, not even doing the most damage in the game. Football is going to take the #1 spot right up. I'm sorry, you're going to get really tired of me saying that, I swear. But even like Tempo,
keep on doing it.
You want me to keep doing it? All right. I mean, I want to get a Dave to do it. To be honest, he does it the best. But you see Tempo there, 1,310. I mean, they're rivaling the likes of Frag Machines, not quite up there with #1 and 2, but taking 3rd overall in damage with 1,000 of that coming from one player, that's ridiculous, Seven.
Yeah, and you want to go ahead and see teams like that do good as well. I think that was one team that during PMPL Americas, they were able to go ahead and start off hot, and they kind of slowed down. So hopefully they're able to just carry that momentum from that match. And imagine if they're able to go ahead and keep their whole team alive with what we saw them being able to go ahead and do to SWAT 69. And on top of that, Tensai just having an amazing, honestly, an amazing first game of this tournament. It's a scary team. It's definitely a scary team.
I mean, you look at Nova there, you look at B4, both of them with around 800 damage. Nova in particular, you see how little damage they did, but how important it is to have those placement points we talked about before, having a healthy balance between that and kills. But Seven, I'm hearing you want to break something down for us here a little bit, and I want to see what you have for us.
Definitely, I'm going to go ahead and just wait until they switch me off camera so I just don't magically disappear here. And you know what we're actually going to go ahead and start off with? Not that play, that's going to be for my girl Glitter. This one is the one we're going to be talking about. And you know what, let me go ahead and rewind it a little bit more so you can see where we're going with. So you're going to have one player here from Footballers, and then you're going to have some of the other players starting to push up from pretty much just starting to push up here. Now, something I would have preferred to have seen instead of all the players that you're going to be able to see here from Footballers kind of go towards the top. Just give it a second here, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. Is they're gonna actually group up right next to each other. I wish they would have just went for it and got different angles. As you're gonna be able to see here a little bit, it's just gonna take a little bit longer. There you go, right there. You're gonna see this man has the right idea. Now, the only problem is that he does, for some reason, decide to push up to this tree. He could have just stayed and got a different angle behind that rock, which would have been absolutely fine. And then the other player, this player right here from Footballers, decided to go just right next to his other teammate. Why do that though? Why not, you know what, just come in here from the side, give the other players just a different angle. Levi, the player over here from B4, is already going to be shooting at them. He knows exactly where you're at, so just give him a different angle. He's already aiming down right here, and you're going to be able to see Levi's able to take that to their full advantage, and he's going to end up knocking somebody from Footballers right there. So overall, I think the execution was a little bit poor from Footballers. They ended up losing a player, I believe, as well in Raum, which it wasn't necessary. Raum overextended himself right there. You're going to see him get knocked. So hopefully in the future, just the execution stuff like this, you cannot do this against teams in the future. They're going to catch up to that. They're going to see your tendencies, and it's going to end up backfiring big time. But as I mentioned, overall, they were able to go ahead and win that fight. And right here, I'm going to fast forward as you're going to be able to see Footballers just being able to go ahead and clear out B4 right there. So great win for them. And now what we're going to be talking about is going to be this amazing fight that my boy Tensa had. Look at him. He jumps down. He still has 2 people alive here. If you want to go ahead and talk about it, Glitter.
Yeah, right. He jumps down, he sees two people alive. One is already knocked inside of the building, and he's able to kind of just use the outside of the building and use those angles for cover to get shots both on the outside player and the inside player. Is able to 1v3 everybody, which is definitely not what Nova expected, because they pushed in on him thinking that that 1v3 should kind of work out in their favor. And as soon as that all goes down on the outside, that's actually where you end up seeing Jifan just get in a car and absolutely dip, because he realizes that at that point, the placement points are more important than trying to take that fight with Tensa.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit scared
overall.
to play 7 because I don't need Professor 7 breaking down my mistakes when I get into the matches, but I like how Glitter can maybe hype me up if I do something well. But yeah, obviously, as you said before, like this is just the first game. Mistakes to be made over the course of time, at least some time to figure things out. They have a nice little break before we get into the league play. But if you were to, you know, maybe look at a player, maybe look at a team that really stood out to you, you know, ignoring the rankings in terms of how they played overall, is there someone that kind of stands out to you, 7?
Yeah, and just going off that, Jason, what you were saying, in a way, I'm pointing out their flaws because I feel like they can definitely go ahead and improve, right? I'm after the end of the day, I'm the biggest fan of these players. I want them to go ahead and build the biggest brand for themselves. So hopefully they can adjust to that. But teams that I'm going to be looking for, Wildcard honestly surprised me there. They had an amazing play, and same with Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm, what they were able to do in Pochinki is something that I've been questioning for a very long time, since they don't like people dropping on Pochinki with them. So it was great for them to go ahead and come out on top and kind of establish that, hey, Pochinki is still ours. It doesn't matter what we're playing here. And Football is, I know Glitter was saying Football is, that was one team that she was looking forward to, and guess what? They came out and showed up as well. And I know a lot of people currently on YouTube, they're spamming Football is. Well, hey, keep on doing it, because they're showing up. They came here to play, baby.
Yeah, here to play indeed, and we'll be back obviously with our second game in just a few moments. We're gonna head to a quick commercial break, and we'll see you guys on the other side. Well, I told you it would be quick, and the best thing, by the way, for you guys sitting there at home, I'm sitting here in the studio. I got a fridge stacked of Mountain Dews that I'm just chugging in between games. You might see me getting really excited, you know, blowing up with energy, but obviously great stuff for them to be supporting the PUBG Mobile community and the PUBG Mobile esports scene. So now moving into our second game, we got Vikendi coming up as number 2. My question is, what's going to happen on this map? First time we're going to see it. I don't know what's going to be going on between these teams. Let's take a look at the groups that will be playing, and unfortunately the group that will be sitting out as well. As we mentioned, it's going to be over on Vikendi, and anything can really happen here. Wildcard already off to a flying start. Again, just for seeding, I do want to give that little caveat as we move into league play next week, but it looks like Group D will be the one to sit out.
Yeah, and Wildcard having just a hot game right there. They're actually going to have to sit out. Remember, at the beginning of the broadcast, we were saying, what happens if you're one of those teams that started off super hot and you have to sit out? How are they going to be able to adjust that? We'll be able to see them again in Miramar, so we'll have to wait for that. But Vikendi, with teams like Wildcard, teams like other teams as well. Actually, I'm not sure Wildcard's going to be sitting out. I'll have to double check on that. But it's going to be interesting. I want to see how aggressive teams are going to also be in Vikendi. Vikendi is one of those maps that people usually tend to go ahead and take it a little bit slower, play a little bit more passive, play towards the circle as well. So I was surprised at how much action we actually saw at the beginning of Erangel. So I wouldn't be surprised here if we also see a lot of action at the beginning of Vikendi.
I mean, I'm hoping for it. I want to see fists out going head-to-head against each other. And obviously, for all of you watching at home, you can get in on the action. There's giveaways going on all the time, and I'm being told once we hit 2 million subscribers over on the YouTube channel, there'll be some permanent skins being given away as long as you're subscribed to them when they hit 2 million. So make sure to head over to their youtube.com/PUBG Mobile Esports and get your chance to win the set. I'm not gonna lie, I would use that because, well, first of all, I have a giant nose, and that's Pinocchio 7. Come on.
That's you.
That is
you
me.
In the game right there.
I mean, I didn't want to say it because
made
I
a
do get
skin
a cut
for you,
of the,
Jason.
The proceeds for it. But yeah, I mean, come on, that literally is me. The nose is perfect, but obviously getting some free stuff. All you have to do is just subscribe, and you can obviously watch over there on YouTube as well. Some good stuff there. Glitter,
and
would
the
you
best
wear
part,
that?
permanent.
I'm not gonna lie, the helmet scares me a little bit. Like it's the locked in eyes that are kind of like staring into your soul. It freaks me out a little.
I mean, if I'm gonna fight someone head to head, I'm gonna go for something
I would be
like
less
that.
afraid of googly eyes. Yes, I would.
Eyes just going everywhere.
I did like the, it's not really a traffic cone hat, but I kind of see it that way. You know, maybe just snake your way onto a road, a car's coming by, sees it, and it's like, oh crap, tries to turn away, ends up, killing off the entire team. But let's turn our eyes towards Vikendi. You know, we saw aggressive play, like you mentioned before, 7 on the first map of Erangel. I want to see it again on Vikendi. However, it seems like most of the time that I've watched it in recent times, this is definitely one of the slower paced maps. Do you think that's going to happen yet again here, Glitter?
I mean, I think it's going to depend on exactly what the players are looking to do as far as figuring each other out. Wildcard actually will be playing on this 7, so that's something that we can look forward to and see how that momentum goes. It actually will be Unique, B4, Umbra, and Headquarters that are sitting out this time around. So that will, you know, potentially give B4 a little bit of time to adjust after that first Erangel map, but I'm excited to kind of see how Wildcard can keep their momentum going, like you said, on a map that is kind of typically a little bit slower.
Any predictions? What you got?
Yeah, okay, well, let's ask you. 7, since you brought it up, what's your prediction? I'm putting you on the spot first.
No, ladies go first. Glitter.
He's letting me go first because he knows originally going into Erangel, I was going to say Footballist, and this is not because they just did well. I was going to say it, but he was going to try and steal the prediction from me just because he could.
Okay, well, give it to me quickly. We don't have much time. What's the prediction? Glitter, we'll go with you first.
What you got?
Footballist again.
Footballist, sticking with him. All right, 7, who do you got?
Cloud9.
All right, get out of here, you two. We'll come up with you, or we'll check in with you after this game. Cloud9 and Footballist, you guys remember it at home, and you hold them accountable if they're correct or probably going to be wrong. Let's bring in Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Let's hear your predictions. Hot Jukes, what do you got going? Footballist, Cloud9, we're going to hear someone else?
Man, I don't know who we're going to see. I wonder if we're going to see, we only need Tensa to clutch it for Tempo Storm Part 3. That's what I want to see right here, if that's what's going to be for. So I'm going to go with Tempo. Why not?
All right, what about you, Dave, quickly?
Let's see. Dream Eaters.
Okay, well, let's take it away. Why don't you guys drop us straight into the game for game number 2.
Thanks, Jason and the desk, for that awesome breakdown. Looking forward to it. Game number 2, it is going to be Vikendi, Hot Juke. So I got my jacket on, not really, but I need to go get my jacket on. It's getting a little chilly in here. I mean, what should we expect? I mean, personally, heal-offs. You already know. You already know, man.
We're chilling. We're big chilling right here. Right now, honestly, what I want to see is, will the first zone be halfway in the water and to the edge? You know, it's something that we constantly saw during the scrims. We saw it during the Pro League. I wonder if we're going to have another troll first zone, or if it's going to be, you know, just nice and neutral. Ready to get into it. Match number 2. Let's go.
Hey, you sure hope so. At least I do. You know, from a viewer's perspective, troll zones are my favorite zone. Of course, if you're a player, I mean, you definitely don't want that, but it is always interesting. So one thing to know, I believe Konina Power, yeah, they drop around Volnova. This is good for teams like B4 who are actually going to be sitting out because they also dropped there, and you know, after last game's performance. So circle number 1, we got it.
Here we go, and it looks like this one's going to be, you know, nice and neutral right here. So these teams should be pretty excited about that, but we're going to get into it right now. Oh, HCL with the double barrel.
Double barrel slash Uzi combo right now. Yala in the general area as well. Novo looking to get some points. Hot on the trail. They see the blood drops on the snow, and they're hunting down Xana.
Oh, yeah. Yala, Xana is like, nah, I'm out of here. I don't want to get knocked this early right here. So he's in a bunch of trouble, but HCL's on the hunt.
On the hunt, you know, possibly thinking about cooking a grenade, tossing that one up, and here comes the support. So we have at least 3 members from Yala in this general area. HZL probably hearing his footsteps. He's like,
I'm out. Never mind. It was just all a prank.
Oh no, that was 4 of them. That was 4 of them. And they got some gear, they got some ammo, they got some bumps, they got some Uzis, and the tables have quickly turned. HZL trying to run away. Xana going for that drop shot, connecting just a little bit right here, but HZL, they have quite the challenge ahead of them. Molly going out, that will, you know, put a halt to the push, at least for the time being.
And that just goes to show you how quickly the tables can turn at this high level of gameplay right there. ACL thought he had him against the ropes, but instantly, the second he saw that squad, he called the retreat. And you can see the rest of Nova right now are just trying to get in position for this next one. You can see Sheepan with the Tommy gun from downtown, trying to put some suppressive fire.
From downtown, you can kind of see, at least for me, I believe Zero is like, guys, let's get in the Zima and let's get on out of here. But Sheepan blowing that Zima up, so that Zima actually caught fire. It is no longer usable. And here we see Yala hoofing it on foot right now. They don't want to take this fight. I mean, game number 1, they took an early fight against the Knights. They lost 2. And you know, if you're down 2 members from the start, like, it is just such a challenge just to play from there on out.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think that considering where this first zone is, they don't want to waste any time in this fight. They want to get looted up and they want to get ready for their next position. So I think it's a really smart move from Yala to say, all right, we survived. You know, we got the good old save onto Naza, and we're going to go ahead, just loot up and get into zone.
Exactly. And this fight, in case you're just tuning on in, did take place or is taking place down there to the south in Winery. And Winery will not be in the zone, so that's kind of why we see these teams trying to peel on off of one another and, you know, focus on getting into the actual zone, because the zone will be a little up there to the north. And Alpha Faker! Oh, the spray down!
Where you going?
Taking down 2 right there. No, that was 3! Oh,
goodness gracious.
Man.
Just like that, you know, Alpha Legends, Faker being one of their top fraggers, just showing off his skill right there. You don't drive past me right there. 3 members gone just like that, and 3 points on the board for Alpha Legends.
We talk about it all the time, Hot Juice. You cannot be riding dirty in a vehicle. You can't have your whole squad up in that one car, because all it takes, one player to spot you out, do the spray down, and there you go. You just lost 3 members because you couldn't, you know, take the time to find maybe one extra vehicle. Oh, man.
Dude, so crazy. You know, you look at Alpha Legends, one of the most aggressive teams coming from the Middle East, North Africa region right there. And from what I've seen, they seem to really rely on their 2 core players, Faker and good old Rahman right there. But man, and you can just see Faker with the crazy spray and support. That's it. 3 members out. Can't you got to be careful on the rotations. You got to have them spotters. You got to hit that serpentine, or just like that, your almost whole team gets wiped out.
Yeah, and that was UDR Killers, who lost 3 early on from, you know, the qualifications of PMCO Europe. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, this was their first match as well. They did sit out game number 1. So, hey, on a positive note, they will be playing the remainder of the day, all right? So, you know, they got a taste through the lobby. They're like, okay, we learned our lesson. Let's not all ride together anymore, you know? I mean, this is like the top of the top when it comes to talent. Like, all these players can hit their shots. And talking about hitting the shots, football is Lutz up here on the high ground. We'll be connecting onto Raven. J7 going for that trade. Lutz is going to be by themselves for the time being, but the support is quickly coming on up. And there you go, the third party right there. Carnage will be connecting onto Lutz with that G36.
And that just kind of shuts down that thirst right there. And it looks like Pittsburgh Knights are going to be, unfortunately, yeah, they were not able to pick up Raven as he was too low in that situation. This is going to be a tough one right now for PK. Do you decide to kind of go for the push and get that revenge? But with all this time they're taking right now, that's going to give this squad enough time to kind of, get healed up and good to go. And I think that PK just realized that, and they're on the rotation out. Tough break.
Exactly. Sixless in the back, kind of holding that anchor position. Looks like they're all going to be making the call to peel on off. Now, they're going to be in somewhat of a centralized position in this actual zone, and there is a lot of real estate where they can retreat onto. And I personally doubt that Footballists are going to chase them down too far. Looks like Footballists are going to be recognizing, okay, they left, but there is going to be a loot crate right there, so might as well.
Yeah, you can see them just deciding to smoke it out, get that loot nice and early, and when it comes to these kind of fights right here, especially early on, you just do not want to get wiped out. You can't afford that kind of point loss. So, I mean, you saw Lutz with the insane shots right there. Return fire onto Raven, gets the knock, gets the thirst, 1 point on the board, and a whole bunch of loot for your squad. And this Footballists team came to play.
Yeah, Footballists came to play. I mean, second place in game number 1. I mean, after even seeing who knocked you, like, honestly, I wouldn't want to take that fight. I would be a little scared. I would be shaking in my boots just a little bit, regardless of what team you are, right? So, Loops are going to be over here. They're going to be on the edge out here on the coast. Looks like they have 2 Dacias, just going for a nice little stroll. Now, other teams that do like this particular area of the map might be, SWAT 609, might be Cloud9. So, hopefully, if you are Loops, going to be keeping your eye on out for that. Then here we go. I mean, Tensa, the 1v3 in game number 1. This is Tempo Storm.
Yeah, this is Tempo right now, just kind of hanging out right beside Villa. As a squad, we saw them start swapping some loot. Kanina Power and both Tempo just trying to kind of get set up for this next zone. Man, this is what I really love about this this level of play. We see teams from all over the world be able to play at such an insane level. Football is coming all the way down from Turkey. You know, a Turkish squad just getting it done and fragging out of their minds right now. Konina Power as well, just kind of getting some shots onto Tempo Storm. We're just getting started right here, and we can already see some high-level gameplay coming from all these squads.
Exactly, and you know, talking about getting started, well, we're getting started in that point of the game of Vikendi, all right? Hopefully you got your logs in the fire, nice and toasty, because a lot of these teams, they're going to have themselves a decent position, a nice little compound, and this is where you get to start to see, at least when it comes to competitive PUBG Mobile, once when your squad has a nice spot in Circle 1 and Circle 2, there's no real need to push on out and get ultra aggressive, and as I say that, Alpha Legends, they already got Faker with 3 kills. They're going to be making the push right now onto the team I predicted to get that chicken dinner, Dream Eaters.
And look at that nade right there. Almost got him, but man, Alpha Legends are just executing this perfectly as the rest of Dream Eaters try to come and support their squad, but they might be too late.
Yeah, you see Matic out there on the outskirts of this one. Was, you know, possibly attempting to provide that support, but then after 2 squad mates got wiped out clean, you know, you're definitely going to have to rethink that. Oh, here's that nice replay from earlier on. There's the nice shots from Lutz as well.
Man, you know, I'm telling you, Alpha Legends getting some major frags right off the bat right here, taking out Dream Eaters pretty well, and it looks like they're going to take out 3 members from 2 different squads already. So that's going to be a big start for Alpha Legends.
It's that Safari hat, man. That Safari hat on Vikendi. That's the key. The key to success. Next zone does going up. Hot Jukes, what do you see?
You know, it looks like a nice, good old central zone, and this seems to be pretty typical for Vikendi. This is why we've pretty much said that you normally see kind of slow gameplay off the bat, but that's not what we've been seeing so far here. Look at the nade on the sheep.
That explosion actually going to be pushing that Zima just a little bit, but Easy with that MP5K is going to need to defend Sheepman from getting thirsted. Here comes the push, and wow, KHK, you know, they lost one in the process. One will be knocked down and out, but Nova, they are no longer.
Done, just like that. KHK coming all the way from Saudi Arabia here, qualified, ready to go, and taking out a huge team like Nova Esports. Off the bat, Vikendi is going to give them a lot of energy, a lot of good old-fashioned, you know, they're going to be pumped up going in for the rest of the matches today.
Good vibes. Looks like
it's the confidence booster
out here trying to possibly, was thinking about maybe getting that punch out, but this is what we were talking about. I mean, these teams, we saw Lubes just moments ago out there on the west side of the coast. I mean, Cloud9, they dropped Fahar, so these teams are aware of each other. You know, they played, 64 games in total. They definitely know who their neighbors might be. And, you know, this circle actually getting a little hectic. Frag Machines looking to get involved once again. I mean, 2 kills to their name. They have 1 member. It is going to be thirsted. It is going to be done and dusted. But KHK, they need to defend this complex right now. They only got 2 up.
And Frag Machines have a whole bunch of angles going to this. They're going to start throwing some nades, mollies in there really soon. So KHK are going to have a big task on their hand to try and stop Frag Machines. And look at that. Just as soon as I say that, Freak gets a huge entry nade.
Yeah, and now there's only 1 more member alive, and it looks like we are going to be going for that reset, getting that revive. But Frag Machines, they know now is the time to make that push. And if they were paying attention to the kill feed, they know how many members are up. But the third party, Yala, taking some shots on into that door, is going to be connecting on to Outplay. That will actually allow the revive from KHK. So we got Yala. They're making the push for the ultimate third party right now. We got smokes everywhere.
Oh, here they come, and right now, you know, that's a huge break for KHK, but now they got to fight 2 squads. It looks like they're going to just try and hold on right here. Now Frag Machine is the team in trouble.
This is so good for KHK. I mean, they both peeled on off. They retreated. They're going to have some cover to work with. Zero with that Uzi. Going to be going for that spray. Ham down there in the smokes, prone. Going to be going for that trade, but connected on. Was trying to get those initial shots with that G36, and my goodness, Frag Machines there getting fragged out themselves as this squad of Yala are going to be pushing on inside this first story.
Oh my goodness!
There are bodies everywhere. KHK, they're seeing the kill feed. They're like, let's get involved. It's only 2 members. No, 1 member up for Yala in the corner. KHK making that push. Oped with that Uzi. The quick switcherino. There it goes! Y'all are done!
Are you kidding me right now? KHK was the team that survived that? Frag Machine had KHK on the ropes. Yala came in, and KHK is able to keep all 2 of their members alive. Some big kills coming out of their team right there. It was like a symphony of Uzis we heard going on. I mean, shots all over the place. What a fight.
Laying them down. Yeah, I mean, KHK, they saw, or they recognized Yala, making the push. They kind of, I want to say they baited it out. They baited it out just a little bit.
Play.
They retreated. They reset. They hit those boosts. They reloaded their magazines. And, when the time was right, timing right there was everything. And they came out on top. Oh, that has to feel so good to out-survive 2 other squads. That's
and that's going to be so much loot. They're going to be so set up for the rest of the game right now. And this is still so early. This is only 3rd circle right now. So to be able to see these fights this early in Vikendi is definitely not something that we see very often, but these are the best of the best, ready to fight at any moment's notice. And like you kind of mentioned earlier, something I kind of want to dive a little bit deeper on is that fight in particular. KHK, they could have just sat back. They could have sat back and played that one passive and see how it would have fought out. But then they would have probably gotten killed right after. But they saw the fight, they heard it, decided to third party right towards the end of it. Perfect timing, able to get the finish, and now they are set up really well for the rest of the match.
Yeah, and now they can open up their own personal loot shop. Hey, I got what you need here. I got some bandages. I got some 5s. I got it all. I even got some level 2 helmets if you want.
Trading post.
Come fight us for it. But I got to give it to Yala as well, though. They recognized, they got the knock. They knew who it was. They thought, okay, let's third party this one. At least from your perspective, you have tons of experience here in this competitive level of gameplay. Like, what was the downfall of Yala there? Like, what, in your opinion, of course?
I got a little bit of experience under my belt. I would say as much as these high-level squads, but at least in my opinion there, Yala, I think they had a really good idea. They heard the shots, they heard everything going on, and they tried to third-party that fight. But, I guess they didn't really expect that reset. And they had that eagerness and just kind of full sent it. Rather than getting a little bit more intel, I would have loved to see them throw a couple extra grenades, mollies, try to open up the fight a little bit more. But man, they just full sent it in there, and KHK heard it, took the opportunity, and were able to take out both of their squads at the end. Man, just a great play for KHK.
Yeah, and moments like that, I can only imagine the team comps. The craziness or maybe the calm, who knows? I would love to that's another aspect I would love to just dive deep in and really see, the chaotic sympathy, like you said, that happens in those moments. So we're going to be waiting for this next circle to pop. There it goes. Pop goes the weasel.
Look at that hard shift.
Everybody's in there.
Yeah, good old solid, slight little shift of the circle. It looks to be nice and nice and good and clean and old-fashioned. It looks like this is a good old Goroka ending here, as we have so many squads just kind of held up in that central area.
Yeah, and we've seen this one time before in the 64 games, at least in the PMPL Americas, and it was a all-out bloodbath. And I'm mentioning that because Loops, Team Queso, these are a couple teams that might be a little familiar, with this general area.
Oh yeah. All these squads are going to know this spot in particular really, really well, because Goroka is a high loot zone. And look, Tempo and Wildcard back at it once again.
Here we go. Looks like Spec going to be taking the shots, the initial shots onto Wildcard. Ace are going to be down. Slicky also going to be down. And who would have guessed, Tensa will be fragging out once again. 1 kill into Tensa. It's a squad wipe and a half right there. Wildcard going to be done. This is going to be right there on the edge of Villa.
Wow, what a play right there for Tempo. It looks like, Wildcard just tried to get that edge rotation in and fight their way in, something that they're really good at doing. But man, they ended up fighting Tempo, and Tempo was waiting for them. We saw some good, solid jump shots come from them, and that's it. Yeah, Tempo with 4 kills on the board right now. But KHK, they have 6. Also, Legends have 6 already. It's this early on. We see in the kill feed, Federal got the AWM. Really soon here, we're going to start seeing some big, intense fights coming in.
Yeah, and not only that, one thing to note, Tempo, there's going to be a crate, right near them as well in Villa. So it's going to be that level 3 gear, much needed at this point in the game. So Alpha Legends, I mean, 6 kills so far. They got the whole squad up, and they have a really good position in this zone. I mean, they got all the cards in their hand right now. You know, it's only a matter of how will they utilize that, how can they get that chicken, and you know what, Jukes? Let's give them a crate while we're at it. There's a crate dropping right on top of their heads.
Can't beat it. Can't beat it right there. And not just the crate, but the zone as well. So they are going to be in a great position going into this one with 6 kills on the board. Faker already holding 3 by himself with that quick spray right there. If one of you using that gyroscope, I know for sure that that chair was spinning right there because he was able to hit some really, really good clean shots and get 3 kills early on right here. But we can see this rotation right now. We got Pittsburgh Knights on the top edge right there. Only Sixless and Carnage still alive. This is a team, or these are 2 players that are going to have a ton of synergy from the past. They actually used to live together in a mobile gaming house in North America for quite a while. So let's see if they're able to kind of snake their way in and be able to get some points on the board for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they might have synergy. They might have one Dacia, but they do not have the zone in their favor, and they also don't have the other 2 squad mates on the squad if they do run into a team, for example, Footballists, who are going to be in the most direct path in their sight lines. And it does look like they're going to go for a ultra-wide rotate. You know, they're going to try to avoid Goroka at all cost. Will it pay off? Well, we'll have to find out. But inside actual Goroka, Footballists currently making their way on into the town, and got Team Queso right there in their sightlines.
Got so many big teams here, Goroka. Oh my goodness, you got Loops, Cloud9, Team Queso, and Footballists. Some major squads right here. It looks like PK are going to end up getting right into the mix as well. We're looking at SWAT 69 though. Ooh,
SWAT 69, they are going to be with the third-party potential. They have 4 up, but Tempo are going to be making the push uphill onto the 2 members of KHK Esports. And now that's only going to be 1 more member from that squad. Tempo, 6 kills. KHK Esports wiped out, quick and easy, nice and fast, exactly what they need to do. I'm surprised SWAT 69 didn't attempt to take a couple more shots. And you know what? SWAT 69, they might have taken too many shots because you got Alpha Legends actually right there to the north of them, opting to possibly push on in. So information is everything here, especially at this point in the game on Vikendi.
Oh yeah, and Cloud9 taken out as well. I got to give mad respect to KHK for surviving that long, considering that they got crashed on by 2 squads right there. 2 members up against a full team. Not much you could really do in that position. But man, Cloud9 goes out. We got a circle shift going to the south, and Alpha Legends, they are sitting pretty in it as the rest of these squads are going to have to try and get into this zone. And this is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a tough one from at least in my perspective, because they're going to have to run out in the open if they want to get into this circle.
It's going to be a tough one for these teams, especially. I mean, you still got the duo from the Knights. You got 4 members from Team Queso. You got 4 members from Footballists. I mean, it's coming down to it. This is not in the zone. Looks like Team Queso recognizing the enemies are near. Looks like Marco going to be popping on up from that second story, taking down 1. Now they have the advantage. They got the numbers advantage, but Footballists now aware that there is going to be a team residing on the opposite end of the street.
Really interesting smoke from Watts right here to kind of cover his position. But man, you know, Footballists, this is a team that we know can hit some major shots. But after that position, you know, I think they're just opting to kind of hit that rotate, play it smart, because this next zone, 7 seconds left, this zone's starting to close. They need to get in it.
Lobs in inside the Dacia, honking that horn like, get in.
Oh, they got the shark car.
Baby, talking about increase in the horsepower right there. Hold up.
Oh, they're missing a
tire.
tire.
It right on past Team Queso. Okay, they need to be extremely cautious. Not only that, I mean,
driving
you have
skills.
to know Goroka like the back of your hand. And yeah, the squad mates are like, listen, this isn't the ride I booked on my app, all right? You go, you send it. We're going to stay back and try to get some points with taking this fight.
And look, he's driving on the ice right here, which is even that more difficult. Will he be able to survive? Marco with the AK trying to get out, and Lutz, just in a lot of trouble right there. Tough rotation right there for Footballists.
Yeah, I mean, really, Team Queso able to pretty much gatekeep football is so well, but they are underestimating not only the zone, but the other teams like Loops, who are also the nearest to this next circle. So it's really, these teams, it's do or die. You need to hit your shots, you need to get the flushes, and at least get these kill points so they can feel good about getting taken out right now to the zone.
Football is in a lot of trouble right now. They're just going to have to go for the heal strat because this is zone 6 and this circle hurts. The second it touches the zone, it's going to do even more damage. He's only got 3 heals left, but we're switching the fight over to Tempo and SWAT 69.
Yeah, looks like Tempo. 6 kills so far. Spec,
big nade.
Extremely low. Rain gonna be tossing out a grenade. Thinking about tossing that molly. Gonna be going for that spray and will be connected on themselves from a member from Alpha Legends. Remember, Alpha Legends, they've been third party in this fight. They've been looking on over SWAT 69 the whole time. Spec going for the drop shot. The drop down. Connecting onto 1. Connecting onto 2. Tempo Storm able to weather the storm here on Vikendi. Now, how will they make it on into this next zone?
What a play against SWAT 69 right there. That's what you got to just full send, you know, start hitting some big shots. And that's exactly what Tempo Storm did and needed to do as they have 50 seconds left on the clock. And unfortunate for Tempo, the zone has hard shifted to the north. But man, Loops, they are in this circle ready to go. This is a big bad boy team that we've seen frag out all throughout the Pro League. They're going to be in a good position for this fight.
Loops are the only team in the actual circle. Sixless healing on up, actually going out right there, getting major placement points for the squad of the Knights. But yeah, Loops, the only team in the zone. Alpha Legends going to be right there in the south, trying to toss out some grenades onto Tempo. And then, of course, you got out here on the distance in the east, Konita Power, trying to take some shots of their own.
Konita Power from CIS right now, just trying to do all they can in this zone. But you got to watch out for Alpha Legends as well. Alpha Legends, a team from the Middle East, going against South American Loops here in the big. Oh, but Tempo and Alpha getting into it.
Gonna be making the push on into the compounds. Tensa will be connected on Spec, trying to run on into cover. Might opt to get that revive. Grenades in hand from Alpha Legends. They are getting ready to let these rip over here. And it's going to be a challenge. Looks like the revive onto Tensa was successful, but the teams need to keep in mind the blue zone. Now going to be making that push. Zone 7, it is going to be hurting really hard. Looks like HJ's going to be popping the car, trying to just YOLO send it. The Dacia is going to be smoking on up. Spec, 1 health, going to be connecting on not 1, but 2 members from Alpha Legends, and that might have saved it. No, that will not save it. Looks like HH was also spotted in the process in that last-ditch effort.
Man, you know, that is a huge break for Loops right here because this Alpha Legends team were just fragging out of their mind. We saw Baker with the squad wiper M249, but just getting caught on the second third party from Tempo Spec, shutting them down. So right now, it's just Loops against Konita Power.
Yeah, at this zone, definitely catching a lot of these teams off guard. You know, this zone alone in Vikendi, took out at least 5 to 6 different individuals and, you know, just inflicting so much damage. But coming down to this one, they got 4 up. Konita Power trying to get on into that vehicle. One's going to be connected on Kowalski. Going to be hopping in their own vehicle. Going to be straight up sending it with that M4.
And that's it.
And that's it. Konita Power eliminated in second place right there. Loops taking the dub, taking the chicken on our first Vikendi map here in the West League.
Gotta give it to Loops right there. I mean, heck, I think that was a product of being really blessed by zone. But regardless, even if you do get the zone like that, you gotta hit some major shots. And Loops, you know, with their positioning and the amount of players that they had up, able to just finish it out and get the chicken dinner.
I mean, Alpha Legends, they got favored countless times with the zones, but not only were they getting favored, they were defending it, they were taking the shots, and it really all started with Faker on that drive-by, you know, taking out 3 enemies really early on.
Oh yeah, what a play. But man, look at this. We got Jason summoned back into the field. How you doing there, Jason?
Back in. I'm doing good. You guys sound like you were doing fantastic as well, and I have to kind of ask myself, did you guys have Loops? I don't remember. Did any of you guys have Loops?
I mean, heck, look, I just want to see some good PUBG Mobile, all right? That's all I want to see.
That's the most cop-out answer I've ever heard, Hot Jukes.
Hey, you know what? Hey, I'm trying to run for office here. Okay, so let me get my political answers go out the way right there. But you know what? I'm always in favor of the zone, the blue zone, you know? And then Loops got the blue zone right there, able to take out the finish, the chicken dinner.
I'll give you a little trick. If you want to get the best cop-out answer, say who won? The fans. You say where the fans are going to win because they get to watch the action.
True.
Let's get you guys out of here. We'll get you guys a quick little rest before we get into the third game. And let's bring our experts back into this one. Seven and Glitter as well. We have to talk about that last game ending for Loops Esports. And now I know, Seven, you were talking to me before. He's like, I said Loops, right? Got to call you out, man. You had Cloud9 to win. What's up with that?
Oh, I did?
Did you mean to say
I got
Loops?
distracted by Twitch chat. Twitch chat was telling me to wear a choker tomorrow, so I was like, I wasn't sure which one I was talking about. All right. Yeah, I did choose Cloud9, but hey, man, Loops, though. On a serious note, Loops actually getting this win is huge for them because in PMPL Americas, it took them, I think, like a week to actually be able to get a win. Even though they got blessed by the zone, as Hot Jukes was saying, this was huge for them.
Yeah, looks like you should take a look at the rankings from that last map and we can have you break it down, Glitter, as Loops obviously taking the chicken dinner, but did they get the #1 points? Well, there you go. Yes, they did, but they did not get the most kills, and that's something I know we're going to have to talk about.
Yeah, look at that. You see Tempo coming in with 11 kills. This was a really, really good game for Tempo Storm. They're starting off strong today, but Loops is a team that we talked about from the very beginning of the show. It's a team we were going to be looking forward to seeing and how they were going to play, and they just kind of showed up, and it were a shining example of why we were going to do that.
And I know, Seven, you were talking about earlier on, Konina Power wanting to see if they'll challenge up against the likes of Loops, and they did get 4th place, so they did come out with a pretty decent ranking, but a big one that has to stand out. Number 15, Seven.
Number 15, indeed, Wildcard Gaming. They went up against Temple Storm. We'll actually be breaking that down in a little bit. They just went for a full-on crash onto Temple Storm building. I don't think they were expecting Temple Storm to be that ready, and they literally wiped them out within, like, I think it was 10 to 15 seconds. It was super fast, and I'm pretty sure they're going to go back to the next time they maybe try to go to push a building in Vikendi. They're going to think twice about it.
And talking about UDR killers as well, like this team, they got blown up by Faker inside of the car trying to drive by, and he's like, nah, you're not going anywhere. I'm going to take you all out. I know they talked about on the cast, you can't have that many people pushing you at the car. You need to spread out and find some more. But Pocus survived for a hell of a long time. Got them 4 placement points at the end there as well, and that's not too bad of a job for them, as we did see Gfan earlier on today. And we can see some stats here for Loops Esports, and look at that damage. 1,700, 6 kills, 9 knockouts. I actually want to even maybe talk about this a little bit, and maybe Glitter, you can go into it, of how important it is, especially with kills being worth 1 point, to convert those knockouts into kills.
And that's something that we've actually been talking about for a while here, whether it was in PMPL or now in World League West. The conversion on those, or being able to third party, if you can't convert on your own, being able to third party on somebody else's, either scenario is so important. Those kill points, they add up over time. You see that in this specific scenario, Loops had 9 knockouts and 6 kills, so they weren't able to convert on those final 3, but every single point counts. You pointed out earlier that there was someone who won by 1 point last time. Like, what if that's it? You don't ever want to have to think about that, right?
Yep. Yeah, you never want to lose by 1 point. Let's take a look, though, at some highlights, some do-the-do moments in that last game over on Vikendi, as we're going to be talking about some of these. Let's start off with U7. I mean, this is right off the bat. Faker, no chance for UDR killers right there.
And Faker was just lasering people, and we're actually going to see Alpha on a later pretty much highlight just for them, where they were able to go ahead and push up. I believe it was on Dream Eaters. I'm not sure. Actually, this is the one right here that I was talking about. We'll be able to break that down a little bit better. And then Nova just getting absolutely crushed. And then the one thing with Loops is that even though they did get the win, I think this might be the first time they win and they don't get over 9 kills, 6 kills there. Interesting to see. It seems like they were maybe a little bit too comfortable with their positioning in the map. So not the aggressiveness from Loops that I'm used to seeing. And another team that got super unlucky, as we're seeing some of the more highlights there, it was Footballers that were trying to go ahead and rotate out of the zone, and for some reason that man just drove straight into what it looked like a little wooden bridge, and then he was going up against Loops Esports all of a sudden. So Football is getting very unlucky there in Vikendi.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Even following. Oh, go ahead.
No, that's all you. This is your moment to shine.
Well, I was going to say, even following up on what Seven was just pointing out with Footballists, they were one of, I believe, 4 squads that were up in the north end of the zone, and it shifted really, really hard south. Every single one of those the teams up there, except Loops, hung out in the north end for way too long, and it ended up causing huge problems for PK, for Footballist, and Queso, I think, was one of the teams that was up there that Footballist had to run through during that rotation. It was just everyone stayed up on the north end for so long that it ended up working to their detriment.
I like that little crash at the end too for the final kills. Everyone's like, no, I want him, no, I want him. Just crashing the cars. It's basically a derby. Let's take a look though at the total damage in that last game alone and see what it breakdown was across the teams. Remember, we had some really weird results come in the last game alone. You can already see Loops, I think, deserving of that #1 position. But Konina Power, they finished again 4th place, but they are second. Or sorry, yeah, they're second, I guess, overall, but they have only 652 damage, 7. That's pretty ridiculous.
It is. And honestly, even going back to Loops, almost 1,800 damage right there and only 6 kills. It just based on that graph right there, it looks to me like they were really comfortable with their spot. They didn't want to actually go ahead and push up on any of the knocks they got. They didn't want to actually go ahead and change positions, which ultimately ended up working on their favor, as we're seeing another team right there with 0 damage. Oh man, you hate to see that. Hopefully in the next match they're able to go ahead and pick up some damage and some kills, but they weren't able to go ahead and pick up some points there in placing, and Nova being on pretty much on the back end. I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to go ahead and change that going into Miramar.
I'm liking something I'm seeing though. Tempo Storm, 1,400 damage in game #1. Yep. They were second on damage as well, even though they didn't place the highest. This team is really putting out the numbers, Glitter.
And not only are they putting out the numbers, but they're doing it across the board. If for that map specifically, HH24 was actually the top player as far as damage and kills go. And that's, you know, we saw Tensa have his plays already too. Literally, and then in one of the clips that I don't know if we have it or not, but we see Rain when they were going up against Wildcard with very, very successful jump shots over the wall. Like, they were just putting in work in this second game, and they're only, if they continue to do well for the rest of the day, like, they could be very strong.
Yeah, for me,
one thing from that team before we continue on, Jason, is that for the viewers that might be pretty new to watching Tempo Storm, you're gonna see that dynamic duo a little bit more often. You're gonna see HH24 being talked about, and you're gonna be seeing Tensa talked about as well, because they are just amazing players. And usually, if one kind of gets hot, the other one gets hot as well, and they always try to fight to see which one's gonna be the best player. As now we're seeing here the breakdown, the head-to-head between Lips Esports and Tempo Storm. Shout out to everybody in the back end doing this for us. Damage points, they're pretty much the same. Look at that. Kills though.
Yeah, that's not even close to the same.
Kills.
Double the kills.
Definitely not close to the
damage.
same.
But what does that say then for us out there, you know, who are watching? What does it say that they have equal damage but kills are completely different?
Tempo Storm just being a lot more aggressive. Damage, honestly, you could be just in a building pretty much shooting at people that are just passing by. From here, it looks like Tempo Storm is definitely getting into more fights. They're finishing off people, which we've been able to see over and over again, even from the start of the first match against SWAT 69 in Pochinki back in Erangel. And here we're seeing them now take on 2 fights with Wildcard as well. So anything, they're just able to take more fights and finish them.
I think for me personally, it seems like Tempo shut up ready to play. Like, you know, forget the fact that they haven't gotten a chicken dinner. They haven't had necessarily the highest placings, but the fact that they're getting aggressive, they're looking for kills, they're getting the damage done. To me, that's a team you're going to have to really watch out for as we progress in towards the league play. But for now, 7, I'm hearing from Little Bird yet again, maybe we can get that actually in somehow on the screen, that you want to break down some of the plays we saw.
Oh, we will. Give me just a second here. There you go. I just wanted to make sure they took me off the screen. I didn't want you guys to see my balding spot at the top of my head. No, I don't have one yet.
And confirm.
But you know what? The first match that we're actually going to go ahead and start off with is going to be Alpha versus Dream Eaters. This was just such a great play by Alpha, and the way they took over this, even though they currently do have 2 players from Dream Eaters, don't worry. There's going to be another player coming in and crashing on this side, and there's another player towards the top of the hill that you're currently not going to be able to see behind the map. So I'm just gonna go ahead and let this play out a little bit longer, and then you're gonna see just the execution they get here. So first of all, they're throwing Molotovs in and out of the plays. They're throwing grenades, trying to go ahead and get people as well. They do have already 1 player inside that building towards the top, so more than likely he's going to be able to relay some message to the other players that are currently outside. They're trying to go ahead and try to push in one way or another. So here we go. Let's go ahead and play a little bit longer, and you're going to see what I'm talking about. This is just great execution from them, trying to find this spot. And I love as well that they have another player just sitting back. They're not fully committing to the fight just yet because they're playing cautious. They're trying to figure out where they're at. And here we go. We're gonna just open up that door, throw out that grenade. It's gonna force that player out, and he's gonna be kind of thrown out. As you're able to see, 1 player already down from Dream Eaters. The other player now joined up he got finished, and then we're gonna have a 1v1 there between Kato and the other player from Dream Eaters. And meanwhile, one thing that I love is that Faker is now trying to get some more of a high ground, using that moment of pretty much the disruption to go ahead and move up higher and get a better visual on everybody else. So overall here, great plays by Alpha, being able to secure everybody. All the other teams, as soon as Alpha realizes that they got more players down, everybody starts pushing in and just securing those kills and knocks, and that was great to see. And right here, something that we're going to be able to see is that push from Wildcard into Tempo. If you want to go ahead and talk about that a little bit more, Glitter.
Yeah, so this is the fight that I had kind of touched on a little bit earlier, which is the fight between Wildcard and Tempo Storm. Tempo does a really, really good job of almost pinching Wildcard between the wall here and the building itself. You see those jump shots coming out of rain. They're just able to put so much damage in on Wildcard before they can even fully process the fact that they're literally completely surrounded by the entirety of Tempo Storm, that, you know, it ends up being a super easy fight for Tempo in the end. You see Spring try to pull around on the side there on Tensa, and Tensa just he's not having any of it.
I mean, I think they might have forgot Tensa was basically like the #1 damage dealer from Erangel. You cannot go head-to-head against this guy. But I do like as well as they tried to crash in, they tried to get aggressive, right? But then they got punished for that. And that's something that we have to even talk about a little bit is, you know, there's a lot of teams in this region, especially from PMPL Americas, that like to be aggressive, that like to be in your face. But you have to be able to execute that well, or you're just going to pay the price like Wildcard did, Seven.
Oh, definitely. And this is some of the most aggressive Vikendi I think I've ever seen in regards to action. Everybody was just looking to knock each other off. Everybody, if they even got into a minimal fight, they didn't want to go ahead and leave that fight. They want to go ahead and just finish it, which is great to see. Honestly, as a viewer myself, I was just enjoying all the action and the great casting from Mustache Dave and my boy Hot Jukes. But some of the teams might need to go ahead and just scale off a little bit on their aggressiveness. Keep in mind, this is going to be a long tournament. You don't want to go ahead and just overextend yourself on certain positions. You might want to go ahead and think twice and make sure, if you are going to crash into a building, try to see if you can maybe have your scout player figuring out where are those players going to be at. Are they currently have more players on the building that we're going to be crashing off, or stuff like that. So I wouldn't be surprised. Right now, as we mentioned, this is seeding, so anything can happen here. We're currently just starting to see like the basic tactical plays from the teams.
Let's take a look, though, at the overall rankings. So 2 chicken dinners now picked up, 1 for Wildcard Gaming, 1 for Loops Esports. And you can see, as we were talking about before, Glitter, a 1-point difference between first and second place. That's the difference between, you know, getting 100 grand or being sad that you didn't get the 100 grand.
And you can see that the difference doesn't necessarily lie in the placement points, since they're only separated by, you know, 4 placement points, but then you've got 9 to 14 kills. And then immediately below that, you see 18 kills coming out of Tempo. Like, there is so much importance placed on making sure that your team is aggressive enough to get those kills that, you know, those teams, now that they can kind of see where things are starting to shake out a little bit, are going to have a better feel for that.
And you saw 2 teams as well on the first page, only 1 game played, and the rest of the teams had 2 matches already done. That already shows like how the power of Konina. You know, this is a team you're going to have to look out for, the teams who are really gunning for one of these top positions. And now we look at the rest. And you got Dream Eaters there currently with 11 points total. If KHK, I can respect that. 6 kills, only 8 points, but they have a majority of them just from kills alone. But as we said before, you need to have that nice little balance. I'm going to say though, Seven, I'm sad to see Team Queso in currently number 18 place. I understand only 1 game, maybe they had a rough start. But this is a team that's been together for such a long time. They've been on big stages. They've been in these high pressure situations. I'm not gonna say they're out, obviously, because they're not out at all, but I want to see them bounce back.
Yeah. Listen, you might be sad, but I'm not surprised. Even if we go back towards the beginning of the broadcast, I said teams that tend to start slow. And I said Team Queso is usually one of them, and they're kind of just sticking to that. I don't know why that team, no matter what tournament it is, they usually go ahead and start off slow, but luckily for them, this is just seeding. So hopefully they can go ahead and use this kind of just as a heads up. Hey, maybe we just need to go ahead and reward this with different regions, and when it actually starts mattering the most, they go ahead and turn it up a notch.
All right, well, let's actually go to a short commercial break while we get ready for our 3rd game of the day. We'll see you guys in just a few. See, I love how when I say we'll be back in just a few, you can trust me. It's only a few seconds of time. Typically when that happens in other games, it's like, yeah, we're on a 30-minute break, and I said just a few. My bad. Anyways, moving into game 3, we're heading over to Miramar next. I mean, I almost want to get predictions, but I know we have a little bit of time before we get there. Let's take a look at the schedule so you can see what's coming up after Miramar, and more importantly, what teams and what groups will be playing currently in the 3rd game. As you can see, it's going to be Group A, Group B, Group D, and Group E. And I'm sorry if I'm putting you on the spot here, Glitter, but who's not playing currently from Group C?
That actually means that Yala Esports, Frag Machines, Nova Esports, and PK Pittsburgh Knights will not be playing on Miramar with us right now. So I'm sure Seven's a little bit sad about that. He doesn't get to watch any more Sixless play right now.
Damn.
Well, you can always go back.
Actually, a lot of teams are probably going to be happy. A lot of teams are probably going to be happy because they don't have to worry about Nova Esports right now. And keep in mind, that was one of the teams that I believe, went out early in the last match. So they were probably looking to kind of, in a way, get vengeance. And that's a team that actually does that. I've seen them before do really bad in one match and then come back on the next one. So a lot of teams are going to be happy that those teams are going to be sitting out.
Well, if you guys are not actually sitting out at home, you get to actually watch and have a chance to win even more prizes with our lucky draw coming through. You guys are going to want to tune into this one. You can get some limited time outfits in-game as long as you're watching within the client in the Esports Center. Make sure you're over there and you can have a chance to win some big prizes. I know Seven's already got there with his phone out. He's already sitting there watching as well. He wants to get his extra free gear. Isn't that right, Seven?
How did you know? I was literally logging into the game right now.
I just know what you're
was like, yo, that looks pretty good. It might not be permanent, but it's going to look good on me. It's going to probably look a lot better than the choker chat on Twitch wants me to wear.
Hey, we will, by the end of the day, but by the end of this event, get you and me probably in a choker on camera, though we won't look nearly as good in it.
Fair enough, fair enough. As we are going into Miramar here, you know what, predictions? You always talk about predictions. Jason, I'm going to go in and flip it to you. Who do you have from what you've been able to see so far today that's going to probably win Miramar?
Sorry, Seven, I think you're breaking up right now. I can't hear you. I don't know what's going on. Maybe we can get that fixed. I think you said you want to tell us your prediction for this map. Did I get that right?
I don't know what you're talking about. You know what? I'll give you my prediction.
I think tempo.
Prediction time. You think tempo?
I think tempo.
Hey, that's a safe bet. Okay.
So let's hear your prediction.
I'm actually going to go.
You can't take mine.
I'm not going to take yours.
Okay, good.
I would never do that. I was going to say tempo at first, but since you took it, I'm going to go ahead and go with a different one, you know?
See, that's not fair. Because you said that. Now if tempo
card.
do well, you're just like, oh, see, I was going to say tempo until you took it, Jason. Who did you say?
Devin IQ, baby. Wild card.
Okay, all right. Well, Glitter, what do you got?
I actually was also going to say tempo, but only because here's my reasoning.
You're killing me.
No. So here's why. We watched almost like game 1. It seems like Tensa is like the one that's kind of already warm, really aggressive, does super well for himself. Yep. Map 2. Then, you know, it's like the whole team kind of picks it up across the board. Everybody's putting out damage. Everybody's getting kills. They have an incredibly strong finish and are currently in first place overall for kills as a squad. Now moving into game 3, all they need to do is then just pull down that chicken dinner. They have literally only progressed from the beginning of today, and if we can get like a Los Egos ending, like give them some like buildings and stuff to work with, they've been doing well with them. So
I mean, all I'm hearing right now is you telling me why I'm right to predict tempo. I didn't hear a prediction out of you.
That's what I'm hearing too. Thank you.
I'm like, I mean, thank you. Like, I'm proud you got my back, but who do you got?
I'm telling you, if I can't have tempo, If I can't have tempo, then I'm going to go with Queso.
Queso, okay.
Yes.
Ooh,
yes.
Big move. I like it.
Okay.
What, I mean, you could have went loops. I was almost expecting you to say loops.
I thought about it, but I feel like Team Queso is in a good place to bounce back. I think they're going to be comfortable now, and I think that after that unfortunate, you know, lack of rotation on the north end of that zone and our last map, I think they're going to fix things and come back really strong.
Okay, well, unluckily for you two, and luckily for me, we do have a little bit of an interview with Tempo Storm, and I want to see how they're going to say that Jason Kaplan, at @JKaplan on Twitter, is going to be right.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kyle Aris. I am one of your hosts of the PMWL, and I have with me HH24 from Tempo Storm. So thank you very much for joining me to start things off. And my first question is, why don't you introduce yourself to the world as well as your role within Tempo Storm?
Hello, I am from Tempo Storm. My name is HH24. I am a co-agile, fragger, scout. I can basically just do anything as a role. I like to achieve top fragging in tournaments. I try to do my best.
Awesome. Well, yeah, we saw a lot of that in PMPL Americas, and it was exciting to watch you guys throughout that. The next question I want to ask you guys is, how did you first get introduced to PUBG Mobile?
Oh, I got introduced from my friends. I was playing Knives Out as another Battle Royale for mobile. My friends wanted to make a team, so I came through. It was very entertaining, so I just stayed. And I see a lot of goals of players, so I continued and I wanted to achieve those goals.
Which team would you consider as one of your biggest rivals throughout the PMWL?
The biggest rival is all of them, because we shouldn't really be judging who's best or who's the scariest, because we can just die from any, to be honest.
Do you feel that a lobby on a world scale can be a little bit unpredictable sometimes? You obviously you have scrims with them, but does it get a little bit more hectic in these kinds of lobbies?
We try to stay calm, so yeah, it still does. Still pressure, but we try to stay calm and concentrate.
All right. Well, that's all the questions. So thank you very much, HH24, for joining us, and best of luck in the World League.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not going to lie. I loved how calm he was in that interview. To me, that kind of says he's calm when it comes to being in-game, especially in those high-pressure situations. He's just kind of that backbone, like, yeah, guys, chill out. We're going to do fine. It's not a big deal. You got to love to have that, guys, right? I mean, that's so important to not have someone freaking out on you.
Oh, you do, and you can see that player's pretty much like a true Jello, like that username on Twitch. There you go, you got your shout out, buddy.
How much did he pay you?
HH24 is very cool, calm, and collected, and that's what you love to see, because that's also an aggressive player. So it's good to see that they're able to go in and just switch it on and switch it off, especially from players of that kind of caliber.
And of course, if you guys are watching at home, this is just the West. We obviously have East as well. You can head over to Esports PUBG Mobile and check them out over on Twitter. They're going to have not only recaps of what's happening in East, recaps of West, also that 8-part documentary, as we saw a little bit of a teaser from it earlier on. And again, if you didn't see the teaser, go tune into about 34 seconds in. You're going to see 3 handsome gentlemen, though one more handsome than the rest. It's going to be this guy here. And also in the interview there with HH24, I liked how they talked about how his friends, that's how he got into the game. You know, they're like, hey, yeah, why don't you come play? You know, see if you can make a team. They set some goals. They reached it. And that also means if you guys are at home watching, you guys got some friends, get 3 friends together, maybe just get a couple of them and try to find some new players. You have your chance to play in the PMCO and get yourself a chance to maybe come here into the World League. Maybe get myself, get Glitter, get Seven, get Mustache Dave, Hot Jukes, all talking about you. There's still signups left, currently sitting at over 60,000 teams. I could barely count that high, Seven.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try. I'm not beast the beast. But hey,
talking
about that trailer, talking about that trailer, I believe I also saw Harry Potter in there. Or was that John Allen? I can't tell.
Oh, it begins.
He said he wanted a shout out. There you go, John Allen.
Do you want a nice shout out though? That's gonna be the question.
That's a nice
I think I might be his biggest fan now.
There you go. See, look at that.
Do you follow him on Twitter though?
Yes.
Okay, well, you saved yourself. I mean, you could have been lying, and I'll still go with it. But anyways, kind of focus on the map. We're still waiting for a couple players to get into the lobby so we can get this one underway. Miramar, obviously, let's talk about the map. Again, there's a lot of players out there, a lot of viewers out there who might not know too much about the game, might not know too much about the map or the strategy around it. Can you start to break this down for us, Seven?
Oh, definitely. Miramar is going to be one of those maps that you're gonna have more longer to mid-range fights than any of the other maps because there's just so much wide open areas. So you're probably going to see a lot of sniper rifles. You're definitely going to see a lot of ARs. Every now and then you see a player with somewhat of an SMG, and I think they save that maybe for towards the end. And I've seen players also switch guns between the matches, just adjusting to what the actual, pretty much the final circle is going to go ahead and give them. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see a team, well, depending on the final circle, maybe if it is between buildings or anything like that, they're going to probably go ahead and switch to an SMG. So it's just about adjusting what you're going to be doing in this map. And as I mentioned, it is very open. You are going to have long sights, and you need to be careful. You can't leave yourself exposed for too long because you can always go ahead and get their party. And another thing to mention is teams that usually get into fights, they need to go ahead and make sure they finish those fights quickly, because if another team hears them rotating, this is not just for Miramar, this is for any map out there. If a team hears you fighting, they're probably going to try to third party that, and I've seen that over and over again.
Going to be massive on this map. Glitter, I actually want to talk to you about a certain role. We talk about like support players, in-game leaders, entry fraggers. We also have a role called scouts, and I want you to maybe talk about how important that's going to be, especially like Seven's saying, on such a big map to get you those clear areas to fight in, those clear areas to hunker down in.
So in general, in the Battle Royale genre, information is probably the most important thing that you could possibly have. And that's what your scout is going to do for you. They're going to be able to kind of go ahead, take a vehicle, and scope out areas that maybe you're looking to potentially bunker down in. They can check if there's other teams and buildings that you're potentially looking at rotating towards or into. And they can let you know which paths are safe, which areas are not, because that information will essentially keep you alive throughout all of your rotations and as the zone is closing in. It will also allow you to kind of pick and choose your fights. Say you're in a situation where you know there is a team on, your east that might have high ground and one on the west that doesn't. You have to, at that point, choose the lesser of two evils, and your scout will be the one giving you the information about where some of those players are located and the advantages or disadvantages they have over your team, and that will allow you to make smart fights, smart decisions, and potentially win in the long run.
And then what about rotation, Seven? Obviously, like I said, big map. You got to rotate potentially early on. We've seen teams, rotate slowly, just kind of play at the edge of the zone. In your opinion, what's like the better thing to do here?
Honestly, it comes down to whatever the actual circle is. I usually tend to see teams that kind of stay back and not just push towards the center work better for them, kind of like an outer rotation, just wait to see what circle does, and then maybe sometimes you'll even see teams still in the play zone, in the dead zone, just trying to rotate around there even though they're currently getting damaged. Don't be worried by that if you are new to the game. That it is a very solid strategy. You actually know that you're more than likely not going to go ahead and encounter anybody else. You get to choose which way you're going, but then by doing that, by waiting until the last minute, you do put yourself at a disadvantage because on where you're going, somebody could have already rotated there. So honestly, it comes down to whatever the circle is giving you. If there is a compound sitting pretty in the middle of the map, I would say go for that. That's always the best play because more than likely, the circle is going to end up somewhat close to you.
It's that subtle balance, right? We talk about having a balance between placement points and kills, but also rotating early and maybe right on the edge. Also, we've seen a lot of gatekeeping as well, where you move up a little bit early on, you play towards the edge, knowing there's a lot of players behind you, and you just pick them up as they come towards you. Is that something that can definitely happen here, Glitter?
I'm actually a big fan of when teams make the choice to do that, especially on Miramar. There is the potential for an end zone, like Seven was saying, to kind of end with very limited buildings at your disposal, right? So if you're one of the teams that's able to kind of get that cover early, not only can you gatekeep because of where the zone is, but just generally you can gatekeep from cover to like a 360 degree like around you, because you have you've got those four walls of protection that the other teams don't have. And it also will give you, sometimes it'll give you safer lines of sight. So it's super, super important to recognize a lot of those areas on Miramar early and then kind of choose your time to get those hold points and move from there.
Okay, well, those are some great tips from you guys. If you're at home wondering how to improve your gameplay, well, there you go. You heard it from the best here. We're going to get rid of you for now. Not that I want to, but I have to. I have to bring the commentators in as we get ourselves underway here with our third game of the day. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave, can I summon you? Oh, I did. Back. That's so nice. Hot Jukes, you're looking good, man. You're looking fly. I like it. Your prediction, hit me up right now.
Oh man, I gotta go. Well, if Tempo Storm decides to go ahead and sub out Tensa for Monica, their manager, then they're gonna win this game. I'm just kidding.
Oh, come
I gotta go
on.
with
How would she pay you to
Footballist.
say
I
that?
think I gotta go with Footballist. You know, I think that just seeing them play the aggressive style, the way that they've been shooting today, I think they got this one.
All right, Dave, quickly, hit me up. Who do you got?
The fans, man. The fans.
Let's go. I like it. I like it.
Let's go, fans.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. Why don't you take us into our third game of the day?
Miramar. Hot
go.
Jukes. At least when it comes to the Americas, we have not seen this map in a couple weeks. I am excited. It's back in the rotation. I mean, one of my personal favorites.
Hey, not just any Miramar. Miramar 2.0, baby. That's what I'm talking about. We got these squads already dropping here. We got also all the players have downloaded the map as well. So that's really important. I mean, it happens to the best of us. Why we had a little bit of a delay there. But here we go. Loops dropping out the plane. And one place that I'm going to be looking at is Hacienda Del Patron. We know Team Queso is a squad that loves to drop in that area. I'm looking to see if maybe they get hot dropped by another team.
I mean, that Golden Marauder, it's a hot ticket item here. I heard word on the street that thing sells for at least 400 million UC to the right hands. But yeah, I mean, getting into this third map of the day, Miramar 2.0, you're going to have the Winchesters, my favorite gun. And look at this, circle number 1, right smack in the middle, middle.
Nice, clean, and easy for all these squads right here. So this is a good old neutral zone. But yeah, that Winchester, I am begging to see a Winchester 94 kill off the bat. Oh, that would make my entire week if that happened.
Hey, well, now you know in the chat how to make Hot Jukes happy. And talking about making people happy over here, Konina Power from the European Regionals right here. Last game, they had a duo for a good part of it, and they were able to get some solid placement points. But you got Tensa hot on the case, and talking about being hot on the case, Team Queso, Hacienda right now, Vindex are going to be bleeding on out. Yala with the pistol, looking to connect onto some heads right here, but these hot drops are just deadly.
What a
day! And Umbra are finding out firsthand as Axel going to be tossing a grenade right there. Mystic trying to get the wraparound. The pre-fire around the corner will be taken down themselves, and it's coming down to this.
That's it.
Umbra, see you later. Hopefully they brought that umbrella because tears are going to be getting shed right now.
Team Queso saying, mi casa is not your casa. Get on out of here, Team Umbra, man. Having a tough break right there going against Team Queso. Like I mentioned earlier, that is the place that they like to drop, and they have solidified it. 4 kills on the board. So good loot, but look at Tetsa with a huge nade on the Konina Power right here. Will he get the thirst? He does.
So one thing to note, though, at least when it comes to Konina Power, Gonzo is the IGL. So in my opinion, if you were to get someone taken out really early on from your squad, you kind of want it to be the IGL because they can totally still do their job throughout the game compared to, say, your entry-level fragger getting taken out really early on. So now with Tempo Storm knowing exactly who is in Picado, they're going to be looking to maybe get some more points underneath their belt.
I think I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one. I think it's really dependent on the IGL you have. I think. And by the way, for all the players, for all the people that are just watching and tuning in, IGL means in-game leader. So they're the person usually making the calls and telling where the players where to go. The one that's kind of setting the tone. Now, speaking of IGLs, Beowulf, he's the IGL for Cloud9. Now, I think you're completely right. He's the type of player who's not just an IGL. He's also their scout, their entry fragger. That's a player that you do not, an IGL you do not want to lose early on. But there are some other IGLs, I think that when they die earlier, it makes it a little bit easier for them to be able to make calls, position their teams, and function better purely as an IGL. So I think it kind of varies from team to team.
Talking about Beowulf probably making some calls right here. Definitely spotting out this, I want to say solo at this point from KHK. They are going to be kind of pinned down for the time being. Their squad mates in the back side of this one just, The connect.
Oh, the molly.
Uneven will be chunked down, but Adar with that molly, those shots in this alternate angle with the Scar prone right there, able to catch them off guard.
Toes.
Getting the toes, yep. And there goes another point. Remember, Pyra taken down really early on, so they should be able to get the revive on to Uneven. But we've seen KHK very methodical in their play. We've seen what they can do with just a duo.
Yeah, we've seen them be able to make some really good plays, especially in that last Vikendi right here. But this is what I'm talking about. When you see this kind of high level of play, you always see like a return knock instantly. So many different players getting great position. You know, you saw that great entry frag onto Cloud9, but Adder from that angle gets that intel, return knock, and just like that, the fight switches for your team. This is the best right here. The best in the West going at it right now.
Yeah, and angles are everything right there. I mean, Adar catching them off guard right there. I mean, that was just beautiful. So that's going to get a nice little trade. Talking about getting some nice angles, HH all the way up here on this roof. I mean, just overlooking the entirety of Mercado. They're going to have Konina Power in their sightlines. Looks like Konina Power still going to be opting to not only burn some calories running up those stairs, but continuing their loot. And looking on back over here, Uneven was successfully picked up.
Yeah, and I love to see the patience right now from Cloud9. You know, they did get a good solid kill, but they also lost Pyra right here. Oh, you see them using the good old-fashioned vending machines. That's right. So this is a new feature inside Miramar 2.0. You can walk towards it, and you can just keep on clicking it and getting up to 8 good old-fashioned drinks right off the bat. As you go into the replay right now, Tensa with a great solid knock off the bat.
Yeah, you gotta love those vending machines. I mean, you can get the lucky 8, and oh, this was the Pyra fight. So this is how Pyra. So Oped versus Pyra. Okay, they're kind of out there on their lonesome.
What a shot right there! Did you see that? Wow.
I mean,
single
shots. Crazy.
Best of the best, man. I mean, this is so insane. These guys, they are just laser beams right there. You saw that 4X AK single tapping to the head twice, knocked it out of there. Great shots from these two.
All headshots, man. Nothing but a laser. So HH gonna be on this roof. Remember, this nice vantage point gonna be overlooking the entirety of the city while their other squad mates try to make the push on up. The thing is that's really risky with HH's position. If he's spotted and knocked from there, you have to bet there's not going to be a chance for a revive unless Tempo are extremely agile on wiping out Konina Power to give them that additional time. But Konina Power, they're kind of spread out right now. They're setting up what I like to think is somewhat of a trap, and yeah, Spec going to be connected on.
Yeah, and speaking of, you know, like spread out, Tempo is also spread out in this fight as well. So with that knock from Spec, Tempo's going to have to regroup into the casino to try and pick him back up. But look at that return fire from HH way over there. As soon as he heard that knock, got that intel, he just started putting down some good old pressure shots to be able to stop that push. But they're pushing anyway.
2 members from Konina Power going to be pushed on up into the truck, going to be trying to wrap around this corner. Rain going to be connecting on to Rob, and now it is just pretty much 1 member pinned down from Konina Power, and here comes the aggressive push from Tempo Storm, and they took him out. They definitely won the engagement here in Picado, and you have to think, like, we're going to have a lot more Miramar maps to come here within the West World League. Like, you can't keep making these drops. So that's going to be something that Konina Power will take into consideration. They have to be moving forward.
I mean, that's something that I think that's a big difference maker. Now that you're playing in World League West, every single one of these teams can frag out of their mind. We just saw earlier, you know, you go against one player and you play a little bit too loose. That could be 3 members of your squad down and out. And as you can see, Konina Power, a strong squad, just kind of pushed in there with not enough information. And, you know, Rain had a great position, just kind of saw them coming wide on the open and just opened up that fight, hit some big shots, and man, Tempo taking them out early.
Yeah, not only that, today, tomorrow, it's for seeding, right? Like this is the 2 days that decides where you will get placed for the actual World League, but it's also for those spots. You know, you are going to be dropping and making sure to fight for your spot so that you can have a secure loot location within the league. So, you know, huge days for these teams that can come in here, they can drop, and they can wipe out their opponents to kind of stake their claim, you know, place their flag in the dirt for these drop locations.
That's the tone. Sets the tone. Says, this is where we're dropping. Don't come here when the money counts. And not to mention, you know, to also kind of get a feel for where these squads like to rotate, where they like to stay at, especially at this high level right here. So this is important, nonetheless. Not to mention, Dave, the clout. The clout you're gonna get. You know, the chat cheering your team on as you're able to get some big dubs. That's what's most important of all, right there. You gotta show your fans that you came to play.
Dude, I'd rather get like 2 followers over $50,000 any day. Any day.
All day long.
That's a fact, all right? That's a fact. Talking about facts out here, Loops, they're going to have some hard cover right there to the high ground. It does look like headquarters. Little, you know, little split, but they are going to be near each other. SKS in hand for Maz. Going to be, you know, popping their heads like a groundhog, taking them shots, and then popping right back down into cover. Just kind of being a annoyance, right, to Loops right now.
That's right. Loops coming from Brazil right here, and headquarters from Saudi Arabia right here. That just goes to show you the difference, right? Like where these different teams are playing from across the world, and they're still at this stage putting some great shots onto each other. I love this game, man. I love it. For those of you guys that have been playing it just a little bit, I mean, go get the squad, get it put together, and get registered for the good old-fashioned, you know, PMCO that's coming up next. Because, I mean, I think registration ends on Sunday. And, heck, why not? Why not? Give it a shot. It's a whole bunch of fun.
Just don't get your hopes up because you need a lot of clout to join Hot Jukes' squad. You know, I found out firsthand. So don't get your hopes up when it comes to that. But, yeah, definitely make a team and you can be here one day, living to your dreams, you know, just being the best you can be here. And looking on over here, we saw a couple rotations with this next circle. Looks like Cloud9 is going to be moving on in out there from the west side. But Loops, they're still going to be, you know, chilling, grilling, and just having a good time. They don't need to move a muscle right now.
Oh, yeah, they're just sitting really nice and pretty. We're still really early into this circle right here. So you can just see each team just trying to get some pop shots off, annoy each other, hopefully take away some of their damage. But you don't want to be putting out too many shots as it's going to really ruin the amount of, you know, kit that you have going into the later fights.
Talking about kit, you got Uneven and Beowulf. I'm not sure if they're aware of the solo player that is currently occupying right here from KHK. And now they are. Beowulf was, you know, looked like Beowulf was actually doing some looting and had to take a double take. Like, there's a dude prone.
There's a dude.
What's going on? There's a point right there. But yeah, KHK Esports are, you know, they're just trying to avoid getting taken out early right now. And, you know, Cloud9 hot on the case. I don't think it's going to be an option.
Yeah, right now, DP's in really big trouble. He's got to be able to make a huge play if he's looking to survive this. But look how tight Cloud9 are pushing together right here.
There's a grenade tossed out there as well. That could play a factor. Oped going to be getting some nice trades, running low on the ammo, going to be going for that switch, taking down Uneven, getting the thirst onto Uneven, and Beowulf watching Uneven just get denied the chance to get revived, but at the end of the day, they won the engagement. Cloud9 still will have 2 on up. Looking around, San Martin, you got footballers taking some shots. Hey, game 1, baby. I'm getting flashbacks. And B4, they're like, let's get out of here.
Oh, no, yeah, they definitely want to get their revenge, but they're opting to take it later on as this zone has hard shifted away to the good old-fashioned east side of Miramar right here as all these squads are hitting that rotation, trying to get into this circle. Loops versus Tempo, though.
Yep, you got Loops going to be all grouped up there on the high ground. They have a little dip to work with. Carleo going to be making the push on up, popping on up, taking down Spec. And
oh, what
Tensa
a nade.
In the front line right now. Tensa looking to connect these shots onto Dadin. Pretty much a 1v1 between these two players, Dadin and both Tensa. Tensa going to be getting some nice shots onto Dadin. Dadin forced to heal on up. This could be the perfect distraction to allow Tempo to get the revive onto Spec. But Kowalski going for that wraparound, might spot out Tensa here any moment. And Federal on the high ground. We'll be seeing one of the members from Tempo. And Tempo getting all spread apart right now. And here comes the blue zone. Federal connecting onto one. There goes the Thirst. Kowalski onto HH24. And there it goes. I mean, Tempo, you know, fighting Loops here. It's a big, heavy squad to be taking some early fights with.
Yeah, not to mention, I think they had a really tough angle on there. You saw Loops with the high ground, really well spread out, had a ton of cover, and just Tempo were stuck out in the open. I think they did some pretty good shots and return knocks to kind of, you know, slow down the pace of Loops. But man, at the end of the day, Loops just smothering Tempo from all kinds of angles and taking him out early.
And it's really that hard shift that you mentioned. That hard shift, just a moment ago, I think there was only one team actually in the zone. Everybody else was out there in the west, and, you know, just unfortunate for Tempo to stumble upon Loops. And talking about teams stumbling upon each other, Alpha Legends looks like they're going to be trying to gatekeep a couple members from Cloud9, but B4 also on the rotate.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a tough rotation right here. And that's the difficulty of Miramar. When you try to rotate in, there's just so much open field, and these guys are so good at shooting at vehicles. And right now, B4's got Alpha Legends on the ropes.
Yeah, on the ropes. You got Pedro Dog up here in the front lines. Definitely one of the top fraggers from the squad of B4. Going to be looking to get some shots out, but grenades are going to be ringing on out. And Pedro trying to retreat right now. Send it on back to their squad mates. Kato will be spotting out Pedro with that ump. Taking down Pedro, and B4 like, sorry Pedro, but we are going to be focusing on this zone. And, you know, the revive just might not be successful out there.
Oh yeah, they said peace out, we're out. You know, that's a really tough break for Pedro Dog right there, because he's a really strong fragger for B4, but that just goes to show you, you know, you can't try to gatekeep a whole squad as a single player. It is really, really difficult right here, and that just pretty much opens the door for B4.
Yeah, definitely opens the door here. Pedro's still going to be bleeding on out, but, you know, the remainder of B4, they actually focus on getting on into the zone. They have a nice open field pretty much separating them and Alpha. And Alpha will be hopping in their vehicles. It's going to be interesting to see if they can make it on in here without being shredded apart pretty much.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, these vehicle rotations are tough in Miramar. We saw Faker in the first game. You know how quick these teams are to be able to shoot at vehicles and knock them out quick. So you got to be really, really careful on these kind of rotations.
Headquarters right now getting gate kept themselves from SWAT 69. SWAT 69, a little 2-2 split. Two of their members all the way up there on the tippy top of that mountain, overlooking right there, all of them just taking as many shots as possible. It looks like Alpha, they were able to make their way on it, or at least a couple of their members, as I do see Kato is going to be bleeding on out themselves. And you gotta think like, yep, we already see Faker pushing on up, looking to get the revive. The question is, you got UDR killers right behind them, so Alpha Legends kind of a sandwich action right now, maybe.
These are the plays, I think, that really separate a lot of squads. These little kind of in-between plays, throwing out smokes, being able to get your teammates back up. That's going to be really, really crucial in these type of fights. But man, we saw Loops actually going out early as well. So they're already down and out in 11th place. Only 10 teams remaining as we look at Dream Eaters against Team Unique.
Yep, Unique with 2 up. No, Unique with 4 up. Dream Eaters with 2 up. Looks like Dream Eaters going to be trying to take some shots, but Unique going to be making the split. Advocate will be connected on from behind. Unique frozen, trying to heal on up, but does not have enough time. The last remaining member right now from Dream Eaters trying to take the 1v4 will be connecting onto at least one of them. Nemesis will be knocked down and out. Frozen trying to think, you know, do I get the revive? Do I make sure that this solo member from Dream Eaters doesn't get ultra aggressive, doesn't get the squad wipe? Here comes some more grenades, getting tossed back and forth. Frozen trying to cook theirs up just a little bit. Unique, they have the numbers advantage. You can see how eager they are to take out this last remaining member from Dream Eaters, and they are able to do so.
Yeah, you know, Team Unique right there, that just goes to show that you got to be really, really careful. I mean, yeah, you have the numbers advantage, but you still got to have that communication with your team. You can't push out in a 1v1 because that could turn the whole fight around really quick. But man, good old-fashioned Team Unique getting some great shots and able to finish it out.
Yeah, and this is a team that a lot of people, you know, in the chat, they have at least told me, like, watch out for this team. Team Unique, they're a good squad. Keep your eye on them. So you love to see them doing fairly well. UDR Killers still going to be back here behind this rock. taking some shots on to, looks like Lovesin from Football List, and okay, but they're gonna find themselves in a tricky situation because Alpha Legends also right near them, you know, definitely hearing these shots.
Oh yeah, and you know, Team Unique coming all the way from Russia right here, making some big plays off the bat, and they're gonna have to continue to make them as they go in against SWAT 69.
Yep, SWAT 69 King was gonna take some shots, quickly hitting the dirt in that prone position, but will be connected on themselves. Grenades are gonna be ringing on out from both sides of SWAT 69 and Unique. Lightning chunked down just a little bit, but SWAT 69, they seem to be taking multiple fights at the same exact time here. They need to be careful for Unique not to push on over the hill.
And I mean, here we're starting to get into it right now. Zone number 6 about to come up. We saw that triple screen action as Team Unique is just trying to find us position into this next zone. But look at this, Team Queso wildcard. So many teams are set up and ready for this position.
Yeah, I mean, Team Queso right in the middle. They have hard cover. They have the whole team alive out there to the northeast. You will have wildcard as well. So a lot of teams, you know, within this circle are going to be looking on the edges to make sure that none of these enemies can make their way on in here, at least without being chunked down and damaged heavily.
Yeah, we saw on the kill feed right now, you know, good old Football List putting some big knocks onto UDR Killers right now. UDR Killers in a big world of hurt. I believe they only have one player up left right now. Alpha Legends Faker dies to the blue zone right there, and that's Alpha Legends out in 8th place.
Yeah, I mean, it all started with that hard shift, man. That hard shift that went to the east, really, you know, shaking it up Ricky Bobby style out here. So Unique, 4 kills so far. They still have 4 up. They need to be cautious. They need to make sure that from the south, SWAT 69 can't easily peek on over the hill and get the advantage over them.
That's right, shake and bake, baby, and Frozen's gonna have to bake some smoke grenades right now and hold it down as Team Unique are in a pretty solid position. They got the high ground, they see a lot of players there, but all the teams are gonna be looking directly at them, so they just kind of have to play it careful and hope they get this next zone.
Yeah, and talking about hoping to get the next zone, definitely
Look at this.
First up from B4, you know, they have the A-Bales right there to their name. So 3 up from Football List. Gonna be taking shots out there in the distance onto UDR Killers, and there they go. So Football List with a little 2-1 split going on right now, trying to hedge their bets for this next circle. Next circle does going up. Football List need to make the push.
Oh yeah, they do. They try to get that last kill on that member from UDR Killers, but the blue zone happened to take it away from them right there. So that's going to be 1 point lost for them and 1 point to the blue. Team Queso dead center. The zone has locked onto them. They have the good old-fashioned cover here, but they're not going to have a lot of angles going into this one. So they got to really make some big plays if they want to hold it down, especially these buildings.
Not a lot of angles, but with Wildcard up there on the hill right to the north of this. Wildcard, you know, they might have some good vantage points of, for example, SWAT 69 and Team Unique when they do decide to make that push down there. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly how it all unfolds out here to the east side. But Team Queso, I mean, they're in their compounds. They have to be celebrating regardless of sight lines or not.
I think they're protected, really well protected by both Team Unique and Wildcard, because none of these teams can really push onto them because they're going to get shot by each other. So right now, you can just see every team just kind of playing edge, just slowly trying to get in a circle and hit some big shots on their way in.
Yeah, here comes SWAT 69. They have 3 up. They're trying to take some shots. They're attempting to toss out a smoke wall in order to make their way on into zone. Football List, yeah, they got pinched out there in that open terrain, that open field. Looked like they were going to be spotted on. And we're talking about angles. I mean, Ayala, a sliver of a window right now. Going to be taking some shots onto both SWAT 69 and not only that, exploring some vehicles, taking out that utility from those enemies.
Oh yeah, and you can see right now, a member from SWAT 69 right next to that crate, going to utilize that level 3 armor as we see another one going down right in the center right here. But man, Flaw and Z-Bar, they have a lot of work to do if they want to hold down Team Unique.
Yeah, one thing, like you said, you know, at least SWAT 69, they have this crate not only for that gear, but for the much needed cover, right? I mean, this is the only cover right now in the south, and it just happened to land right on top of them. Oh, gonna be making the push on up, or the peek on up, that is, and Unique, they are looking right down in their direction.
Oh, and look at that right now, Zayd. Oh, what the?
Oh, huge grenade from Frozen. There's one.
That was huge right here. Only one member up left from SWAT 69.
Unique. I mean, 4 kills. They're getting knocks, but they need to try to make sure to get these Thurston, get these points, but they got their eye on the chicken dinner. They want to get the dub over here. Wildcard going to be out there. No longer favored. No longer favored. Same thing with B4. So Team Queso, they might be able to get some kills from their compound. Maybe they can see B4, maybe they can see Wildcard, but really, this is looking like a really nice game for Team Unique. And here comes Wildcard, making the push on up through the smokes. Levi is going to be just peppering some shots over there.
Wildcard in a tough spot right now. Have to hit some big shots if they want to make it, but Team Queso are hard on the gatekeeper right now. This is their game to win right now. If they can just hold down their spot, hit some big shots, they can get the chicken dinner with a ton of kills, but they still have to deal with this Wildcard team. Out of zone or not, these guys can hit some big shots.
Not only that, you got Levi, the 5th member for the squad, going to be out here just, taking some shots, trying to third-party Wildcard as they make that push on into the compounds. I do believe one member from Wildcard did breach on into the buildings that Team Queso are currently occupying. So we have Wildcard versus Team Queso, and at the same exact time, SWAT 69 and Team Unique. Everybody's trying to get some points here. Everybody's going to be taking shots on anything that they see that makes a move here.
My goodness, you just saw it right there. B4 take it out to the blue zone, and we saw Team Unique getting a big knock and thirst onto Sam right there. Wildcard were able to make it into this zone, and they're just trying to hold their position right now and kind of camp it out as they wait to try to get the best position possible, because this full team of Team Queso, they're up and ready to go right now.
They're ready to go. They're ready to go. You know who else is ready to go? Slicky with this grenade. Going to be cooking that one. Definitely hears all the footsteps. Hears all the enemies. Unique frozen on the SWAT 69 up there in the high ground. But looks like it's just going to be up to Slicky from Wildcard. Will they opt to go for that healing strategy? They're not even going to be given the opportunity, because Unique Lightning up here on the high ground, spotting out Slicky through that window, taking them down and out. Now it's a 4v4, Jukes.
Here we go. Both of these squads right now. Team Unique has 8 kills. Team Queso has 7 right now. But Team Queso, they're stuck. They're all it's the Death Valley right now.
It's the Death Valley. It's the Death Valley. They might as well be putting the final nail in their coffin. Ayala trying to make the push on up right now. Will be connected on by Memphis. And here comes the spray on into the smokes. Marco, the last remaining member. We are running down the hill with the Oozer right now. Go for that spray. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Oh, Unique, baby, getting that dub.
Man, you got to give it to Team Unique right there. On top of the hill, they had a really solid position, but they hit some big, major shots and shut down the rest of these squads to get that chicken dinner. That wasn't an easy one for them. They had to work for it.
I mean, shut it down. Shut it down. That's what they did. Team Queso, they were favored heavily with that compound, but I don't believe they ever really had like a backup plan. Like, how are they going to make it on out of there, So, I mean, second place though, regardless, huge amount of points.
Huge points, huge points. Can't wait to see what Mr. Jason's thoughts are as we go ahead and summon him back into the virtual world.
I appreciate you summoning back in. I like to, kind of reappear within the world. It's very dark wherever I get sent to in the breaks there. But what a crazy game actually coming through. That was ridiculous. You had Team Queso sitting in the compound, sitting there for so early. Unique just kind of overwatching everyone, saying, yeah, you guys fight it out. We're just going to come in at the last second and take it away. And such a big improvement as well from their last game, or the first game where they placed out 11th. Were you guys expecting Team Unique to come out with the win there? Let's be honest, Jukes.
I mean, it's a tough position right there. One thing I love seeing them, I mean, this is a squad coming all the way from Russia. Right there, any team could have just played it really quiet and held it back and wait for an opportunity to push in. But they were just aggressive, hitting shots, annoying every single team as they tried to get in. And that aggressiveness just paid off big time for them.
Dave, you're looking pretty satisfied right now. Why do you got that look on your face?
Dude, I called it, man. I said in the plane, I said, Team Unique, they're getting the chicken. I'm just on it today. I think I need to go play the lotto today or do something, get some UC, because I am predicting every game at this point. I'm 3 for 3.
Well, you know what? I feel like because you're predicting them so well, people should go follow you on Instagram. But you're not going to get a chance to shout it out because you need to get out of here. Get rid of him in production before he says it. I don't want to hear this anymore. I'm tired of it. Get out. Go away. Bring me my experts back. And I will say this, talking with Seven and Glitter, during that game, especially towards the end, they were straight up like yelling at each other, because if you remember correctly, Seven had Wildcard and Glitter had Team Queso. It was just kind of like, die, die, die. And I swear if we have that comms out, I think we might get in trouble right there with how angry some people got. But let's start things off. Seven, you came close, but not quite there for Wildcard. But you got to be proud of how things finished.
Listen, I'm super proud. My team didn't end up sitting on a compound from Circle 4 all the way until the end, all right? And when they actually had to push out, they didn't choke. Just saying. And they also had to fight other people. They had to fight B4. They had to fight Unique. Meanwhile, you got Kiss over here sitting pretty in the combo. By the way, I love Team Queso. I know some of the players there, so I want to make sure they don't take this the wrong way. But I'm just saying, Wildcard had everything going up against them, and to actually go ahead and secure a third place here, it was impressive for them.
Well, Glitter, you were the best out of all three of us. Tempo Storm let me down. Come on, guys. Let's talk about the rankings from that last game. Team Unique stealing it away at the very end, but they also backed it up with kills. This is a massive amount of points. If I'm not mistaken, I think I'm not mistaken here, first place was like 34 points, and like second was 33, and they just got 32 from one game alone, Glitter?
Yeah, so this was an incredibly strong game for Team Unique, and they were one of the teams that I had called out at the beginning of today as a team to watch for their overall level of, you know, aggression. They are a team that was not afraid to take those fights, and we saw that right at the end there when they just straight up pushed right into Queso's face for the final fight with the last two teams. And I mean, they did well. Not only that, but then Frozen was also right up at the top of the round stats for damage and kills as an individual player, and that was another person that I had called out earlier for us to pay attention to as well. So I'm just very, very happy that Team Unique was able to show up such a strong showing in this third game here.
I feel like you're a little too invested into that, because they're like, well, they're showing up and they make me look good. So looking out to the second page, Loops Esports. I'm kind of glad no one went for them, because they got shut down. Tempo Storm 10th place, let's ignore that. Cloud9 in 9th though. Looking down towards the bottom, Konina Power. Again, that was a team we talked about as in the overall standings. They were one of the two teams to break through into the top 8 when they only had one match played. But with this 1 point finish, 7, I'm a little bit worried for them.
Definitely, yeah. I think that's one team that I was looking forward to see how they did. They ended up in first place out of the European finals, and currently being 16 here on Miramar, just very unlucky for them. Hopefully they're able to pick it up. But let's go ahead and talk, Jason, a little bit more about what happened there with Tempo Storm. Nothing went their way. I know that was one team that you were hoping it would win, but it seems like, many didn't go out. Maybe in the next one. Who knows? We'll see what happens.
Do I just have that curse? You know, there's a thing called a commentator's curse where, you know, you say something that's going to happen, kind of the opposite happens. I said Tempo Storm's going to take this game away. They've had the kills, they had decent placings. I'm sorry, Tempo, don't hate me. Fans, don't come at me. It wasn't my fault, I swear. But then talking about the game a little bit more, you talked about how Wildcard had quite a few different teams around them. So did Team Queso. They got to the compound very early on. They had B4, Unique, and SWAT 69 all around them, even Wildcard coming through. That wasn't an easy battle for them to fight out of. I want to, you know, give that a little bit of an out.
It's not, but there's a difference, right? You have Wildcard having to push down the mountain. On top of that, you have Levi from B4 just waiting for him, waiting for the chance to go ahead and knock somebody. You got the people from Team Queso already on the compound waiting for you to go ahead and push down. And then on top of that, guess what? You also have the team that won. You have Unique up on another, on the same mountain, just a little bit higher position on them, being able to go ahead and knock them down as well. So I'm honestly pleasantly surprised that Wildcard was able to even get to third place there and even able to go ahead and rush to that compound where Team Queso was.
See, I'm really proud, besides what you're saying, Glitter, about the team, I'm proud of Team Unique for a different aspect, for a different reason, because they're kind of playing in the shoes of the former players, right, that initially were with the Team Unique back last year. And these guys, I mean, they play so well in Berlin. Old Boy, that's a name I'm always going to bring up as being one of the top fraggers, and it's not easy to do that, to kind of, you know, go into organization as a fresh team and be able to perform, but they've done it. And I think that's maybe a big weight off of their shoulders now coming to the rest of this tournament.
Oh, it's got to be, because whenever you have to kind of shake things up, you never know 100% for certain if those changes are going to work out in your favor. You think they will. It's usually like an educated guess, but you never know. You can't, you know, tell the future. And so this is a shining example of how well this roster is working out in their favor. You saw there on those team stats that their damage was over 2k damage in this game with 12 kills to their name. That is a very good game, especially with what we've seen so far.
Yeah, 32 points was fantastic. In the meantime, we're going to be heading to our Do the Do moments from our match number 3 on Miramar, and we have to talk about quite a few of these as well. You know, we talked about tempo. I'm hoping they're not in there getting destroyed early on. We were talking about Team K, so already seen off the bat. Just, you know, within the first couple of minutes, they're taking fights. Okay, hurry, get the camera, get it off tempo. I don't want to see this.
Just like a Black Angel. Shout out to Miss Black Angel on Twitch. There you go. You got your shout out. But yeah, man, Tempo Storm, nothing went their way. Not sure what happened there on that team, but on that match. But just remember, they have performed very well on the other matches. I think they do have a match here coming up pretty soon where they're gonna have to sit out, so they'll at least be able to get have some time to think to themselves. And actually, by checking here, they'll be sitting out. Tempo Storm will be sitting out the last match of the day. And one of the earliest fights that we saw them here, Tempo at least being able to get kills, even though they were not able to get the place. And remember, every kill you get is 1 point, and that's gonna come in huge for anybody that's new to this scene. Keep an eye out, because even if they don't place high, as long as you're at least able to recover by getting some kills, that is huge to see. And as we're seeing Cloud9 as well, they're being able to secure more kills also. Overall, man, crazy match of Miramar. And once again, I'm seeing a lot of action in the early starts of this matches, something I'm honestly not used to, especially from what I was seeing in PMPL Americas. A lot of people are just pushing more and trying to get a lot more action.
So then let me ask you about that, Glitter, in particular. Is that, do you think, just because these are seedy matches and really not much is on the line other than that?
I mean, you have to kind of use these matches to your advantage in whatever way possible. If that means forcing fights that once the league hits, you won't typically be taking, only just to get a feel for, you know, the play style of the other teams, maybe their gun skill and mechanic level, you know, just kind of any little tiniest bit of information that you can acquire now while it's not directly affecting your overall performance, that could definitely be why we're seeing such early engagements, why the teams are being so aggressive with their fights. You know, that definitely can be a factor.
I mean, you can see as this wraps up 7. I mean, I'm looking towards the Gert here on SWAT 69. I remember seeing him playing last year, Wildcard as well, playing from the high ground. You know, you talk about Wildcard having a tough time. I still feel like they had the high ground in some decent positions. You know, I can't complain, right? You guys got way better with your predictions than I did.
Definitely. Yeah, you're not even allowed to talk. I don't even want to hear.
But I have
to. You're going to go ahead and pick in the next match.
Listen, Seven's just trying to cover up the fact that I had a better prediction than he did. That's all he's trying to do.
Yeah, he's putting the hate on me.
Oh, right.
You know, to be fair, with all the shout-outs he's giving, I think I'm going to make a new Twitch account and see if I can get to give me a shout-out on there. Because he still won't follow me back on Instagram. It won't happen. One day. When I pay you enough money. Let's look at the total damage, though. Let's just kind of move past that. No need to pay him for any follows. He obviously can just do it on his own accord. Let's look, though, at the teams. You can see here. Not only did they get #1 in kills, they got #1 in damage. Not even a single match we've had today work out this way, 7.
Definitely. And listen, Team Unique did great there. I believe before this match, they only have four points after playing the first match. And then Team Kesso, I think this is a great wake-up call. All jokes aside, I think this is great for that team to be able to maybe at least get a second place finish. And on top of that, being able to go ahead and get some kills with players like Axel being able to wake up and start being the fraggers that we know they're capable of. And another team we actually need to go ahead and speak volumes of is Footballers. Footballers being always there in like the top 5, top 6, and being able to back it up with kills as well. So I'm pretty sure a lot of the Footballers fans are going to be happy to see that.
Just want to point out, Team Queso not only beat Wildcard in kills, they also beat them in damage. 7, you got to get up to Glitter there.
Man, this man, dude. This man.
The thing is, I'm taking the focus away from me and my pick on Tempo Storm and putting it onto you with your Wildcard pick.
I see how it is.
We got to team up, Glitter. You got my back.
Listen, I'm going to take the wins where I can get them, okay?
That's exactly how I play as well. And also, one thing I did want to point out, Cloud9. Now, I know it's been a long time since I got to watch them, you know, in action in person, but one thing they struggled with last year, and I think you're going to know a lot about the 7, was they didn't really seem to be able to last long into matches. They really couldn't get the, actually, sorry, I'll take that back. Either they wouldn't get enough kills or they wouldn't get enough placement points. They really had that problem of getting a subtle balance. Here, they got really aggressive in the beginning, and they got punished for it. I'm not sure what was missing, obviously picking up a heavy fragger from Team Unique onto the team, but this isn't the Cloud9 that I was kind of hoping for. I know you pointed them out in Group A when we started off the show.
Yeah, and this is actually something that we've seen before with Cloud9. It's something that it's kind of like a pattern that I've seen with Cloud9. Even going back to PMPL Americas not so long ago, something that happened with him is their IGL would decide he is also the scout, which leave him just too open, too exposed to take on fights with a lot more teams and being just fully outnumbered, and that completely kind of hurt them there. So I think what they need to go ahead and switch for that is they need to make sure that Beowulf, being the IGL, being such a core for that team, he needs to go ahead and stay alive, and that's always one team. If you have all your 4 players alive in a top 5 situation, and you'll hear me say this back even in PMPL Americas, that's a team to be worried about, because not only do they have their 4 players, if they're able to go ahead and frag out with players like Uneven, players like Adder, who used to play for Team Unique, they're a scary team, and they were able to go ahead and prove it on PMPL Americas, but that was in the past now. They need to go ahead and step it up here. Even though it is the first day, you know, we can give us some slack. They might be trying new things here and there.
Well, we do have an interview, not with Cloud9 though. It's someone that's going to make Glitter very happy. We have Team Queso going to be dropping in to the stage here, into this virtual world, to talk to him about that last game. We're going to see who it is in just a few seconds of time. First of all, I want you to be able to introduce yourself to everyone out there watching. You know, put a face to the name, a name to the face, so you can get an idea of who you are. Okay, well, I'll do it for him. It's Gabu coming in from Team Queso. I guess we'll just ask you the first question. Coming through second place, what was the decision made for your team to go straight in towards that compound off the bat, towards the final zones? Okay.
Gabu.
Well, I don't think he can hear us,
Gabu?
or I don't think he's responding. I'm not even sure if he's moving, to be honest. Well,
he's thinking.
Okay, Glitter, we're going to have you fill in since you're the Team Queso fan here. What was their decision to go to the compound early on?
Well, you know, like we had spoken about earlier on today, sometimes the end zones in Miramar are a little bit notorious for being relatively open and only having a few buildings here and there for one team to possibly take control of, and you have to make that decision super early on. Like we pointed out before, Queso was able to do that from zone 4 on, and they just held it down and were able to use all of those small little buildings to their advantage for protection, but they were also able to put out a ton of damage to the teams around them that know that because they rotated in a little bit later, weren't able to get the same amount of cover.
Well, we didn't get to hear from them, but we do have their stats to look at here for Team Queso, as you can see now on the screen. Ayala, 306 damage. Axel, for me, he was like the big impact player for them. He had 5 kills, 5 knockouts, even an assist. And one thing we can talk about here, now obviously, you know, you see Mystic on 257 damage. We have to talk about roles. And this is something you're gonna have to keep in mind as a viewer later on. There are support players where it's their job to relay that information and to set up their teammates to excel, and you can't knock Mystic at all. If Axel can play off like that, 7, then that's a perfect player to have on the team.
Oh, definitely. And something that you'll see with this team is that anybody in that team can actually go ahead and frag out. I've seen previous tournaments where it's completely the opposite, where Mystic is actually the one getting the most kills and actually is the one that's kind of being a little bit more passive, not getting enough damage or kills. So don't take that graph there with the hint of salt, because anybody in that team can honestly frag out, and they got the skill for it. That's why over and over again, we end up seeing Team Queso here representing for South America.
And don't take our predictions as well, or take our predictions with a grain of salt, because you know, sometimes it goes wrong. Moving into, I believe now, our 4th. Man, I mean, come on. It's my first day back here. It's been a while since we see each other. We can be nice to each other. We can have a friendly time. Going into match number 4, though, we're heading over to Sanhok, and I want to start to talk a little bit about this map, because obviously very close quarters, a lot of fighting as well. But before we get to that, actually, I want to compare the most damage here between 2 teams. Footballist going to be on there on the board. We're going to have to talk about, I'm going to do it every time. And of course, Tempo Storm. This is over the course of 3 matches being played. And as you guys were saying before, like, Footballist consistently placing high, and look at that damage they've been able to do. Kills a little bit low though, Glitter.
Definitely.
What? Low? No.
I mean, Tempo 22, the 200 damage in favor of Footballist.
But if you look at the overall damage, it really just means that Footballist needs to work on converting their damage into kills, because they're very, very similar across the board in damage dealt. They just are not. They're dissimilar in their kills that they were able to you know, complete. And it also is important to note how much damage they've received too, which means it's not only is it pretty similar, but the fact that Footballist is a little bit higher is speaking to the fact that they might be more willing to take those engagements and have to heal up because of it that much more.
I will give Tempo a slight cop out here, 7. They did die very early on in that game, which makes me obviously very sad to see that when I had them predicted. But they did at least keep things equal. I mean, considering they did die early on, you could have one bad game. It's not that big of a deal, and they're still able to have the chance to bounce back later on.
Yeah, and the good thing about this, right, if you do start hot, like we've seen from them, I believe they were top 2 before this match even started, is you are allowed some kind of cushion. And remember, this next 2 days are just for seeding. Most of the time, you're going to be seeing a lot of engagement, and it's just teams kind of testing each other out, seeing what's going to happen, seeing how the other player reacts. And it's okay for Tempo Storm to go ahead and do this right now. Now, if it was, for example, let's say the next couple days after this 2 days, when they're actually going to be trying to qualify for that Super Weekend, then I might be a little bit scared, especially if they don't have 2 great games at the start off with. So it all depends on how they're performing.
Well, here we go. We're going to see the overall ranking currently. Team Unique making a massive jump ahead with their first chicken dinner. I'll say first because I wouldn't doubt them to be able to pull more off later on. 36 points. So remember, they had 32 from their victory. That means they only had 4 points in their other games, and they jumped up to 5th place here, Glitter.
Yeah, and this is something that you had pointed out a little bit earlier on in today as well. They've only played 2 matches, yet they're 1 point behind Footballist in 4th place, who's had an opportunity to play 3. So the game that Team Unique just had was massive for them because it put them in an amazing place overall in the rankings, and they still have more games to play.
Same for Team Queso. They got knocked out early in their first match, coming back into this one to get themselves into the top 6. Now on to our 11th through 20th place. Team Umbra, Headquarters, Yala, Udakiras, all having some bad starts off the bat, but again, not that big of a deal because it's just about seeding. Kanina Power, I mean, slowly making their way up, I guess even down in this one. This was a team we kind of looked at as being one of the big potential players, considering they came out number 1 in the region, 7.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to get, don't get me wrong, they were able to go ahead and get 2nd place there on match number 2. And this one, they just kind of, not sure what happened. It didn't go their way, so anything can happen with that team. Teams, as we were even saying for Tempo Storm, as we can give Tempo Storm some slack for having a bad match there on Miramar, we can maybe go ahead and have Kanina Power as well. Just, you know what, just toss it up as a bad match. Always move on to the next one, and that's the main thing with players along this way. Everything becomes a mental game if you let it become a mental game. If you're able to go ahead and just kind of brush that off and focus on the next game and just on your previous performance, just scratch that off, just focus on what's coming up next.
I'm a little bit worried for any team that I support. I'm just going to have to end up saying for them, it was just a bad game. It was just bad. You know, next game, they'll be doing fine. We're going to be heading to a short commercial break. When we come back, we'll be setting things up here for Sanhok. That commercial always makes me so thirsty. Honestly, I'm gonna go get me one when we do get into the next game. But let's start to talk about Sanhok, right? So we just had Miramar, a very big map, a lot of long rotations you have to go through. Now going on to Sanhok 7, how is this gonna differ from the last map we just saw?
Oh, it's going to be just insane. Everything's going to go ahead and be super packed. There are going to be a lot of third party, and that's something that a lot of teams have to go ahead and look out for. With the map being so small, you are going to have to get into fights, and if you do get into fights, make sure you finish them off quickly, because if not, more than likely what's going to happen is some of the teams being such a small map, they're going to be able to hear that, and they're going to be able to just wait for the right moment and third party you, and that happens a lot, especially a lot in Sanhok.
And Glitter, we got to check in with you. Group B, currently going to be out for this map. What teams do we have there at the moment?
So that means now Wildcard, KHK, Dream Eaters, and Loops Esports are going to be sitting out this Sanhok.
Okay, so, well, 7, you can't back Wildcard anymore at the moment. Don't worry, I think they're coming back later on today in the final one. You have to pick up a new team here. But let's take a look, though, at still some more giveaways to come down the line. And this one's more based off of the Esports Center inside of the game. Again, if you guys have the game open and you're watching from there, you can accumulate points, and over the entire event, top 100 players in points will get exclusive rewards. Honestly, I need that helmet because I run into things way too often. I crash way too often as well. I need to get me in on this. Someone has to help me out. Glitter, please.
I don't know if I can save you, you know? I don't know if I can do it.
Driving's hard, okay? It's been a long time since I've had to drive now that I've lived in Europe for actually 8 years, come up in a few days. A lot of years behind me. So then looking at Sanhok, he talked about if you're going to go for kills, you got to confirm them right away. Third partying, I'm a little bit worried about for some teams here, Glitter. As we've already seen before, Team Queso getting set up nice and early in some of these compounds. It's going to be a lot more difficult to fight for compounds, and if you don't rotate early on, I'm assuming you might just be left out of luck.
And we've actually seen this happen, whether it was through the PMPL or, other various leagues. There are zones and moments where teams have been too slow in those rotations, and it's really been to their detriment. There was actually a Northwest ending once where teams didn't rotate across that water area fast enough, and that was just their undoing in those moments. So that quick decision making is going to be incredibly important on a map this small when you don't have a lot of space at your disposal, and when you know that potentially teams are going to be looking for those close quarter engagements.
Yeah, and another thing to actually go ahead and mention is since Loops Esports is going to be sitting out, teams are going to have pretty much lobster building. The middle of boot camp, they're going to have that wide open. So who's going to go ahead and go for that? And I know Team Queso, one of the teams you were supporting in the last match, Glitter. Team Queso usually likes to go ahead and just kind of rat loot a little bit on the outskirts, a little bit towards the north of boot camp. So interesting to see where teams going to be landing here and how they're going to adjust.
Yeah, I think that's the name of the game, right? Obviously, with this just being seeding, it's a chance to get yourself the opportunity to see what you can maybe change up going on into next week when we get into the league play. And of course, if you guys are out there watching, you want to get some more information, you can head over to Twitter, Esports, PUBG Mobile, and get yourself some info, obviously, on the East League, the West League, also an 8-part documentary going to be released over there. Again, go to the video, check out the 34-second mark, and you're going to see a handsome man on the screen. It might be me. Who knows? It could be him. It could be Mustache. Oh, you changed shirts! I just realized this. What happened?
You just noticed?
I get lost in your eyes.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
I thought you were Mustache Dave for a second because I was about to talk about him. I look at you, I'm like, wait a minute. Well, you guys also, if you're watching, you have a chance to participate here in the World League. You have to go through the PMCO, the PUBG Mobile Club Open. Registration for fall season is open. Over 60,000 teams, and you have a few days left. So you still have some time to hit up your friends, maybe go on to some channels and figure out some people you can join in, get your team set up, and have a chance to win some big moolah. Glitter, can we maybe get a team together? We got you, we got me, we got 7. Who would you pick as a fourth
I'll be the
between
coach.
Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave?
Ooh, I might, that's a tough call.
Say Hot Jukes. He's an ex-pro player.
I'm a little bit afraid how quickly you chose that 7. All right, so we're gonna get you out of here so we can hear what Hot Jukes would actually choose. If he even wants to be on this team, we'll bring in him and Mustache Dave as we're about to hop into our 4th game of Sanhok. Don't look so sad, 7. You'll be back just in about 30 minutes of time. Don't worry, we'll bring you back into this one. Hot Jukes, Mustache Dave. Dave, are you a little bit disappointed with 7? He said he would rather have Hot Jukes in the game over you.
Nah. I'm making my own squad. And it's only for people who follow me back. So that's the truth.
I like it, the follow back squad. All right, well, gentlemen, why don't you take us into Sanhok here and kick off our 4th match of the day.
Let's get it. Yeah, I mean, Jukes, it's okay. You got the clout. Like I said, you got the clout. You deserve the spot. I'm just going to come over here, make my own team. I'm going to probably stream snipe your team. And you know what? Take you out and show you who's boss. But let's get on into the Sanhok map of day number 1. Players are ready, dropping on out of the plane.
Speaking of who's boss, we're about to see who's going to be the boss of Sanhok. And you know what? I'm going to tell you my prediction right now who it's going to be. It's going to be the Blue Zone, baby. Gotta be. Always in Sanhok. Guaranteed that MVP. The Blue Zone will get more kills in this match than any one of these teams. And I'm willing to bet every single limited time only skin I got in my inventory on it. That's how confident I am.
Circle 1. I'm going to make a team. All right, I'm going to make a team, and it's going to be called Blue Zone. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. So when you cast,
Sanhok,
it's like, Blue
MVP
Zone,
all day long.
took out Cloud9, Blue Zone, wiped out football list. So people are going to be like super confused, but nah, it's my squad, man. It's my squad. So looking at squads out here, SWAT 69 over here in the ruins, we did see circle number 1 will be favoring that northeast position. And Sheepman from Nova gonna be in a tricky situation.
Yeah, tricky situation, but this man got his hands on an M4. Not sure where he was able to pick that up from, but man, he is set up really well. As you can see, it looks like Drake also got an M4 on his hands too, and he is paranoid right now. He has an idea that Sheepman's got to be nearby. Oh, catches AZ.
Maybe not Sheepman, but AZ will be connected on. with that M4. Like you said, Sheepman trying to get the retaliate thirst and point on their side of things will be connecting, but King from downtown. Man, Nova versus SWAT 69. I mean, they're just magnets here today, and finding out firsthand, you know, don't bite the bear because the bear will bite back, especially if you smell like some strawberry jam. And King trying to get extremely aggressive, forgetting that there's other teammates from Nova.
Goodness gracious right now, HCL with the M16 on the single tap, trying to get that return knock onto King. Almost had it right there, but King hit that shimmy, was able to find the rock as he's trying to push up behind Shifan and get a good angle on him.
All about that shit.
Oh, he spotted him.
It's all about
no, he saw the box.
King is so thirsty right now. I mean, King is by themselves. It's pretty much 1v1s all around the runes right now. Nova versus SWAT 69. This is actually insane. Only one more member up alive right now in this Sanhok map for the squad. I mean, it's going to be a challenge. But like I said, another 1v1. Easy right here with the solo from SWAT 69.
But I'll tell you what, any 1v1 against these kind of squads is not easy. So he needs to kind of hold on right now. I think he's going to wait for the rest of his team before he opts to go for this push.
You got to. You got to show him who's boss. You got to teach some lessons. I mean, school just started here, and Nova looking to teach some lessons to SWAT 69 to have them definitely, you know, at least second guess, maybe even triple guess if they should drop here moving forward on the Sanhok maps. And let's send it to a replay. Jukes.
Look at this replay right here that we're looking at from SWAT 69, able to get the good turn onto AZ, and it looks like he had it all nice and set up, gets the thirst, but Shifan got that intel, was able to get the knock from behind. Great play right there from Nova Esports.
Now you got Nova Esports hungry.
They're looking for him.
They're looking for him. Man. It's a 3v1. I mean, unless you can pull a Tensa, you know, it's gonna be a challenge.
True. And right now Nova's like, we got a runner. They're looking for him. They heard the steps, so they know where he's at, and they are on the hunt right now.
On the hunt, sending it down into the trenches of the temple. You're gonna be right around this corner. Ooh, getting sprayed on, and thankfully Easy with the support from their squad mates right there. Not going to get thirsted, so that will at least give Nova a fighting chance moving forward here to have 3 of their members up and at them. So good stuff. Ayala out here, no helmet, paper bag, that's all we need.
Perfectly well played. I think in that position right there. If you are, you know, Nova Esports, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. You know, just use your number advantage, play together, and if you execute it perfectly, there's nothing that single player can do in that situation. So, well played from them. Unfortunately, ended up losing a member early on, but with 4 points and some good loot, I think that's going to help him going here into this good old-fashioned Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Sanhok, it's moist, it's sweaty, and very dense, you know, teams super close to one another right out the drop here. And we got Konina Power out here on the push, on the move, you know, just, you know, doing some looting, some trash looting while, you know, trying to send it into a more centralized location. Kevin from Yala, gonna be just chilling right here. Looks like they're already gonna be at a disadvantage, losing too early. And this has been the story for Yala pretty much all day long. Like, they never have 4 up.
Yeah, it's really tough right now. I mean, when you're going against all these kind of squads, these kind of rotations, I mean, no matter how good you are, I mean, you can get caught out so easily right now. So Yala just going to have to be a team that plays a little bit tighter, and hopefully they're able to make it in these next few days right here. But this is the seeding. This is the time to learn, to be able to kind of get it together and get all the intel you can, because, man, money's on the line, and it's coming up soon.
Money is on the line. And, you know, the same can pretty much be said for the Knights. You know, every time we check in with them, they already lost 1 or maybe even lost 2. And, man, and a lot of teams, you know, like you said, this is for seeding. This is, I mean, it's also important because you get placed in your groups, and not only that, your drop spots, but it's kind of like a taste, you know, or, a taste of reality of what is to come here in the West League for PUBG Mobile, and you know, kind of set you up for moving forward within the next 3 weeks. So I'm looking forward to seeing how these teams can grow and learn from today and tomorrow's matches.
Well, if it's any team, it's got to be Yala. You know, like, hold on real quick as we get into this fight as Team Queso on the Konina Power getting some big shots. So is Headquarters. Oh, they're in a world of hurt.
Headquarters trying to third party this one right now. Team Queso will be getting the initial exchanges onto Konina Power. Here's a nice little view. Yeah, Konina Power right smack in the middle of the PB&J to the sandwich right now. And with Sanhok and the size it is, Tempo Storm down there to the south, you gotta bet they hear these gunshots, they see the kill feed popping on off. I wouldn't be surprised if Tempo coming over here for that fourth party action, and it looks like Headquarters is gonna be pulling back just a little bit to safety.
Oh, trying to find some cheeky angles right here as well, as they've already lost a couple of members, and yeah, they need to run and hide and try to get the best position that they can for their squad, because 2 members, Sanhok, that is not an easy position to be in right here. Konina Power in the same kind of spot, already lost 2 members as well, so these guys need to be really, really careful going forward.
Yeah, need to be careful. One thing to note, they do have, 4 kills already to their side. So at least they got some points just in case they were to be eliminated at this point in the game. And Alpha Legends, I mean, they have been really aggressive, pretty consistent here today so far. Looks like they're going to be setting up, trying to take some shots onto UDR Killers.
Oh!
Kato with the grenade. That's going to open it up.
Oh, it sure is. You know, what a great way to open up that fight right here. It's still early in the zone, so I'm wondering if they're really looking to press this. But like you said, you know, Alpha Legends have been aggressive all from the start of this tournament right here. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they want to press the issue right now.
Yeah, they want to press it. And Kato, though, I'm a little concerned for Kato. Yes, they're hitting their shots. Yes, they have been consistent. And, you know, they're probably feeling good. They're feeling themselves. But Kato is pretty much in the heat of it right now, kind of in between UDR Killers by themselves. So, you know, if Kato was going to be spotted and shot at and, you know, connected on, you got to bet, like, that thirst is 100% going to happen. And next zone does go on up. Looks like those 2 teams will actually be on the southern end of this in the next circle.
Yeah, that zone just keeps on hard shifting to the east, and you have some of it in the water as well. And anytime you got zone in the water, that just reduces the amount of spots that you have available. And Sanhok, being such a small map, it's so tough to be able to rotate into, because you just never know if you got a player snaking like Kato right here. And the rest of the squad, you just got to be really, really careful as you tiptoe into zone.
Yeah. I mean, Kato, just chilling, you know, just relaying this information back to their squad mates as the other 3 members are going to be making that push up and trying to support their I want to say entry fragger right here. I mean, almost every fight, Kato is the one to get that initial grenade knock or even that gun knock. And Konina Power, still, that duo, still going to be out here pinned down, taking the fight with Headquarters.
Oh yeah, you know, Konina Power, a team, you know, from CIS, they're really been consistent, I've seen, at least from looking at the VODs that I've seen in the past right here. So they always find themselves kind of like in the top 6 right now, at least for the past that I've seen. But now with only 2 players up, that's going to be a tall order. They need to just kind of play really tight, consistent, and be really careful right now. Because, man, right now, if they get caught out by a separate third-party team, they're going to be in big trouble.
And Headquarters, they love this corner, man. I need to check out this corner. I need to jump in game and see what's in that corner. Maybe there's some snacks over there. But talking about snacks, Tempo finding themselves a snack over here on the side of Frag Machines. Looks like Rain is going to be connecting onto one of them. Freak trying to, you know, come up with some type of game plan on how to respond. Was going to toss a grenade, but instead they're looking to make the rotate and group back up with their squad mates in that hard cover. Meanwhile, Spec just in the grass, just crawling ever so closer.
Uh-oh. And they're third partied. Yeah, you know, Freak looks like he was trying to throw that nade just to kind of create some space to run away. But Team Queso from across the hill downtown, third parties makes it a lot more difficult for the rotation right here. Frag Machines in a world of hurt.
Yeah, and that's Sanhok. I mean, that is Sanhok. If someone was to write a book describing Sanhok, and you look on the back cover of that book, it's just going to say third party. That's the game.
Chapter 1.
So,
that's chapter 1.
Frag machines, they're getting shot at, trying to avoid the fight with tempo, but spotted in the process. And now they're going to be pinned down as Tenta making that push on up. Outplay right behind this boulder. But you got Tenta and HH24 trying to get the wraparound. Tenta going for that spray. Outplay attempting to go for that drop shot, but taken out right there.
A dynamic duo right here. For those of you guys that are just tuning in right now, HH24 and Tensa, these guys have a ton of experience as a duo. In my opinion, one of the best synergy duos in all of North America. These guys have played on multiple teams in the past together, and now on Tempo Storm, and man, have they made a big difference on this entire squad. So man, anytime you see HH and Tensa together, always, you know, keep your eyes open. Don't blink, because you can always see something big happen.
Big fight. This is a big fight. 4 members of football is going to be making the push up onto the Knights. J7 getting a nice spray onto Solke, but Solke still going to be alive over here. Beowulf, Cloud9, the third party right there. Looks like J7 will be connecting on not 1, but 2 members from football. Listen, with the help of C9, the Knights are able to stop the push from football. Listen, now football has only 1 more member alive. Loves in, trying to get ready to toss these grenades, but the Knights 100% aware on their location. 6 is going for the push. There goes 2. Can they get the third? Raven able to clutch that one out right there. Oh, Loves in taking down 2 members from the Knights right there. That was a close call.
Doing all he possibly could for his team, but what a devastating moment for footballists. You know, they did all they could. They seemed to have a really good position. But Cloud9, you know, just with the insane third party, it was just a devastating moment for them. They tried all they could to keep up alive, but yeah, not much you could really do when you got 2 major squads shooting at you at the same time.
Yeah, so back to my Sanhok book. The back of it says third party. The author, Blue Zone. There you go.
Hey, that's correct. That's correct. That's it. Yep. Blue Zone .op. You know, that is the title and author of good old fashioned Sanhok right here. And man, you can just see third parties coming out action. Everybody just trying to hold on, using that 3-peak advantage to spot out any pixel that's not supposed to be there. This is where it's starting to get intense.
Yeah. We got 14 teams remaining. Saw, a couple engagements already. Gonzo with 3 of the kills so far for Konino Power, and they actually have only 2 up, but they're still in it. They are still in it. Not only that, the solo from headquarters, they are also still in it, but they're going to be right next to Nova Esports, so we'll have to pay attention to that, as Beowulf still over here, just taking these shots onto the Knights as they make that rotate on into this next circle.
Oh yeah, Cloud9 right now pretty well centralized, and this was a really kind of the perfect circle for them because they tend to really like dropping Paradise Resort, and that's exactly where the first zone went to. So since they were able to get Paradise all to themselves, they're going to have a ton of loot, and they didn't really have to move too far at all. So yeah, they're really well positioned for this zone, but it could still hard shift away from them. So they're going to be really, really on their P's and on their Q's, because anything can happen here in Sanhok.
Yep. On the P's, on the Q's, and hey, at least they got one of the Q's, right? They know where the Knights are, just north of them. And they know that there is the Knights, right? Because the kill feed. So they know who's there. So information is everything, especially on Sanhok. So they know exactly on who they're taking the shots on. But Maxon up here in the guard tower, talking about information. Going to be seeing a couple of the members from Alpha Legends and just going for that full-on spray.
That was some interesting play right there. If you kind of look at it, you saw how him and his teammate shot at the same time. So in my opinion, I think Maxon, he had the lookout. He was able to find out where they were. And I bet you he just talked to his teammate, was like, all right, we see this guy right here. Let's shoot at him together. 1, 2, 3. And they just shot together. Unfortunately, not able to get the knock. But man, it's always interesting to see those kind of plays.
Not able to get the knock, but like you said, demonstrating great communication from the squad 100%. And communication.
You better start communicating right now, because look at the zone, right? You better start communicating and moving, because man, this zone has shifted. Far South Tempo Storm are really well set up here, but Cloud9, PK, all the rest of these squads are going to have to start moving in, and they have to start moving quick, because there's not a lot of time on the clock when it comes to Sanhok.
Oh, the center, Bond, isn't that like a tree?
That's just true. That's true. Yeah. So, tough break. And like I said, look at the timer. 25 seconds left right here. So the rest of these teams need to make big plays right now.
Oh, talking about making big plays, you got Umbra attempting to gatekeep Cloud9. But Cloud9, they're on a steamroller right now. You know, they're trying to third party. They're trying to get as many points as possible. Pyra is going to be connected on first, and looks like the resets are going to be able to come out on both sides of both Umbra and Cloud9. The thing is, though, Cloud9, they are not in this circle, so they have the challenge of trying to get on in without being wiped right now.
Yeah, they're trying to find the best angles they can, and they can probably get third-partied from any position. You can see Uneven trying to secure the rotation and find a spot for his squad to give them an angle in. It's not going to be easy, though, especially with Sanhok, because Sanhok, you don't really see a lot of smokes drop, so it's going to be even more difficult to get in.
One thing to note, though, there's no team near them for the time being. As I say that, don't forget, the Knights are up there to the north. So there's also not only the blue zone timer, but the timer on when the third party is going to start to happen. And that's why we see Uneven kind of looking behind them, you know, like trying to make sure everything is free and clear. And talking about being free and clear, you got Tempo tossing some grenades onto Nova Esports right now. Shifan chunked down pretty low. Shifan trying to stand their ground right now. Actually, the last remaining member for Nova Esports.
And he's in a tough position right here because Tempo is just one heck of an aggressive squad. We've seen both these teams go at it constantly during the Pro League. Shifan, previously a part of XQ Gaming, now a part of Nova Esports. Definitely the leader and the top fragger for his team. So if anybody can do it, it's him, but it's a tall order he's got.
Tall order, but you got Team Queso rolling up in a vehicle. 3 members up there right on the edge. If you are Shifan, hearing those shots from the storm, you gotta be like, oh man, I gotta like hide, I gotta go into the grass, I gotta take out all my snaking abilities right now and hope that Tempo fight against Team Queso to allow you to get some more placement points. But we'll see. That's gonna be a very interesting engagement. You got Yala, the duo as well, pretty much right on top of Spec.
And Shifan just kind of forced to kind of wait right now. Doesn't want to give away his position just yet as Rain blows up the vehicle on the Marco right here. And the zone has shifted. 28 seconds on the clock. And Tempo putting in work.
Another one. Tempo are just taking shots onto Team Queso. So, look like Team Queso, they were making the push with their vehicle once again. They ran into Frag Machine. But the information, Tempo, they had it. They had the high ground. Yes, there's a couple trees that blocked the sight lines, but they made sure to connect those shots. And Team Queso take it down and out. And Tempo are like, let's forget about that solo over there. They're going to have to fight their way on into us.
Oh yeah, you know, go ahead and take that blue zone as it has shifted onto them. But patience is a virtue, and Tempo kind of held that position and waited for the perfect opportunity to start shooting. And they sure got it as they were able to take out Team Queso. And Konina Power also eliminated right here. But this next zone, this is a crucial one right here. Cloud9
out madness.
Not going to be easy.
Madness right now. You got Cloud9, you got Umbra. They're trying to outrun the blue zone. They're trying to get on into the actual zone, but Tempo over here going to be gatekeeping. Tempo, they still have 4 up, so they're all going to be just looking down here, taking shots. Pro Lord connecting on to Adar. Adar going to be taken down, pretty much going to get chunked down to the blue zone, and really the winner right now, at least of this zone, has to be Tempo.
Oh yeah, you know, they've been putting in a bunch of work, but look at that play zone just taking out a bunch of members. And the zone has shifted to the north in both Tempo and Team Unique's favor right here. This could be a big match for both of these squads. Get the chicken dinner, add a ton of kills.
Defense still alive out there, still able to go underneath the radar and to continue to get placement points. I mean, that's exactly the play you want to see being the solo member from the squad.
Goodness.
And as I say that, another one. So looking on over here, UDR Killers looking to make some plays. They do have B4 right there on top of them.
Look at this zone shift, you know, 4 teams just going out just like that, and they got to start making the move right now. Yala and B4 have they're in the world of hurt right now because this zone is going to be tough to get into.
World of Hurt. Not only that, you got Unique just to the north of this. So everybody trying to make their way on into the zone. And look at the terrain. Look at the terrain that Tempo are overlooking right now. They have sight lines on the entirety of the east side of this circle. Maxon in the tail line will be spotting out a couple members from Unique. Going to be just spraying it down. Not only that, Maxon is having some help from the UDR Killers trying to get those kills as well.
Getting bullied right now by two squads. Team Unique just trying to hold on, but UDR switching onto B4. B4 shuts him down. Oh, here we're getting into it right now. Look at this zone. No, hardly any cover.
Hardly any cover. Maxon using this smoke to their advantage over here. 3 members up from B4 right now. Looks like Pedro and both Levi using this rock for as long as possible. But Tempo overlooking this. Tempo just spraying the shots in. Oh, Frozen from Unique, the solo member. Gonna be taking the shots, getting there, retaliate. Pedro pulling that angle. Frozen going for that lean peak, trying to take those shots, but quickly connected on. Oh, look at this.
Touches the rock.
B4.
I'm out of here.
Everybody's dying. Now we're just down to 2 more teams, and it's 4 for Tempo, 1 from B4. Just like that.
Just like that, man. I'm telling you, these zones are just straight monsters right here. Just so aggressive. It's just Levi. Levi against 4 members of Tempo Storm. He does have the hill, but man, this is not going to be easy for him. Good luck.
The clutch factor. Tenta making the pull up. They know exactly where Levi is. Levi will be connecting onto one of them. Tenta is going to be knocked down now. HH24 knocked down now as well, but the Blues though starting to make the push right now. 2v1. Levi so close, but no cigar. Tempo Storm getting that first place this game. But regardless, Levi standing their ground at the end. Almost Dukes, and that's what you love to see, man.
Man, I'm telling you, that is Sanhok for you in a bubble right there. Just all kinds of madness. It is anybody's game, and Tempo Storm right there, just being able to make it happen. Got that one solid, favorable zone and hitting some huge shots on the rest of those squads. What a game.
What a game, man. I got to start writing the book over here. Sanhok, third party, written by Blue Zone. But yeah, great game, great game. Honestly though, Tempo having some pretty good positions when it comes to the late game circles. I mean, they played it beautifully.
Oh man, they played that perfect. But man, I can't wait to hear what are Jason's thoughts after that crazy Sanhok match.
First thought, I'm definitely buying that book, Dave. I'm gonna pick that up as soon as it comes out. Pre-order's already in. Second thought, why did I not pick Tempo in this game? What's going on, guys? Come on! It's like I have the curse.
Come on, Jason.
I think they just wanted to make me look bad. You know
You're
what?
Throwing.
I am throwing it. It's not my fault, I swear. But what a crazy game as well. I mean, seeing like footballists up against Pittsburgh Knights like right off the bat in such a close quarter combat fight, and then seeing like the great migration is what I'm gonna call it. When we had 14 teams left and only 3 were inside zone 4, everyone's like, ah, crap, we gotta run into the center on this one to get in there. But some great, some crazy games, and I'm gonna give you guys a quick little breath of air, and some time to rest to get into our final game after this. We'll see you guys soon. Don't sleep just yet, Hot Jigs. You gotta stay awake. All right, let's bring in Glitter. Let's bring in Seven to talk about that last game, because that, again, was a crazy one. And that's what Sanhok's gonna be, right, Seven? That's exactly the kind of matches that are gonna happen.
Definitely, and we mentioned it at this before the match even got started. We said, hey, this match is one of those that people are going to get third party a lot. At one point, I think we saw a fight between Pittsburgh Knights and Footballists, and then Footballists, while they were trying to fight Pittsburgh Knights, Cloud9 out of nowhere came out and just third party them and helped out Pittsburgh Knights. So crazy match here. We're now seeing the map rankings. Tempo Storm, 9 kills, 29 points in total, and that is huge. That was one team that I was able to go ahead and pick before Sanhok started. For some reason, Jason just decided not to pick them. You might be doing what Kalaris did to Ace 1 during PMPL Americas. Every single time he thought they were gonna win, they lost. So
I'm not gonna lie,
Jason,
I actually was
following that host
before.
course.
But I didn't say it. I swear, it was in my head. Cloud9 doing better, though. We got to give him credit for that. Nova as well, getting those placement points on the board. Again, G-Fon just staying alive, staking his way through. And Konita Power, a little bit of a better performance this time, Glitter, but you can see Unique, who just got the chicken dinner from before, coming out in 7th place.
No, I mean, and touching on it a little bit more, you brought up Cloud9 and Konina Power. Both of them only had 1 and 3 placement points respectively, but both teams were able to get 8 kills before they went down. And look at how much higher in the overall rankings for this map it puts them. Like, that just shows how important those kills are, and then very unfortunate for Footballists all the way down at the bottom there.
And Team Queso.
Super unlucky.
They don't have your support, Glitter, and they immediately just fall down towards the bottom. Look at this power you have over these teams. And Pittsburgh Knights, you talked about them before, Seven. They finished off in 12th place, only 1 placement point, but 3 kills. Who else in there? SWAT69 having a little bit of a rough time. But again, I mean, I'm going to keep saying this because it is that important for us to realize at home and for here in the virtual reality, is that this is just seeding. This isn't necessarily going to be the teams in their optimal performance. I think things will definitely change up when we get into league play. But, you know, maybe we can talk about this. Maybe some teams that you're seeing have some great success that are surprising you, or do you think it's just kind of standard, like, yeah, we're expecting these teams to do well, and they're doing just that, Seven?
I think teams are just finally starting to go ahead and just adjust, trying to see what their role is going to be, seeing where they're going to be landing. And that's what probably more than likely, honestly, what we're going to see in the next couple of days. Just teams trying to get comfortable with each other, seeing where teams from North America are going to be landing, seeing where teams from Europe are going to be landing. And we're going to see that often and often. But Tempo Storm, honestly, that they have just been destroying, even though this is their first win. I feel like they have been destroying the whole day, being able to get over 2,000 damage. That is now the second team that wins, being able to get over 2,000 damage, securing 9 kills, getting 10 knockdowns. So there was a kill there, or what could have been a kill, just getting taken away from them. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to change that in the future. And not a lot of steal kills from some reason from them. Usually from the winners, we're used to seeing less knockdown and more kills here. So interesting plays there by Temple Storm.
You know, I'm proud of them because, again, they've had some really good performances in their first 2 matches. Going to the third one, I guess I kind of cursed them. I'll take blame for that. But then they come back into match number 4, right? It's the mental reset is what I'm really proud of them about. The fact that they tanked so badly in the third match, coming into match 4, they take the chicken dinner glitter. I think that's the sign of like a really good team when they can just kind of recover like that.
Absolutely, especially when they know that going into the final map, that's the map that they have to sit out. So this was their last opportunity to really kind of secure those final kill points and get that chicken dinner that we had talked about earlier, that they were already setting up that momentum to do. And that's just the mark of a true professional, is to not kind of carry over whatever frustrations maybe have occurred in the map before, and then just have a really solid game following it.
I mean, we can't deny they had a long break, though. I mean, obviously losing very early on. Let's take a look at our do moments, our highlights from the last game, and I'm sure as hell going to see one in there that we're going to have to talk about. Of course, it's still going to be Pittsburgh Knights up against Football 7. I mean, obviously there's a ton of crazy plays happening throughout, but that's definitely one we're going to have to focus on.
Oh, yeah, and just going off what we're currently seeing on the screen there with Nova, I think Nova is one of those teams, once again, I think it was only C-Fan that was alive at the end for that team, so they probably need to go ahead and readjust some of the execution that they're doing here and there. And to give credit to Konina Power, I think they ended up getting knocked down on 12th place, but luckily for them, they were able to go ahead and secure 8 kills, and that is 8 points to their advantage. So they're even going to go ahead and pass a lot of people there on the last standing for Sanhok on just points alone of how many kills they got. So something to, once again, to keep an eye on. You're gonna at least hope, if you're gonna get knocked off early, you want to at least be able to get some kills, and Konina Power being able to go ahead and do that. And this is the one that we're going to be breaking down in a little bit with Footballers and Pittsburgh Knights. They were going up against each other, but sadly Cloud9 just came up and absolutely destroyed them.
And we're seeing a lot more as well out of Tempo. It seems to just be the do moments. We should rename it the Tempo Storm do moments, because that's basically all it really is coming down to here. But again, playing well. I mean, it's still nice to see Cloud9 really bounce back. I know we kind of, I mean, the thing is, I think we criticize them a lot, but I think at the same time for good reason, because we know they can do great things. We expect them to be able to do great things, and they definitely did have a better showing here when it came to Sanhok and Rain. He's getting hungry for more kills. Uneven as well, starting to push through. They're looking to pick up as much as possible. And I think it's important, if you're one of those top teams, as we talked about, like Group A was like the group of Death 7, that you kind of want to avoid playing against, you don't want to be in a group against Loop Esports, because that means every time you play, you have to compete against the likes of them. So I think it's really important to be one of those top teams to really show it here in seeding.
Oh yeah, and I think it can kind of go the other way as well, right? At least, hey, maybe you're going up against Loops every single time. If you're able to kind of stay close and stay up on the leaderboard, even though they are in your group,
true.
That's a great confident booster for them. It can go either way. Some teams might crush under the pressure, other teams will go ahead and rise, and that's when we'll end up getting champions. And on the next match, we're going to be at a lot of people are going to be sitting out. Footballers, Tempo Storm, Cloud9, SWAT 69. So teams that might have not had the best performances so far in these games, guess what? You got Erangel. You got the map that you know like the back of your hand. You can go ahead and maybe try to switch it around for you and start tomorrow hot.
Well, let's take a look at our total damage as well. I mean, you guys told me in rehearsal, since I haven't seen the graph myself, it's amazing, and you're going to see exactly why now on your screens at home. We're going to see Tempo Storm, #1 in damage, #1 in kills. You know what, Tempo? Send me a little bit of money on my PayPal, and I won't predict you to win anymore if you can pull off games like this. Hopefully no one hears that, you know, get me fired from it. But Glitter, looking across the board, B4 as well, having a standout game. Udry Killers, it's nice to see them bounce back. They've been struggling for quite a bit of time. But what makes me a little bit sad, though, is going to be towards the end. Queso and Football is really having a bad match.
You know, and Queso and Football specifically, they had stronger earlier games, so I think they're going to be in okay position. But B4 specifically, I do want to touch on them a little bit because this is now 2 back-to-back games where Levi has been the last man standing and has had to like really kind of pull it out for his team while they have managed to do a ton of damage. But then also looking farther down their rankings, like I touched on a little bit earlier, both Cloud9 and Kunina Power went out early, but they were able to pull down 8 kills before they went out and put almost the exact same amount of damage out. Like that is so important for them moving forward in these overall rankings.
And Cloud9 in their 7, 1,200 damage, putting up some big numbers, some big kills as well. I think it was on 8, so they were 1 behind the leaders of Tempo Storm. That's what we're saying, right? This team can frag. They brought in even more fragging power with their latest pickup. I think, or actually, let me just ask you, do you think there's still something missing within the team at the moment that they're going to iron out? Or is it more of just a slower start for them like we did see in PMPL Americas?
I think it's just a lower start, honestly. As I mentioned, they're playing against teams that they're maybe not used to even. No matter how much gameplay you see from other teams, teams are always going to go ahead and switch it around. You have to go ahead and adjust to how they react to different teams from Americas. Every region plays differently, and I think that's what Cloud9 is doing here. But as we're able to see, they're able to get the kills. Now, if only they can maybe get into a top 5 situation where they have all their players up, that they're a scary team. We've seen it over and over again, and I think at that point, going back to PMPL Americas, that's when Cloud9 actually started performing. Whenever they had the full squad on a top 5 situation, they would end up just fragging out, and on top of that, getting the win.
Well, then let me ask you, Glitter, you were there the whole time during PMPL Americas. Did we see teams who were able to maybe not do well on one day, take that time off, go into the next day, review some VODs, obviously see what went right, see what went wrong, and then consistently just get better over the tournament? Are teams doing their homework?
Almost, you can actually say that was the case for almost every single team in PMPL, where they would just have sometimes a disastrous day or even an entire bad first week, and you watched them consistently improve from there and kind of fix a lot of those mistakes. Ideally, any of the teams that are playing here today will use this opening weekend for that exact purpose. Like we've pointed out a few times now, they don't have a whole lot of ramp up time once we actually get into league play, so they can't afford to play super safe or conservative or, you know, try things out once league play hits. This is their opportunity right here to like make all of those changes or those calls to their gameplay.
All right, well, 7. We talked about a certain play you wanted to break down, Pittsburgh Knights up against Football Lost, and I want to give you a chance to start to do it here as well. I'm sorry, I do it every time. You know, it's catchy. You got to blame Dave for it.
Hey man, it's not a bad thing. Now right here, we're going to be seeing 3 players from Football, as I'm not sure exactly where the other one was. And they do have some cover, man. They have some cover over here with this rock. They have another cover with the other rock as well. But for some reason, everything just starts falling apart. And I'm just going to go ahead and start playing it. PK moving up, J7 being able to go ahead and hit some first shots there on that player. He does get low, he backs off a little bit more, but the thing that I love here is that you have Carnage pretty much just giving him some support. He's saying, don't worry, J7, go ahead and heal up. I'm going to be able to get your flank. If that player goes ahead and tries to kind of like push you over, I got your back. And that is great to see. And something that I'm also going to go ahead and enjoy from Carnage is that he's going to be able to go ahead and rotate this way as well. You'll be able to see that in the back end. Now, I'm going to go ahead and let it play a little bit more. As you can see there, some knocks now start to go down. And you're going to be seeing knocks from none other than Cloud9. Cloud9 is now starting to go ahead and knock footballers. So that's something I was mentioning. Sanhok is such a small map that if you are going to get into a fight, make sure not only do you have cover against the team that you're going to be fighting, like this team right here, but you also got teams from the back, which you're not even going to be aware of. So it's just, if you get into a fight, finish it off quickly as possible, and then you're just going to see Pittsburgh Knights just taking advantage of that. They know what's going on here. They know they have the advantage. I wish J7 would have maybe try to push up a little bit more towards this rock. I think he was still scared. Let me go ahead and just point it out here. Towards this rock, he would have been safe from whatever Cloud9 was going to go ahead and shoot them from. And maybe he would have been able to get some extra kills instead of just Cloud9 stealing them. And another thing that I actually enjoy here is, look at this. Sixless, Raven, now starting to push up. Now Carnage being able to go ahead and switch around and get a different angle. By the way, I love this tool right here. I'm gonna have to go ahead and buy it myself, man. J7 now being able to go ahead and fully heal, and then after that, they just go over and just finish off the team. So overall, great play there by Pittsburgh Knights. They weren't able to go ahead and get the win or get higher placement, but it's good to see them starting to go ahead and win engagements like that. And they do need to be careful, because if they get a knock and they're not able to go ahead and finish those skills, guess what? Some other team like Cloud9 is going to be able to come in handy and just steal those skills for you.
Well, let's take a look at some top players as well from that last game. Spec, Rain, Tixie, and Pedrog is able to pick up quite a few kills. The knockout's a little bit low, though, for Pedrog. Was able to at least confirm them as he picked himself up for, and also the time alive. You know, we talked about Kanina and Tixie, only 18.5 minutes of time for him. And Rain and Spec, I mean, look at that. 6 kills between the two players, 7 knockouts, and over 1,100 damage. Ridiculous stuff, and I think that's maybe the power of Tempo Storm, is that once they get going, it's really hard to stop them. They've been so consistent today, and I'll still say that even though they did have a bad showing in one of the matches, but a strong team nonetheless here, Glitter.
Absolutely, and I'm also really enjoying seeing, you know, 2 other different teams up there, like seeing Konina up there with Tixie, and I think that, you know, like I'd pointed out a few times now, they did go down early, but clearly they were able to do a ton of damage before they went down. If all they have to do is figure out how to just kind of stay alive a little bit longer, they might be able to put themselves in a decent position moving forward.
Well, you know what? Moving forward is exactly what we're going to do. Take a look at the overall standings. Tempo Storm taking first place, my boys, 66 points. Taking a chicken dinner. But what's also really cool about this is look at slot number 2, slot number 3, slot number 4. 3 matches played. And currently, Wildcard is going to be 16 points behind Tempo Storm 7. There's still a chance that Tempo Storm could be dethroned.
Oh, definitely. And anything can happen here. Keep in mind, we're going to be going to Erangel, and guess who won the first game in Erangel? Wildcard did. So there could be some movement there on the leaderboard. And as you mentioned, Tempo Storm is going to be sitting out. Then you got Football as being in the top 5, also going to be sitting out. B4, haven't really heard much of B4, so hopefully they can go ahead and step it up and be more consistent like I'm used to hearing from them. Team Queso, we're seeing them there get a 2nd place. Hopefully they can go ahead and continue to be. There's just so many good teams in the PMWL West that it's hard to go ahead and just focus on one team. And then you got other teams that maybe have not had the best performance so far. Konina Power, we saw them at one point getting knocked of one match, the first team to get knocked. And now, even though they got knocked early in the previous match in Sanhok, they were able to back it up with kills. So everything's starting to kind of fall into place with certain teams. We're starting to see how our team's going to go ahead and react when they have a bad match. And I'm just hyped, man. I'm hyped to see this final game, and I cannot wait for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, especially when we go into league play. But for now, we will be heading yet again to another short commercial break. And when we come back, we'll be loading things up. It's going to be on Erangel. You know, I think one of my favorite things in life is when you go downstairs or go to your refrigerator, you pull out a nice icy can of Mountain Dew, drinking it late at night. Is one of the best things. I have so many fond memories playing multiple games, just chugging Mountain Dew all night long.
Yep.
Let's take a look, though, at the schedule. Like we said, one more match to go up today. It's going to be on Erangel, and it will be a final one for the day. And we'll see which group will be sitting out from this one. It's going to be Group A. And I know you kind of touched on it a little bit early on, but I want to remind the viewers at home who's going to be sitting out here, Glitter.
That means for Group A, we are not going to be seeing Footballist, Cloud9, SWAT 69, and Tempo Storms. There are a lot of good names in that group.
Yeah, very big names. And well, we still have Wildcard, Loops, Unique, all with a chance to get themselves a 2nd chicken dinner. I'm a little bit sad to not see it happen yet today. If you're watching the East matches, Bigatron sticking to exactly what they do best, pulling home the chicken and getting those dinners sorted out. But we still have more giveaways to come. Again, we have these going on throughout the entire event. If you want to win some prizes at home, of course, the Pinocchio outfit. I love it. Once we hit 2 million subscribers on YouTube, as long as you're subscribed, you'll have a chance to win this permanent set. Now, Seven, if you won this, which I think you still have a chance to do so, I think we're all going to have a chance to do so. I think it's not against our contract. Tell me how you would get that first chicken dinner.
How would I get that first chicken dinner? Just
how would you get
camping,
it with this?
Man. Just camp, hide myself, wait until the end, and then on the last player, just pop up out of nowhere and scare him with that Jason outfit. That's what I like to call it, the Jason outfit.
You know, there's a lot of Jasons in the world. There's a lot of ones, usually horror
Jason
movies.
Kaplan, there you go.
I would actually love if they
that skin, Jason.
I would love if they added in like a feature where every time you get a kill, the nose gets bigger. But then, you know, you'd have 7 walking around the map with his nose from one side of Sanhok to the other. So maybe that'd actually give away his position.
I don't know. I don't know about that, all right, but I'll take the compliment.
Yeah, you can top frag easily. So we're loaded on to Erangel. We saw Wildcard take the first one. We'll see if they can do it yet again. And I want to go into this one more time here, Seven, just for, again, the new viewers, or for viewers who don't know much about how these maps work on a competitive level. Talk to us about the competitive aspects for Erangel.
Erangel, definitely a map that we all know, the map that we first got to play in PUBG Mobile as well. So anything can happen here. The thing that I want to go ahead and keep an eye on is, and the people that are watching this stream for the first time, or just PUBG Mobile Esports for the first time, is keep an eye on that circle. And actually, huge shout out to PUBG Mobile Esports and ESL as well, because over on YouTube, they actually set up a stream where you can just look at the map and see how teams are rotating. So just a little brief, for anybody that's wanting to become a pro, go see how they rotate over there. It's great insights, and you get to see a lot of great stuff as well as we're seeing some of the tense stuff. But I was saying, it depends on the circle, man. It is 3 different islands, and sometimes we end up getting some military circles, sometimes we end up getting some mainland circles. So it comes down to who's going to be bridge camping. For example, if it is military, who's going to be bridge camping, who's going to be holding on the angle. So anything can happen here. It's actually one of my favorite maps, Erangel.
It's got to be the most frustrating thing as well. If you're the one bridge camping, not a big deal. If you're the team trying to get across, you're going to be so frustrated. Well, we're going to be heading straight into this next game. I have to say goodbye to you one more time as we'll bring you back in towards the end of the day. Don't worry, we gotta bring in some very handsome people as well. We're gonna shoo you out of here. There we go. We're gonna bring in Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave again. I can still feel the energy, Hot Jukes. Oh, I like that little entrance just coming in from the side. I had no idea where you were.
To time it perfect?
That's
what I'm talking about. That's how we do it.
I like Mustache Dave, though. He's like, yeah, I'm here again. What's up, guys? I mean, I can't get enough of Mustache Dave. So going into Erangel, do you think we'll finally see a repeat here for Wildcard? Dave, your thoughts?
Wildcard, I'm going to say no. I'm going to say Nova. They're gonna make a comeback. They're going to make a comeback, make sure not to get shredded really early on, and get a chicken dinner.
Well, you said for yourself we were 3 for 4 today. Maybe see if you're going to be 4 for 5. We're going to drop it straight into the game. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave, come on, last game of the day. Let's kick it off.
Let's get it. Let's go. I'm so pumped up, man. So far, we've seen some amazing matches from start to finish here. Ending it off with a good old-fashioned Erangel, the map that we've been mentioning multiple times. Every single one of these players knows and loves. Dave, you ready?
I'm ready. I am ready. And hey, we're going to be mentioning this map a lot more times. We got a bunch of PUBG Mobile to be had here, and I'm looking forward to it. This playing path, very similar to game number 1, you know, starting down here in the south. We already see B4 dropping over there into Nova. One thing to note, though, football is they're done for the day. So B4, maybe they can have an easier time around here.
And there's a lot of big teams that are sitting out of this one right here. So it's pretty much anybody's game. I'm looking forward to see how these squads adapt here, especially now that we're going into Erangel. Like, one of the big things that I'm looking at right off the bat is Tempo Storm. They're sitting out. So Pachinki, you know, wide open right now for the most part. Is Team Umbra going to go there once again? Who's going to really pick that out? I wonder which squad is going to have that realization. And it looks like none of them, as Pachinki will be wide open to start off this Erangel match. Man, what a play.
Yeah, and you know, with that being said, you have to assume at least the teams from the Americas region, you know, recognizing that Tempo are not in this game, they should know, you know, Pachinki free and clear. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a squad like Team Queso, the Knights, maybe, you know, push on in through the city, utilize it, maybe get some more loot to their names. And talking about people trying to get some loot, we got one of the members from KHK cruising on that sweet motorcycle, just enjoying the breeze, you know, going through their hair and just cranking the tunes right now. You got the bunny ears going on. They're living life, Hodge.
That's the hot dog. That's the hot dog motorcycle right there. Does the drop off so you can grab that good old-fashioned dossier, and it looks like they're headed towards Milta to try to start looting.
Milta, I mean, it was also an area that was free in game number 1. Not only that, Milta Power is going to be in circle number 1. So it's a win-win. It's a win-win. So KHK on foot right now. Interesting. Yeah, what's going on? Kato's in the aqua rail.
Jet ski.
the jet ski just having a good old time. A lot of people just having good times here. But the Dream Eaters hot on the trail, trying to at least get 1 point, one easy point over here on this the bystander, you know, who's just out here getting some sun in the water.
Man, they're trying to chase that rabbit down, looking for him. It looks like they weren't.
Old man.
Look at that.
Old man on the DP, taking down Matic. Oh, look at this. Old man in the guard tower, using Kato as the bait. I mean, they sent the worm out there. They started reeling that bad boy back up. Old man's like, okay, thank you. There goes one, trying to get the thirst in. Now, Dream Eaters getting caught off guard right there.
They sure did. They were hungry for some rabbit, and unfortunately, they ran into some old man with a DP. So yeah, Dream Eaters gonna try to get this reset off. It looks like they already able to get that res and try to get. Oh yeah, she found the kill feed.
And over Pro Lord.
What is going on with this Erangel match here? All kinds of shenanigans right off the bat.
It is actually nuts out here. I mean, it's the last game of the evening, you know, things get a little hectic. Clown Fiesta, as some would put it. It's party time, and over here in Yesnaya, Alpha Legends are just cruising around the place. And, you know, I thought Dream Eaters, they had the upper hand, but now they're out here in the wheat fields, nowhere to really go.
Can't be too hungry, can't be too hungry, too thirsty, because just like that, it can turn around on you right now, and they're pretty stuck. As Alpha Legends got an angle on the Matic, just single tapping, trying to catch him.
That's all they need
by
to
those
do,
hay
too.
bales. They are stuck out there.
Yeah, exactly. And it's only a matter of time before one of the members from Alpha Legends get the wraparound. Yeah, look at Baker all the way out there trying to get the wraparound, trying to get those alternate angles. Oh, and this was my team that I was predicting to get that chicken dinner. Nova Esports, ACDE making the pull-up right there. Oh, and crashing on into that shed. Umbra down one member at least, might even be two.
Yeah, it looks like PRZ is knocked, and he does not look like he's going to get picked up in this position. So it's just Vindex all on his lonesome right now. Does have an M4. Is he going to be able to catch this buggy?
Ooh,
the tracking, reload.
Oh, the reload.
Saving. Oh, he got him! Headshot! Vindex! Last bullet. Huge shot right there for Vindex. Catching Gonzo on the drive, and it looks like he's headed over for the thirst.
I mean, hey, being the solo member on the squad for Umbra, you need to get these. You need to get these points. There you go. Vindex with that classic run over. Doesn't even care for the loot. Just gonna get that point and continue driving on along. I mean, it's a smart play because think about it. You're a solo player. You don't want to spend too much time where you got a kill because you have to assume that the enemies are going to be on the hunt. So you got to get out of there as quick as possible.
Yeah, Vindex with a quick drive-by right there. You know, just running him over and taking off, getting that extra point for his squad. But man, that man is going to have to snake his way if he's want to get any more placement points for his team. And we're looking over here at the overview of Yasnaya with Alpha Legends and Dream Eaters, both on the opposite sides, just trying to get some loot and get ready for this next zone.
Yeah, I want to say Alpha Legends, they kind of, you know, they said, okay, you can chill out there in the wheat fields. Yeah, they kind of pulled off this one, but, you know, Dream Eaters, they're a little scared looking right now, and they're missing helmets, they're missing vests, and not only that, I see Wildcard up there to the north of Yasnaya as well, so Yasnaya is starting to be somewhat of a hotbed right here for squads.
You know, I really like that play from Alpha Legends, even though they pretty much had Dream Eaters against the ropes, knowing that they were stuck out in those fields. They said, you know what, let's just leave them, get some loot, and get ready for the next zones, because ending placement is what matters the most, and because of that pressure, they were stuck out in the middle of nowhere right now. But look at this replay as we go on over to HCL, getting a huge knock right here off the start.
Yep, on to Pro Lord, and that's pretty much what opened it up. You know, that opened up, getting that initial knock will allow them to just come in for the swoop, the Eagles in the sky. Oh, yeah, got to get that Vindex run over right there. So best of luck to Vindex, the solo member for Team Umbra. They're going to have one challenging game ahead of them if they want to get some really good placement points. Still, 16 teams alive here. I mean, we have only just begun, just over 7 minutes into the map.
It's anybody's game right now, and I'm looking forward to seeing how these players rotate into this circle. They're all going to know this circle pretty well as you start seeing, you know, PK, Loops, Alpha Legends, all going to opt to rotate a little bit late, but you're going to already see so many squads. They're already dead central here here in this prison area. Wildcard, but we saw them this in the first match, taking the same spot. It worked before, right? Might as well try it again.
Same strat, same exact strat. All they need to do is hope that these circles favor them, once again. Exactly. So let's see what they can do here. The only difference is Cloud9. They're not going to be on the opposite end of the prison. So yeah, we'll see what they can do here. The long drawn out battle, Alpha Legends right now versus Dream Eaters. You gotta assume that Alpha Legends are in the better position because they've been looting this whole time. All 4 members compared to Dream Eaters, where they only had 2 members looting this time, while the other 2 were pinned down.
Look at that return knock. That was so close right there, as one member from Dream Eaters had a really good angle onto Alpha Legends, but man, they had a quick turn to be able to stop that push. But Dream Eaters seems like they have been able to relocate to the other side of He's gonna in the corner.
Okay.
Oh, it survived. So close.
It did a little damage. But at least you weren't completely taken out. That would have been just unlucky. So it seems like a lot of these grenades are hit or miss right now, not going where they're intended to go.
And it looks like he decided to just retreat after that one. He's like, you know what? I don't want to be here anymore. Let's just go ahead and get out of here and get ready for this next circle as we see it pop, pretty much dead center right here. So it's pretty even for all of these teams.
All right, hey, I just learned something new, because I'm not going to lie, I've done that before, and, I get, caught in the moment. I'm like, oh, running around the place, and then next thing you know, it actually blows up on me. So next time I'm in that situation, just face a corner, hope that it does not take you out. So, hey, you learn from your mistakes, keep moving forward. So Loops out here on Potato Hill. Yeah, what?
That was panic, to be honest. You can tell he was like, do I jump out the window or do I go into the stairs? And he knew it was too late. So he was just like, you know what? I'm just going to go as far and hope to survive as long as I can. And fortunate for him, he was able to. So yeah, after that, they both all decided to peel off and get into the next one. But Nova and PK taking out J7.
Yeah, it looks like, I want to say, we came on the tail end of this, but it looks like J7 was doing some scouting and, got up close to this farm location where Nova, this is their terrain. They go farm every single Erangel game if the plane favors it, of course. So this is their home turf right now, and now with only 3 members up from the Knights, they're going to have a challenge.
Yeah, they are, and that's a really unfortunate losing J7, which is a really strong fragger for the Pittsburgh Knights. Yeah, just trying to separate, get some more real estate, and Nova pushed up on this full squad, and there's nothing you can do 4v1, especially against a team like this.
HCL taking some pot shots over there, and looks like one of the squad mates might have tossed a smoke, and HZL is probably like, hey, you just blocked my sight lines there, buddy. I'm taking some shots over there. AZ on the outskirts of this as well. So this is something that Nova, they do quite often. They always have at least one member, split, kind of scouting, trying to get that next position.
Yeah, they're just trying to get all the intel they can, especially because this next zone, it can go anywhere right now. So, this is really, really smart, I think, from this squad to kind of try to get that prediction, find out what real estate's available, because if that zone hard shifts in this direction, AZ with that intel is going to be crucial for that team.
Exactly. They just need to make sure pretty much not to get spotted or possibly even, third party out there while they're doing that scouting. So B4, 4 up, looking pretty good. Sixless connecting onto HZL with that DP. We got frag machines over here by the bridge, also looking to make some moves.
Yeah, we saw them pretty spread apart right now, so I wonder if that's just going to be an annoying knock, or if they decide to push up on it. It's really too risky, I think, to start pressing, especially with the zone as big as it is right now. I think you're just trying to hold your position and play keep away. Make sure that no team presses up on you.
Keep away, exactly. And but describe that real quick for maybe newer players.
Sure. So basically what I mean by keep away is you have to basically do the do, and if you're not doing the do, then you're done. But to be on all seriously, what you're trying to do is when you have a central position in your location, you want to make sure that no team drives up and crashes on you. So you're just shooting at everything that moves to make sure no team comes even near your location. That's exactly what Yala is doing right now in this spot against Frag Machine.
Hashtag keep away. Hashtag keep away. And that's what the circle said. That's what the circle said. The circle said hashtag keep away. I'm going to hard shift down here to the east, the south, and it's going to be on top of Milta, Jukes.
Oh, man. Yeah, what a difficult rotation, especially for Dream Eaters, Alpha Legends, and Loops right here, as all these squads are pretty much already kind of set up into this military area, and we have a lot of that zone is in the water, so this is a tough position. A lot of open land, a really difficult one to hold if you're any of these teams.
Not only that, there's 2 crates in the water, so the only squads that really might have had sight lines onto that might have been frag machines over there on the bridge. But look at this, the great migration, as Jason would like to put it. You got Team Queso in their vehicles, you got Headquarters in their vehicles, you got Gonita Power in their vehicles, pretty much everybody in some type of vehicle on the move right now, trying to get into a more centralized position. And Team Queso are going to be getting sprayed on right now. Vehicle explosion from Sam. Oh man, we're going to lose a couple teams here, aren't we?
What a risky pull-up right there for TK. So just from the end, just sending it dead center. And it did end up working out for them. But will this last member be able to make it? Axel, it looks like he is. But at the same time, TK are looking to sacrifice all their vehicles for this location.
Yeah, sacrificing their vehicles, but at what cost? And talking about getting a little tunnel vision, looked like Headquarters were trying to make sure to get these knocks, get these connects onto Team Queso, but from behind, Nova Esports like, hello, what's going on? This is our yellow compound, and in the kill feed, you see Raven starting to pop off as well onto Yala.
Big solid break for Team Queso right there. A good old-fashioned Nova AZ just kind of third-partying them from the back, and that basically stopped that entire tunnel vision for that team. But yeah, look at this zone right now. It is pretty solid central. Every single team has seemed to find their way into the edge. But man, I wonder where this next one's going to go, because it's pretty much anybody's game if it hard shifts onto them.
Solid gold, man. Solid gold. All right, so looking around, Unique, I got to say, I mean, they went to Milta Power very early on. There's no team near them for the time being. They have a nice buffer. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them get that crate out there in the water. Checking on in with Wildcard. Okay, so they definitely see the movement out there in the distance from Alpha Legends. Faker up there on that second story of the Wizard Tower. Just chilling. I mean, this is in the zone. Actually not going to be chilling because Sam's taking the shot, so Faker might not appreciate that.
Oh no, but man, I'll tell you what, this Alpha Legends team, they've sure been fragging out today. I'd really like to see their gameplay. Faker and Rahman, one of their top players, they're able to really put in some good, solid work. But this zone, oh my goodness, look at this hard shift all the way to the east. Every single one of these teams, and look at Frag Machine already in their vehicles and on the way to this next circle. What a hard shift.
This is the second hard shift in a row.
Oh, toxic.
Just to note. So, yeah, Frag Machine's going to be utilizing the beach. It looks like the Knights were trying to make the pull-up, trying to take some shots, but quickly deciding, let's follow suit over there. Frag Machine's going to be going for some nice jumps over here. They might be able to make it into the southern part of this. Yep, going to be quick and making a quick little U-turn right there. Go checking on into the dead forest out here. Very difficult to drive through. You got to be like a Class A driver to make it on through there. Alpha Legends currently still alive over here. Dream Eaters making it on in from their early Yesnaya conflicts. I mean, there are teams just crashing on top of each other right now.
They're just trying to find a spot right now. There's so many teams already there, so you can see squads pull up, hit the U-turn, and just try to find any kind of little empty real estate. As you can see right there, Team Unique have held down those red buildings really well. Team Queso taking these reds, but they're in a fight with Alpha.
Woo, Alpha currently trying to get the reset over here in the kill feed. I mean, it is just all out mayhem right here. Kato trying to get some nice sightlines. Looks like they're going to be safe for the time being, but Team Queso making the push on up. They're going to be losing Marco. Marco's going to be getting thirsted. Dream Eaters on the outskirts of this one, trying to get the third party going on right now. Going to be having some nice angles on into those little windows. Looks like Team Queso able to snuff out that solo member. It should be able to reset off of that one.
Yeah, UDR killers, just trying to find any kind of position they can, and one of them ended up running against an entire squad of Team Queso. Able to get a thirst, though, at a point on the board, but now that's only 2 members left for TQ.
Yeah, and we have a lot of solos, a lot of duos in this map. I mean, 16 teams. Don't let that fool you, though. Yes, we have all the teams, but some of them are chunked down pretty low. I mean, we saw earlier on Vindex from Umbra, and talking about solos, Dream Eaters making sure to make some solos on the side of Team Queso. Now it's just up to Axel.
Oh my gosh, shots going all over the place. Oh, here we go.
Loops versus Unique. Unique, they had the zone, and just as quick as the fight started, Loops taking down Unique, making sure to deny a chicken dinner from that squad.
How insane is that? 18 minutes already into the game, and that's the first team out right here. These squads are doing everything they can to stay alive as Axel trying to hold the second roof, but they're having to go against Dream Eaters. Oh, tough nade right there. Pre-fires onto his own teammate, just in case, Just in case. They are gonna have to press up here. Bounce nade, will it hit?
Uh-oh. Is that good? Axel so low. I mean, he got chunked down so many times. Matic just spraying on into that smoke, and Team Queso, the cheese, not able to melt here in this final match of the day. Dream Eaters, 3 kills so far, still with the full squad up. You love to see it.
Oh yeah, Dream Eaters being able to notice that Team Queso was hurt, and just like that, they were able to go ahead and get a crash. But here goes the next circle, and another solid ship.
That could be
big
good. Able to get on out of harm's way right there, but going for that pre-fire as the duo from Yala are just rotating on in, just trying to, get the upper hand on this next circle.
Oh, and got caught. Anas is in a big trouble right here, and he is going to be thirsted. So 1 member up for Yala. Got to make a big play if he wants to get any extra points for his team. Oh, that's going to be tough.
Zero connecting onto 1, but like you said, 1v4. I mean, talk about challenges. And Frag Machine, they are not going to be in this next circle, but they have some cover to work with. They're able to get the resets. Talking about teams that are in this circle, Alpha Legends, they're going to be in there. Dream Eaters going to be in there. Everybody else just fighting for something to call their own. And that solo member from headquarters still out there trying to take shots on people.
Oh, just trying to get into this circle and make it happen. We saw Frag Machine putting in some great work. They're definitely known as the most consistent team in the Middle East, North Africa region.
Ooh, Maxon popping out that buggy, spotting out Sixless, trying to go for the shots, but Sixless able to connect onto not 1, but 2 right there from B4, and B4 biting the bullet this game. And you know what? That's going to allow wildcard. Okay, they know who's down there. They know there's a solo member down there, and they know it's Sixless.
Oh yeah, they are all set up, good to go. Sixless, the last member alive for PK. And honestly, if you're gonna have 1 member up, it's gotta be him. That man has been able to snake his way and gain so many points for so many teams. So he's gonna have still a lot of work if he wants to be able to get high on this board. But Wildcard holding down Mini Power right now pretty well. It's pretty much anybody's game, especially considering where this next zone's about to shift.
I mean, clocking in, man, clocking in. Talk about players trying to clock in right now. This one player from KHK Esports just pre-firing on into the smokes, trying to make these bullets connect, trying to connect onto Frag Machines. And Frag Machines, they're in the smokes. They're running all types of directions. They cannot catch a break. There goes 1 knockdown out. And to make matters worse, this solo from headquarters tossing grenades back on top of Frag Machines. And Frag Machines, they are just pinned down right now. Hot Jukes, oh no.
Oh, worst case scenario right now if you're Frag Machines, but big nades coming out. Will they be able to get him? He survives!
1 HP!
1 HP!
Oh!
All it takes is 1 more nade and he is out. Was that it? No, he survives. Oh my goodness, headquarters. Jama's trying to survive, doing everything he can. He's got that rock. Will that nade do it?
Over.
He survives!
Able to
not go down. Get to the buggy.
Ooh, okay. Oh, man. I liked it. I liked it, though. Dropping in that buggy to get that information, but just not paying off there at the end. And talk about paying on off. Loops trying to make the breach, trying to make the push onto KHK Esports. They're going to be on the outskirts. Kowalski going to be connected on Chunk down and out. One more member on the second story of this. This is not going to be in the zone. They need to clear out that second story. There goes the grenade, trying to get the thirst. More points going on over to KHK Esports. Can they get the pre-fire on into the windows? Going back and forth. 1 HP as well. Can they do it? This is a 1v1.
Becker all to his lonesome right now, hitting the shimmies right now, trying to get some angles. Oh no, he got third party from
third party, and that's it. KHK surviving.
What a crazy play right there. Flag Machine would seem to be down and out, but able to survive, and they have a really good solid position as the zone has rotated onto them right now, hitting some major shots. Sixless in the corner, laying down, doing what he does best with the hardcore snake. But KHK, they have to get in this next zone, and there's everybody looking right at him.
Yeah, Sixless, I believe tweeting out like 2 days ago, he wants to be known as Snake God in at least the NA. So this is Sixless's time to claim that title. The solo member, Game 5 over here. Look at them, all the way down there in the south, crawling. They need to avoid being spotted by Wildcard. Need to avoid being spotted by Frag Machines. And as I say that, Snake God!
That's it. Out of there. You know, unfortunate there for Sixless, doing all he can to be able to get position for his team. But yeah, getting spotted out in that position right there. But Frag Machine, man, these guys are putting in work right now.
Yeah, and they're getting a little help from Dream Eaters. You know, Dream Eaters will be tossing a grenade on top of Wildcard as well. That's going to connect, and Dream Eaters, hey, they got 4 up. They got 3 kills so far. And they are right smack in the middle, Hot Jukes. This could be their game.
Oh, it sure can be, and this is the kind of game that you hope for when you get these kind of positions. You want to get the chicken dinner and a bunch of kills to hopefully offset those games where you don't really get zoned. You see Spring, the wild card off-angle specialist with the DP, locked and loaded with the nade, throwing it downtown, trying to connect. Oh,
trying
real
to
close.
Connect, will be connecting, inflicting some damage, forcing that Dream Eaters player to go back on into the Wizard Tower, into their cover. And, you know, Wildcard, they're trying to inflict as much damage as possible because the next zone does go on up. The 2-2 split from the Dream Eaters. They're going to have all of the zone to themselves. Acer connecting a huge grenade onto that Frag Machines player. You got Freak right there in the circle, in the zone, utilizing that concrete wall for cover right now. Acer trying to make the push on up, trying to get the flushes. Molly will be separating Acer from his squad mates. Acer in the front line, going for that spray. Acer connecting onto outplay. There we go, getting that flush.
So much aggression coming from Wildcard right here as they are playing together as a unit, and that's exactly what they need to do if they're looking to get into this next zone, but only 7 seconds left on the clock. They need to heal up and get moving right now. Smokes need to start going out, find any position they can, because there's so many players right now and not a lot of real estate left.
Not a lot of real estate. Alpha Legends,
here they go,
popping up in their vehicles, in their buggies, trying to make the crash on the Dream Eater. The double trade right there. Matic on the second story of the Harry Potter, trying to get the cover fire. Old Man taken down and out. And from downtown, Wildcard with the third party action right there. Dream Eaters versus Wildcard.
Speaking of dream, that was a dream scenario right there for a Wildcard, able to catch that third party at a perfect time and take out the monster that is Alpha Legends. That team was fragging out right there, but with that solid third party, they are taken out in a good solid third place. But it's all Dream Eaters right now. Wildcard, who is going to win this one? Dream Eaters are pretty split up. Wildcard are playing pretty well together. I think it's anyone's game right now.
Anyone's game, but look at this. Dream Eaters, extremely low. There's a crate landing on one half of the duos. Much needed crate. I mean, I don't even think they have meds at this point. Just look at their health. They have not healed up. So that crate, that level 3 gear, could win them the game. Maybe even an M249. Maybe. Matic up here on the second story. Nice sightlines, but needs to be really careful. The thing is, though, Matic could get the information on the snakes from this angle. Matic doesn't necessarily need to pop on over there. Information is everything, and he can relay that back to squad mates. And maybe they can toss some maulers, maybe some grenades.
Oh yeah, but they do have this blue zone to their favor, and Matic catches out Acer and is able to get the thirst. He's got a great angle on this wildcard team.
Sam trying to crawl themselves, get that off angle. But look at that, Matic, I mean, that root position might just win them the game. Matic connecting onto 2 members from wildcard. Sam near the push, watching his squad mates get ripped apart. Spring connecting onto one of the Dream Eaters, trying to get the thirst in. Look at this, Sam redirecting their attention right now. Matic on top of this roof. Such a big position for Matic. I mean, this could be the game-winning position from the Dream Eaters, and now both Sam and Spring honed in, tunneling their vision on top of that roof.
This is what I'm talking about right here. This is where you find out who is the best of the best. It's Spring and Sam versus 2 members of Dream Eaters. I think Matic definitely has a huge advantage when it comes to position right here, but all it takes is a couple big shots from Wildcard to turn this fight around. But oh, Advocate, he's getting the revive right now. So now it's a 3v2.
Are they going for another one?
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
no
this is huge. Wildcard playing so passive right now. Yeah, they're allowing the double revive. Dream Eaters are going to have 4 up here. It's going to be a 4v2. Sam cooking this grenade. Gonna be tossing the grenade. Choking down Matic quite low right there, but Spring catching some bullets of their own. Trying to heal on up, and it looks like 3 members from Dream Eaters going to be pushing on top of Spring. Now it's up to Sam, the newly acquired member on the wild card.
And that's
it. Is just too much to handle. Sam taken out in 2nd place right there.
Man, gotta give it to Dream Eaters in that scenario right there. What a great angle from Matic. Able to secure 6 kills for his team alone right there. Well played, well executed. They played it patient, got everybody back up, and were able to just use that numbers advantage to press onto Wildcard and get the big chicken dinner.
Huge day, man. Huge day. I mean, wildcard 2nd place. I mean, they had to fight tooth and nail for their positioning there as well. But yeah, Matic up there on the roof. I mean, talk about sight lines for days onto snakes as well. So definitely winning that chicken dinner, much needed here for the seedings.
Oh, they knew exactly where they were at, but I know who's at now is Jason. What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm back. I'm not gonna lie. I got chills towards the end there. That cooked grenade straight in Matic's face. I was freaking out, not even playing the game. I'm just sitting here watching.
And I was looking at that too, and I was like, that could have been the one nade to change it all, but just missed the mark by a little bit right there. I mean, they had all the information. They knew exactly where each member of Wildcard was, used it to their advantage, and was able to clutch out a big chicken dinner with 10 kills as well. Great play for Dream Eaters.
I'm sad and happy at the same time. I was talking about before we got into the game. I wanted to see, Wes's Bigatron. I want to see a team get 2 chicken dinners in the day. Wildcard came so close, but maybe they weren't hungry enough in the end. And Dave, Hot Jukes, I think we're gonna have to get rid of you for the final time today. But you know what? I'm lucky because I get to see you guys later tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Looking forward to it.
See you guys later. Have a good rest. Phenomenal job by you two as well. And we need to start to bring in our not our commentators. You guys are getting out of here. We need to bring in our experts. Let's bring back in Seven. Let's bring back in Glitter to talk about that last and final game of the day. How are you two doing? That was a crazy match, Seven.
That was indeed a crazy match, man. Overall, the ending, a lot of teams just kind of fighting each other and Wildcard just holding back. I thought that was amazing. And then on top of that, the player from Dream Eaters being able to go in and smoke out the area, the patio area, and then climbing the roof. I thought that move right there, is pretty much what went ahead and won them the game.
I think the funniest thing watching that when I was in, comms with you guys was Glitter saying basically, okay, let's use that clip. No, let's use this clip. No, let's use that clip, because there was so much stuff happening at the very end as well. But you guys had wildcard. If I'm not mistaken, Seven, you had wildcards to win this one?
I did. Once I saw Wildcard, I don't remember who they ended up wiping pretty much on the back end whenever they were fighting somebody. But once I saw them actually get that, and then I saw the other teams fighting, I was like, okay, this is going to be a Wildcard. But as soon as I saw Dream Eaters, as I was mentioning, as soon as I saw them smoke it out and actually get on top of that roof to be able to go ahead and give them some overview and advantage just over Wildcard, I knew it was over.
Well, you can see here, Dream Eaters do take home the chicken dinner and the 10 kills, 30 points put on the board for them, and a much needed points as well, as we're going to see later on. Wildcard Gaming getting themselves 14 placements with 5 kills. That's 19 points to pretty much guarantee themselves, I believe, a top 3 finish. But we got, again, Pittsburgh Knights, Loop Esports, Nova Esports. We're seeing some names consistently reach the top 8, Glitter.
We definitely are seeing some names consistent in the top 8, but what I do like on this first page as well is that we're seeing names that we haven't seen throughout the rest of the day so far. Good games for Alpha Legends, Frag Machines, KHK, all of them were struggling a little bit earlier on, and then this game they were able to step it up and really, get themselves some decent placements.
I can see here now 9th through 16th, and unfortunately Unique again having a rough time after they did take home a chicken dinner earlier on today, currently in 16th off that game. Team Queso as well, Konina Power, Urdu Killers, B4, a team we talked about as having a really good performance in the last match as well, falling down. But I do want to say yet again, just to reiterate, and I'll do it again tomorrow, these are just seeding games. This does not affect you going into league play. However, you obviously want to avoid the likes of the big dogs if you possibly can. But again, things can change. Tomorrow's another day here, 7. I still think we can see some big dogs really step up and shine some light.
Oh yeah, anything can happen. Keep in mind, those teams are here for a reason. They have gone through the gauntlet. They have beaten everybody from their regions, and they're here because they are some of the best from their regions. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe some of those teams that just have not had the good performances, they're gonna go ahead and come out on top. Dream Eaters being one of them. They actually did not have some of the good performances before this match, and look at that. They were able to back it up with 2,300 damage, 10 kills, 11 knocks, and on top of that, chicken dinner. So anything can happen here.
And I think, Glitter, for me, the most important thing about this team is what happened towards the very end. Before they actually fought against Wildcard, it's when Alpha Legends actually crashed in on top of them, and they're being forced to fight a fight they didn't really expect, and they're able to pick up a massive win there.
Yeah, and I think that was something we were talking about too when we were watching the game together, and Seven had pointed it out. Part of the reason that went so well for Dream Eaters was because they were actually functioning in a 2-2 split. So Alpha Legends kind of drove in and crashed on them, potentially assuming, I don't know, that maybe they thought the entire squad was right there, but because of that separation, Dream Eaters was really capable to have some nice angles on Alpha Legends. They did not stand a chance at all.
Well, let's take a look at total damage now so we can see who the big damage dealers were in that game and see if maybe Dream Eaters were currently in that #1 slot. And you can see here on your screen, they did it. I think this is probably some of the most damage we've seen. I think 2,400 is maybe in the #1 spot. They get 10 kills on this as well. Again, Wildcard, not as much damage as Alpha Legends behind them, but again, securing those placement points to get themselves through to second 7.
Yeah, and you want to be able to get that. I know we mentioned it over and over again. This is just for seeding. Some of these teams might just using this kind of games for testing it out in a way, kind of like scrims, just to see how teams are going to react. But this is good for them, man. This is good to see teams like that. And also another team that comes to mind, I believe, was Team Umbra. They're currently in 20th place, but that was maybe their best performances so far. With being, I know they only got 1 kill, but placing wise, it was their best performances. And then you got teams like Unique. Team Unique won a match, I believe it was in Miramar, if I remember right. And then in this one, they ended up getting knocked off super early as well. So anything can happen here. Teams are just adjusting. Give them some time, and then we're going to be seeing even more amazing gameplay. So far, I feel like we saw some entertaining games, a lot of action in comparison to what I'm used to seeing before, especially towards the start of matches.
I like how we're seeing as well in that damage graph, you see Loops Esports and you see Nova as well, but over towards the middle section, right? Because they've had a massive amount of damage, even though they didn't place this highly, they were still putting in the work. Now let's take a look at our do moments from that last game and talk through some of these, because honestly, I think there was more than we could even fit into this little segment. 7 off the bat, what are you going to see here? Nova, well, we got to talk about them a bit.
Yeah, we do have to talk about Nova. I feel like Nova, they have been that team that just kind of, it's only one player from Nova that survives in GFAN, so it's good for them to see them kind of like working together as a team. And then just a couple of other teams here. And guess what? That player exactly was actually shooting at that team. I couldn't see the name right there. I think it might have been PK. And then he ended up getting third party. Lucky for him, they parked the car right alongside that house and he was able to find cover. So it's good to see that even players are now starting to be aware of, hey, where we can actually get third party from now that we're playing with just different teams that we're not used to and just covering all their bases. And right here, I believe this engagement was pretty interesting. We saw a player almost went ahead and just kind of grenade himself. Luckily for him, it didn't happen. And this towards the end here, we were saying a lot of teams just kind of fighting each other, giving Wildcard a chance to go ahead and push up for second place. Sixless, we saw Sixless going at 1v2 right here and being able to win it. I know Mustache Dave was saying that Sixless wants to be known as the Snake God. I think ever since Berlin, everybody has known him as the Snake God. I think he just wants to reaffirm that position from him. And then another fight that I wanted to go ahead and break down later, but I think we're going to go ahead and be skipping that, is that KHK and that Loops with Carrillo. Carrillo, for some reason, I feel like he should have go ahead and pushed up here even more, but he got not exactly what happened, but he got a little bit distracted. He got on top of the buggy, and then he went inside the house, and by that time, it was just too late.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, even got third party in there as well, so wasn't able to capitalize off of that play. And of course, Wildcard, the team we were just talking about, and Matic, the spot as well that we're mentioning, Glitter, on top of the house, really providing a lot of damage and a lot of sight lines here to use for themselves.
Yeah, and this was the perfect play coming out of Matic on Dream Eaters there, because the entire time when we were watching that end zone, I was pretty positive that Wildcard had it. As soon as we saw Matic get up on the roof and have that height advantage over Wildcard, who was kind of stuck snaking towards Dream Eaters and their position, like, we knew that that was when Dream Eaters was going to take the win.
Yeah, some phenomenal
Something that I
stuff
actually
right there.
enjoy watching from Dream Eaters there is that once they got a couple knocks, remember, they were actually working on a 2-2 split. They got together and they push up as a team, as you were able to see there towards the end. They were just being very careful, but still making sure that if somebody had to reload, guess what? Push back, and we got your back with another player gonna go ahead and start shooting back. So great teamwork right there from Dream Eaters.
Yeah, well, speaking of team, we're going to take a look at the top players from that last game, and you're going to see Matic, 1,200 damage. Let's just talk about that really quickly. No one even coming close to this man, Glitter.
And that's really, really good for Dream Eaters. I think that they needed this not just for the literal placement purpose for the seeding, but just for their own overall morale. Like, this is just illustrating that they can easily hang with the teams that are in this group. That's why they're here. And like you can see, he has the most kills. He has by far the most damage, and was just alive long enough to be able to put in that work. Like, that's very, very impressive from Matic.
I mean, he seemed to be doing everything right, Seven. Even, like a nade coming directly at his face from Wildcard, but he was able to survive, keep that composure, and keep that pressure on.
Yeah, and something to keep in mind is he only had 2 knockouts. So he was very aware of his surroundings, and he was able to go in and pick up 4 kills. He was able to steal kills, and that's something you want to go in and see from players like that. And as also, as I believe Glitter was mentioning, you want to be able to just take advantage of whatever the game gives you, especially with teams like that. If it's going to be a mental thing, take advantage of it. You never know what the game's going to do. Go ahead and do it the next time you're playing.
Yeah, and honestly, this is just the first day, so we're going to take a look at the overall rankings from the 5 matches we've had now, and I wonder who's going to be number 1. I'm going to assume it's going to be Wildcard. I think I'm also looking towards Dream Eaters to see if they move their way into the top 10, and I can tell you, well, I can see it right there. Wildcard Gaming currently in first place with 69 points. Tempo Storm holding on to number 2, at least with 66, and Loops as well, jumping up a little bit after being out for one of those games. But Dream Eaters, I mean, they shot up in the rankings just from that last game alone, Glitter.
Dream Eaters shot up. I mean, we see Alpha Legends shooting up into the top 5 with that game. And even, the team football didn't have the best last couple games, and they're still able to hold on to a top 8 position. This is like, this is a really, really good first day of games. And it's also important to note that there's a pretty decent disparity between second and third points-wise.
Oh yeah, and I think it might even continue to grow at the rate we've seen from these games. And now looking at 11th through 20th, we're going to see Team Umber there, a team we did talk about having a better placing in that game than previously. But then looking at Pittsburgh Knights currently in 11th, Cloud9 in 12th, Konita Power in 13th, even Team Queso in 14th. There's a lot of room for these teams to shoot up. All it really takes is that one strong game, and you can easily see yourself into the top 8.
Listen, I know I've been talking about it all day, but this really, for some reason, this gives me flashbacks of PMPL America. Seeing Pittsburgh Knights there on like 10th spot, and then you got Cloud9 on 12. It's kind of how the actual PMPL America started as well. So interesting places from there. I hope they pick it up. As I mentioned, as we've been mentioning this whole time, it is seeding. Anything can happen here. It's the next couple of days when it's going to start mattering the most.
Well, I want to take a look at 2 teams in particular. One of them I might have cursed earlier on today. We got Wildcard up against Tempo Storm to compare the 2 teams and see how the results have gone, as we did see Tempo Storm hold on to second place with 66 points. Let's get them up on your screen and see exactly how things broke down. And again, that damage done. Honestly, I wonder how that split was across both teams as well. Who had the big damage numbers for both sides, Glitter?
Well, we've seen, I believe it was the second map where we saw pretty much the kills were evenly spread across all 4 of the teams. We saw Tensa do very well in game 1. We saw Rain doing well in game 4, I believe, or was it game 3 or 4? So they've all kind of contributed today so far to that very high overall damage number. But Wildcard is right there, and Wildcard is clearly, taking potentially more engagements only due to the amount of damage they receive, but these are some impressive stats for the very first day of matches.
I want to point something out here for you, Seven, really quickly. You can see damage received. It's about 1,000 difference, but the damage done is about 900 in advantage to Tempo Storm. So what does that say to you, the fact that they're taking less damage and doing more than their counterparts?
Yeah, and it was actually interesting for me to see that because from some of the maps that I was watching, it seemed like Wildcard was the one that was being a little bit more passive. So it's surprising to me that they were able to take more damage. Overall, though, from what I'm able to see here, is those teams came to play, man. Those teams are ready. It doesn't matter if it's for seeding or not. They want to let the other teams know, hey, we're here for a reason, and we want to make sure you know that. So make sure if you guys see us coming by, maybe now don't take that fight if it's too early. Maybe back off from it. And it is going to become a mental game. You've seen it before. You've seen teams before backing up from fights. Maybe all I can think of is from Malaysia. Somebody would knock down somebody from Bigatron who's doing work right now on the east side, and they would just back up. They would say, you know what, let's not do that. Let's worry about what's going to happen here towards the end of the match.
Well, you know what? Speaking of the end of the match, we're at the end of the day, the first day of the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. I got to say goodbye to you two. It's been a pleasure working with you guys today, and I'll see you tomorrow as well. I have to obviously give a big shout out as well here to Hot Jukes and the Mustache Day for killing it, absolutely slaying it today. And of course, the crew here in Poland doing fantastic work, making this become a reality, not just a virtual one. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 11 a.m. PDT, the exact same moment, and for day 2 here of the opening weekend.
Thank you.